What would you do if you, a hardcore fan, had the chance to attend a top idol showcase? The girl group Oh Lady, currently performing on stage, possesses not only an enormous fandom but also a passionate core fan group called GRP Otaku. They occupy a considerable portion of the area below the stage. The young man with the heavy camera whom the reporter noticed was Jinkyung, one of GRP Otaku's veteran members. He excitedly stated that he was deeply engrossed in Shion and only filmed her. However, when asked why, Jinkyung honestly confessed that he was a true lolicon. He never dreamed that a simple remark would bring a nightmare into his life. The next morning, Jinkyung went from being a recluse in his room to front-page news overnight. He wanted to explain that he had merely been joking and had no malicious intent, but keyboard warriors not only condemned him but also leaked all of his personal information. Cyberbullying was violence all the same, and Jinkyung completely crumbled. Nevertheless, a new day dawned without fail. His mother carefully covered the breakfast on the table, sighed deeply, and urged Jinkyung to eat well and rest. Having given her advice, she immediately left the house for work. After the click of the door locking, the house fell silent as if dead once more. Only after a long while did Jinkyung slowly crack open his bedroom door. He casually grabbed the food from the table, took it back to his room, ate and surfed the internet. With his ghost-like disheveled hair, Jinkyung's laughter was no different from a madman's cackle. However, all he did was intensely watch anime. As the heroine in the video triumphantly swung her sword, Jinkyung immediately seized the moment. Furiously typing on his keyboard and swiping his mouse, he flooded the chat window with angry emojis. Jinkyung's face was stern, as if he were fighting in World War III. He wanted to breathe fire onto the character's face on the screen and ended up spamming the entire chat window. Seeing the achievements of this keyboard warrior, he couldn't help but smile. However, that pleasure was soon swept away by a torrent of criticism. Everyone furiously attacked Jinkyung because of his new meme. Some even bet their own fortunes, claiming Jinkyung was an ugly fat guy. He patiently read all the insults and scoffed at them, calling them failures. Nevertheless, Jinkyung clutched his head, exhausted by this mental persecution. He gazed at the figurine in front of him, muttering why he loved the 2D world. It was because they would never betray him. After speaking, Jinkyung sprawled out in his chair. Since that day he had been diagnosed with social phobia. Honestly, if Jinkyung were to make an effort and control all the mana flow in this universe, dominating the world would be a trivial matter. The only reason Jinkyung was still in this room was simply because he was too lazy. As he was immersed in his gloomy feelings, he heard a buzzing sound near his ear. It turned out a stupid mosquito had chosen Jinkyung as its blood bank. He flashed a cruel smile, as if adrenaline surged through his blood. Jinkyung took up an insecticide spray as a weapon to protect the goddess in his heart. He firmly declared that only he could protect her. Jinkyung was completely immersed, reciting lines like a savior. He yelled at the mosquito as if to prove he belonged to the ruling class. As soon as he finished speaking, Jinkyung took a stance and charged forward with incredible speed. Feeling he was at a sufficient distance, he extended his hand and sprayed the poison gas directly at his opponent. To enhance the effect, Jinkyung spun the spray can, allowing the mosquito repellent scent to fill the space. But perhaps due to the fumes, Jinkyung suddenly felt the gravity beneath his feet disappear. From a god's eye view, he didn't realize his house was engulfed in a brilliant pillar of energy. As the light dispersed, both Jinkyung and the room vanished. He, who had been an otaku isolated from the world, suddenly became homeless. But more importantly than all that, he realized that if he free fell from this height, his body would shatter into pieces. Sure enough, nothing out of the ordinary occurred. Jinkyung was falling to the ground like a shooting star. Fortunately, perhaps thanks to protagonist plot armor, he landed safely in a very peculiar way. Jinkyung, with a blank expression, inspected his intact body. Before he could fully process this mysterious phenomenon, Aya rushed over, cheering. It turned out Jinkyung was a being summoned by the girl from another world. Why Aya needed him remained to be seen in their upcoming journey. Aya abruptly knelt on the ground and began spouting bizarre words. "Thank you for coming, summoned being. What should I call you?" At the word summoned being, Jinkyung, who had just experienced something extraordinary, was completely dumbfounded. "Is this a dream? Why is my mouth so sluggish?" He said, "Sign." But the girl, not noticing anything strange about the word, instead exclaimed in an excited voice, "So you are called Sign? I can feel immense energy from that name." Aya even ignored the other party's hesitant words. Jinkyung mumbled, "I'm not dreaming, not yet." But Aya, without a moment to listen, quickly spoke her mind. "Then Sign, I have a request. Can you defeat that monster over there with your power?" At the girl's excited demeanor, Jinkyung inadvertently let curiosity get the better of him and turned around. He was simply horrified by the terrible sight unfolding above, his mouth involuntarily hanging open. A colossal wasp leisurely flew in the sky, comically observing the two people below. As soon as he realized what he was seeing, Jinkyung gulped. He confirmed with Aya 3 times, wondering if he had seen incorrectly, plunging his despairing brain into endless confusion. Is this girl joking? She'll hide behind me while I kill that thing? That's what I'm thinking, isn't it? But is this really okay? This can't be real. I'm not even scared of the attack, and I'm even talking to her so naturally. And no matter how I look at it, this is just like a fantasy war in a game. You are the only one I will protect. Aya froze as Jinkyung chuckled and turned around. Fortunately, he didn't notice and opened his mouth as if showing off in front of the girl. "Oh, rulers of this world, gatherers of enslaved souls, that monster hungers for fresh blood, so I shall show you." Jinkyung lightly held the insecticide spray and leaned back, gaining momentum for a surprise attack. Who is the true ruler? From Iha's perspective, as Jinkyung's arm extended forward, a mysterious light appeared. It turned out to be just the reflection from Jinkyung continuously spraying the insecticide. In the quiet space, only the shish sound of someone spraying heroically remained. After a long moment, he awkwardly opened his mouth as if realizing an uncomfortable truth. Of course it wouldn't have any effect. Aya, who had been expecting much, was so shocked that her eyebrows twitched repeatedly. "Oh dear, why am I embarrassed? He looks like an idiot." But what they least expected was that a cold wind coincidentally blew the insecticide gas towards the wasp. The wasp's body, quickly hit by the gas, emitted a strange light. Soon after, its entire body was torn in half by some bizarre mystical force. The wasp finally exploded, showering countless dust particles over the heads of the people below. Jinkyung and Aya were simultaneously stunned by the unprecedented sight. A subtly incomprehensible expression appeared on the girl's face. "What?" Iha's eyes pierced through the not-so-beautiful appearance of the human before her. Confusion gradually made the girl unable to breathe normally. "He definitely looks like an idiot." Jinkyung, having just recovered from the shock, quickly turned his head and asked, "I killed that, didn't I?" At the other's strangely elated appearance, Aya instinctively sighed in admiration. "He looks like an idiot, but he's really strong." The girl slowly approached the scene filled with smoke and dust and looked around. Iha's mind honestly screamed, "I've never seen or heard of such powerful magic. There's no way a novice summoner like me could have summoned him." While people were honestly surprised, Jinkyung casually displayed his arrogance. "Did I use too much power again?" Iha's heartfelt words reached his ears. "Thank you so much, Sign. I'm truly impressed by your power." Jinkyung nodded in agreement, completely unashamed. "Me too. I'm truly impressed by my own power." However, his strange way of speaking bewildered the other party. Yes, according to what I've learned, besides summoning spirits or living beings, some can summon heroes from the past." Sign. At the light question, "Are you perhaps a mage?" Jinkyung clearly showed his bewilderment, and his brain began to spiral into confusion. How did she know? Before he could ask back in a worried voice, he thought, "She's probably referring to my right hand. Can I be called a mage then?" Those words unexpectedly sent Iha's imagination soaring. Does he mean there's another power hidden in his right hand? Almost simultaneously, the two diverged in different directions of thought. Does she not know the truth isn't that complicated? Damn it, even if this is a dream world, I can't have a normal relationship with anyone. Is he a magic warrior or a witch hunter? What else can he do with his right hand? Eventually, the petite Aya spoke first. "I apologize, Sign. I introduced myself too late. My name is Aya. I'm still an inexperienced novice summoner, but would it be alright if I summoned you again next time?" At that unexpected proposal, Jinkyung was thrown into confusion for a few seconds. "Surely this girl hasn't fallen for me. It must be a joke." "No way. That kind of thing doesn't happen. If I get the wrong idea, I'll just mess up again." Before he could remember what he should have asked from the very beginning, he asked, "Wait, what did you say your name was?" The other party's cheerful voice replied, "Please call me Aya." All the jumbled memories sealed away in his mind immediately burst forth, completely freezing him. This made Jinkyung startle at Iha's sweetly puzzled voice. "Sign?" And just a few seconds later, he began to blurt out words like a madman from now on. "You're Ai-chan?" the girl asked again incomprehensibly. What did you say?" Jinkyung quickly repeated what he had said before. "Ai-chan, I'm going to call you Ai-chan," the other party mumbled Chan, with an incomprehensible expression, and seeing that, he somewhat regained his composure and shyly turned his head away. "I almost overdid it. Anyway, you said you'd summon me again, right? That probably won't happen again. I can't force myself to have the same dream every day. But if I have a dream like that again next time, I'd like to meet you again." Looking at Iha's pretty face, Jinkyung couldn't help but sigh. He offered a gentle, poetic refusal in his mind. "Novice summoner, a person like me has no talent whatsoever. I can barely cast a simple spell, and it was pure luck that I was of any help to you. You shouldn't rely too much on summoning based on luck. Instead, you should cultivate your own power." Although the other party didn't understand what he was saying, the girl smiled and replied softly, "Thank you, it was a wonderful dream. Now I'll dispel the summoning magic." As she brandished her staff and chanted spells one after another, Jinkyung was completely dumbfounded. "Oh, not bad." Aya furrowed her brows, concentrating on her summoning magic, until the most crucial incantation echoed in the mystically glowing space. At that very moment, he suddenly realized something was wrong. "Wait, what did you just say?" But that realization came almost too late. A pillar of light began to pour down through the clouds onto Jinkyung's head, and for a while, he was nearly blinded as if struck by a petrification spell. After a long while, Jinkyung slowly awoke from his stupor, frowning. His tired eyes cautiously opened. He sighed in his familiar small room, calming his mind. Jinkyung stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. "After losing contact with the outside world, I became engrossed in a few things, for instance, counting the words in an 8,162-page book, or counting time by precisely predicting 3 hours, or reading English words backward, for example, Napuni Idam." Overcome by the creeping boredom, he yawned widely. That dream just now was truly wonderful, but so clearly a dream is just a dream. A thought suddenly crossed Jinkyung's mind. I stopped doing such things after I gathered the courage to turn on my computer, but reading English words backward had become a habit." He then curled his lips and sighed. "I can't believe the words made in Japan were used in the fantasy world I dreamed of. Everything was truly vague, but strangely, why am I so tired after just waking up?" The sunlight continued to illuminate the colossal buildings outside, but as soon as the power went out, the landscape was plunged into darkness. Jin Kyung sat blankly on his bed like a madman, staring at his feet. It turned out a few leaves and unfamiliar dust particles were what had bewildered him. Jin Kyung picked up a leaf and mumbled, "Am I sleepwalking? What is this?" The door was locked and no one could have come inside. Outside, his room seemed to emit an unfriendly aura, so no one dared approach it. In the living room, Jin Kyung's gruff father was watching the news, while his elderly mother was busily cleaning in the kitchen. With her back to her husband, she silently fell into thought. He didn't even bring out his plate. Is he only eating one meal a day? With a surge of worry, the mother approached the closed door and carefully asked, "Jin Kyung, have you had dinner? Aren't you hungry? Jin Kyung, are you asleep?" Those words annoyed the man and he turned off the TV. He slowly walked out but said nothing to his wife. At the sound of the heavy door slamming shut, she let out a deep sigh. He trudged down to the park smoking area and took a few puffs of his cigarette to calm his mind. Halfway through his cigarette, the father looked up again with tired eyes. His gaze was fixed on his house window, and a short negative remark, "That useless guy," escaped his lips. Meanwhile, Jin Kyung sat blankly in his room, his vacant eyes concealing the thoughts in his head. Social phobia makes him panic easily. It wasn't that he avoided his parents because of that symptom. He could say he was wary of them, but somehow he was avoiding them. After a long moment of thought, a loud growl echoed from Jin Kyung's stomach. "I'm so hungry, I'll go out and eat when the sun rises." But before he could even do anything, his computer made a sound worrying him, so he went to check it. "Have I left it on too long? I'll have to restart it." As Jin Kyung moved his mouse and clicked the restart button, the computer closed all open applications and returned only a black screen to its owner, just as it was when first turned on. At that moment, Jin Kyung's entire body vanished into a rift in space-time. In another parallel world, the vast sky tinged the entire world with the colors of twilight. If one looked closely, any creature flying high above could see Jin Kyung literally plummeting headfirst to the ground. He screamed, flailing his limbs, confused as he saw himself about to hit the soft clouds below. But once again, some mysterious magic appeared, creating a strange light in the sky. Late into the night, Aya slowly walked through the forest until she heard someone's voice from the campfire area and rushed over to them. She cautiously spoke, "Jack, Oppa, you're back." The man named Jack nodded and replied, "You? I just got back too. How are they? How's the village?" As soon as this topic was brought up, Aya became sorrowful. Everything seemed to have turned to ashes. Monsters were everywhere. As soon as he sighed wearily and gave the command, "Is that so?" The city of Pordon where I went was the same. Monsters almost destroyed everything there. Illa lost her composure and shouted, "What do you mean kill? What about Uncle?" Jack had no choice but to reveal the information he had kept hidden in his heart. "Mid Illa, thankfully. Count Pordon is safely hidden in a certain village. I was thinking of taking you there." He also didn't forget to address Aya, who was standing blankly to one side, "But you came back faster than expected." I had to take a detour because of the giant wasp monster." At the unexpected question, the girl clearly looked flustered. "Ah, that." Recalling her previous experience, ambiguity once again prevented Aya from speaking honestly. "Oppa knows too." A new thought flashed through the girl's head. "No one would believe me if I said I defeated it with summoning magic." Her mouth switched into a cunning lie mode. It just disappeared. There were only traces of a terrible battle there, but upon hearing Illa's gentle yet threatening tone of conversation, "Then that's good. Where's the dress I told you to bring?" Aya was flustered and broke out in a cold sweat. "Ah well, there were too many monsters on the road." Immediately, the campfire area became noisy with her stern voice. "You deserve to be punished. Crawl on your hands and knees." Jack Illa's noisy nagging was also heard. You're not very good at summoning magic, are you?" The afternoon's events embarrassed her, making her turn away as she recalled the stranger. That's right." Using that as an excuse, she began to teach the younger member. "That kid is always at the bottom among summoners." Aya had no choice but to smile and agree. "Yes, Unnie is always number one." Meanwhile, her brain was busy explaining, trying to calm her agitated cells. "Let's flatter her to get through this situation." But the conversation was soon ended by a hissing sound that echoed everywhere. Jack and the others looked up, wondering, could this sound mean that the Death's Watchman has started to move? At the strange words, Illa furrowed her brow. "Death's Watchman, you say?" Jack sighed and found a place to sit near the huge fire. "The sun has set, so we must rest here tonight. I'll tell you too an old story. Every mountain has a master, and that person always watches what we do. When people cut trees or gather ripe fruits, the master allows it. The master manages everything. But then human greed became a problem. People started calmly pitching tents in the clearings they made after cutting down all the old trees. Strange fires erupted to inflict pain upon them. The lucky ones who survived the fire had to scream in agony, branded on their foreheads by some magic. Fire. As the content grew heavier, Z's voice also noticeably sank. Masters of all mountains, those who dare destroy the nature they govern. They all must die. Death itself will come and brand them all. Of course humans can fight off death and escape, but once branded, death will pursue them to the end, Aya suddenly asked in a curious voice. If we hear the sound of the Death's Watchman, does it mean someone has angered the masters? He nodded in a disheartened manner. Yes, I've heard the master of this mountain is very terrifying. Illa suddenly made a strange suggestion. Oppa said he'd take me to a very dangerous mountain. Can I go with my servant here? Jack cleared his throat, emphasizing the positive aspect of this story. However, because the master of this mountain is here, monsters dare not approach. As her sad voice echoed, really? Jack's satisfied, sigh-laced expression was quickly noticed by Aya. Jack, Oppa, you put out the fire really well. In this unexpected comfort, the girl realized something was wrong. While her heart pounded furiously, she expressed her curiosity. Wait, Jack, Oppa, what happens if a summoner's summoned creature destroys part of the mountain? As she heard the others reply, death will come for the summoner. Aya couldn't hide the panic that appeared on her face. Her throat felt constricted, making her unable to speak properly. Jack, Oppa, actually, I defeated a giant monster with a summoned creature before, and that summoned creature destroyed a large mountain area. The tense atmosphere was quickly broken by Illa's laughter. Her playful voice washed away all the unease in the space. Quiet down, this isn't the time for jokes. It's best to wait for death to pass now, but Illa could no longer speak as she noticed the heavy footsteps of the faceless creature heading towards them. As soon as the death monster appeared from the top of the forest, their hearts skipped a beat. Jack's lips kept trembling in fear. A death monster, why is it here? We didn't do anything wrong. But when he saw it charging towards the campfire, he hurriedly pushed the two girls in front of him away. Run away quickly, it's targeting someone. But Illa, with a sudden burst of heroism, shouted, Quiet, I'll handle it. As soon as the spell ended, an ominous pit suddenly appeared beneath the monster's feet, engulfing it in flames. This sight surprised Aya. As expected of Illa, she can summon Jinn immediately. But just a few seconds later, Jack noticed that the nearby tree branches were turning into giant torches. It seemed she misunderstood that the death monster was targeting us. But since she just burned down this entire forest, it no longer matters. Only the unpleasant laughter of the other party returned. To alleviate her guilt, Illa quickly turned and commanded her fire servant, Jin, kill that monster. It immediately rushed towards the death monster. The two colossal creatures became entangled in the open space. At that moment, Jack spoke to the two girls in a low voice. While Jin holds it off, we need to escape quickly. Since we're not the monster's target, if we get out of this mountain, it won't chase us anymore. I don't want to climb a mountain in the middle of the night. But before he could even finish speaking, Aya interrupted him with a trembling voice. Jack, Oppa, look over there. Her pale face made the two adults look suspiciously at where she was pointing. From deeper in the forest, death monsters had been slowly approaching them for some time. They collectively struck Jin, breaking him amidst terrifying screams. The raging flames emanating from Jin's body were instantly extinguished, and Illa, in a state of panic, led the group in an attempt to escape. Run away quickly. The death monsters also swiftly pursued them. Throughout the wide forest, only Benny remained in his initial high plank position. It was as if the events that had just unfolded here neither scared nor surprised him. Meanwhile, Aya was running forward with all her might, but unfortunately the path ahead was full of fallen trees, making it impossible for her to avoid them, and she crashed into them, flying far back. As soon as her body hit the ground, Aya groaned in pain, almost shedding tears, but thanks to that she had time to hear a quiet, deathly eerie sound. Overwhelmed by fear, Aya screamed, "Sis, I've lost the others. What do I do now?" Hearing a rustling sound in the forest, the girl instinctively wondered. Soon, as the colossal death monster appeared before her eyes, Aya froze for a moment. She hastily got to her feet and ran, but she hadn't gone far before she collided with something and fell backward. Aya covered her painful nose, looking forward with puzzled eyes, and witnessed three death monsters staring intently at her like pork at a market. A moment later, they slowly left the spot and headed towards their lair behind them. They were dragging Aya, branded on the cold ground. The girl's vacant eyes looked up at the sky, and her brain once again poured out choked thoughts. "Sign, it's all your fault, so please help me just one more time." Her heavy hand slowly rose, and Aya's mouth began to chant a spell. She watched the weak flow of magic emanating from her hand. It gently vanished into the air, leaving only the natural scenery in Aya's eyes just as before. She was in such agony that she couldn't help but sob. "I'm really useless." Before Aya could succumb to despair, suddenly, a powerful energy poured down from the sky onto her spot. Aya blankly looked up at it. The death monsters also watched the empty space with curious eyes. As the stream of light disappeared, Jinkyung's gaunt figure suddenly appeared behind a cloud of white smoke. Overwhelmed by confusion, he was completely stunned. "Am I back?" Unfortunately, that sound attracted too many death monsters to that spot, but from Jinkyung's perspective, he didn't even notice the two standing next to him, and his head was constantly filled with confusing questions. "What the hell, this isn't the dream I had before, is it? I thought I passed out from exhaustion. I hope I didn't pass out in front of my computer." Without time to think further, Jinkyung heard Iha's earnest voice. "Sign, please save me." He was so startled that he unconsciously shouted loudly, "I-chan?" Before Jinkyung could even notice the death monsters surrounding him. "Mom, it's those giant monsters again, and you want me to fight them again? If this isn't a dream, I'm digging my own grave." "No, wait. I was a superhero who defeated monsters even bigger than these giants. I don't know why, but I feel quite powerful here." Perhaps this world is where I belong. I'm not afraid of anything. This mindset drove Jinkyung wild, and he laughed with his mouth wide open. You damn things, how dare you? Without a chance to display his aura of light, he was stunned to see them dragging the lovely Aya away. Jinkyung hurriedly chased after them and asked, Ai-chan, are you okay? Meanwhile, the girl looked at him with choked-up eyes. I don't know what you're talking about. A moment later, he was panting and exhausted. To have to suddenly run. Did I just run a 50-meter dash? This caused a serious misunderstanding for the girl. It seems I summoned you while you were undergoing very strenuous training. I'm sorry. Seeing his idol being dragged across the ground, Jinkyung was flustered and asked, What should I do? I didn't bring insecticide like last time. Upon hearing the other's sudden question, insecticide, he stammered in embarrassment. Oh, that's mosquito repellent. Just think of it as my magic staff. But Aya blankly asked again. Magic staff. When his idol spoke to him, he forgot his fatigue and replied, Yes, you know, the thing you mumbled spells and spun around with. You even told me to wear a sailor uniform. You said it would exponentially increase my power. These words left the girl dumbfounded. What are you talking about? Jinkyung ignored her words and changed the subject. Ai-chan, your forehead is burning. Upon hearing Aya's faint reply, They branded me with a seal. Once those death creatures brand me with a seal, my head spins and they'll tie me up and drag me away. He couldn't hide his surprise. Wait, so all we have to do is put out the fire on your forehead? All right, I'll do it. As the hot breath from the other's mouth touched her forehead, Aya opened her mouth in a tired voice. That method won't work, sign. This is magic fire. Ordinary methods won't. Before she could even finish her sentence, Jinkyung threw a stone, hitting her in the face. Ouch, my eye. Not stopping there, he gently waved his hand and lightly tapped Aya's forehead. This caused her, despite her weak body, to get up and say, Sign, I think the situation has gotten worse. I can't open my eyes and my forehead hurts with a burning sensation. But once again, Jinkyung interrupted Aya and spat on the mark branded on the other's head. But surprisingly, thanks to that, the mark strangely disappeared. Because of that, both of them felt an itching sensation on their bodies. Oh, it's gone, the ropes are gone too. Death monsters also sensed that something was wrong and turned around, realizing that something they couldn't even imagine had happened. The monsters roared fiercely and charged at Jinkyung, who passively defended himself by spitting and throwing saliva at their faces. As the sticky liquid corroded the death monster's hand, the monster shrieked terribly. Jinkyung was startled by the sight. What is this? They all disappear when I spit. You guys can train for 10 more years at home and still won't be able to defeat me. Aya watched in bewilderment as the death monsters flew away. They vanished. At the same time, Jack and Illa were fiercely fighting those black monsters. Jack ran forward nervously and said, I'll hold off these monsters, you run away quickly. Illa calmly corrected him. I'll stop them. What are you talking about? She quickly tried to summon Hajin to create a shield for her safety but saw the death monsters disappearing. The warrior was too surprised by the sight to speak. What happened? Jack stood blankly in midair, gazing into the distance and mumbling. They wouldn't just disappear on their own. Why? As the scene before them changed, the unknown questions grew larger. Black clouds suddenly gathered in the dark sky. As the ground vibrated continuously, Aya and Jinkyung stopped, bewildered. In Jack and Yaya's line of sight, a colossal creature suddenly rose from the center of a distant dark space. That enormous shadow easily obscured the sun above the sky. In the quiet space, only Jinkyung's confused voice remained as that boss appeared. Aya, not understanding what was happening, cowered. At the same time, Benny continued to maintain his plank position as if tireless, unaffected by the events that had just unfolded. According to Earth's gravity, rocks began to fall from above the boss's head. It roared threateningly and swung its arm, cleaving through the air. Jinkyung couldn't help but burst into laughter at the bizarre threat. He quickly sneered, You missed, and just 1 second later, the wind generated by the boss's swinging arm blew the two people away. Even sturdy tree roots were uprooted and flung away. It slowly approached the precarious cliff at the edge of the forest. It looked at the two human flies painfully getting up. Aya looked at Jinkyung, who was screaming with his butt in the air, trembling with fear. Sinopa, hang in there. Jinkyung heard the sound but was still unable to calm down. My body is still a weak body from the real world. I overdid it. Why did I bring a wireless mouse? Last time I was quite strong with mosquito spray. At that thought, Jinkyung was startled. Wireless mouse? Seeing him struggle to get up, Aya couldn't hide her excitement and shouted, Sign, but Jinkyung interrupted her first. Ai-chan, if I kill that monster, you'll grant my wish, won't you? At Jinkyung's serious demeanor, the girl nodded, trembling with fear. Yes, and she watched him turn away after leaving his last words. Since you promised me, I will definitely return alive. Aya couldn't hide her frozen expression. There he goes again, that strange behavior. Conversely, Jinkyung excitedly continued to click his mouse. He who is faster than sound, hotter than flames. If you are ready to join forces with me, even the coldest ice will not tremble. Stop all who seek our lives. Jinkyung wore an excited expression of strong triumph. I'm going to make my body a conductor and channel 10 billion volts of electricity through it. If I can do that, blasting that black guy is no problem. He still tried to shine, reciting lines that were no longer imaginable. We will create a fiery path directly to hell, but unfortunately nothing happened. Jinkyung even kept waving his hands up and down trying to summon some magic. Aya couldn't endure Jinkyung's performance and immediately spoke, embarrassed. Sinopa, it seems to be preparing to attack us again. Shall we run? To forget his humiliation, Jinkyung just smiled and said, You're really stupid. Even so, he didn't notice that his two fingers were inadvertently touching both ends of the battery. I didn't put the battery in properly. This caused his entire body to be engulfed in a shockwave and blown backward. The energy pierced through the boss's body, causing the boss to shriek in pain, followed by a lightning-like shock raining down on its head. The sight froze Illa and Jack. Meanwhile, Grandpa Benny, having received no news, still maintained the same posture. Simultaneously, Aya could barely breathe as an aura of light enveloped her face. Jinkyung's emaciated body was entirely engulfed in electric sparks. The sky seemed to pour lightning down on the entire forest, using him as a reference point. After a long while, the vast space finally returned to a peaceful state. Jinkyung maintained his awkward posture, and Aya couldn't stop worrying. Sign Opa. At that small sound, Jinkyung suddenly sat up and shouted, "There are no scars on my pillow." At his words, the girl was startled and stepped back. As soon as she heard Jinkyung's question, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Aya excitedly replied, "Sign Opa, you're the best. You took down that giant with just one attack. I heard even legendary heroes couldn't take down that giant." Hearing Jinkyung's nonchalant words, "I just unsealed the electron demon in the battery. It's nothing much." The girl still didn't back down and continued to praise him. "Opa, you're truly the best." "Sign Opa. I never thought I'd be able to summon you again. Thank you so much." At the other's condescending demeanor, Jinkyung couldn't hide his embarrassment. "All right," the two quickly had a short conversation. "Then, Sign Opa, what would you like to propose to me?" "Propose? I just told you." Before Jinkyung blankly rummaged through his memories, Aya, seeing his attitude, inadvertently revealed her confusion. "Did you forget?" At that, Jinkyung shouted angrily, "I'm not obligated to tell you what my demands are. I've just helped someone. Why are you acting like this?" But at the other's bewildered expression, he realized he had misunderstood her. Jinkyung awkwardly scratched his head and looked elsewhere. "I'll tell you next time. I'll let you know when I come back here next time." Those words unexpectedly made Aya's low self-esteem heart happy. "Next time." At those words, the girl's voice became strangely joyful. "All right," with a beautiful smile, Aya's eyes completely closed. "I'm really looking forward to it, Sign Opa." Beautiful blue light dots also appeared in the surrounding space for them to admire. A while later, Jinkyung returned to reality. He blankly stared at the small object in his hand. The bright red E-orb reminded Jinkyung of the memory that had just happened. Aya had handed him that object. "Sign Opa, please take this." He looked at it as if unable to understand and asked, "What is this?" The other party had to come up with the simplest words to explain. "It's called E," Jinkyung questioned again. "E?" The girl had to scratch her head and answer immediately. "I'm still a wizard in training, so I can't control summoning magic very well. E has the power to connect a summoner and a summoned creature. Could you please hold this for me?" Back in reality, Jinkyung's eyes widened and he mumbled, "This isn't a dream." Then he jumped for joy. "Everything is real. I really killed that giant. That's incredible. Do I really have the power of a black dragon in my body? Damn it, who should I tell this to?" Time passed and it was midnight. Jinkyung read a message from a friend. "2D, where are you? You haven't been online lately." He must have gone to check the temperature of the Han River. He said unbelievably arrogant words. "I was busy saving the world with a girl." Naturally, the other person and others couldn't believe it. "What's the name of that delusional person's game? He must be playing a dating sim game." Jinkyung sighed, annoyed, but didn't forget to retort, "I'm serious. I was summoned to a magic world, fought giants, and came back." This gave the other person an excuse to heap more insults. "Still delusional? 2D is the worst trash. 2D was always trash anyway. No new news? Don't play dating sims all day. Your brain is starting to rot. My god, he's playing too many games and has delusions. If you're afraid of drowning, just try to kill yourself. A guy who plays dating sims all day wouldn't know what true love is. I don't know if there's something wrong with your head, but go ask someone for help. Hey 2D, is your head still working properly? Get a grip. You guys are making him more delusional." As his frustration soared, Jinkyung picked up a spray bottle and sprayed it out the window, cursing, "You damn bastards, I'll make you pay with my power." The shish sound continued to echo in the dark space. Jinkyung stuck out his pale face and mumbled, "How could that happen? My power doesn't work in this world." Looking at the bottle in his hand, he was suddenly curious when the bottle coughed. "This is a new bottle." Confusion swept over Jinkyung, and he turned his head to look at the mouse on his desk. A blinking light bewildered him. "It's the same as my mouse battery." "Wait, it's because I used it to fight the monsters." Meanwhile, Aya was frozen by the sight before her. She asked, unable to understand, "Benny, what are you still doing there?" Only a sad voice came from him. "Miss Illa told me not to get up." At that, Aya let out a tired sigh. "Get up, she left a long time ago." Benny no longer insisted and laboriously got up. "All right." The two quickly walked toward the dim path ahead. The death monsters were really scary. "Is Illa okay?" "Of course, she ran faster than me. It's a relief she's safe." "Your expression has changed again." Suddenly, Benny was curious about the sight before him. "Oh, what happened here? I heard that giant exploded earlier." Aya, even though she was exhausted, quickly continued, speaking as if launching a shield. "So you saw it too? It means the master of this mountain appeared. Aren't we really lucky? We defeated it." As soon as Benny heard that, he put forward a hypothesis. "Illa must have handled it." Aya unpleasantly corrected him. "No, I used summoning magic." Then the other person's sarcastic laughter was heard. "Oh, I see." At that, the girl couldn't help but say grumpily, I know why Illa Oppa bullies you. Meanwhile, under the less mystical sky, Jinkyung was writhing in confusion. Why did I overlook this problem? I probably used it when fighting the monsters in that world. His mouth mumbled like a madman. I can't believe this is true. Soon it turned into a human megaphone version of Idol Producer Season 2, from Two Worlds Dream. I can't believe I forgot the airing date of what I've been waiting for. Who attacked my brain and made me forget it? My destiny must have been a legendary summoned creature. It has begun. The movie quality is so good. A thought suddenly crossed Jinkyung's mind. This program means a lot to me. He recalled his memory of watching the movie in the past. Ms. Sora, this is your first comeback after a terrible accident, isn't it? The other person quickly jumped on those words. Yes, I was severely injured. My real name is So Young, so some kids made fun of me with my name. The interviewer asked her what she told the children. She answered sincerely, and the person sitting next to her had an expression of disbelief. I told them that wasn't true. So is my last name. The kids teased me, saying my sister and I were half-sisters. So I chose So as my debut name. The beautiful woman's tears saddened the man. So you were sad whenever something related to your name happened. The other party was still shedding tears, attracting fans. Because of that, I stopped my entertainment activities until I graduated from high school. Now I'm afraid to use the name Sora, because I hope it doesn't happen again. But the next words were soon cut off as the TV turned off. Jinkyung gritted his teeth in anger. What the hell, how many times have I been to fan signings and promotional events? We shook hands, talked, and I thanked you for coming. Weren't we pretty close friends? Now you know I'm not that kind of person. I need to explain to them that it's a misunderstanding. As time passed, Jinkyung's thoughts became clearer. She's playing the victim to gain more sympathy and support. Because of that incident, she became very famous. And the malicious comments about me kept increasing. Her sweet and kind demeanor was only for the camera. No one can truly tell what a person's true inner self is, but I always thought idols were all like her. Until a character named Amiri appeared on the small screen. Producer Amiri really wanted to make her fans happy. But Amiri still felt something was lacking in herself, and Jinkyung shed tears of emotion. No, moreover, he clutched his chest and screamed like a drug-addled madman. No, Amiri-chan, you are too perfect right now. Seeing the tears streaming down Amiri's face, Jinkyung mumbled to himself. I'm sure she's crying because of me. His hands were busy wiping away the tears on the screen. Don't cry, Amiri-chan. Conflicting emotions quickly appeared in the young man's mind. In Season 1, she shattered my negative stereotypes about idols. From Episode 1 of Season 2, she captivated my corrupted heart. Before Jinkyung gradually transformed into a true puppet of capitalism, that's enough. I can't do anything for her. I'm sorry, Rihan. You fought discrimination in the Crystal Kingdom. I truly loved watching you grow as you are now. He slowly placed the character figurine into his computer desk drawer. But from today, my goddess will overwhelm you. Jinkyung slammed the drawer shut, his heart tearing. I'm sorry, but just a few seconds later, he happily searched the internet for a new idol's figurine again. What a wonderful Amiri-chan figurine. I have mom's credit card, so I should buy it. But he froze as he realized an unpleasant truth. The fact that Amiri's figurine wasn't as pure as Jinkyung had imagined. Oh my god, you damn idiots, if you truly love Amiri-chan, there's no way the official version would sell so few. What kind of damn idiots only buy naked figurines? As soon as Jinkyung scrolled through the comments, the screaming stopped instantly. My neck doesn't hurt anymore. The moment you peek under her skirt, you scummy guys who have never seen a real woman's body, just disappear quickly. I'm buying this figurine because I want to pull her swimsuit straps. I want to report all of you to the police for sexual harassment. I always wanted to see her like this. In embarrassment, his voice trembled. Dirty perverts, you have no respect for Amiri-chan's pure love. As Jinkyung discovered a very special comment. If you lick her every day, you'll be happy. Riakom's fingers paused for a moment, just at that one remark. He mindlessly purchased the Amiri bikini figurine. The dark night coincidentally concealed Jinkyung's dirty logic. I didn't know about the licking, but I'm truly happy because it's cheap. At the supermarket, Jinkyung's diligent mother was busy checking out customers when she suddenly heard a notification from her phone. As soon as she glanced at it to check, she froze. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she quickly picked up her phone to read it clearly. Another customer looked displeased at the fact that Jinkyung had bought something. What are you doing? Hurry up and check me out. Flustered, she put down her phone and continued working. I'm sorry. But a worrying thought still lingered in her mind. What's going on? Is he planning to leave home? Meanwhile, her precious son Jinkyung was busy watching a movie at home. Every time an interesting scene appeared, he danced as if no one was watching, eventually collapsing onto his bed from exhaustion and sleeping comfortably for a while before getting up again to continue watching the movie. After a long while, Jinkyung yawned widely and stretched his body. I finished Season 1, it's a masterpiece. A masterpiece, but at that very moment he saw a blinking red light from the corner of his computer desk. Ear lay quietly there waiting for its destiny to be decided. Meanwhile, Jinkyung used it as an object to express his uneasy feelings. Is that girl okay? Since I haven't been summoned, everything should be fine. But just a few seconds later, he laughed to himself and babbled nonsense. I'm not worried about you. Thunder should be like this. Before the doorbell outside rang incessantly, Jinkyung checked the monitor in terror. The delivery driver. Numerous thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. What should I do? Should I wait for him to leave the parcel at the guardhouse? Wait, I have the courage to defeat a giant monster. I can do it, I can do it. As soon as the delivery driver said in a gentle voice, "Delivery," he had to wait a long time before Jinkyung bravely stammered, "Please leave it in front of the door." The delivery driver put down the item, sighed, and said, "Yes, I'll put it here." At his words, Jinkyung rejoiced inwardly. I did it, I did it. I need to calculate the time it takes for the delivery driver to enter the elevator. I'll wait 30 seconds. His foot, about to move, was instantly stopped by its owner. No, wait 10 more seconds. Wait until the clock shows the exact time. Jinkyung happily retreated. Okay, I'll get it in a flash. He took a deep breath and tensed every muscle in his body. Let's go. His pale body stretched forward and Jinkyung's hand carefully pressed the doorknob. He tried to pull the door but realized it was locked. Jinkyung suddenly put on a deep act and fell backward. His feet, trying to regain balance, hit the floor. The unpleasant truth angered Jinkyung, but he wouldn't let the mad blood overwhelm him. I need to activate my X-ray vision. As soon as Jinkyung typed in the password, he shouted in his mind, "The door is locked." "The door is open." At his words, he shouted happily. Good, he pressed the door lock button hard once more. As the sound of the door opening echoed in the air, all of Jinkyung's next actions stopped. He took a heavy breath to speak in a cool manner. I broke it. Jinkyung opened the door and stepped out. Shackles. The prison was coincidentally witnessed by the neighbor's sister. The two stared at each other in silence for a long time, until Jinkyung awkwardly leaned against the wall and slowly dragged the large box inside. The house door also quickly closed before the neighbor's sister's surprised eyes. Immediately after, Jinkyung huddled on his bed, not forgetting to put a pillow over his head. He muttered happily for a long time. I did it. I received the delivery. Then, maintaining that posture, he laughed like a madman. Just a few seconds later, Jinkyung became disheartened again and swore, "Damn it." Meanwhile, in a parallel world, Illa's surprised voice echoed. Surprise was clearly visible on her face. You did it. This journey wasn't supposed to take 3 days. Panting but stronger than Benny, had to greet her briefly. Lady, now I know Benny is a bad navigator. Hearing that, Yaya flinched with curiosity. Benny guided you? You've never been to Uncle's residence, haven't you? Benny, where have you been? I was about to order you. At the rude accusation, he couldn't help but speak honestly. The lady told me to wait and then left. Only then did she freeze. I forgot. Were you there the whole time? She returned to her previous attitude and said again. Benny, who told you to get up? At that, Benny barely managed to breathe and found himself in a difficult situation again. Not knowing when he could rest, Illa slowly led Ai to a large house. Come here. I talk to Uncle for a bit. At her words, the girl retreated in fear. How can an ordinary person like me be permitted? Until she gave a valid reason. You're a summoner in training at the same school as me. Uncle wants to meet you too. Let's go. At her words, I had no choice but to agree despairingly. Understood. The two slowly entered the antique interior space, and as soon as they stood before the elderly man, I quickly bowed. It's an honor to meet you. At her words, he smiled cheerfully. Welcome, young lady. The Countess gently began the conversation. I heard you helped Illa escape. It must have been hard fighting monsters. She changed her expression and took all the credit. I fought the monsters, Uncle. This girl ran away. At her words, he just laughed it off. Really, devils make this world harder to live in, don't they? If you have nowhere to go, you can stay here, live and work. As soon as she heard that, I happily expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much, Lord. Her ears continued to listen to the other party's advice. Good, go change into new clothes and learn about work. The girl quickly took a comfortable bath, and even simple food tasted like a delicacy. But I froze as soon as she saw the clothes prepared for her. However, just a few seconds later, she giggled happily again. It's not easy for me. Now the Count has given me new clothes. Count Porden is truly a kind person. After finishing her preparations, I muttered to herself with an uneasy heart. New clothes, huh? Is it okay to wear something like this? As soon as she heard another maid's curious voice. Are you ready? The girl quickly moved her feet. Yes. Seeing her so obedient, the other person's voice also softened noticeably. Follow me. After a long while, I was so exhausted she was covered in sweat. She desperately scrubbed the floor, lamenting inwardly. Working for clothes and food. I should have thought of this beforehand. But as she raised her head, I had a strange thought. This scene is really odd. So she asked the person closest to her out of curiosity. Why is everyone here wearing the same clothes? As soon as she heard that, the other person asked back. These clothes, the Count has taste. I mean, the Count thinks it looks neater when everyone wears the same clothes. I was still shocked after hearing her colleague's explanation. So we're all wearing maid outfits. The girl's mind began to wander elsewhere. My parents always told me to be careful of nobles. They always take advantage of others, and her diligent mother's voice suddenly echoed in her head. So you must become a great summoner, because all commoners instantly become slaves. I sighed in despair as her hands grew cold from scrubbing the floor. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I think it's too late. The dark truth was quickly concealed in illusion, and the real world was almost gone, taken by the Son of Justice. Jinkyung's pale face suddenly became noticeably excited. It was because of the item he had just received from the delivery driver. This is Idol Producers Amiri-chan, Hot Night Sea Limited Edition. Jinkyung knelt down in joy. She's so pretty. Damn it, if I were rich I'd fill this room with Amiri-chan figurines. Is this my limit? At least I bought everything I needed. I'll save it for later. Meanwhile, Jinkyung's parents were having dinner in the kitchen. In the quiet atmosphere, his mother hesitated for a moment before speaking. After a long while, his mother could finally express what she wanted to say. Jinkyung ordered something online. He ordered it himself. At her words, the patriarchal husband paused for a moment and continued eating with the most ruthless words. What kind of human doesn't personally receive a delivered item? The only kinds that can't do that in this building are dogs and cats. Those words crushed all of his mother's joy, and she had to keep washing dishes incessantly. After finishing his meal, the man headed to his study. Fatigue and boredom briefly crossed his stern face, until he personally put out the cigarette he was smoking and began typing furiously on his typewriter. In a parallel world, a maid took Ai to a quiet place to converse. "Lady Ai, since you finished your work so well, the Count thinks you're suitable for another mission." Seeing that the other person was still bewildered and couldn't believe it. "Really?" she quickly added. "You know that many people lost their lives because of the monsters. We are very short on maids to help the Count, and we need more farmers too. The Count has decided to lend you this land with special grace. You can cultivate and harvest crops to repay the Count's debt." The more the other person spoke, the more foolish I became. "Debt, you say?" At her words, the other person had to calmly inform her in a cold voice. "Not only the food, lodging, and clothes you received from the Count, but also the water you used to bathe and wash your clothes. Of course, the rent for this land is not included. This is a special grace. The Count hopes you can repay this debt quickly." That was all. After leaving her final words, she quickly departed, leaving I alone with a pile of simple farming tools. Suddenly it began to snow, and the girl's wounded heart hurt even more. I's eyes looked far into the distance, where the end of this land was out of sight. But as the snow clouds disappeared, the sun witnessed the girl in a maid outfit gritting her teeth and digging the ground. She worked hard, putting strength into her hips and waist, but the land was not much different from how it started. A while later, I, exhausted, put her hands on her waist and took a few breaths. Then she shouted with a strangely serene face, "It seems my efforts are useless," but just a few seconds later she cried painfully and collapsed agonizingly onto the ground she had just cleared. "It's over." In despair, I muttered Jinkyung's nickname. "What should I do, Lord Itoba?" At the same time, as soon as the sun rose directly above his house, the doorbell rang, startling Jinkyung. Another delivery. "Did Mom or Dad order something? What should I do? Should I just ignore it as usual?" He also didn't forget to calculate and mutter. "I made a mistake last time, but if I'm careful, everything will be fine. I received the delivery before. Please put it on the floor. Please put it in front of the door." As soon as he heard that, the delivery driver bent down. "Yes, I'll put it here," unaware that someone on the other side of the door was smiling excitedly. "See, it's nothing." Jinkyung's heart pounded strongly. He stared blankly at the front door, unable to do anything. Just a few seconds later, Jinkyung hastily moved forward, his eyes following the process precisely through a god's eye view, primarily to check if the house across the street was playing tricks and suddenly appearing like last time. Seeing no one, Jinkyung began to breathe heavily with tension. Now his hand placed on the doorknob also began to tremble. Suddenly a clear ringing sound echoed in the hallway. The door of the house across the street was opened by a man. Immediately after, the woman who had witnessed Jinkyung's sight also tied her shoelaces and came out, thanks to that moment. His pinky finger naturally extended and his hand relaxed comfortably. Jinkyung also took deep breaths, calming himself. "No, I thought I was going to die. It's better for them to leave." Just then, the boyfriend noticed his girlfriend staring intently at his parcel and asked with curiosity, "What's wrong, honey?" The woman then said something unexpected. "He ordered another delivery. It reminds me of yesterday." At her words, the boyfriend asked in puzzlement, "Yesterday?" As he suddenly showed curiosity, the woman began her story in an even more exciting voice. "That's right, it was really strange. There was a very loud crash sound, and do you know what the man said?" At that, her boyfriend immediately burst out laughing. "A magic shield. Honey, are you serious?" She then continued her story. "The man yelled that his magic shield was destroyed and rushed out. He had long, dark, disheveled hair, hollow eyes, and was wearing a tracksuit. I honestly thought he was a ghost. It was so scary." Her boyfriend casually remarked, "He's probably a hikikomori or something." She let out a tired sigh before the elevator doors closed. "I don't know, but I never want to run into him again." All these words reached Jinkyung's ears, and his breath hitched. His face turned pale in sudden panic. His brain recalled the first comments Jinkyung had read when that incident occurred. "What a piece of trash. I wish he'd just die." Society gets worse because of people like him. Anxiety incessantly swept over him, and the gazes of passers-by pierced Jinkyung like sharp arrows. "Is that him? I think I saw him on the internet." Malicious words, no different from an ancient curse, poured out. "He's a stalker, a bully, and now he'll be a pervert. Look at him walking around as if he's done nothing wrong. He makes me sick. Perverts like him should die. What was his mom thinking giving birth to such a child? If I see him outside, I hope he drops dead instantly. His parents gave birth to a useless child. He's truly useless. People like him should immediately go to a mental hospital. For the safety of society, he should be castrated." Lack of oxygen plunged Jinkyung into dizziness and pain. Then he collapsed and passed out in the hallway. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Jinkyung's father eventually returned. It had been a hard day. He looked down and found a delivery box sitting to one side, and his hand, untying his tie, paused. Just then, Jinkyung's frail mother emerged from the kitchen. "You're home?" When he nodded, she immediately hesitated and said something strange. "When I came back I saw Jinkyung passed out upstairs." As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room changed oddly. So gathering all her courage, she conveyed the last piece of information. "I tried to take him to the hospital, but he wouldn't come out of his room." He stood blankly for a moment thinking, then slowly walked towards his room. But before he could even enter the room, his wife gently chastised him. "Don't push him too hard, let him get used to it gradually." At her words, the irritation in his heart grew. So he grumbled and entered the room, leaving his final words, "I ordered something I needed, but now I can't even order things in this house?" The door slammed shut, as if angry at everyone in the house. Mother let out a tired sigh at the gloomy atmosphere in the house. Her eyes did not leave her son's bedroom door. Inside, Jinkyung was resting. The thoughtful mother lit mosquito coils and held the computer screen close to her son's face. Jinkyung, having suffered a huge shock to his brain, gasped for small breaths, staring blankly at the bright light before his eyes. Meanwhile, in Iha's world, the sunset painted the entire world red, and the Count's mansion was filled with cool air. The lower-ranking staff queued outside to receive their wages. He smiled cheerfully and said, "It was a good idea, wasn't it, Iha?" The girl's young face was gazed at by the other party for a long time, and his breath was growing hot. "She looks really great. The black dress and white apron are a perfect combination." Suddenly, the head maid's instruction echoed. "Now everyone has received a special mission from the Count. We look forward to your future efforts." That was all. Aya, looking dismal, turned toward the desolate land assigned to her. A maid, a cleaner, a farmer, working in the fields during the day and doing odd jobs at night. The people who worked here were both guards and farmers. They cultivated crops on the land near the mansion and protected it when monsters appeared. Maids, cooks, hunters, warriors, all of them served the Count, each with their own duties, striving for achievements. At that information, Aya unconsciously mumbled, "Why does this feel so unfair? But I can't wander forever." Her face was flustered, covered in sweat. "Am I becoming a slave?" Aya read the contents of the paper she had just received and sighed incessantly. The Count's mission: most people work near places where monsters frequently appear. Be constantly vigilant for approaching threats and ensure no one is harmed. She walked quite a distance before stopping. Frustration surging, Aya threw all her belongings to vent her anger. But just a few seconds later, she was disappointed again, picked up her belongings and walked forward. That's right. As soon as she arrived at her land, Aya coincidentally found 3 strange figures standing there. But as soon as she realized what they were, she began to scream. These were the most destructive creatures Aya could ever see in this place. They were grotesque birds with strange, foolish faces. In confusion, she ran, continuously shouting, "Oh no, my precious field, what on earth is this? Why is this happening to my field?" Negative thoughts raced through Iha's head. "My debt is increasing every day. I can't lose my only source of income." She reached out her hand in despair before thinking, "I shouldn't rely too much on the Lord. I need to summon Jinn like Illa Uni." And then she chanted a new spell. Immediately, a magic circle appeared on the dry ground. An uncomfortable heat emanated from the pillar of energy, forcing Aya to step back. A grotesque creature with only a tail and arms engulfed in burning flames appeared. Her face stared blankly at the figure before her until it slowly disappeared in an instant. Small remnants of flames made Aya crouch down and watch the entire incident. The event left her breathless and dumbfounded. Frustration surging, Aya decided to fight directly with a wooden hoe. As she hit one, it flew into the sky, and the other two, naturally scared, fled. Seeing her land safe, Aya threw down the hoe in anger, cursing, "This is what you get for daring to touch my field." "Wait, no, then." No different from Jinkyung, she knelt in despair, muttering, "Is a hoe stronger than my Jinn? I might as well become a farmer." The background changed to an antique house with a blue roof. Uncle Ira came out and asked Han, "You're back?" Jade carefully bowed her head. "Yes, Lord." Ira quickly clasped her hands and asked Han, "Jay, how's Dad? Is he okay?" He replied politely with a firm demeanor, "Yes, young lady. The Count is currently making plans to counter the monster threat." Uncle Ira took a step closer and asked again, "Can we find out the cause of the monster's appearance?" Jade still looked directly at the other party with serious eyes. "Yes, I am here to report that to your lordship." After that, Uncle Ira and she headed to the meeting room. The two faced Ronian. He began the meeting with wide eyes. "So the princess sent you here. Very good, tell us." Ronian politely bowed his head and replied, "Yes, lord. I am a mage from the northern Caladion." Ira exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, mages exist?" He calmly nodded. "Yes, young lady. In the past mages were everywhere, but now most people learn to summon spirits." Uncle Ira narrowed his eyes, recalling memories. "There was a time decades ago when I learned magic." "Anyway, you said you came from the Caladion continent." Ronian calmly continued his introduction. "Yes, that is a dimensional gate connecting our world and the demon world." He spoke fluently to the two. "As your lordship knows, we sealed the dimensional gate to prevent monster invasions. The Caladion kingdom dispatched many warriors and mages to maintain the seal. As a result of fighting demons for centuries, the seal broke, but the number of monsters entering our world suddenly exploded." Ronian let out a long sigh, expressing regret. "And eventually, northern Caladion was destroyed. The demons passed through the dimensional gate and attacked the south. As soon as he heard that, Uncle Ira angrily slammed the table. Nonsense, what happened to the northern kingdom? Seeing that, Ronin continued his story. Demons cannot pass through areas without passing through Goda. From what I saw on my way here, at his last words he sighed and cursed. Arias has already become a battlefield. Damn it, Ronin said vaguely. The princess sent someone to help Arias. Ira quickly expressed her confusion. An expedition? Uncle Ira said there was someone who could be used here. He raised his voice, explaining that there was an exceptionally skilled summoner. Benny asked in surprise, "Really?" At that, Ira was dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. Benny didn't care and immediately reminded her, "Show some respect to others. Everyone knows Lady Ira is the best summoner." After that, he was sent outside for push-ups as punishment. Ira stood up and confidently introduced herself. "I studied at the school that trains the best summoners, so I intend to participate in this incident." Ronin nodded coldly. "Understood, young lady." The sky gradually turned red with the sunset. Aya sadly knelt on the ground and hugged her legs. "It's too vast. This land is too vast. It feels like I could just plant anywhere." As the seed sprouted, she was too happy to speak. "Why has it grown already? I heard it would take at least 5 days." Aya cried as she looked at the young leaves. "Why am I so good at farming?" The surrounding crows merely cawed into the air. Aya annoyingly noticed the nuisance. "These young ones." She picked up a shovel. "Are you here again to bother me? So annoying." Aya stood up and extended the shovel forward. "I'll never let you touch my precious field." "Well, it's not that precious, but I'll make sure you never set foot here again." But her eyes froze. In front of Aya was a giant bird monster. She began to sweat coldly. "You even brought your mom." The bird monster immediately let out a loud cry and charged at Aya. Meanwhile, in the city sky, signs of a storm were brewing. Jinkyong's eyes were wide open, his pupils tiny. He stared blankly ahead. "Outside is really dangerous. Anything can kill you." Jinkyong continued to stare intently at the red orb. But when the time came, he immediately threw his white cape high. Jinkyong smiled confidently. He feared nothing, elegantly leaping high. Jinkyong lifted his gaunt face and declared, "I can look them straight in the eye and say, 'Today is not your day.'" Then a beam of light poured down from above. In the middle of the sky, only a single ray of light illuminated the ground. It seemed to be aimed at the empty ground. No doubt, it's clearly aimed at the bird monster making loud noises on the ground. Aya looked up in excitement. "Sir Tuba!" She suddenly noticed something strange, but Aya was not afraid and continued to shout, "Sir Tuba, Sir Tuba!" Jinkyong's figure slowly appeared from the sky and he landed on the ground arrogantly with open arms. Aya wept sadly and sobbed, "No, Sir Tuba, please don't do such embarrassing things anymore." Jinkyong created his own effect after landing, embarrassing her. "And don't make those strange noises either." Aya collapsed sadly to the ground. "I've never been so embarrassed in front of monsters like this." Jinkyong quickly took a step onto the ground, his face calm, completely devoid of fear. Jinkyong opened his eyes with both arms spread wide. "I'm here, Aya." Aya couldn't even bring herself to turn around. Jinkyong chuckled at the bird monster. "So it was you, monster. You will die under my terrifying power." He suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Aya. "Wait, Ai-chan," Jinkyong shouted in surprise. "Ai-chan, what's wrong?" As Aya didn't move, he became even more panicked. "You damn bastard, what did you do to Ai-chan? I'll make you regret touching Ai-chan." So Jinkyong threw a weapon at the bird monster. He chanted a spell in a serious voice, "God of fire, God of destruction, to these messengers of darkness." Before he could even finish speaking, the bird monster rushed forward, opening its mouth wide as if to swallow him alive. Jinkyong screamed in fear, "Don't attack when I'm speaking." Annoyed, he immediately flicked on his lighter. "Damn it." Jinkyong took a step back, ready to attack. "That bird." Jinkyong frowned. "Katai Shiki." The lighter in his hand danced across the bird monster's face, skillfully piercing its neck. The bird monster's head fell expressionlessly to the ground. Jinkyong confidently raised his weapon like a god. He presented an arrogant and triumphant face. Ultimate technique, Jin's lighter number 1. Jinkyong immediately struck the lighter across the bird monster's entire body. Destruction. A streak of flame instantly pierced the bird monster, tearing it in half. A bomb quickly formed, followed by an explosion that shook the entire open ground. As Jinkyong watched, the bird monster eventually burned to ashes. He chuckled, "I prefer my chicken crispy on the outside, juicy on the inside." Jinkyong looked around and breathed a sigh of relief. "It's so peaceful here. Even though it's much more dangerous than the world I lived in." Aya suddenly looked up and stared at the feathers floating in the air. With dazed eyes, she managed to say, "In one hit." Aya sprang up happily and shouted loudly, "You destroyed my field in one hit, Oppa." Aya was so overjoyed she immediately burst into tears. "Thank you, Lord." Jinkyong was startled and asked back, "A field? Is this your field?" She sadly bowed her head. "More accurately, it's the Count's field." He pressed her. "You're a farmer, weren't you a summoner?" Jinkyong was immediately bewildered. "Wait, numbers keep appearing in this kid's head. What's that all about?" He realized it was a maid outfit. Jinkyong's gaze fell to Aiha's clothes. It wasn't a fake costume made by a cosplay company. He couldn't stop exclaiming, "It's handcrafted with thick, luxurious fabric. To think it's an outfit actually used in a fantasy world." "High-class maid outfit," Jinkyong said, his eyes wide with admiration. "It looks like her outfit and tears are a perfect pair. What is that smell?" Aya glanced unhappily at Sir Tuba. "What are you doing?" Jinkyong snapped out of it and stood up. I was checking if you were hurt anywhere. She smiled innocently and replied, I'm fine, thank you. The previous birds continued to cry. This made both of them feel a little sad. The birds are still here. Jinkyung put his hands on his hips and let out a morbid laugh. I roasted your mom deliciously. Should I roast you too? Aya quickly reminded Sir Tuba. You sound like a bad person right now, Oppa. The birds immediately opened their beaks wide and charged. Both Jinkyung and Aya froze for a few seconds. Soon after, another bird monster appeared before them. Jinkyung asked himself with hollow eyes, Is that the daddy bird? It must be the daddy bird. He shouted fearlessly. I just roasted your wife, Aya shouted from the side before he could be stopped. Sir Tuba, you're like a monster, Oppa. The bird monster became even more enraged and shrieked louder. Jinkyung gleefully took a battle stance. All right, extra roasted chicken. She showed no fear of death, only concern for her field. You'll spare my field, won't you, Sir Tuba? The bird monster continued to raise its head and shriek loudly at the sky. Immediately, a flock of baby birds poured down from somewhere. They grew in number, charging at Jinkyung. Each and every one of them had their beaks wide open and looked extremely fierce. Jinkyung now turned around and asked, You asked me to spare your field, right? Aya was so terrified she froze. Who cares about the field? Burn it all. Then he curved his lips into a smile and opened his lighter. All right, then it's time to show my power once again. Jinkyung was flustered as no fire came out of his weapon anymore. He trembled and clenched it tightly. The gas has run out. Jinkyung began to recall everything again. Damn it, his eyes unexpectedly welled up with tears. Now that I think about it, the insecticide spray, the battery. Jinkyung awkwardly scratched his head and looked at the girl. Ai-chan, I think I forgot something. Can I go home for a bit and get it? At his words, Aya gasped, but Jinkyung immediately ignored her. Oh, never mind. I haven't fully enjoyed the maid outfit yet. He clutched his head frantically on the spot, thinking, what should I do? Will Ai-chan's stone help me prepare a bit? But Jinkyung immediately rummaged through everything in his backpack. What else did I bring? Dad's lighter. And there was one more thing I ordered online. A box of mosquito coils fell out of his pocket. Jinkyung, with a bewildered expression, didn't understand why he had brought it. Aya continued to worry and remind him, Sir Tuba, they're coming. He blankly held out the mosquito coil. Jinkyung stared at the lighter, racking his brain. Think, any skill or magic I imagine here becomes real, doesn't it? He struggled to create a small lingering flame. He held the mosquito coil out in front of his enemies. If I just think of something, this looks familiar. Jinkyung mumbled to himself, the original form of Ni. He opened his eyes wide, so much so that his pupils were barely visible. Jinkyung held it out to the birds. That's right, I remember now. This will protect Ai-chan's field. Before he could even finish speaking, Jinkyung was bitten by a bird in one go, and Aya screamed in terror. Sir Tuba, the bird bit Jinkyung Oppa in one go. A bright flame flickered inside the bird's mouth. And slowly his figure appeared within a red aura. Jinkyung confidently curved his lips into a smile. I can't believe I forgot this secret technique from the anime. And so, as thousands of birds charged, he shouted, Activate Fear Mosquito Zone. The bird that had bitten Jinkyung was torn to pieces. Now he stood firm against the other birds. In an instant they were all incinerated without a single feather remaining. The explosion resonated even with the birds behind them. And so, one by one, they effortlessly burned to ashes. The explosions continued rapidly, echoing throughout the entire sky. The impact of the explosions reached beyond the universe. After everything had passed, only dust scattered in the air. Aya also stared blankly at everything before her eyes. She let out a tired sigh. Suddenly, Aya witnessed Jinkyung extending his hand and receiving something. It was the mosquito coil from before. Aya rushed closer. Sir Tuba, are you all right? He turned around and smiled lightly. This wasn't particularly difficult. She blankly pointed at the mosquito coil. What is this? Jinkyung scratched his head and said awkwardly. How should I explain this? I could call it the ultimate defense system. It creates a psychic shield that exists within all humans. Upon hearing that, Aya became even more confused and he immediately shook his head, disappointed. As expected, ordinary people wouldn't understand after that. Jinkyung concluded with a single word, probably. He suddenly remembered something and asked curiously, But why are you cultivating crops? I thought you were a summoner. Aya immediately lowered her face, showing regret. A lot has happened. And this place feels more like a wasteland than a field, she continued to explain sadly. Right now I'm clearing this land. Jinkyung was surprised. All of this is yours? He scratched his face and nodded. It looks quite dangerous. Aya also awkwardly lowered her head. Yes, monsters appear, but they've never entered the swampy area. Jinkyung looked around again. We might be able to avoid monsters here, but this place isn't safe. It's not good to stay too long, Ai-chan. So he turned first and said, All right, guide me. Since we've met after a long time, I'll take you home. She happily opened her eyes wide. Yes. The sky quickly returned to its original serene state. As the two walked for a bit, Aya complimented him. You're truly interesting, Oppa. Jinkyung stopped, puzzled. Tuba, why? She politely explained immediately. Normally spirits can't stay in our world for too long. He clasped his hands behind his head and looked at Aya. Really? Aya continued to nod. Yes, it uses too much of the summoner's power, she said softly and sadly. I was a bit suspicious because I'm not that strong. Are you okay, Oppa? Jinkyung paid no mind and continued walking. I'm perfectly fine. His face displayed immense arrogance toward the sky. Because I'm no ordinary spirit. Aya just watched him quietly as if she wanted to say something, but she chose silence and continued walking with her head down. Jin-kyung quickly noticed this. He subtly turned and asked, "What's wrong, Ai-chan? Are you hesitating about something?" At his words, Aya forced a smile. "Ah well," eventually she blurted out blankly. "Do you think that me trying to do something I have absolutely no talent for is a waste of time?" Jin-kyung let out a long sigh and fell into thought. "Well, an amazing person like me wouldn't really know, but a lot of people worry about things like that." Aya understood and accepted. "Perhaps so." Jin-kyung rubbed his chin and grumbled, "It's hard enough to do what you're good at, but to keep doing what you're bad at is just too foolish." His words seemed to enlighten her with a truth. Many people say, "I did my best so I deserve better treatment," as if they're the main characters of a story. Jin-kyung continued in a moralizing tone. "They're just seeking attention from others. That's their goal. When I see people like that I just can't." Aya asked back skeptically, "You can't?" He stopped and looked at her. "What I mean is I can't relate to them." Then Jin-kyung put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. "That guy is really strange." Aya also burst into laughter at the absurdity. "That's truly ridiculous." Aya looked down at the ground. "Come to think of it, whether I try to become a summoner or become a maid, it's just a matter of whether I want to or not. It means nothing." Suddenly Jin-kyung turned around and shouted, "That's right, Ai-chan, you said you'd grant me one wish, didn't you?" She stopped in surprise. "Ah yes." He quickly put a small pouch in her hand. They rested on a rock for a while later. Aya, puzzled, held it and asked, "What is this?" Sir Tuba Jin-kyung nonchalantly covered his eyes. "I protected you safely, didn't I? I want to see you wear that once." Now she looked at the item, extremely embarrassed. "It shouldn't be too difficult." It was a two-piece red bikini. Jin-kyung continued to cover his eyes and smiled innocently. "It seems to have a bit less fabric, but it's from the idol producer anime. It's the outfit Amiri-chan wore in the Midsummer Night's Beach live show." He raised his voice in an excited tone. "I'll keep my eyes covered. Tell me when you've changed." The more Jin-kyung revealed his thoughts, the angrier Aya became. "It might feel a little strange, but the more skin that's exposed, the more is actually hidden." He spoke as if it were obvious, not caring about anyone. "You don't have to keep wearing it, but every time you summon me you should show proper respect." Jin-kyung continued to tease her. "I have no impure intentions. I'm just worried you might get hurt." Saliva started to trickle down his face. "I like maid outfits too, but this could be called battle armor." Jin-kyung continued to cover his eyes, but the scenery had already changed. "Are you all changed? Can I open my eyes?" He continued to shout blankly and expectantly. Ai-chan, it turned out Aya had pushed the pervert away at some point. "Sir Tuba, I'm sorry." Jin-kyung quickly returned to his own home. He slumped into his chair, disheartened. Jin-kyung muttered to himself absently, "The cat in the box is half alive and half dead, 50 probability." His eyes seemed to well up with tears. "I need to observe the subject. That is, the subject's state must be determined." As an observer he stared intently at the red orb. "I must confirm it." Suddenly, Jin-kyung shouted so loudly his jaw dropped. "I miss Aya, I want to see her in a bikini." Jin-kyung got up frantically. "Whether Ai-chan wears a bikini or a maid outfit, it's all fine. It's not because I'm a pervert." His mom looked up, startled, following the source of the scream. She quickly approached to observe. "I thought he was depressed lately, but I thought he was getting better." Jin-kyung's mom looked suspiciously towards his room door. "I feel like he's changed somehow." Conversely, overwhelmed by a worrying thought, he mused blankly, "Was my request too much? I didn't think a swimsuit was such an embarrassing outfit. Was I mistaken? But she promised me. It's really complicated." Jin-kyung blankly looked up at the orb. "I barely ever talk to girls, so I don't really know." He looked at his computer screen and suddenly had an idea. "Who can I ask about this?" Jin-kyung's hands moved faster than his brain, continuously typing on the keyboard. The question immediately appeared on the screen. "Do girls like receiving bikinis as gifts from friends?" The responses came very quickly. Everyone piled in, answering incessantly. "Of course not. Unless it's from a hikikomori like you. Who cares who he is? He didn't force anything on that girl. She can accept it or leave. If it's something like a mini dress or a bikini, she'll never wear it. Don't ask any more. Don't make fun of him. Girls like that actually exist in this world." Jin-kyung didn't understand and cursed. "You pathetic losers." He tiredly leaned back in his chair. "There's still a chance. Even if I deviated from my original plan, there's still a way to turn things around and make up for it. I need to find a way to give her this bikini." Jin-kyung unconsciously glanced at the orb. "Come to think of it." Meanwhile, Aya was happily tilling her field. "How long has it been? 3 days, I think. My field seems to be getting a bit better. What is Oppa doing?" She gripped the hoe tighter in her hand. After that, Aya thought that since she had sown many seeds today, she should expand the field tomorrow and walked step by step. She happily looked up at the sky. "I need to water them. I hope it rains." Aya immediately turned and headed home. "At least thanks to Sir Tuba, I don't have to worry about monsters. I need to work even harder tomorrow." She turned around at a sound, muttering, "What's that?" Aya peered closely at the waving figure and faintly guessed it was Benny. Then he ran towards her. Aya calmly asked, "What's wrong, Benny? It's been a while." Benny turned around in surprise. "What do you mean? I've been out here for 3 days." She replied with a still cold expression, "Really? Where did you come from?" He chuckled, paying no mind. "I went to retrieve the lady's dress." Upon hearing that, Aya gently teased him. "You're directionally challenged, aren't you?" Benny smiled brightly and replied, "It took me 3 days." They walked back together. "How are the crops, Aya?" Aya gently informed him. "They seem to be doing well." When living alone, she used to be busier with summoner lessons than anything else, but now all she had to do was follow their orders. Benny looked around with suspicious eyes. Really? She didn't answer and brought up a different topic, seemingly feeling liberated. Benny quietly put his hands in his pockets. There's a saying, would any wild animal want a domesticated life? His next words confused Aya even more. Animals that live that way don't need to worry about hunters or prey. Benny quietly remarked that humans want to control everything, as if domesticating it. Aya's gaze turned to her friend. They didn't want to think or worry about anything. They were afraid of taking responsibility for their actions. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks. So they told themselves it was okay to be exploited, but the price was freedom. Benny laughed thoughtlessly and said, if you're free you can do anything. Hearing that, Aya hesitated and lowered her head. Benny continued to ask questions, but she's a free citizen and knows how to summon spirits, so she'll have many opportunities. Some say summoners even become nobles. Conversely, Aya quietly refused. No, she turned and spoke coldly. I doubt such words because I have no talent whatsoever. Benny sighed and laughed loudly. But he said she defeated a titan. Isn't her summoning ability good enough? Aya lowered her head and moved cautiously. I was only able to summon one spirit, and I just happened to be lucky enough to summon a very strong one. Benny still asked very optimistically. Isn't that great? Isn't one strong spirit much better than many weak ones? She immediately explained in more detail, leaving him dumbfounded. If a spirit takes too much damage in battle, it returns to its original world and no longer responds to summoning. Lesser spirits are very similar but can be summoned multiple times. Strong spirits like those of ancient heroes or gods are different. Benny barely managed to utter a few words, and she shut her mouth in embarrassment. It's too complicated. Aya thought awkwardly. She suggested a basic idea, for example, that summoning farmers would be very easy. She happily nodded immediately. That's right, there are many farmers. Aya continued to propose other scenarios. What about a count? Benny was surprised to realize there was only one count in this area. Then she turned and sighed. That's right, if I can't summon that spirit, I'm screwed. I've never summoned anyone other than Sir Tuba. Aya sadly shook her head. Benny, I can't do it. Hearing that, he too was discouraged. She's right, it doesn't seem possible. She quickly acted cute. Benny, you should comfort me. Illa Uni. Conversely, Benny rudely interrupted. I know Ronian is at Illa's house right now. He bowed his head and politely asked Han, is there no summoner here? Her Highness is waiting. Ronian continued to repeat his suggestion, and Illa was startled. If you can't find anyone else, she immediately looked elsewhere and made an excuse. You can't send just anyone on a dangerous mission, can you? Just wait a moment. Then Ronian bowed his head again. Yes, young lady, then I'll take my leave, Illa muttered irritably to herself. Right, so annoying. After that, she paced around the house several times. A summoner? Who should I send? Illa tiredly sank into a chair and continued to think. I should take a few summoner kids from school. I need to send someone I can find nearby. Suddenly the door opened. Aya and Benny shouted simultaneously. Illa Uni, hello? He bowed in greeting. I'm back. She nodded casually. All right, Benny, hang your clothes and sit here. Then Benny climbed the stairs helplessly. Aya also tried to escape in embarrassment. Excuse me. Illa immediately stopped her. Wait, Maina. She forced a smile despite breaking out in a cold sweat. Yes, Illa's gaze was fixed directly on Aya. She was so scared she felt like she was going to pee, but she dared not say anything. Then Illa leaned in to examine her more closely. She tiredly leaned back and waved her hand, chasing her away. All right, I guess I just misjudged. Go on. Aya had no choice but to nod. Yes, as she left, Illa was suddenly overcome with anxiety. What was that just now? I suddenly felt like something ominous was going to happen to me. Sayo bowed her head in deep thought. If there's anyone who can even summon a dog... Jinkyung locked himself in his dark room. He couldn't take his eyes off the screen. Amiri's beautiful figure appeared on the screen. Suddenly, Jinkyung shifted his gaze to the side. He was captivated by the piece of orb that Aya had given him. Then Jinkyung irritably continued to scratch his head. I'm still thinking about it. It wouldn't be good to be summoned without preparation, would it? The sound coming from his computer immediately drew him in. But at least Ai-chan relied on me a lot. She's here. Then as notifications kept appearing on the screen, Jinkyung was surprised. These YouTubers are really funny. Karen and Amiri talked to each other. Amiri, what are you doing here? Jinkyung immediately recognized Karen-chan, Amiri-chan Sr. He glared irritably. Those guys only like her because of her huge chest. What idiots. Jinkyung complained and let out a deep sigh. I can't concentrate on the anime. Concentrate. But why does Amiri-chan look so serious? Karen turned with a serious face. Are you going to give up? Amiri sadly frowned. My friend is thinking about it. I can't sing as well as the other members and I'm not good at dancing either. So I'm thinking of giving up. Jinkyung was startled, realizing something. Karen hurriedly reassured her junior. Amiri, look at me. She looked seriously. Do you enjoy being on stage? Do your fans enjoy it? Amiri replied blankly. Yes. She hesitated for a moment, then answered firmly. Yes. Karen continued to speak seriously. That's all you need. It means you deserve to be a star. So don't worry and come to your uni if you have any problems. You don't have to pretend it's someone else's problem. Jinkyung watched the conversation blankly. Karen volunteered to help her junior. His eyes immediately widened. Is it a waste of time for Aya to try to do something she has absolutely no talent for? He leaned his face in and thought, damn it, did I think too much? Ever since I first met her, I ended up summoning something. Jinkyung stared blankly for a long time. I only talked to other YouTubers, so I had no way of knowing what other people were thinking. He clenched his fists as if hating himself. I'm such an idiot. Jinkyang gritted his teeth, annoyed by the words he had said. She didn't wear a bikini for me. Aya suddenly flinched. She looked around, terrified. What? I suddenly felt a creepy sensation. Aya crossed her arms and stared at the perverted gift. She complained irritably. I didn't know people would make them this small, but Aya still tried on the clothes. Is this how you wear it? Her face immediately turned red after trying it on. Then Aya took it off. I need to throw it away right now, burn it outside. The surrounding sky was very dark and only faint lights were visible. Aya walked lightly, muttering to herself. I feel bad for Sir Tuba, but suddenly she heard a howling sound and froze. Another explosion echoed in the distance, shaking the sky. As she got closer, Ronin was casting magic. Aya seemed to be drawn to it blankly. Fantastic flames erupted from his hand. She suddenly burst out in surprise, and Ronin was startled. Who are you? Then Aya immediately bowed and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Maina. Ahaha. Suddenly she continued awkwardly. I'm a farmer. Ronin also politely bowed in greeting. Hello, I am the mage Ronin. I have some business with the count. Hearing that, Aya was very surprised. A mage? Was that magic just now? Ronin laughed loudly and replied, That's right, she continued in an excited voice. I've never seen magic before. I go to a summoner's school. He stared at the other person with wide eyes. It was true. Aya continued to ask loudly. What was that magic just now? I saw small lights from your hand, the magic glowing around you. Ronin, surprised, continued to cast magic. I'll show you another magic. After that, with a few movements and strange incantations, a green circle appeared. Aya looked up, mouth agape. Immediately, many lights appeared in the sky. She ran around with an excited demeanor of extreme joy. Aya was indescribably happy. It was as if millions of fireflies were dancing around. I never knew it could be this beautiful. What kind of magic is this? Ronin said casually, without fear. This is a wide-area meteor attack. It's magic with immense destructive power, so its use is forbidden in war, Aya quickly said. As a summoner in training, I know it failed, but if this magic had succeeded, he continued, speaking just in time, and several nearby mountains exploded. She screamed, terrified. How can you be so calm? Ronin just shrugged. Because I was one of the most outstanding students in school. He is also a high-ranking mage of the highest grade. Then he turned and explained further. This magic is like this. There are 3 stages to creating magic. Ronin moved his limbs. First is the incantation. Second is the mage's concentration and imagination. Shaping the magic, it cannot be strengthened or weakened and depends on one's ability. Ronin emphasized each word of the last stage, the ultimate catalyst for all magic. If mana does not exist, all a mage's abilities are useless, Aya said innocently and frankly. The first magic I saw was creating fireballs. She quickly figured out what lack of mana was. He nodded in agreement. That's right, but we don't know why, so everyone learns to summon. Aya listened carefully as Ronin taught more. Summoned spirits can use mana from their world. It's like demons using mana from their homeland when they use magic. While speaking, he stopped sadly. I'm sorry, did I bore you? She waved her hand, refusing. No, I really like hearing these stories. Then Aya held up a candle and looked at the sky. When Sir Tuba uses his abilities, he seems to be imagining something. So Sir Tuba uses mana from his own world. Suddenly she was captivated by something strange in the sky. What is that? Ronin looked up suspiciously. A bird. It wasn't an ordinary bird. It flew at tremendous speed. It evolved and transformed more and more into a white light. The bird flew in a straight line and landed on a house, leaving traces of explosions everywhere it passed. Both I and Ronin watched in surprise. The house was engulfed in flames and people screamed for help. Fire? Uncle Illa and she hurriedly rushed over. What's wrong? He stepped back a few steps, terrified. People shouted at each other. What is that? Put out the fire quickly, Uncle Illa kept repeating. Is no one listening to me? No one can escape. Those who escaped the fire were overjoyed. It's not a dream. Freedom. Blessings to the demons. Uncle Illa and Illa sadly looked at the house. If all of you die, who will work? Where did I put Benny? He immediately interrogated. Who caused the explosion? Benny rushed over. Lady, I'm here. She looked back blankly. Weren't you at home? He reported in a firm voice. It's due to the demon attack. He immediately pointed in another direction. The master is over there. Suddenly, a star flew very quickly across the sky, getting closer and closer. The speed of this star was not slow at all, flying at tremendous speed in the wind. It flew straight towards the burning house. Uncle Illa stared blankly and said, What is that? It's a demon. He immediately brandished his weapon and shouted, Stand back. He immediately crouched down, ready to attack. Then he threw the sword in his hand at Ga. The weapon charged as if flying, but it was useless and the sword bounced off in another direction. He and Illa froze on the spot. Yaya rushed over and the 3 barely managed to dodge to the side. Yaya staggered to her feet. What is that? He shouted worriedly. I told you to stand back. Suddenly she stood upright. Then I will, he continued to warn. Be careful, young lady. It's not an ordinary demon. Illa didn't listen and immediately chanted a spell. She pointed forward with her finger, shouting each word loudly. A yellow circle quickly appeared before their eyes. Callation was immediately activated by Ilir's power. It dodged Ga as if trained, fearing nothing. She quickly commanded, Callation, Lord of Storms, lend me your power. Then Callation roared, emitting thunder and lightning. It struck the flying Ga with its fist. In just one blow it was sent flying tens of thousands of miles away. He celebrated excitedly immediately. Young lady, you're amazing, Benny pouted on the spot. She just used her power to save herself. Illa gasped and followed the trace. Is it over? I can't maintain a high-grade spirit for too long. The forest fell silent for a long time and suddenly Ga began to glow again, crushing their hope. Illa gritted her teeth, annoyed and uncomfortable. She quietly observed, "Move slower, we can defeat it." He took up an offensive stance. One more time, Aya rushed over from a distance. "Milady, is everyone all right?" She turned around with a blank expression to see Aya and Ronin. Illa forced an awkward smile. Aya quickly asked curiously, "Did Milady summon that spirit?" She kept waving her hand, refusing. No, I didn't see any spirit." Aya also nodded as if controlled. "You're right, did I hallucinate?" Benny just silently looked at the ground. "Don't be fooled." Jade immediately pointed into the distance and reported. "Milady, that monster is still." Illa quickly cut him off. "It seems to be dying for some reason, so we won't need to intervene further." Ronin widened his eyes and looked up. "Is that his lordship?" Illa asked back innocently. "What is that? It's not an ordinary monster," he stammered, unable to speak properly. "Raya's guide." Illa looked at Jade in surprise. "Raya's guide?" An explosion occurred near where they were standing. Illa laughed it off. "It exploded, who cares?" Ronin seriously explained everything. After the north was ravaged, some nobles and soldiers sold their souls and sided with the demons. Raya was one of them, attacking our main strongholds after transforming into a giant demon, Illa said nonchalantly. "It doesn't look that giant," Uncle scoffed irritably. "It's this size, you're exaggerating too much." Ronin made his final statement towards the sky. "That is merely a guide and that is the real Raya." Everyone blankly followed his gaze. Ronin solemnly introduced Raya. "The wandering monster." From that small gap the real Raya finally began to emerge. It flew naturally as if it were its own home, breathing fire. Along with this, a roar was heard as if announcing the occupation of the territory. Raya majestically soared into the sky and looked down at the ground. It growled, observing the ground like prey. Raya immediately spread its wings powerfully and unleashed a red current. It created immense repercussions with every flap of its wings. A trail of fire quickly followed Raya's path. Illa and Z were also thrown aside by the explosion. The flames reduced everything to ashes. It continued to fly in other directions, destroying everything that stood in its way. Jade, with her tired body, barely managed to get up. "Milady, are you two all right?" Uncle Ira jumped up and stared blankly at it. "If it's targeting us, we're all finished." Jade worriedly pointed at the large house. "Your lordship, the mansion has completely collapsed." Upon hearing that, Aya and Illa cried out in anguish. "Oh no, my dress, my maid outfit collection," Ronin and the girl complained wearily. "This is not the time to worry about such things. We need to escape before it notices us." Uncle Ira sadly looked back one last time and Benny innocently asked, "Milady, may I get up and run away?" She still coldly refused. "No, crawl on your hands and knees." Then he ran as if flying, surprising Illa. "He's really fast." Raya continued to soar high into the sky, its eyes unconsciously scanning the ground for prey. Aya kept looking back as she fled, and when their eyes met by chance, Aya suddenly gasped in surprise. She trembled with fear and turned to observe its movements. "It saw me." As soon as she spoke, Raya charged forward, flying fiercely. It fiercely rushed towards Aya. Raya fired a powerful stream of energy directly at the girl. Aya stood frozen, receiving the attack head-on. Illa and Ronin turned around in shock. "What, Mena?" The fireball came very close to Aya. The girl, without hesitation, reached out her hand and blocked the attack. Gradually, Aya's entire body was engulfed by the fireball. Raya continued to attack the girl with its power. A shield immediately formed. Aya cautiously widened her eyes. She stared in wonder at what was before her. It was a fireball standing still, daring not to move. In front of Aya was a glowing red bikini. She stood frozen, blankly unable to say anything. Aya irritably shouted, "Go away!" Illa and Ronin rushed over. "Mena, are you all right?" "What? How can you do that?" "Mena?" She stammered, her face full of curiosity. "Where did you get that powerful relic?" Aya scratched her head in embarrassment. "Ah, well, the spirit I summoned gave it to me." Illa asked for more details. "Your spirit?" "Ah, Tuba." Jinkyung's dwelling was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. He angrily clutched the energy drink bottle in his hand. Jinkyung almost collapsed onto his desk in his sleep. He immediately kept hitting his head against the desk, shouting. Jinkyung irritably admonished himself. "What the hell, I can't sleep because of that thought." So he lay down on his bed. "Anyway, I'll be fine with just an energy drink." Jinkyung closed his eyes and thought blankly. "I don't know how to make her wear a bikini. I think I took the wrong approach." Before long, Jinkyung fell into a deep sleep and a ray of light poured down from the sky. Illa stared blankly at the ground. The source of that light illuminated where they were. Illa watched with a tired, incomprehensible expression. "What? It's just an ordinary person." Aya shook her head in embarrassment. "He's even worse than an ordinary person." "Milady?" Jade immediately suggested loudly. "We must decide whether to fight or flee. It doesn't seem to have discovered us yet." But he pointed to the sky where Raya was flying. "It is still attacking this entire area." Illa quickly rushed closer. "Why did such a strong monster come to this southern region?" Ronin seriously explained. "Aya always moves along unpredictable routes. It's even a threat to demons. It appears suddenly and attacks everything." Illa displayed a tired, scornful expression. "A threat even to demons? We don't have anything like that." She immediately turned around and left. Illa met Jade but said nothing. she shouted angrily. "Where are you looking?" Illa gritted her teeth, showing displeasure on her face. "It's targeting me," then running away is useless. She immediately turned around and commanded, "Meina, quickly tell your spirit to do something." Aya approached wearily. "Tuba Opa." Jinkyung quickly awoke from his sleep. "Why, is that you? When did you summon me?" He blankly looked around, seeing many unfamiliar faces. Jinkyung asked innocently with vacant eyes. "Are these my friends?" He suddenly gasped in surprise at seeing a strange person. It was the cold-faced Illa, but Jinkyung looked further. Behind her was a huge hidden figure. It was Uncle Ira in a red bikini. The two stared blankly at each other. Jinkyung was startled and goosebumps broke out all over his body. He immediately turned around, extremely terrified. "What is that? What is that hairy sausage?" Jinkyung cried out in despair. "My eyes are ruined." Aya rushed over to comfort him. "Oppa said the more skin exposed, the higher the defense. We decided to protect the count safely." Jinkyung continued to shout. "That only works for women, it's useless for men. Take it off right now, it's disgusting." Illa wearily asked Jade for help. "Everyone run away." He quickly ran over. "Yes, milady." So Jade took Uncle Ira and left. Aya now forced a smile through her tears. "Tuba Oppa, I think you've ruined my life." She quickly tried to say something more, but Jinkyung collapsed weakly, startling Aya. "Tuba Oppa." Aya awkwardly bent down for help. "If Oppa kills that monster, Count Tuba, I have a request." She quickly bent down to plead. "I'm sorry, milady, my abilities are still insufficient." Aya bitterly raised her head. "Milady will need the best summoner." Ronin widened his eyes in surprise. "She's the best summoner?" Upon hearing that, Illa became even angrier, and Aya was flustered. "I made a mistake again." Ronin approached angrily and admonished her. "Why would you say that? Many innocent people have died from demon invasions." He continued to complain and shout. "They prayed for someone to come to the north and save them. You ignored their pleas." Illa closed her eyes, irritated internally. She now grudgingly admitted, "That's right, I'm the best summoner here, so what?" Upon hearing that, Ronin also froze. "What did you say?" Illa continued to argue, presenting her logic. "If I go north, who will rule this land? What will you all do if the nobles don't give orders?" The word she spat out hardened Ronin's face. "That's why I sent you north. If you had properly protected the north, this wouldn't have happened. You're useless and failed your mission, so what should I do?" Even Aya remained silent, just listening. "When studying at the summoner school, didn't I learn how to keep promises? If you're useless, you should work harder." She immediately shouted irritably. "Why is everyone useless? Because of those idiots I have to risk my life. Shouldn't you be begging for the chance to sacrifice your lives?" As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere fell silent. Aya hung her head and sobbed. She immediately bowed her head in apology. "I'm sorry, milady." Aya unconsciously cried out in regret. "I am an insignificant and lazy person. I always make foolish remarks and cause trouble for milady." Gradually, Aya cried even louder. "I'm so sorry," Illa irritably shouted. "Really, if you regret it, do something about it." She continued coldly. "Saying I'm sorry isn't enough." Aya slowly raised her tear-stained face. "What should I do?" She stammered each word. "A person like me." Benny sadly listened without a word. "What should I do?" Aya's tears continued to fall. "Anything, I'll do everything." Jinkyung approached from somewhere. "What are you doing?" Aya stopped crying and raised her head. Jinkyung stood before her, emphasizing each word. "I'm asking what you're doing." Aya widened her eyes blankly. "Tuba Oppa." Then Jinkyung chugged the entire energy drink bottle and threw it aside. After drinking it all, Jinkyung wiped his mouth and repeated, "You just said you have no talent whatsoever." He immediately pointed out sharply, "You summoned me, and yet you say you haven't tried hard enough." Jinkyung irritably repeated words like, "I'm sorry and I'm a burden." He unpleasantly cursed. "Why are you kneeling before her? Before someone so selfish?" Illa froze blankly on the spot. "What?" Jinkyung's veins bulged in anger. "If you summoned me, show some pride." Those words resonated in Aya's heart. "Don't bow your head to anyone." As he finished speaking, Jinkyung shouted loudly. The atmosphere once again fell noticeably silent. Both Aya and Illa stared blankly at Jinkyung. A stream of blue energy immediately shot out from his mouth. This caused Jinkyung to keep spinning, surprising everyone. "What the hell?" He continued to vomit, flying high into the sky. Power was so immense that Jinkyung flew in a spiral. The flight extended beyond the universe. Illa and Aya still stared blankly at the sky. Raya, high in the sky, glanced at the ground as usual. It suddenly received an unexpected attack. So Raya quickly continued to pursue and counterattack. It fired fireballs at Jinkyung. Jinkyung dodged them very easily. The explosion of the fireballs shook the entire sky. Ronin and Illa cried out in fear. "Unbelievable, what's happening?" She stared blankly at the sky, terrified. "I've never known such a spirit." Now Jinkyung's entire body turned even bluer. He widened his eyes and growled. Jinkyung shouted and rushed at Raya like lightning. It was immediately attacked and pushed far back in great pain. Wherever Raya flew, Jinkyung willingly pursued. Before long it was attacked by him and flew near the moon. Jinkyung rushed straight towards its body. Raya also ambushed, opening its mouth wide and unleashing a technique. It quickly breathed fire at Jinkyung, but it was useless and Raya continued to get hit. He hit it everywhere. Raya gradually lost its stance and shook in midair. Jinkyung quickly soared into the sky and attacked from top to bottom. Raya quickly understood his intention and growled inwardly. It used an ultimate technique, creating flames on its wings. Immediately, Raya fired all the flames at Jinkyung as if in a pursuit. Raya's beam was powerful but not as fast. In the blink of an eye, Jinkyung flew straight into Raya's eye. So another explosion collided and activated. Jinkyung quickly embraced the huge fireball, and it strongly pushed Raya as if reaping what it had sown. No, Jinkyung extended his fist towards Raya's eye, and he struck it down hard without hesitation. It was a direct hit to Raya's eyeball. It screamed in surprise at the unexpected attack, and the punch created repercussions that made it fall faster. Thus Raya fell from the sky without any sign of resistance. A streak of flame suddenly flashed, piercing its body. From above, the sky also became brighter in that area. The explosion quickly flashed as expected of the surrounding landscape. After that, everything exploded, sending earth and stones flying everywhere, and smoke and dust also billowed thickly. The explosion created powerful repercussions, illuminating the entire sky. Now, a pillar of blue light shone directly down from Jinkyung's location. He carefully landed. Following that light, Aya ran to him, delighted. "Tuba," Ronin approached entranced and shouted. "This is the one." Those words surprised everyone, making them look at him. Ronin, sweating coldly, predicted the future. "This person will save the world." Illa wearily rubbed her head. "Why does he look so terrifying?" Upon hearing that, Aya's eyes welled up with tears as she looked at him. "Oppa, I love you." That was truly special. Jinkyung was gasping for breath like a fish out of water. Seeing him, it was a bit embarrassing, but he was a special being. Suddenly, Ronin prostrated himself on the ground and pleaded, "Please, to be honest, please come with me to the north. We need your majesty's powerful strength." At those words, Aya's eyes lit up. "Mena?" She turned around, bewildered, a confused expression on her face. Aya still firmly refused. "It's not me. I'm just an ordinary person, and Oppa Tuba is the one who summoned me. I mean, I didn't do anything." At those words, Illa looked bewildered. Ronin calmly persuaded and explained, "You've summoned the most powerful spirit in the world, so you are the best summoner." At his words, she looked back at Jinkyung. "The spirit said so too, didn't he? Show some pride as the best summoner." Aya's eyes, glistening, looked at the other party. She hesitated and stammered, "Oppa Tuba, Aya finally clenched her fist and decided, "All right." She spoke each word clearly. "I don't know if I can do this." Benny sadly bowed his head and looked away. Ronin also looked down heavily at Aya, who hesitated and added, but she confidently stood up and asserted loudly, "If I can go north and help Oppa, I'll gladly go." At those words, Illa broke out in a cold sweat. Benny also seemed satisfied that his friend was gaining more confidence. "Oppa gave me more courage." Aya spoke each word with emphasis. "It's beyond my ability." "Oppa Tuba, thank you." Now Jinkyung's house had brighter and more vibrant colors. Thinking about it, it's nothing. He approached the door and hesitated for a moment. Compared to defeating a giant monster, opening this door would be a piece of cake. Jinkyung firmly grabbed the doorknob and opened it. Immediately, a dazzling light unfolded before his eyes. Jinkyung now confidently stepped out of his dark house. He looked up at the sky with tired, bewildered eyes. Jinkyung gripped and watched the sanitation worker. He reached out as if to shout something, but Jinkyung, tired, immediately gave up. His body seemed about to vomit something again. Jinkyung bravely stood straight and opened his mouth. "Hello." The sanitation worker immediately froze, staring at Jinkyung in bewilderment. As he blinked, Uncle Yera appeared and greeted him. Jinkyung screamed in surprise. He spread his limbs and opened his eyes in a panic. Was it a dream? The scene before his eyes bewildered Jinkyung, and he didn't know where he was. Aya hastily spoke to him and helped him up. "Oppa Tuba, are you all right?" Jinkyung asked in surprise. "Was I lying here the whole time?" She explained with wide, terrified eyes. "Yes, don't you remember anything?" He continued to scratch his head. "Not at all," Jinkyung honestly said. "All I remember is drinking Red Bull. I thought it would make me better." He sighed deeply and said sadly, "And I breathed fire like a dragon." Aya added the next sentences. "Oppa glowed blue and took down a giant monster in one hit." She giggled, concluding, "And he slept for 2 days." Even Jinkyung was surprised at those words. "What 2 days?" he complained, rubbing his chin and thinking, "I thought I'd grow wings. I don't want to use that anymore." Aya closed her eyes and smiled happily. "I'm glad you're all right, Oppa. I'll dispel the summoning magic." Jinkyung didn't mind and looked back out the window. Aya continued to ask, "Oppa Tuba." He quickly cut her off. "No, wait," Jinkyung honestly suggested. "Can I go outside?" The door slowly opened and Jinkyung, bewildered, stepped out into the sunlight. Before his eyes unfolded a magnificent natural landscape teeming with animals. Jinkyung blankly walked up the hill in the strong wind. He gripped the railing and asked in bewilderment, "Where am I?" Jinkyung exclaimed in admiration. "This is really cool." He had the chance to see strange animals. Jinkyung even felt the birds flying. He looked up at a loud sound. Jinkyung leaned on the bridge railing and asked, "That big eye?" Aya honestly confessed, "This is my first time seeing it too." Jinkyung pointed to the ship curiously. "What is this ship? Does it fly? Cool." Ronin approached from a distance and greeted them. "This is the ship sent by His Highness. It flies using magic." He solemnly bowed his head and closed his eyes. "It is an honor to meet you, Lord Tuba. I am the mage Ronin." Jinkyung immediately coughed a few times, putting on an air of dignity. "Ah, understood. It's good to meet another mage." Ronin looked bewildered, a blank expression on his face. "Thank you." Aya quickly reminded him of the situation. "Oppa Ronin, you said this ship moves with magic. I thought mana no longer existed in this world." Ronin immediately summoned power into his palm. "It hasn't completely disappeared. Mana is generated and floats in the air." He recalled yesterday's memory. "Do you remember the magic I showed you? It requires a certain amount of mana to cast," Ronin continued to explain in detail. "However, moving such a large ship consumes an immense amount of mana." "That's right. So it's equipped with something very special. It's called Seikon, an object made through alchemy. It constantly absorbs mana from the air, he emphasized each word. Not only that, but it can also store a certain amount of mana. That's why it can move even when there isn't much mana in this world. At those words, Aya fell into deep thought, and Jinkyung became even more excited. This place is quite scientific. Alchemy is cool. Suddenly her eyes scanned the darkness. Benny sat quietly with his head bowed. He was sad and awkward, unable to say anything. A moment ago Benny had received an offer. What, me to the north? Illa scratched her head tiredly. They need servants to help the summoner. We'll send a useless person like you. Benny stubbornly refused immediately. No, milady, I hate the north more than being by your side. At those words she froze and glared at him. Illa immediately proposed a condition. Really? If you do well, the king might appoint you as a summoner. She crossed her arms and spoke triumphantly, as if manipulating the other party. If you follow Mena, you won't have to obey my orders. At these words, Benny seemed to realize something and immediately released his plank position. Benny immediately straightened his back and sighed in relief inwardly. I guess I have no choice. Illa's eyes blankly watched his every action. Then Illa, annoyed, retracted her thoughts. I'll send someone else. Benny, I've thought of a job for you. Section. He immediately knelt down again and pleaded, I'll go, milady. I can do it, please. Benny, bewildered, replayed his strange actions in his mind. I feel like I've been tricked. I was too obsessed with freedom. Now he screamed in a panic. What can a useless summoner like Mena do? Benny. Aya coughed, reminding him. Are you listening to me? He bowed his head again. I'm betting my life on the lady. Mena, I'm dead. The train traveled much further, and a very large strange mass appeared before the three. Jinkyung's mouth hung open in surprise. What is that? Ronin introduced it without fear. We have arrived. That is His Highness's castle. The ship quickly moved towards the kingdom's highness. Compared to the entire kingdom, the ship was as small as an ant. They quickly approached the kingdom and infiltrated it. Inside the floating mass in the air, the hidden kingdom was very peaceful. Jinkyung and the others walked admiring it. This is really cool. You're right. They stopped in front of a strange door. Castle in the sky. What is this? Ronin approached without a word and entered the password. A floating chunk of earth appeared very quickly in the air. It was an elevator. So they all quickly boarded to move to a higher floor. Benny, with a trembling voice, knelt on the ground and lamented. I didn't know about this. I thought I would live on the ground forever. I won't look down anymore. Jinkyung happily looked at his companions. You must be a little dizzy. Aya looked down at the ground blankly by herself. She hastily approached the mage and asked, Opa Ronin, why is the king's castle in the sky? Ronin replied firmly, to escape any battle or demon attack. Aya sighed deeply and expressed her thoughts. But moving this castle in the air consumes a lot of mana. She immediately concluded. So that's why mana no longer exists in the world. Ronin bowed his head, reminding her. Mena, please remember what I'm about to tell you. He spoke each word carefully. Whether your opinion is right or wrong, it's best not to speak if those in power don't want to hear it. They are not interested in suffering they haven't witnessed themselves. They don't want to know or think about it. In fact, they don't want anyone to say such things to them. Sometimes silence is golden. Aya bowed her head and forced a smile. Yes, you're right. A few seconds later, the elevator arrived at the king's floor. They quickly entered the antique castle. Jinkyung and Aya were bewildered by its grandeur. The three immediately followed Ronin, knelt down and paid their respects. I, the mage, Ronin, have returned. Only Jinkyung was bewildered, understanding nothing. King Ga calmly held the wine glass in his hand. Very good, he asked in surprise for more details. Wait. Tell me again where you've returned from. At those words, Jinkyung, lost in thought, continued to stare blankly. King Ga looked at this dazed fellow with annoyance. Who is that? Kalunik from the other side politely bowed his head and introduced. Your Majesty, he is not a human. He is a summoned spirit. Duke Kalunik spoke from the other side. Your Majesty, he is a spirit summoned by a summoner sent by my daughter. I know you are very busy in your world, but you have come all the way here. He looked with warm eyes. Spirit, thank you. Benny, standing next to them, quietly introduced. That is Duke Kalunik, Illa's father. Jinkyung still looked up with a blank face. He looked at Kalunik and everyone else. Jinkyung soon turned his eyes to King Ga. He immediately narrowed his eyes and sighed. Jinkyung immediately spoke, but it was very short. King of humans. Those words immediately drew the attention of both Kalunik and the king. Jinkyung continued to clap. His face revealed nothing, lost in thought. You passed the test. After that, Jinkyung continued to clap while no one understood. Suddenly, from Kalunik's side too, he continued to clap and laugh. King Ga looked at his servant in bewilderment. What is that person saying? I don't know. But the way he clapped made him force a smile. Is that all? You said you came from the north. I will have him help you on this journey. After that, Kalunik went outside to talk to the others. It seems the Duke's daughter has resolved this important issue. They chattered excitedly to relieve stress. I've never seen a spirit that can communicate with humans. Looking at the spirit's appearance, I'm not too worried. Yes, you're right. Kalunik smiled confidently and assuredly. I've already warned my daughter. I'm worried the king might take an interest. The others continued to laugh triumphantly. A lazy king like that wouldn't care about such things. It'll be easy for us to overthrow the throne amidst the chaos. He nodded and promised. But of course, when the new king ascends, I won't forget your contributions. Jinkyung then walked with his two companions. This is really wrong. Maina and Benny looked up at the sky sadly. They told us to leave without giving us a single penny. At least they should give us some compensation, he continued to complain incessantly. If this continues, we won't even be able to rent an inn for a short rest. Aya also awkwardly agreed. You're right, yes, I should buy some camping gear in the village. She forced a smile and refused. But I don't have any money, Benny. Benny quickly cut her off. I'm a slave. The two immediately bowed their heads sadly. Oh no, we're going to starve to death before we even reach the north. This meant they hoped the journey would fail. The two friends continued to argue endlessly. Absolutely not, but something strange. The king is having fun, and the nobles are plotting something. Benny, if you say that, you might end up in prison. Then Jinkyung continued to look up at the sky. He thought for a moment. Based on the immense amount of anime he had watched, Jinkyung said something that confused everyone. This is preparation for an upcoming BL. He immediately explained to his two younger companions. The struggle between the king and the nobles behind the throne is like the king being a player controlling the nobles. Or something like that. Suddenly he burst out laughing and then looked ahead in surprise. Who is that? The red-haired woman hastily approached and asked. Are you Maina? Aya foolishly nodded. Yes, Benny shouted worriedly. Don't say anything, we're on an important mission. Really? Jinkyung asked with wide eyes. Hey milady, do you really think you can deceive me? The red-haired woman immediately flinched and stepped back a few paces. What do you mean? Jinkyung shouted like an angry child. I've watched anime with characters that look like twins, but I can never mistake them and tell them apart. He spoke each word with emphasis. You were the person next to the king. Jinkyung narrowed his eyes and stared straight ahead without fear. Weren't you? At those words she opened her eyes wide in surprise. Then the red-haired woman knelt on the ground. She tiredly removed her hood from her head. Please forgive me, Lord Spirit, the red-haired woman honestly confessed. I am only here to follow the king's invitation. I should not have tested Lord Spirit. The red-haired woman presented two items before them. These are the king's gifts. I will take my leave now. The three silently watched the red-haired woman for a long time. Jinkyung and his companions simply let the red-haired woman go. Benny, still taking the lead, picked up the bag she left behind and exclaimed, Lady Maina, there's so much money here. But what Aya noticed was the letter that came with it. What is this? Everyone put their heads together and stared at it. Aya softly read aloud what she had seen. This is a royal decree ordering all organizations, nobles, and commoners to support us in every way they can. Benny immediately looked incredulous. Then this is... The two girls unconsciously looked to Jinkyung for help. He looked up at the sky with a deep, inscrutable expression. Ai-chan, do you really think the king sent this to us? I just made it up. Did I accidentally blurt out the last part? So embarrassing. King Ga opened his mouth wide and said, He knows that's you. Are you sure? She knelt wearily and confessed. Yes, he does. He knows everything that's happening. What? That's right. He knows that the king has almost lost political power because of the nobles and that the king is feigning foolishness. King Ga looked flustered and scared. I see. Seeing it firsthand, it's true. Ronian, who was standing nearby, reminded him. And your majesty, it's Ronian. He carefully repeated everything. The spirit stayed in our world for several days. Moreover, the next words made King Ga's eyes widen even more. He defeated the wandering Raya. Even though no one else could contend with him, King Ga let out an unpleasant but delighted laugh. Perfect. Finally, we have someone on our side. He triumphantly clenched his fist and shouted, Let's go, you foolish old men. The three quickly boarded the carriage and conversed basically. We need to find out why the demons are suddenly running rampant. Damn it, the main quest is really boring. Jinkyung quickly leaned back. It's nothing, don't mind it. Benny, puzzled, asked, Why aren't we reporting back quickly? He continued to suggest. We can save money and our lives. Jinkyung happily gave a sign of agreement. I like you, he carefully reminded them. But we need to look around a bit. If we're careful, everything will be fine, right? Because she didn't know what the north was like, Ronian's words unconsciously remained in her mind. This is the land of demons, a place where all living creatures suffer. Didn't you see Ronian Oppa all bandaged up? Benny said worriedly what he had heard. There's a rumor that if you stay in the north you'll get sick. Jinkyung quickly turned and looked. You'll have to unsummon me when we reach the north. Just then, the carriage announced, We have arrived. Jinkyung gently nodded in thanks. As night fell, they entered a restaurant. Jinkyung looked around the restaurant puzzled. An old-fashioned town. I've always wanted to come here. The food is ready. He looked at his companion, puzzled. What are you doing here? Sit here. Benny, flustered, asked back. Is that allowed? Jinkyung, puzzled, confirmed. Do you always eat sitting on the floor? Benny replied casually with a smile. Of course not. Usually I kneel and eat with both hands. As he ate his food he said, So slaves are treated worse than animals. Aya shook her head wearily. No, that's just Benny. She immediately unfolded a map. According to the mage Ronian, Aya pointed to each spot on the map and said, The village near Arias was burned and other villages in the north were also attacked by demons. We don't know what the guard city of Jana is like, but since all roads to the north are blocked I was told to find a ship in Jana and go straight to the north. Jinkyung quickly chewed his food. Where are we now? Aya immediately pointed south on the map. It will take 2 to 3 days to reach Jana by carriage. Benny raised his worried blue eyes. Will there be anyone who will go to the north with us? The girl scratched her head in embarrassment. Who knows, if it's the king's order, they'll have to follow it. Jinkyung prepared for the situation with a serious expression. Is the road to Jana city safe? He wanted to go with everyone but stammered. I need to rest and prepare. Aya giggled and agreed. Yes, thank you for coming with us this far. I'll unsummon you. Jinkyung left with a pile of food. Call me whenever you need help. I'll do my best. Benny sadly reached out his hand. Don't leave me alone with that woman. After that, a pillar of light poured straight into the restaurant. Jinkyung quickly disappeared as soon as the blue light appeared. The others looked at their table, puzzled. Did you see that? It was a spirit. The waitress approached and asked, Are you two wandering summoners? Benny immediately adopted an arrogant demeanor. Wandering? No, we're on an important mission. I thought it was a secret, he continued to chatter fearlessly. Do you know where we can stay and buy some food? Of course, she replied honestly. Just go straight that way. After that, the two left, wandering the streets. We're lucky the demons haven't attacked this place yet. I heard the army is holding them back at the border. Benny sighed sadly. Now that I think about it, our Goda Knights aren't that sharp either. Why did they send someone like Mena to the north? Aya immediately suggested he stop talking. Benny, go to that shop and buy some camping gear. He hastily nodded. Oh yes, I'll go to the market and buy some food. After that, the girl headed to the crowded shop. There people were queuing up to buy things. Aya pushed her way forward with difficulty. Excuse me. The girl forced a smile and said, I'll have that and that. All right, Aya hastily put her hands in both pockets and searched. How much is it? The girl, puzzled, looked into her other pocket. Aya's eyes continued to sweat coldly. The girl immediately jumped up and shouted, Excuse me, let me through. As Aya's scream echoed far away, the two robbers chuckled. As night fell, they couldn't buy anything after that. Aya quickly left the village area. Benny sadly crouched beside his friend, sobbing, These are really bad people here, Lady Mena. I can't believe they gave this mission to such a foolish person. Aya stared blankly ahead as he babbled nonsense. If this country is destroyed, most of it will be your fault. As for Jinkyung, he was summoned back to the real world. He immediately leaned back in his comfortable chair. Jinkyung happily lifted his head and burst out laughing. I'm back, still better than that VR game last time. His father immediately shouted, pounding on the door. Open up. The door was pounded more and more violently. If you don't open the door, Jinkyung, terrified, approached the doorknob immediately. The force pushing from outside made him fall backward. Jinkyung hit his head hard on the floor. He lifted his head, puzzled and scared. His father, panting and grimacing, looked at his son. What on earth are you doing? He shouted each word loudly. I'm asking you. His father glared at his son with an open mouth. Now the situation was extremely tense and the sky outside was no longer bright, having grown dark. Jinkyung now barely came to his senses and spoke. His father unpleasantly shouted again. What did I tell you about locking your room door? He complained, shouting each word. The least you could do is come out and eat when the whole family is having dinner, so your mom doesn't worry about you anymore. What his father said left him dazed. I knocked on the door for hours. Is it that hard to open the door? He was so angry he wanted to rush at him, but Jinkyung's mother stopped him. Dear, what more do you want from us? She sadly and guiltily advised her husband. Calm down, dear. I'll talk to him. His father turned around without a word and left. He immediately slammed the door shut and went outside. His father sadly smoked a cigarette at the street corner. He gritted his teeth in anger. What did I do wrong in my life to have a son like that? Meanwhile, his mother quietly approached Jinkyung. Her eyes were heavy on the ground. Mom is so worried about you. You haven't eaten anything for 2 days. That confession made him feel unpleasant and annoyed. Mom has no idea what's happening to me. She continued to pour out her heart, but suddenly his mother realized there was food in the room and Jinkyung's mother looked puzzled. White bread? She stared blankly with a confused expression. I don't remember buying white bread. Jinkyung stammered a few words. He turned his gaze away, avoiding her because he was doing something very important. Jinkyung straightened his body and suggested, just leave me alone. His mother stared blankly at her son. She sadly sighed and nodded. All right. After that, his father continued to smoke and his mother sadly sat on the sofa covering her face. The sky was very dark and gloomy. Jinkyung also gloomily rested his head on his knees. He looked down at the wound on his foot. Jinkyung hastily treated the wound. How could a giant monster not leave a single scratch on my body? But the door of this world cut my foot. He cursed angrily to himself. I hate this world. In another world, Benny raised his head blankly. We're truly pathetic, he complained wildly. We've been sleeping on the road for 4 days straight. I'm so hungry now I could eat dirt. Benny leaned back and tried to enjoy himself. At least the scenery is nice. I guess we'll have to stay here for 3 days, right? Cried, filled with regret. If only we had a carriage. Benny knelt down wildly again. We can run like horses. Why didn't you think of running on your own 2 feet? He continued to grumble. It's all my fault. If I could run like a horse, I wouldn't be in this situation. Aya stood up angrily and accused him. Benny, why did you buy a fishing rod? You haven't caught a single fish. He scratched his head and grumbled. So it's my fault there are no fish in the river? Benny immediately challenged his friend. How do you know there are no fish? You haven't even looked at the river. Aya immediately threw the fishing rod down right there. Very quickly, she caught a fish. Benny picked it up excitedly and praised her incessantly. You're amazing, Mena. You're more like a skilled fisherwoman than a summoner. Aya buried her face in the ground. A fisherwoman? First it was a farmer, she shouted helplessly. Why am I good at both farming and fishing? They happily grilled the fish and ate it. Benny and Aya drooled. Should we give up this mission and just sell fish? Shut up, I'm a summoner. He approached and looked closely. It's all cooked, the girl immediately reminded him. Stop it, Benny, it's just cooked. Suddenly everything shook and both of them looked up terrified. What is this? I don't know, this whole area is shaking. It turned out the shaking was coming from a distant place where they were staying. Benny and Aya simultaneously turned and looked. Before them a giant demon was desperately running away. Benny and Aya quickly jumped in to avoid its path. Aya stared blankly following its shadow. What is this? The girl unconsciously observed closely and predicted, a demon. Benny quickly noticed something strange as it passed by. The grilled fish was gone and the fire was out. Benny hastily ran out, shouting helplessly, No, no, no. Aya looked puzzled. Benny, he sadly slumped to the ground. Oh, don't go, please. Benny immediately smiled and looked the other way. The fish was still there. He was excited to eat it soon. But that joy was immediately trampled by a foot stepping on it. Benny's eyes were dazed and blank. The child seriously pointed in the direction it was moving. It's going this way. She unconsciously looked at the two children. The child quickly approached and asked, Kids, what are you doing here? You shouldn't be camping here. Aya scratched her head in embarrassment and explained, Really? We're on our way to Jannah. The assistant rubbed her chin and thought, Port City? Then it'll take all day to walk there. The child clucked her tongue and shook her head. All day? I guess we have no choice but to camp, she carefully reminded them. But you should avoid this place. Demons often come here to drink water. Aya nodded and replied, Understood. After that, she still asked curiously, But you are? Before she could finish speaking, a scream interrupted her in the middle. Captain I, the patrol has cornered the beast. It will be coming this way soon. I excitedly replied, Good, tell them to take position. After that, I shouted excitedly, Shall we start the party now? Yes, they left, and the girl watched them in surprise. Aya quickly turned to her friend and asked, Benny, look at that. Now Benny was kneeling by the river. He held out both hands as if refusing something. Benny muttered to himself, I didn't think I'd have to part with you so soon. The girl shouted wearily, Stop it, I'll catch more later. Meanwhile, the demon was running relentlessly across the vast land. He didn't seem tired or exhausted at all. The assistant quickly asked, What do you think, Captain I? We're ready. I triumphantly smiled and drew her bow. She glared, aiming at the coordinates. I'll handle this. After that, an arrow was fired at the demon. It hit it squarely in the eye, and as expected, the demon lost its direction from the attack. It stumbled around and gradually fell to the ground. I didn't hesitate and stood in front of it, blocking its attack. She drew the weapon from her waist. After that, I rushed forward with a glowing weapon in her hand. She pierced the demon's body quickly and skillfully. This sight left Aya and Benny utterly bewildered. The demon's body was immediately torn in half without any hesitation. Benny watched the entire battle in awe. What was that? He said worriedly. Lady Maina, that's magic. Aya, puzzled, dared not assert. I'm not sure, but it feels quite familiar. The girl quietly said each word. Her sword, the sky must have already been painted with the twilight colors of dusk. I gently expressed her gratitude. Everyone, you don't have to escort me to the barracks. Aya replied with a light chuckle. You're welcome, she added in explanation. We were formed to protect everyone. This is our job. Benny looked up while eating. Isn't everyone protected by the kingdom's soldiers? The assistant laughed loudly and explained. So naive, like a child. While Lady Aya is in the north, be quiet. I listened, puzzled. The north? Aya pointed in another direction. See those people? They've been here since last night, she added about them. The carpenters have been working with us since morning, and everyone will leave once the carriage is repaired. Aya sighed, confiding, Everyone has their own reasons for coming here, but they aren't protected by the kingdom's soldiers even with demons rampaging. The assistant leaned forward. Is that really the reason? Aya annoyingly hit her, yelling for her to stop talking. Benny whispered to his companion. Lady Maina, they seem quite reliable, he whispered to his friend. How about asking a few of them to join our mission? I asked, flustered. You seem to have defeated that demon with magic. Aya replied without hesitation. It's the power of this dagger. I continued to nod. I see, is it because of the seal embedded in it? Aya's eyes widened in surprise. How does that girl know about alchemy? I stammered in confusion. I only know that it contains magic power. She giggled and agreed. The girl knows a lot indeed. This is a tool that uses the magic power contained in a gem to create a magic blade. I continued to boast. But even a mage using it doesn't have enough magic power. It takes a day to recharge the energy. Benny, surprised, doubted. Really? The assistant continued to interject. We find it quite convenient to use, but Lady Aya can kill demons with an ordinary sword too. Aya unpleasantly hit her. Yes, enough with that talk. After that, I turned back to her friend and Benny also nodded, seemingly understanding her intention. Is there anyone among you who can accompany us on this mission? Both Ayas froze stiffly. Then the assistant next to her cautiously spoke. Zia is only a day's journey from here. I waved her hand, cutting him off. She gathered all her courage and said, We must go north by order of a very important person. We need the help of powerful warriors. Aya's assistant sighed and stood up. I'm sorry, but your mother is not that important for the cause, miss. Just you and your friend are enough for such a trivial matter. Benny chuckled at those words, and I almost choked, her face red. Why are you laughing? I quickly controlled her emotions and pulled out a letter from her chest. The AIK group immediately became serious. Indeed, a few seconds later, the words she uttered were enough to shake the space. In the name of the Kingdom of Ga, we command all people to participate in the northern expedition and assist in every way possible. This is the will of His Majesty King Goda, and a royal decree. Aya immediately asked in surprise for details. What did you say? She broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe it. Impossible. That was truly a royal decree. Aya coughed a few times. Then in the real world the sky immediately darkened. Jinkyung locked himself in his dark room. A human is like a room, he casually pondered. At first one had no choice but to rely on other rooms, but the sad thing is that everyone has to open their own door someday, to accept others and be accepted by others. Although it will cause unwanted conflict, Jinkyung sat stiffly. I'm content with my own room. I can live in a one-pyong space. Jinkyung called it his paradise island. He stared resolutely at the door. I'll start a revolution from my bed, and that's what I did. Jinkyung's eyes became much more serious. Suddenly he turned and looked at the red orb. It was still quietly resting on the table. Jinkyung vaguely wondered, did I just have a hallucination? Meanwhile, night deepened and everyone fell asleep. A few drops of dew fell to the ground and I was brutally tortured by the blinding light. She uttered a few words in regret. Why? Oh, Aya pulled her hair, blaming her. She coldly raised her voice. Now Aya kept asking. I ask again, why are you going north? Benny turned to his friend, trembling. And I painfully uttered each word. We're trying to find out why the demons are running rampant. Aya continued to kick her in the stomach. She swore irritably. These damn things so stubborn. The assistant pointed to the other side. How about asking that slave kid? He immediately defended himself, shouting, I don't know anything. What would a quadruped servant like me know? So the assistant immediately checked his hands. He kept nodding. Really, your hands are more callous than mine. Aya casually said, really, this girl is quite scary too. She immediately bowed her head and smiled, curling her lips. If His Majesty commanded that, you must not be an ordinary person either. She continued to scold her as if interrogating an enemy. Are you looking down on our people? But the problem is everyone in the kingdom. Even the stray dogs know the king is an idiot. Aya looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. The king wouldn't care about what's happening in the north. Aya sadly bowed her head. Well, her mind was completely confused. What should I say? I don't know. I recalled what kind of person the king was. Who is really helping us? Ronian's figure appeared. If someone else is pretending to be the king and helping us, if there's someone who really cares about this country. Aya's face was blank. Why am I going north without thinking, just doing what they tell me? I don't even know if what I'm doing is right. After that, Aya pulled out her weapon without hesitation. I know these people well. This is what will happen if I go north. She threatened Aya with a knife to her throat. All I want to do is deliver an important document to the king. Aya proudly displayed a chilling smile. But who knew the king's people would try to kill us? She sadly recalled an old memory. When I came to my senses I had lost all my companions. Aya then lost her eye and cried miserably, having one eye. When I heard that man singing I understood everything. Drink the blood of peasants, eat the flesh of artisans. Kneel before my throne and praise my existence. When the festival ends I will take your lives. Aya brought the letter close to the fire and whispered, and then I decided, the eye I lost is the price for seeing what cannot be seen. She tilted her head, emphasizing, perhaps that's why my eye hurts more than usual today. The letter instantly turned to ashes. The remaining flames quickly drifted away on the wind as if carrying off the soldiers of the festival procession. The other person immediately ran over and reported, Captain Aya, it's a big problem. He panted, unable to speak properly. A demon we've never seen before is approaching our barracks. Aya quickly reassured him, calm down, I'll deal with these two and we'll get ready. The man immediately cut her off. That's not the problem, he spat out. This demon is very different somehow. What did you say? Soon, a colossal entity appeared in the sky, covering the entire sky. I also blankly looked up at the sky. Its shadow quickly fell upon the ground. Even the birds fled elsewhere. Despite it being the middle of the night, Cantovia suddenly flashed red in its eyes and moss-colored silk fluttered around it. The assistant was too scared to speak. Aya, what is that? He asked in surprise. Have you ever seen such a large demon before? Aya started to break out in a cold sweat, flustered. Unfortunately, I saw it in the north. Her eyes stared blankly. That demon can split the sky. The lord of the city walls. It was the master of Gama Jiam Sul Yurang. As soon as they heard it, everyone looked up in surprise. Even in extreme pain, Aya trembled and took a few steps back. Why has Cantovia's Samgo come all the way here? The assistant looked worriedly. Aya, I immediately suggested firmly. Untie me. Aya turned to the girl with a blank expression. She opened her mouth with a suspicious attitude. What did you say? Aya repeated seriously. Untie me, you guys can't beat that monster. She honestly said she was the one who defeated Gama Jiam Sul Yurang. I'm the only one who defeated it. The surrounding atmosphere was hotter and more tense than ever. Meanwhile, Jinkyung held a new figurine in his hand. All right, I've waited a long time. He happily looked at Amiri with joyful eyes. I should lick her once a day or 5 times to make up for it. Jinkyung stuck out his tongue and resolutely moved forward. He approached Amiri closely. Her expressionless face didn't seem to want it much. Suddenly, the red orb glowed brightly. So Jinkyung was immediately summoned. Aya laughed in bewilderment. You defeated Ga Yurang's sword. Aya agreed without hesitation. That's right, Benny laughed awkwardly. She doesn't look like it, but the person over there is Lady Aya. Aya immediately grabbed the girl by the hair and slammed her hard against a pillar. This made Aya cry out in pain. Aya laughed, opening her mouth wide in delight. Really, such a strong person will endure being tied up like this? Benny immediately fell silent at the sight. Aya glared at him with wide eyes and a frown. She looks like an idiot, doesn't she? Even as I cried, she still growled. You think if you say that I'll untie you? Do you think a monster has appeared? Aya emphasized each sentence. That's your ticket to escape from here. I coughed, trying hard to explain. No, I mean, the assistant immediately spoke. The people living in the village. He sadly bowed his head. Most of them are our family and friends, the assistant quickly reminded her. Even if something happens to them, these two kids won't care. But they are much more important to us than our own lives, he mumbled for a long time. I don't think this will change anything. I continued to cough from her injury. He turned and suggested, anyway, Aya, this is not the time for this. We need to deal with that demon, Benny chuckled happily. Aya's next words immediately made him stop laughing. Then let's cut off their heads first, however. She lifted Aya's chin and suggested. Wait, Aya's eyes were very cunning. All right, I'll give you a chance, how about this? I listened to the promise, crying. If I kill that monster and come back, you'll die. Aya gave an evil smile. But if that monster kills me, you'll live, because there will be no one here to kill you. She lightly chuckled and asked for an opinion. What do you think? Not bad, right? Aya still didn't give up and added, but it feels a bit bad to leave you here. I'll give you a small gift. She glared at Aya with one eye. Aya pulled out a weapon. I'll help you see. After that, before Benny could even utter a word, everything was over. I was too surprised to resist. Aya finished speaking with a perverted smile. What cannot be seen with the naked eye? I screamed so painfully that it echoed throughout the entire sky. Benny next to her was equally horrified. Lady Mena. I desperately struggled, but it was in vain. She screamed in pain as the blood kept flowing. Aya left coldly with a single word of contempt. Who knew the one who killed Greya would be this weak? The atmosphere became terrifyingly silent again. I still endured in pain, and Benny was worried. Lady Mena. He immediately shut his mouth and thought of a way. So Benny took off his shoes and prepared to act. He took a deep breath and struggled to free himself from the rope. Immediately, Benny put both feet against the pillar and pushed his body up. He screamed as he pushed hard, and then the rope came loose. Benny ran and supported his friend. Lady Mena, are you all right? So much blood is flowing. He sadly asked his companion if she could walk, even as I was crying. Can you walk? Benny, with tears in his eyes, checked again. Lady Mena. He immediately stammered and suggested, give up. I bowed her head but stopped crying. Benny reminded her with tears in his eyes, from the beginning this mission was impossible. We can't even fight ordinary people. If they're villains instead of mercenaries, we're finished. He supported his friend and said, let's go back and report to His Majesty that we failed. Or we could go somewhere and hide. Benny continued to stage the situation himself. They're too busy dealing with the demons to care about us. Maybe they'll even think we're dead. He immediately came to his senses at Aya's call. Benny, she said blankly and softly. I remember, I stammered, finishing her words. What did you say? Wild animals want to live like poultry. The word she uttered confused Benny. Poultry envies wild animals. I held her lost eye, crying, and jumped over the fence. Pay the price for my freedom, she shouted futilely. This is just the price for jumping over the fence without preparation. Benny immediately stood up and shouted. That's right, we're not ready yet. Give up. I remained unwavering and still calmly replied, but I'm the only one who's not ready. Benny only listened sadly and with extreme worry. I clutched her wounded eye and burst into tears. A strong spirit like the Lord responded to my summoning because he was summoned by someone weak like me. The more the girl spoke, the more she sobbed. We can't do anything, Benny gently reassured his friend. Lady Mena. He immediately stood up and promised, it'll be okay, Mena, hang in there, we don't have a penny left, but I'll find a way somehow. I reached out her hand, sobbing. That monster came all the way here because I killed Greya. The girl laboriously raised her hand into the air. I can't let their families die because of what I did. Despite being severely injured, Mena still insisted on summoning, turning away from her own tragedy. What can I do in the north? The girl thought to herself. If I can't become a worthy summoner for Sir Tuba. Just then, a familiar blue light poured down from the sky. The blue light was so powerful it shook the entire sky. Benny and I tried to cover their eyes due to the immense power of this energy source. He stared blankly up at the brightly shining light. It was Jinkyung licking Amiri's body. He had just finished licking her. Benny mumbled in confusion. Licking, he witnessed that perverted act unfolding. Suddenly, Benny's face flushed on the spot. That's disgusting. Jinkyung stood frozen on the spot. Amiri immediately blasted him away. Jinkyung reflexively flew far, doing a 360-degree flip in midair. Amiri growled in annoyance. Don't lick me again, you pervert. Jinkyung stood with his mouth agape, trying to make excuses. Amiri-chan, he reached out his hand, pleading. You misunderstood, Amiri-chan. She glared down in anger. What misunderstanding? My whole body is covered in your saliva. Jinkyung continued to explain his actions. That is happiness. The scent of happiness. Amiri cut him off, stepped back, and left amidst his pleas. No, don't go, Amiri-chan. Jinkyung struggled to get up, reaching out his hand, his face deeply wrinkled in a frown. Jinkyung gritted his teeth and chased after her figure. Amiri-chan quickly abandoned the pervert and left. Jinkyung immediately burst into tears, feeling incredibly wronged. He placed his hands on the ground in regret. I never thought this would happen to me. Jinkyung sadly buried his face in the ground. Why was I so careless? The character I loved the most became a real person. How could I forget? It's over. Goodbye, fellow otaku. Benny quickly approached. Sir Tuba, I apologize, but may I interrupt? Jinkyung innocently looked up. Was I summoned? Slave number 1, Benny introduced himself with an awkward laugh. My name is Benny. He didn't answer and looked back at Ai-chan. Jinkyung immediately ran to Aya and asked, What's wrong? Benny sadly supported his friend. Her eye was stabbed and her body was beaten. Aya released her hand but still tried to explain, I'm fine, but first. That demon. Jinkyung quickly put his arm around the girl's shoulder. You're clearly not okay. You should have called me when you were in danger. Aya continued to sob. I'm sorry, Tuba Oppa, I'm so useless that I worry you whenever I meet you. The girl said blankly in helplessness. You're busy with your own life but I keep interrupting you. Jinkyung immediately retorted in a stern voice, What are you talking about? Nothing is more important to me right now than you. Don't say such things again, he emphasized each word on the spot. You were never useless. Hearing those words, Aya seemed to explode with emotion and sobbed. And so the girl cried even harder, feeling a sense of liberation and recognition. Aya cried and sobbed. I'm sorry, Tuba Oppa. Jinkyung was bewildered. What's wrong? Benny, who was nearby, also looked visibly flustered. I don't know either. Is her eye hurting? Hearing that, he immediately remembered. Right, what should we do? After speaking, Jinkyung peeled off the bandage stuck to his foot. He held it up and boasted confidently. This time I'm the healer. Jinkyung's eyes became cunning. All right, hold still. Aya stopped crying, her eyes wide, watching closely as the bandage emitted a blue light. There were a few strands of hair inside the bandage which terrified Aya and made her scream. Jinkyung immediately suggested, Slave, hold that child down. Benny growled in annoyance. My name is Benny. After that, the bandage was carefully applied to the girl's eye, quickly healing Aya's eye. Benny observed Mena closely, bewildered. Her eye is healing, Jinkyung boasted confidently and arrogantly. Healing and destruction are two sides of the same coin. Perhaps this is destiny. Aya looked around with wide blank eyes. My eye is healed. But somehow the girl felt annoyed inwardly. I really hate this kind of thing. After that, long streaks of flames appeared rapidly. The closer they got, the more everything was burned to ashes. Wherever Kantovia went, fires erupted. It stood quietly in one spot, gazing at the burning area. Nearby, people were frozen solid with fear, as if dead. Each of Kantovia's steps seemed to flatten an entire continent. Her companions, flustered, began to flee. What is that? Is that its leg? They attacked wildly in helplessness. Don't you see how terrifying it is? I don't know. Attack. A single spear was immediately thrown forward, but it fell to the ground. Because of this, people were bewildered, unable to understand what was happening. Where did it go? It must be nearby. You fool, it must have run away. The assistant next to her was no less anxious. What do we do now? We can't get close. Aya smiled triumphantly. That's right, she immediately proposed a plan. Ranged weapons seem useless. Should my sword step forward again? On the other side, an order was immediately given. Listen, they shouted urgently. Two of you, go to the nearby village on horseback. Quickly evacuate all the villagers. Aya started earnestly persuading them from this side. Listen to my order, quickly evacuate everyone. The assistant shouted in annoyance. What, is Milady planning to charge in alone? Aya immediately gave a scornful smile. What, worry about me? I'm someone who came back alive from the north. She immediately threw off her outer garment and stepped forward. You guys just worry about yourselves. Aya's resolute and brave actions left the sturdy man at a loss as to how to persuade her. Aya, but before he could say anything more, Aya shouted loudly behind her. Go quickly. The others knew well that staying would be useless and all answered obediently in unison. Yes. The man gazed at Aya with an unexplainable look in his eyes. He looked at her exposed back and wondered inwardly why. In turning his gaze, he looked at Aya's trembling hand gripping her sword tightly. She always had to bear that burden. But in the end, the sturdy man decided to turn around, simply because the answer to his question was in his heart. She's afraid we'll die first, just like our comrades. The light from the stars was gradually obscured by Kantovia's colossal shadow. The sturdy man prayed inwardly for the brave female warrior. We will survive. You must also return to everyone. After confirming that everyone had returned safely, Aya finally sighed and regained her composure. She even chuckled, blaming herself inwardly. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have used it this morning. Aya held out the weapon in her hand. She wasn't sure what she could do with the remaining amount. I don't know how much mana has recovered, but I only need one attack. As soon as she felt the opportunity was ripe, Aya prayed inwardly. Please, let there still be some left. She raised her weapon high, and a powerful force surged into the sky, filling it with starlight. Aya shouted with all her might, preparing for the single attack that would finish off the colossal monster before her. In an instant she swung a single line, gently slicing towards Kantovia. This single strike was launched so fast it was difficult to follow with the naked eye. From afar only its afterimage could be seen whizzing past. It easily pierced through the colossal ankle of the monster Kantovia and slowly vanished into the quiet void. That single strike was completely insignificant compared to its colossal body. Aya gritted her teeth in annoyance. What, was it not strong enough? Suddenly her eyes realized something was wrong. Kantovia only then abruptly turned its attention to the one who had attacked it. It slowly glanced down at the small human standing on the ground. Aya was now at a disadvantage but still spoke strongly. So you're looking at me after all. Kantovia of darkness. Aya didn't care what it would do next. She continued to loudly confront it without fear of death. Behind you are countless followers. In the battle that unfolded right below the setting sun, you were the ultimate victor. Aya gritted her teeth, annoyed, emphasizing each word. Why are you here? A moment later, she charged forward like a madwoman. The weapon that had run out of mana earlier now also began to gather energy again. Why? Aya swung her weapon wildly, and streaks of light flew everywhere, following the direction she swung. Aya was now completely exhausted, her forehead covered in sweat, but the monster began to unleash a counterattack before her eyes, and a strange whirlpool had appeared above its head at some point. Aya knew that in her current state she couldn't directly and completely destroy Kantovia. I need to buy more time, but Aya seemed to have already reached her limit. Her eyes saw it raising its sword and she accepted her fate. This will probably be my end. Just as it raised its colossal weapon high, about to crush the small ant on the ground, Aya suddenly heard someone shouting loudly from behind her, "Are we here? Where's that monster?" Jinkyung suddenly appeared, surprising her. Before Aya could even answer Jinkyung's question, he suddenly looked at her with a very surprised, blank face. His gaze did not leave the person before him. He focused even more on Aya's current appearance. Jinkyung innocently uttered his final words. A one-eyed female character, even in such a critical situation, he still had the leisure to praise another person's daughter. Truly cool. His passionate face at that moment, his appearance was truly striking. What she paid attention to was that Kantovia's sword seemed about to send him to the afterlife, in the middle of the dark night. Suddenly a strange streak of light flashed from beyond the forest. Kantovia struck the ground very hard with a sword it had drawn from somewhere. Its destructive power was enough to split the ground in two. The streak of light could be seen firing in a straight line. There was almost nothing that could block its attack. Dust and dirt flew wildly around Aya, making her cough continuously. She gradually regained her composure, and Aya only then realized something was wrong. Aya immediately looked around, assessing the situation. After confirming that she had no injuries from the monster Kantovia's terrible attack, she only then blankly asked herself, "Why am I still?" But the moment Aya looked up at the sky, she suddenly saw a quite familiar figure. Jinkyung, who had appeared like a god earlier, was hit by Kantovia and immediately flew straight into the sky. He now seemed unconscious, free-falling as if preparing to board a train to paradise. Jinkyung fell straight down in a single line, and he successfully landed headfirst on the ground right before Aya's eyes. She froze on the spot. What? No way. Aya stared at this person who had suddenly appeared before her. He was intact despite falling from such a height. What surprised her the most was what Jinkyung had just done. He had just taken Kantovia's attack. Suddenly 2 more people rushed over. Among them the youngest girl kept calling his name, seemingly very worried. "Sir Tuba." Aya looked closely and only then realized it was Aya as soon as she saw the girl. Aya immediately opened her eyes wide in surprise. She hadn't expected Aya to appear here. "What? Why you?" The girl only then saw Aya, and Aya was just as surprised as Aya, but the girl spoke urgently. "No time to explain. I know milady doesn't believe me, but..." I briefly explained her plan. "We'll deal with that monster first," but what interested Aya was something else. "No, that's not it. Clearly you're Aya already." But before she could even finish her sentence, someone else loudly interrupted with even more shocking information. Everyone was startled. "Lady I think Sir Tuba has collapsed." Benny even put his hands together and had tears in his eyes. He was a truly good spirit in his lifetime. Hearing her benefactor being mourned like that, the girl immediately pointed directly at Benny in anger. "No, you fool, Benny, don't underestimate him like that." I tried hard to explain to them. Summoned spirits return to their original world if they take too much damage. Sir Tuba is fine. But he who had been lying unconscious on one side suddenly sprang up from the brink of death. Moreover, he loudly denied the girl's recent words. "I'm not fine," Jinkyung continued to complain. "It hurts too much. It hurts more than when the neighborhood kids bullied me and stole my money." The answer to his complaint was Aya's extremely surprised face. She seemed unable to believe her own eyes. Impossible. How can he still be standing after taking Kantovia's attack? I praised her benefactor's power with great confidence. "Sir Tuba is the most powerful summoned spirit. He defeated Greya." The girl had not heard Jinkyung's earlier complaints at all. "Are you all deaf? I'm telling you I'm in excruciating pain. Not fine at all." At the same time, Aya's CPU was overheated and couldn't process it due to having to accept too much unexpected information. "He really killed Greya?" I confirmed again, firmly and without hesitation. "That's right, he will save this world." Before she could even finish speaking, someone reached out and severely pulled the girl's cheeks, making her subsequent words muddled and unintelligible. Jinkyung pinched her cheeks, repeating his complaints. "I told you it hurts." Before he could even inflict a physical blow, Benny gasped, drawing everyone's attention. "Lady Aya, what's that monster doing again?" Kantovia suddenly swung its sword, preparing its next attack. Jinkyung stepped forward once more to protect everyone, not realizing that Aya and her group had already fled far away. "I-chan, step back quickly." "Okay, it seems my body is stronger than I thought." Jinkyung suddenly reached into his pocket and searched for something. Then he pulled out a very ordinary pen. However, he was very confident in the power of that pen. "Let's fight." Before Jinkyung could activate his weapon, he froze, seeing Kantovia already pointing its weapon at him. His face was rigid, unable to say a word. The speed at which the monster Kantovia swung its sword was too fast for ordinary people to evade. He gritted his teeth and exerted force at the crucial moment, when everything seemed irreversible. Jinkyung quickly lunged to the side, dodging the fatal blow. However, he was not entirely out of the range of the enormous weapon's impact. Jinkyung quickly pulled out the pen. "This time I was prepared. It's something I always carry." With a simple motion, the small convenient weapon revealed its nib and a red beam of light immediately shot straight towards Kantovia. "This is a laser pen," immediately after Jinkyung shouted. A single-colored beam of light pierced Kantovia. It was powerful enough to travel hundreds of miles, even crossing the fantasy world sky, passing through dazzling galaxies and heading towards a distant planet, instantly exploding that planet. The explosion was so massive that even Benny, standing on the fantasy planet, could see it, but the beam of light quickly disappeared, confusing him. "What kind of magic is that? I definitely saw something." Back in battle, the moment Jinkyung ignited the flame, Kantovia roared fiercely. But it was still able to respond to the opponent. Moreover, this injury forced Jinkyung to grudgingly admit, "It hurts so much, it really hurts." But what made him displeased and mumble was that, not only had Kantovia only sustained a minor injury, but it wasn't even in a fatal spot. This surprised him the most. "I didn't expect it to evade." Moreover, Jinkyung was in danger as the laser pen's battery suddenly ran out, and he cursed, rummaging through his pocket. "Damn it, was I too careless?" A moment later, he irritably pulled an item from his pocket. "Dad's lighter is my second weapon. I should have brought a few more batteries." But Jinkyung didn't accept this situation and tried to calm himself. "No, there must be something better, like..." But just then he suddenly widened his eyes in surprise, seeing Kantovia take advantage of his carelessness to attack him. This caused him to panic and use the lighter in his hand, shouting, "Damn it." But the power of the flame was too small. How could it fight against a giant sword? So Jinkyung was immediately pinned under the sword's tip. When everything seemed lost in an inconspicuous small corner, he turned the gas to maximum and using all his strength blocked the sword's tip, trying not to fall. And with his shout, the small flame suddenly grew stronger, becoming like a giant flame sword, blocking the enemy's attack. In the end, it caused an explosion that sent Kantovia's sword tip flying far away, and Kantovia couldn't believe what was happening for a moment. Jinkyung took advantage of Kantovia's dazed state, gripped the flame sword tightly and shouted, "You won't evade this time." In an instant his sword suddenly grew larger, even bigger than Kantovia itself. Feeling that the time had come, Jinkyung immediately swung the flame sword to attack the opponent. Even Kantovia was surprised by the burning weapon before its eyes, but after a moment of hesitation it quickly shifted its weight lightly on its toes, dodging this attack. And then it shattered the flame sword, leaving only small fireballs in the air as the sword disappeared. This sight completely froze Jinkyung. He watched everything with wide, disbelieving eyes, but in battle, no one waits for you. Kantovia was no exception. Seeing the opponent's weapon disappear, it quickly launched a new attack. Seeing that, Jinkyung also quickly turned on the gas, preparing to continue fighting. "Damn it!" But Jinkyung was in extreme fear as the opponent slowly approached him. His lighter still hadn't ignited. Now he could only stand there like a statue, waiting for Kantovia's sword to come at him. It didn't give him time to escape, striking him hard and sending him flying far away like a stone skipping across water. Just as Kantovia was almost certain of victory, Aya suddenly discovered something. Not only that, Kantovia, which had been relieved by the opponent's fall, now gripped its sword in anger and raised it high. And then, with all its might, it cleaved a nearby mountain, causing earth and stone to fly everywhere. And at the same time, Aya and her group nearby also bore the brunt of the impact. But Kantovia didn't stop. It continued to cleave the same spot and finally decided to take a deep breath and concentrate all its strength on the final cleave. Just then, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. A moment later, the ground split accordingly. At this time, Aya's group called out to each other and ran. Even Aika, trembling with fear, warned, "If we stay here, we'll all die." Despite the dangerous situation, Aya still stood in place, and Aika shouted in surprise, "Hey, quickly move," but the girl didn't hear. At this time, Aya was paying attention to Sir Tuba's battle situation and in an instant saw something and rushed forward without hesitation. After the earthquake, the sky was covered in dust, but something was wrong. But a coughing sound echoed through the thick smoke. It was Jinkyung. He was still alive and tried to crawl out of the crevice, but before he could even get out he was completely exhausted, giving up everything and lying on the ground gasping for breath. It was a long time later that Jinkyung finally sighed and lamented. "What's happening?" He looked up at the sky. Seeing the sky covered in dust, he lamented, "I can't die, but wouldn't it be better to die than suffer like this?" And then he frowned, questioning everything. "What am I doing here? I'm striving for something that doesn't help me at all." Just then, a cry for Sir Tuba was heard. It was Aya. She climbed down the cliff, disregarding her comrades who were calling out to her in worry. "Hey, it's dangerous, Mena." As soon as she arrived, the girl immediately asked, "Oppa, are you all right?" But Jinkyung had no face to see the girl. He unpleasantly turned away and said he was not all right at all. Finally, he gathered all his courage and shyly admitted, "I-chan always used items from my world and I've run out." The moment he saw Aya's worried eyes, he sincerely explained, "I didn't die from its attack, but I thought I had power within me." And then he confessed to the girl once more, "But I don't know how to use it." At this moment, the atmosphere around the two suddenly became strangely quiet. So Jinkyung completely admitted defeat, gritting his teeth and struggling to say, "I'm sorry, I-chan, Oppa can't help you this time." Aya had never seen Jinkyung so discouraged. She was too surprised to say anything and could only call out, "Sir Tuba." But while the two were conversing, the smoke slowly cleared, revealing the beautiful fantasy night sky filled with stars. But this also meant that Kantovia had discovered his location. It concentrated lightning in its palm without hesitation. A moment later a spear made of lightning slowly formed in its hand. As soon as she saw it, Aika immediately screamed in fear. No, it's Cantavia's spear, but Benny had never heard this name before. He repeated in confusion, Cantavia's spear? Hearing that, she immediately pointed to the giant lightning spear in the sky and explained, that one hit will set this entire area on fire. Countless soldiers in the north died under that spear. And then she pointed to the girl below and advised, I don't know how strong that spirit is, but you two should run away quickly. But at this moment, Jinkyung at the bottom of the cliff was in despair. He painfully admitted, I'm not as great as you think. I might be strong here, but I don't even know why I have such power. So he slowly confessed everything in Iha's surprised eyes. My true self is, finally, when Cantavia covered the sky with one hand, and could turn elements into its weapon, Jinkyung finally realized one thing. That's right, I know why I'm enduring this pain. My real life is a broken mess, but if I can live once more with this special power, but he still didn't give up and blamed himself, then I have to succeed this time. Even if I fail, I don't think I can succeed at anything. It would be the same no matter how many times I live again. Suddenly, just then, Aya unexpectedly shouted again, calling Sir Tuba. This startled him and allowed him to break free from his previous thoughts. Not only that, the girl bravely and proudly declared, Oppa is a truly wonderful person. I'll prove it. After speaking, Aya immediately ran off, not even giving him time to understand what was happening. As she approached the cliff, the girl shouted loudly at Aika, Aika, Ani, please lend me a Seacon, but Aika didn't agree. Instead, she kindly tried to dissuade her. What are you talking about? I told you if that spear is unleashed, this entire place will be set on fire. And then she frowned, displeased. I still don't trust you. I will never trust the king's puppet. But Aya still didn't give up. As the girl shouted, Aika stopped and stared at the girl intently. At this time, the girl began to persuade her that she and the soldiers needed to fight the demons to protect the residents. Following this, Aya's eyes became even more determined. I'm also trying to protect someone. Aika hesitated a little at this moment. She cursed internally with anger. What? She stared intently at the girl's clear, determined eyes, asking herself internally, why can't I refuse those eyes? And then, persuaded by those eyes, she lent the Seacon to Aya. But as the girl respectfully bowed her head in gratitude, Aika impatiently scolded her. Don't waste time bowing in such a desperate situation. But as she looked at the running girl straight back, she fell into deep thought once more. Is this girl really the king's puppet? Following this, in his dazed eyes, the girl planted the Seacon in front of him and called out Sir Tuba once more. Following this, the girl slowly explained, Listen to me, summoned spirits not only use mana from items they bring from their own world. Finally, in his wide, disbelieving eyes, the girl said, they can usually control mana from their own world. At this time, Aika, hearing the two still chatting leisurely on the cliff, shouted in anger, Why are you still teaching that? Cantovia has already pulled out its spear. She pointed to Cantovia, which was holding a burning spear high and about to attack the two directly, adding, It's activating its magic. Despite the dangerous situation, Aya below didn't care at all and continued to explain. To use magic, an incantation is needed. The second is the mage's concentration and imagination, shaping the magic. Despite the urgent situation, the girl's voice was always clear and distinct, and finally, and lastly, mana is needed. At this time, the girl pointed to the Seacon and continued, This dagger is a Seacon. It's a magical blade that absorbs and stores magic power. If Oppa imagines using mana from his own world, and then she confidently vowed, Oppa will be able to turn it into his own mana the moment Jinkyung awakened. Cantovia was not idle either. At this time, its spear was almost complete, and it gripped the burning spear and rushed at him without hesitation. But that light simultaneously shone on Jinkyung. The passion that was always buried within me is erupting. Not only that, these words surprised even Aya. At this time he gripped the Seacon tightly and declared confidently, I always wanted to be a hero, not a copy of the real world. And then he bent his knee and shouted loudly, I want to be a true hero of the fantasy world. At this moment nothing seemed to be able to stop Jinkyung, and his passion also spread to the Seacon as the gem on the hilt suddenly glowed, stirring the pure and infinite power of the fantasy world, unconsciously becoming Jinkyung's power to accompany him in fighting Cantovia. And as its powerful flame reached the two, the Seacon suddenly split the flame into two, protecting him and I. Watching the entire situation, he smiled confidently and called upon the magic sword. As soon as he finished speaking, it seemed to understand his intention and concentrated all its power on the flame curtain. Although it could only create small cracks at first, a moment later, the flame curtain shattered into hundreds of pieces, directly confronting Cantovia's powerful spear, causing small cracks to appear on the spear's body. And the cracks slowly spread along the body, and with a clang, the spear shattered in midair. But the Seacon's power didn't stop there, gently piercing Cantovia's body, and cracks began to appear on Cantovia's body like a spear. Soon, with a powerful explosion, it shattered into pieces, clearing away the mist brought by Cantovia and restoring the star-filled night sky of the fantasy world. Gazing at the beautiful night sky and its powerful light, Jinkyung finally realized, My life in the real world is a mess, but I still want to see if I can achieve something in another world. He quietly made a promise. Day broke, and amidst the gentle flow of white clouds the chirping of birds could be heard. The land below was still desolate and ruined, with only bare withered trees standing inside the room. The morning sun woke Jinkyung through the window and he bolted upright. Stretching his body, he squeezed his eyes shut and gritted his teeth, complaining, "Damn it, this bed is too uncomfortable. How do people in this world even sleep here?" Jinkyung got up and mumbled, heading towards the door. Did Ai-chan sleep well? As soon as he opened the door, a dazzling light streamed into the room and he flinched, discovering something. But he soon fell silent, frowning and looking with a sorrowful gaze. What Jinkyung saw was a desolate landscape and countless injured innocent civilians. Here rescue teams were digging pits to bury those who had fallen after the war. Elsewhere, a gloomy atmosphere hung heavy. People lined up around gravestones expressing their grief. Jinkyung quietly watched everything from behind, thinking to himself, "I always thought the fantasy worlds I saw in games and anime were fun and exciting places," but he closed his eyes and pity crossed his face. He continued to think, "Come to think of it, that couldn't be true. Countless people die every time monsters attack, and that's not all." Jinkyung cut off his thoughts and sighed. A world without internet, how truly terrible. Suddenly, Aiha's voice was heard and Jinkyung was pulled out of his unfinished thoughts. "I'm sorry about last night." She hesitated and spoke the truth. Aya still looked bewildered and Aika continued to say, "I admit this child is trustworthy, but Aya doesn't know what the king is thinking. He's using this child right now." At this moment, Jinkyung was bent over, leaning his arms on the railing, listening intently to their conversation. "I know you're worried, Ani." Aya awkwardly scratched her neck, unable to look the other person directly in the eye, and said, "I realized a lot last night. I think I need to reflect on myself. I want to see what's happening in the north firsthand." As soon as Aika heard this, she frowned and glanced at Aya with surprised eyes. Aya expressed her feelings with a serious expression. "Once I do that, I'll believe that what I'm doing is right." Those words truly surprised Aika, rendering her speechless. A few minutes later, having regained her composure, she hesitantly said, "Really? There's no danger?" "That's right." The sky was still blue and white clouds drifted, filling the space. On a distant hillside, 5 shadows were talking together. At this time, Aika handed Aya a small cloth bag and said, "It's not much, but you should use it for your journey." The sturdy man standing next to Aika chuckled awkwardly and said, "It all burned up fighting monsters." Aika turned around and scoffed, "Royal orders, I'm sorry." Then Aya smiled brightly and said, "Thank you, I'll use it carefully." Suddenly, Aika scratched her face and hesitantly said, "And one more thing, there was new news about the king yesterday." The 3 people who heard her asked in surprise, "New news?" The sturdy man added, "They were here last night, remember, not just us, everyone knows the news." Hearing this, Aika quickly explained the incident. "The wanderers traveled many places and heard many things. What's happening in the world, all the problems are in their songs." She added that there was a large hall in Jana for Aya and the other 2. There'll be a lot more useful information there. They all agreed, "Really?" After providing the information and giving instructions to the group, Aika unbuckled the belt where she had hung her bow and hesitantly asked Jinkyung, "Hey Mr. YouTuber?" At this time Jinkyung didn't know her name and asked in bewilderment, "I'm the one-eyed one." Without a word, Aika threw the bow belt to Jinkyung. He flinched for a moment but caught the bow. At this time Aika, with a serious expression, entrusted Jinkyung with confidence and said, "That would look good on you. Please take good care of that child." With a cool weapon in his hand, he excitedly put it on immediately, and asked loudly, "How is it? Does it suit me?" Benny and Aya subtly teased him, "No Oppa, you're too short, it doesn't suit you at all." Aika also watched the scene speechless. After their conversation, the 3 bid farewell to the 2 and left to continue their journey. White clouds floated in the blue sky and the air seemed very still. Suddenly, Jinkyung's loud voice broke the silence. "What? She stabbed your eye. If you had told me earlier, I would have taught her a lesson." Aya quickly said, "No YouTuber Oppa." After that, the 2 became calm. Aya spoke first. "It was just a misunderstanding." Jinkyung, unconvinced, asked again, "She stabbed you because of a misunderstanding? Seriously?" The 3 had already gone far beyond the mountain. The girl spoke honestly. "Aika Ani has to protect many people. She always has to be prepared for everything." Jinkyung, still bothered by something in his mind, hesitantly said, "But even so." At this time, Aya cut him off and continued, lost in thought, "Thanks to Aika Ani, I've thought a lot. It's like your choice, Oppa. What is your responsibility?" At those words, Jinkyung's eyes widened in surprise as if he had realized something. The girl mumbled with a sorrowful expression, "Perhaps it's about becoming an adult." After saying that, Aya looked at the distant sky and hesitated. "Look around, Oppa. Everyone is full of worries." Hearing this, Jinkyung was truly surprised, his eyes wide and unable to say a word. Far beyond the mountain, Aiha's words still echoed in Jinkyung's mind. "Look around, everyone is full of worries." Elsewhere, the exterior of the tower was very quiet. Inside the room, Kalunik sat in a chair with his daughter opposite him. The 2 said nothing. She looked at her hands and frowned irritably as if realizing something. He, on the other hand, had a surprised expression, his mouth agape and unable to say a word. Elsewhere, mist covered everything from above. Going deeper inside, Rikian laughed excitedly and asked Kalunik, "It's an honor to be summoned. How can I help you?" He went straight to the point without beating around the bush. "The ancient kingdom is in distress, isn't it? It's natural to discuss this issue," Rikian continued without changing his expression. "Understood. What do you wish to discuss with me?" At this time, Kalunik spoke the truth with a gloomy expression. "It's not really a discussion. I met my daughter this morning, and she told me a very interesting story." Hearing this, Rikian paused for a moment, holding his teacup but not yet taking a sip. Then Kalunik seriously began to recount what he had heard from his daughter. A summoner and her party headed north. I heard they defeated Gray. Hearing this, Rikian could no longer remain calm. He put down his teacup, his face filled with surprise. What? Then the rumor I heard this morning. Hearing this, Kalunik flinched and became curious. A rumor? He honestly spoke of what he had heard. Yes, I heard a rumor from the Wanderers. They said they witnessed something very strange. In Rikian's mind, the intense blue light that had appeared beneath the tower came to mind. He continued, they said Kantovia appeared, but it was destroyed by someone. Suddenly, silence fell between the two after he finished speaking. Then Kalunik quietly placed his teacup on the table and sighed. All right, we might be deceived by fools. He picked up his teacup again, took a sip and expressed his concern. If such a strong person truly appears, this matter is worrying. Hearing this, Rikian fell silent, closing his eyes and saying, from what I've heard, they are passing through Gia on their way north. Most of the residents have fled due to demon attacks, but the important thing is that it's still a port city. We need to have someone warn them. Suddenly, Kalunik's face turned serious and he frowned as if realizing something. The scene shifted here as the sun slowly set over the mountain. The sturdy man's voice was heard. Anyway, who knows what will happen to them in the wasteland city? Deep in the forest, a small base was still lit. Inside, 4 people sat around a faint light. He continued to inform them. Everyone, we have a good opportunity. We received orders from the captain and the captain received an important mission from the association. Kiner folded his arms comfortably and wondered, does that mean we're their mercenaries? Lua immediately cut him off. Leave it, we'll do the mission we're given. Suddenly, the man's face turned serious and he shouted, you fools, who cares? How long are you going to live earning peanuts? If we want to live prosperously, we need the patronage of nobles. Then he turned to Kiner and asked without hesitation, think about it, what are we lacking, Kiner? You always say everything correctly. At this time he coughed once and honestly said, well, I admit this is really cool. I think it can even pierce a dragon's eardrum. Following this, he turned to Eric and sighed. Eric, your skills are the best. Finally, his gaze stopped on Lua and he hesitantly said, and Lua. Suddenly, the 3 looked at him, and the air was completely silent. A few minutes later, he smiled teasingly. Really pretty. Lua was flustered by the compliment and shouted, what? I told you I don't like it. He was angry and his face turned red, but the man calmly held out a paper and said, calm down, look at this. On the paper were portraits of Jinkyang and Aya. He expressed concern and said, these 2 kids are really evil. They'll arrive in Zilla soon. Then he spoke to everyone in a voice filled with arrogance. Who are they? They are our ancient selves. Kiner also chimed in excitedly. That's right, we've got a big catch. Then he suddenly took out something that made a clinking sound and his face became terrifyingly serious. We have to deal with them, for this homeland, for this country. Those words surprised the other 3, making them gape. Eric asked curiously, don't say murder. He didn't answer and threw a money bag on the table and the other 3 froze in surprise. Looking at the money bag, he calmly said, this is a lot of money. His face remained unchanged. He continued, it's not murder. This is a national mission. Suddenly, the air became tense. The 3 were all sweating and listening carefully. Are you going to keep singing on the streets? Did you hear what people whispered about us when we sang about the king's downfall? What else do we have to fear when we sing about our lives? Seeing that no one answered him, he anxiously asked, then who will participate? The money bag was held in his hand. Lua walked through the forest, letting out a tired sigh. All along the way he had been deep in thought for a long time. He's right, this is our chance. We can't wander and sing forever. His resolve burned strongly. I want to perform in a big mansion. I'm tired of poverty. Just then a painful sensation from his leg made Lua stop. His mother reprimanded him mercilessly. Where have you been all this time? I told you not to waste time singing. He couldn't contain his anger on the spot. Mom, please, but she continued to nag. I can't even look the villagers in the face anymore. You wander around singing every day. It's like you're grinding your teeth, begging for money. Aren't you ashamed when you see the children? Even as Lua's eyes welled up with tears, she continued to accuse him incessantly. Han, who lives at the end of the road, is now a blacksmith. Everyone is moving forward. Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore. What do you know, Mom? She was surprised, and her daughter slammed the door shut right in front of her. She immediately shouted outside, come back, but he kept running away. I hate Mom, Lua kept encouraging himself. I will succeed, I must succeed, and this time he made a big decision. With pride, he returned to the village. Soon the morning sun streamed through the leaves. Aya walked carefully and said, after passing through this forest, there will be the sea. Jinkyang also looked with a slightly worried expression. Are you all right? The girl rested for a moment and wiped her sweat. Yes, Oppa, last time you were tired after just a little running. He also noticed this fact. You're right, it's really strange. Has my body learned to use magic power? Benny slumped on a rock looking exhausted. Mr. Yutuba, I don't know why we have to cross the sea to Zilla. Have you ever seen the sea, Oppa? Jinkyang looked at the 2 with a surprised expression. You haven't seen it? Aya too. Seeing both of them blankly nodding, he excitedly explained. The sea, there's so much water that you can't see all of it with your eyes. It's like the water connects with the horizon. The other party was impressed by his greatly exaggerated words. That's what I saw on TV and the internet. I've never actually been to the sea, have I? Eventually, the 3 successfully climbed to the top of the hill. Aya's eyes widened and she froze on the spot. So this is the sea. Jinkyang's reaction, on the other hand, was like that of a novice who had never experienced such a thing before. Before his eyes stretched an endless blue sky and clouds, and the majestic scenery of mountains where clouds billowed. Looking far into the distance, a picturesque landscape of mountains, clouds, and sea blended illogically. Those who knew would have thought it was always like that, but the water stretched to the horizon. Just as he had said, Benny was still studying the terrain, contemplating if a ship could float, while Jinkyung was frozen in place. Behind the high rocky peaks, white birds flew, making the scenery even more beautiful. The three began to explore this wondrous place. Just then, a fierce sound ripped through the peaceful atmosphere. Everyone immediately became alert. What is that? It sounds like a demon. All three, without hesitation, offered opposing views. Should we run? It might be good to take a look. Run? An inexpressibly awkward silence enveloped the space. Jinkyung was the first to speak. Anyone who wants to stay and watch, stay, Benny complained, but without resentment. I want to run away too. Did I say something wrong? Not far from where they were, a demon was targeting a small prey. It roared fiercely as if threatening its opponent. Lua could only look up at the entire situation in despair. What is this? Why did I agree? Why can't I do anything? The demon's pincers approached more and more aggressively. As he sensed danger, he instinctively squeezed his eyes shut. Just then, a savior's voice appeared. You damn bastard! Jinkyung stepped forward with all his might and said, How dare you attack a weak woman one-on-one? Fight me! After that, he leapt high, taking an advantageous position. This is a fair fight. Benny understood nothing. Fair? He seemed to squeeze all the strength from his throat as if to add confidence. But suddenly, Jinkyung's momentum plummeted to the underworld as soon as his feet touched the ground. The demon froze for a moment, and Lua looked up with hopeful eyes, thinking he would receive backup. The other two companions stared blankly at his figure, speechless. He stepped back in a fluster. Wait! Eventually, Aya could no longer watch. I told you, if you kick like that, it won't reach. Jinkyung struggled to buy time. Just wait a moment, but the demon was very cunning and said time's up. It sent him flying across the sea at the speed of light. His entire body directly struck a rock as if a meteorite had landed. The atmosphere, at this moment, froze everything once again. Lua couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, unsure who that defeated person was. While Lua was still dazed, Aya shouted loudly, Hey, run away quickly! He kept shouting as he ran towards them. YouTuba Oppa, Aya's group, with a mix of embarrassment and surprise, listened as Jinkyung slowly spoke. God of death, you are darker than death itself. With your mighty scythe, punish foolish creatures and cast them into eternal sleep. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light shot straight at the monster with tremendous speed. For a moment, all space became quiet, and all three, except Jinkyung, gaped in surprise. The monster stood there for a moment, and a crisp, resolute sound echoed as cracks appeared on its body. Gradually, yellow beams of light shot out from its black body. The monster's upper body shattered into pieces, and its broken shell swayed in the wind. Lua remained dazed for a long time, then suddenly snapped back to reality, turned around and thought, Who are those people? Jinkyung approached step by step. Benny knelt before the girl, covering his ears and saying, It's over. Lua recognized the two. They were the people from the paper. His thoughts quickly sounded an alarm. Dangerous individuals. Meanwhile, Jinkyung was already posing like a nobleman, his soft black hair fluttering, and asked, Are you hurt anywhere? He paused for a moment, then finished with a childish line, Beautiful flower, looking like this you won't make Lua wary. He doesn't look dangerous at all, he replied with a bitter smile. I'm fine thanks to you, Oppa. But after saying this much, Lua hesitated for a moment. Then why? Everyone understood the meaning and stopped speaking. Aya and Benny stared blankly in one direction, and Jinkyung also widened his eyes in disbelief. Lua felt the atmosphere was strange and cautiously asked, What's wrong? Jinkyung remained dazed for a long time before finally managing to speak. Why is your voice like that? It took him 7 times of biting his tongue before he could make a judgment. It's low. Lua didn't understand and, flustered, unconsciously brought his hand behind his head. It's not that low for a man. Everyone, the scene on the screen was no longer a still image. As the group moved on, Jinkyung reconfirmed Lua's identity. So you were a wandering singer? Lua replied firmly. Yes, that's right. You've come to Gilia for the first time. Aya naturally interjected. We have some business here. Lua tilted his head and suggested, If you don't have a place to stay, why don't you drop by our troupe? We can't. He didn't hide his intention. I want to repay my saviors. Aya, on behalf of the other two, happily agreed. Really? Thank you so much. After speaking, the girl excitedly turned to Jinkyung and said, YouTuba Oppa, we have a place to stay. However, as Lua and Aya simultaneously looked at him with expectant eyes, Jinkyung helplessly widened his eyes but ultimately let out a long sigh, and the two were speechless. Jinkyung put his hands in his pockets and continued to wonder, Why is your hair so long? Lua touched his soft hair and replied honestly, My hair? I apologize. The troupe told me to grow my hair. Seeing Jinkyung grind his teeth, Lua kept repeating with tears in his eyes, I'm sorry, I'm a man. Jinkyung casually looked at the distant sky. It's fine. His next words were as light as the wind but carried a sense of compromise. I was just saying. Jinkyung continued to roll his eyes and said, Who cares if they're women or men? Only after saying this much did he reveal his true colors. They just need to be delicious. These words made Benny's face turn red. Aya understood nothing and Lua's expression darkened even further. Jinkyung ignored their stiff expressions and urged them forward, leading the way. Let's go. Lua clenched his fist, feeling as if he could reach the sky. They are dangerous, he emphasized with all his might. Truly dangerous, Lua said firmly without a hint of hesitation. All of them are dangerous. The sunset slowly descended, and the last light of the day stretched long, coloring the entire space golden. Jinkyung, slightly surprised, exclaimed, Oh, So this is where the troupe lives. I like this scenery, it's really spacious, Lua said in surprise. I apologize. I heard it was attacked by demons, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Jinkyung waved his hand in understanding. I know if you had known this would happen, you wouldn't have confidently brought people here. Benny, on the other hand, was more optimistic. He said excitedly, we can sleep on the road, but this looks like a house. Aya pleaded desperately. Quiet? Lua, flustered, pointed to the underground entrance made of broken bricks. That's right, we use the basement as a dining hall. If we just clean it up, we can use it. Jinkyung adamantly refused with his actions. Aya very skillfully rolled up her sleeves and said, I'll help. Lua also thought he couldn't ask guests to do anything and said, no, it's fine, this is where the troupe lives, so it's the troupe's job to clean it. Benny suggested to Aya, it might be good to look for a ship here before sunset. If the village is in this state, no one will be left. We might have to go by land. Hearing this, the girl hesitated slightly at the thought of going by land. But we were advised to go by ship, Jinkyung suggested. I can help deal with the demons, but according to the map, going by land will take longer. Lua reassured them, it's fine, feel free to look around. Aya, hearing everyone's words, could only scratch her head and agree. Lua stood there watching them leave. As the figures of the three gradually disappeared from view, he sighed as if relieved. Lua took out an object that looked like a gray marker pen. Lua recalled a time when he was inside a small tent. The man handed him this object and said, I never told you to die alone. This is enough to take down even a bear. They said a member of the Alchemist Guild would come to handle everything when they fell asleep. This is an opportunity to earn money. They said they'd pay us double. He scoffed and encouraged him. Come on, what's so scary about someone from the Gilia branch? Lua mumbled helplessly. I'm not from Gilia either. My voice doesn't even work here. Even as he said that, he still pointed at Jinkyung's portrait. Wait, this guy is a spirit, isn't he, if a sleeping potion works on him? He always kept a watchful eye on his tense gaze. If that happens, Benny looked around at the piles of debris. It seems a few houses are still standing. Did the demon attack them? Kantovia seemed to cross the sea like a giant. Aya crossed her arms and fell into deep thought, and one word caught Jinkyung's attention. Well, demons have never attacked from under the water. I heard Gilia was named after Ea, the goddess of the sea, so the water here is protected by Ea's power. As soon as Jinkyung heard this, he laughed loudly, and the two were startled. You tuba opa, Jinkyung said triumphantly. You're really foolish, I need to give you a science lesson. Have you ever seen a god? Benny vigorously shook his head. Aya still understood nothing but replied, no. Jinkyung continued to ask, has what you wished for ever come true? Aya still replied, no, Jinkyung explained, but they demanded money from you to build temples and churches. We donated money and other valuables. To be precise, it's really absurd that an almighty god can't even earn money. This is just a lie made up by people to steal people's money. He concluded with a single sentence, there's no such thing as a god. Benny, flustered, made excuses in a small voice, but there's still one god, isn't there? The three arrived at a chillingly desolate place. An abandoned sailboat lay in the middle of a space filled with bones. Benny hesitated. Aya. The ship is here. Aya also worried. What should we do? Suddenly, Benny noticed something in the distance and pointed them in that direction, saying, Aya, do you see a light over there? A faint light flickered in the darkness. A man was sitting next to a small lantern at the back of the ship. The sound of hammering echoed from the side of the ship. As he stood up and wiped his sweat, the three ran to him. The ship can still be used? Aya cautiously asked. Excuse me, is this your ship? The girl put her hands together and looked at Banz with sparkling eyes. He just watched, not caring. Jinkyung pointed at Banz with a raised corner of his mouth, but he didn't react. As a man came down the stairs, Benny turned around in surprise. Who are you? The old man couldn't speak. 11. Benny immediately asked, seeing the approaching man. We're looking for a ship. Can we use this one? He came down and said hesitantly, Ah well, he seems to have repaired the broken parts, but it's probably fine. Benny understood nothing. Is there another problem here? He immediately replied, the sea is the problem. We need to launch the ship during low tide, but it's not working. Jinkyung shook his head but laughed triumphantly. There's no such thing. Auntie Aya seems angry. Our prayers must not have been answered. The man came down with a lantern and asked, Is this right, old man? You can launch the ship at low tide? The old man waved his hand without turning around. He said to Benny, See. Benny just stood there blankly. How did he know that? The three were led to a dwelling in the basement. Welcome everyone. Warm fire and comfortable beds. Lua suddenly appeared with a bright smile. And even a hearty meal. Jinkyung stared blankly for a long time at Lua's tight-fitting black outfit. Cover your body quickly. He barely managed to utter a few words. This damn bastard. Jinkyung wondered. What are you wearing? Lua put his cloak back on, bowed his head and said obediently, I apologize, this is what I wear for performances. Benny just focused on eating and Aya, flustered, tried to persuade him. You tuba opa, stop it. Just leave him alone. Aya, stiff, scooped up food and complimented. It looks delicious, thank you. Lua stood up and said, Yes, I'll get some drinks. Lua seemed to go inside dejectedly. Benny asked her worriedly, What should we do? Aya, if we continue like this, we'll have to detour by land. That will take too much time. Aya still discussed. That's right, it's not good at all. Tuba Opa defeated the demons in Goda, but if we go a long distance, they might reappear. Lua turned back and poured liquid into a water glass. Here you go, sweet water. However, too flustered, Lua misspoke and sweat poured down like rain. The three guests had expressions of understanding nothing. Lua, flustered, said again, I mean tea, please try it. At this moment, Lua was desperate enough to want to die. He kept crying. I'm screwed. Aya, grateful to Jinkyung, said excitedly, "It looks delicious." Benny sniffed the aroma and exclaimed, "It's really fragrant." Lua was startled when Aya called him. "Lua, do you know anything about the tide?" Lua chuckled awkwardly and wondered. "The tide?" Aya didn't mind his strange expression and said, "That's right, I heard Aya, the goddess of the sea, isn't opening the way to the sea. We need to launch the ship but the tide is too high." Lua rested his chin in his hand and thought, "Now that you mention it, the legend of Aya and the wandering singers." Aya hesitated and asked about the legend. Lua replied honestly, "It's a story about a very beautiful goddess with golden hair. Yes, that's also why the Hall of Song was built in Gilia. The goddess of the sea once sided with the demons because the demons could sing beautiful songs that tempted people. Someone found out the goddess loved songs, and the wandering troupe created the most beautiful song in the world and offered it to the goddess in exchange for protection. That's why at night the tide is always high, protecting people from demons. And in the daytime, the water level would recede so the fishermen could go out." As Aya grew more interested, Jinkyung put his hands behind his head and said indifferently, "Ai-chan, now is not the time to be overwhelmed by ancient legends. That guy has no useful information. He doesn't even know how to lower the tide." Lua pointed with his finger and said, "But I heard that Aya chooses the person with the most beautiful voice. If that person offers a song to Aya, the goddess will surely help." Jinkyung curled his lips into a sneer and said, "But you're not that person. You look like an unripe durian." Lua continued, tears streaming down his face. "You're right." Benny smiled wryly beside him. Aya asked in confusion, "Yutuba Oppa, what's wrong?" Jinkyung grumbled. "That guy is annoying your Oppa." Lua became increasingly dejected. "At the moment I told them everything. But not a single drop of the poisoned water Lua prepared had been drunk yet." He thought to himself, "They haven't drunk that water yet." Jinkyung slammed the table hard, startling Lua. Jinkyung said bluntly, "To be honest, I don't care about such superstitions. What I want to know is," in front of Lua's pale face. Jinkyung picked up the glass of water and said suggestively, "What were you plotting?" 12. As night deepened, even the tall buildings were swallowed by silence. Inside a lit house, Jinkyung's parents sat silently. Suddenly, Jinkyung's father with a grim expression spoke first. "How is he doing these days, that kid?" Jinkyung's mother, startled, was peeling fruit. He continued to ask about his son. "Is he eating well?" Jinkyung's mother bowed her head without a word, but a hint of sadness was etched on her face. He recalled what he had seen in Jinkyung's room. "Before, when I went into his room, I saw bread." As Jinkyung's mother remained silent, he frowned and observed her reaction. Only then did she hesitate and reply, "I don't know how it got there because I didn't buy it. He probably ordered it or went out," Byung-kook said with conviction. "You definitely bought it and forgot. You said he collapsed after receiving the package." After that, he crossed his legs, sat comfortably and instructed, "That's enough. Don't worry anymore. He won't starve to death." Hearing this, Jinkyung's mother was slightly startled and opened her eyes wide but couldn't say anything. Jinkyung's father remained silent for a long time, then continued, "If he had the courage to die like that, he wouldn't have acted this way in the first place." At those words, Jinkyung's mother's face was clearly tinged with sadness. At this moment, Jinkyung was lost in thought. "I don't know what to do anymore." He stared helplessly at his room door. "That door is really annoying." The image of that door increasingly consumed his mind. But now it seemed there was nothing outside that door. He felt truly helpless. Jinkyung recalled what he had said to his mom when she came into his room before, "Just leave me alone." Jinkyung's mother silently gazed at the plate of half-peeled fruit with a gloomy expression. After that, both parents fell silent, and the atmosphere was very heavy. Jinkyung continued to be consumed by inner conflict. "I don't know how to feel, but I wish I could disappear into the quiet midnight covered by clouds." He continued his thoughts. "I wish I could disappear from everyone's hiding place." The small base was still dimly lit, and Lua's unexpected question echoed. "What was I trying to do?" he asked back, slightly flustered with sweat on his face. "What do you mean?" Seeing Jinkyung's evil face and cunning smile, Lua thought no and was startled. He figured it out. As his gaze focused on the cup in Jinkyung's hand, he became even more uneasy, thinking, "The tea is poisoned." But in the end, Jinkyung picked up the cup without hesitation and drank it all in one go. After finishing, he slammed the cup down on the table and let out a sigh of relief. The other three watched his every move silently. Without making them wait long, Jinkyung made a fierce expression and threatened, "You're a wandering singer, so you should be careful when trying to deceive someone." "No one can deceive me." Lua, sweating profusely, thought quietly to himself, "I just deceived you, you idiot." At this moment, Jinkyung once again reminded everyone that there was a foolish king ruling this country. "That's what your song is about." Then he told the story of the ancient castle. "But the strange thing is, not everyone can enter the king's castle. It's like a kingdom in the clouds." Jinkyung turned to Lua and asked with a sneering tone, "You guys make songs, but have you ever actually seen that king?" At this question, Lua's eyes widened, sweat poured down his face, and he couldn't say anything. A few minutes later, Lua barely regained his composure and said firmly to Jinkyung, "I don't know why you're asking that, but we're trying to sing the truth." The more he spoke, the more confident and passionate his voice became. "I haven't been in the singing group for long, so I'm still lacking, but the other members are risking their lives for this work. We make songs by listening to the opinions of those who were with the king." Hearing this, Jinkyung was slightly surprised and asked hesitantly, With the king? Who is that? Realizing he had just inadvertently blurted out the truth, Lua was startled and covered his mouth with his hand, and he controlled his voice and refused to answer. That's a secret, please don't ask. Jinkyung, who was interested in the story, suddenly weakened. Really? But as if grasping something, Jinkyung, with a triumphant expression, pressed Lua. You're not talking about servants or soldiers, then nobles? Are you being bribed by nobles to make songs? Jinkyung's words flustered Lua, and his face began to lose its composure. As if exposed, he shouted at Jinkyung. Bribed? We would never be bribed, they are just concerned about the state of the country. But when Jinkyung interrupted him, Lua stopped speaking and shut his mouth. Then I was right, he continued to speak with a triumphant tone and confident face. You might not be bribed, but then it's nobles? Lua was startled, thinking to himself, damn it. Jinkyung muttered, his face half hidden by his long hair. As you can see, I've become trash because of what other people, whom I've never even met, say. In front of Lua's surprised and overwhelmed face, Jinkyung advised him without hesitation. I don't know what kind of person that king is, but just see for yourself with your own eyes, if you want to criticize someone. Hearing this, fear surged through Lua, and he clenched his trembling hands into fists. Lua cried out with anger and a threatening voice. His voice echoed as if to crush the opponent's logic. How can you see everything in the world with your own eyes? That's why informants exist. It's enough if a reliable person delivers the news. Jinkyung's face was so dazed he leaned back. Reliable person? Who is that? He gasped as if to spit everything out. My senior in the singing group. He sent a look that was half mocking and half contemptuous, with a cunning smile. So you're saying that senior, besides taking orders, can also determine if a noble is a reliable person? Lua's eyes widened and turned red, sparks of anger and astonishment burning within them. How can you say that? From somewhere Benny appeared, lying prostrate on the floor, startling Jinkyung. He cried out in surprise. You startled me, were you sleeping? Jinkyung's face stiffened and his eyes widened in surprise and annoyance. As if his pride had been wounded, his body twisted as if losing control, and his face was pale and grimaced in pain. Jinkyung called out to Benny worriedly. Benny, what's wrong? Are you hurt? He hurriedly asked for help. Ai-chan, Benny is... But Jinkyung didn't know when Aya had passed out. She collapsed on the table, seemingly drained of energy, and the cup rolled from her hand, making a cold sound. Everything created a desperate and worrying scene, and he paused for about 2 seconds. Jinkyung frantically screamed, No! He was filled with surprise and fear. Lua's pupils constricted, and his breath seemed to catch. Jinkyung forced himself to get up, and he snapped his head around. His eyes, like a beast that had heard a threatening sound from behind, gleamed with sharpness, wariness, and fear. Seeing a weapon by the bed, Jinkyung immediately understood the problem and desperately rushed forward. Damn it, he was in a panic, fearing that everything would be in vain. Then it doesn't work on him. In the quiet midnight of the forest. In the cabin, his disgusting voice echoed. If the sleeping pill doesn't work, kill the summoner. Lua immediately followed those words like a beast, gripping the knife from the table without hesitation. Jinkyung quickly rushed, not stopping. His face was pale with fear, and he charged desperately. Lua lifted Aya. Jinkyung's eyes widened as if the world was collapsing before him, and he put all his strength into saving her. Surprisingly, his entire body became a transparent illusion, then transformed into a blue light, blowing everything around him away. The light tore through the darkness and soared straight into the quiet night sky, spreading a cold shockwave throughout the entire area. Like a silent scream of twisted fate, the streak of light brought Jinkyung back to his city apartment building. The room window shone like a stage light. He painfully collapsed onto the floor. Jinkyung helplessly called out a name. His face was half mad and half paralyzed as he bowed his head. His eyes were open but seemed to lack focus. A dazzling light engulfed the room, and Jinkyung weakly looked out the window. Sweat streamed ceaselessly down his face. Her life was in danger. Lua's feet touched the ground, heavy with hesitation and guilt. The blade fell onto the stone floor with a cold clink. As if a sharp blade of indifferent reality was piercing his heart, he grabbed his legs in terror, his whole body trembling at his inconceivable actions. Aya's body was motionless, her face pale, and her breath seemed to fade with time. Lua's mind shattered as he stared at the scene before him. He couldn't believe this cruel thing had just happened. He curled up in a corner, reflecting on himself. Lua's body trembled. I killed her. He recalled the moment he talked to him. That man. Lua was extremely flustered. How can I kill a person, he said in a controlling tone. You don't understand. This isn't a personal matter. What you've done is the first step in creating a new world. Don't hesitate, be decisive. Don't think about anything else. After a long period of thought, returning to the present, his eyes were hollow, staring up at the dark void, lost in ambiguity, guilt, and confusion about his actions. I'm thinking about it now, but I still don't understand what I did. But he said it was the first step. Lua sprang to his feet. I need to see how the world changes. We are risking our lives to achieve our goal. We are brothers. In the ruins cast in the shadows of night, the desolate city was silent like a memory withered with time. He quietly raised the hand holding the candle. The flame trapped in the glass flickered but was resolute, illuminating the darkness with its last light. That small flame burned in the desolate ruins in the quiet night. His voice echoed like a ghost. Is this it? Jilia Hall. The alchemist replied. It seems ready. There's a traffic light. What a pity. I don't want to see it, he said with extreme curiosity. I heard the spirit is so strong. Why do you want to see it, he said with a contemptuous tone. You mercenaries don't know about alchemy, do you? He asked blankly like someone from another planet. What do you mean, the alchemist lectured. Times have changed. The future will be recreated with mana. He frowned, not understanding, sweat beading on his temples, his eyes tense as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. "What are you talking about?" He explained everything around them. "Look around, the king and other nobles not only use it as a hiding place, but they also create castles, houses, even flying ships and magic weapons. They all use mana, which is why mages can no longer use mana," he wondered. "Do we have to find mana from another world?" The alchemist scoffed, showing skepticism. "Find it? We're clearing up the chaos from years ago." After a moment, a clear laugh broke the quiet atmosphere. "Good." The sky and the Rocky Mountains violently shook, and the rumbling sound was as if the earth and sky were awakening. Water poured down from the cold cliff and waves rose, splashing water droplets. The water droplets seemed to hang in the air, falling slowly, glittering as if containing a premonition of the coming upheaval. As the water droplets, falling like meteors, touched the ground, the entire mountain shook and rocks trembled, as if that droplet was the final signal awakening a sealed power. Amidst the gloomy roar, the cliff faded in chaos, and nature convulsed, as if opening a door for a terrible entity to awaken. The peaceful atmosphere suddenly grew heavy around the two. Bands looked up in surprise, his face blank as if he sensed an ominous presence. He felt something strange and asked, "What's wrong, old man?" The old man waved his hand, refusing. He gave the most heartfelt compliment. "Anyway, the old man fixed it, even if the sea is this turbulent." Bands looked up. His eyes gazed at something far away, like a story he hadn't heard in years. He recalled with surprise. "How long has it been?" 40 years since then. Not a single drop of water has fallen. It feels like yesterday. Couldn't catch fish for years, and everyone thought we would starve to death, but then the wandering singers appeared and appeased the gods." He subconsciously wanted to hear that clear voice once more. "Can you sing a song for me? Your voice is too beautiful for us." He sprayed where Ban sat, hand on his chin, in a daze. Then the old man heard 155. Under the cold night sky, the lights still flickered in the desolate ruins of the ancient city. In the dark room he nodded. "Well done. So you're Lua?" Lua stood up straight and answered, "Yes." He wondered about Benny, who was sprawled on the floor. "Who's this guy?" Benny hesitated and replied, "I think he's a servant." He laughed triumphantly. "You handled the job perfectly. Either you're incredibly competent or they're just fools. One of the two." He effortlessly lifted Aya and shouted unpleasantly, "Enough with the tasteless jokes, just pay up, and don't forget the servant's name." He replied lazily, laughing. He grumbled a little but reluctantly complied. "All right, you go first," as he ascended the stairs. He muttered under his breath from behind, "That guy knows nothing of pleasure," he said sarcastically as if joking. "Where were we?" "Greetings, body check." "Oh right, I need to pay." "How much did I pay in advance again?" Lua stammered, his expression flustered and anxious. "That would be 20 gold. His eyes widened and he frowned, angrily disbelieving. "What, 20? You must be mistaken, aren't you?" Lua stumbled backward in a panic. "I don't think so." Lua's body stiffened, his hands trembling as he opened the money pouch. As his threatening voice echoed, Lua's face contorted. "Good, good." He bared his teeth in a wicked grin, pulled out a flashing blade and charged at Lua. "Here!" He thrust hard, but Lua swiftly dodged, trying to block the attack with his body. Lua felt the blade graze his body and his eyes widened in horror. Lua was flung violently by the force of the attack, hitting the wall and falling painfully to the floor. The impact disheveled his hair and blood painfully streamed down Lua's hand. Lua's scream was caught in his throat, then burst out in a trembling cry. His voice was so loud that he clutched his head. His voice was low and sarcastic, revealing an unhidden cruelty. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not doing this just for the money. We need to keep this secret. There's no better way than to kill someone who's already killed too many. 2 birds with 1 stone. I heard you don't live here and your team doesn't need people. Your companions are truly terrible. Why did they only pay you 20 gold and give you the hardest job? I paid them 200 gold. Lua gasped, his voice cracking. He let out a desperate scream, realizing he had been cruelly exploited. "What?" He continued to corner Lua. "I didn't expect anything less. I'm sure you'll want to talk to your companions. You'll meet them soon enough. I sent them there first." Under the cold rainy night sky he rode through the darkness on horseback. With a ruthless face he coldly removed the girl from the horse's back. Aya's body was roughly thrown onto the cold desolate ground, tumbling. He judged, saying, "So this girl is the one who summoned that terrifying spirit? She looks like an ordinary child. Strange." Count Kalunik's Summoner Association, the Wandering Singer Troupe, the 3 Counts Alchemist Association, all act for the same purpose, but the king's summoner, this girl, is just like those wandering singers. It doesn't matter. As long as it doesn't affect me. He coldly drew his sword, deciding to deal with the girl more forcefully. "I was going to drown you, but this method is more certain." In the dim darkness, the sound of the blade mercilessly piercing echoed, and rain poured down under the quiet night sky. He frantically continued to stab Iha's body in the darkness. 16 On a quiet night, when tall buildings were engulfed in eerie silence, faint lights leaked from some windows. Jinkyung muttered with an anxious face, "Iya?" His eyes were filled with surprise and dark shadows, clearly showing fatigue and mental exhaustion. Jinkyung immediately rushed to the table before him with an uncontrollable impulse. He quickly pulled open a drawer, grinding his teeth in irritation and anger, and shouted, "Damn it, where's the bandage?" The strange sound coming from Jinkyung's room made his mother turn back worriedly. Jinkyung suddenly flung open the door and rushed out as if unstoppable. His mother's mouth was slightly agape, her expression bewildered. Seeing Jinkyung frantically searching through all the drawers in the house, both parents exclaimed in surprise, "Jinkyung, it's not here." Jinkyung held an empty box and said in a gloomy, disappointed voice, "All out?" "All out." He immediately rushed in another direction. His mind felt completely empty. "What should I do?" "No." His father stood up abruptly with a tense and worried expression. "What's wrong?" Jin-kyung quietly returned to his room. All the drawers were overturned and things were scattered everywhere. He knelt on the floor, head slightly bowed, deep in thought. What was I looking for? He ground his teeth as if blaming himself, then opened his eyes slightly, revealing a blank, hollow gaze. Even if I find anything useful to use. His soul was now completely desperate. The surrounding space became dark and gloomy. It's no use if she doesn't summon me. Jin-kyung bowed his head as if enduring a heavy, gloomy pain. He suddenly ground his teeth in irritation and quickly grabbed the E from the drawer before his eyes. He once again violently pushed open the door and rushed outside. Jin-kyung's father suddenly reached out and grabbed his shoulder tightly, and Jin-kyung's eyes widened in surprise. His father's eyes were wide and his eyebrows furrowed with a very angry expression. What do you think you're doing? Jin-kyung suddenly widened his eyes, revealing anxiety and extreme panic. He unconsciously stepped back, looking blank as if enduring a confusing pain that tormented his mind. Jin-kyung suddenly turned his gaze downwards and cried out in surprise. His mother was staring intensely at him with an extremely flustered look. At this moment, Jin-kyung suddenly widened his eyes, and the atmosphere became even more suffocating and eerie. Iha's previous words suddenly came to Jin-kyung's mind. Maybe it's about becoming an adult. At that time, they stood together under a clear blue sky, and Iha sincerely confided, "They'll start." These words resonated in Jin-kyung's heart, pulling him out of his panic. He looked around. The atmosphere in the house was still enveloped in eerie silence. Jin-kyung stood facing his parents but could not say anything. The corners of his mouth slowly opened as if to express something. His voice suddenly rang out, very hesitant and flustered. Jin-kyung's sincere words broke the gloomy atmosphere that had covered the entire house. "I'm sorry." His mother's eyes widened, unable to hide the surprise on her face, and even his father was surprised and bewildered. "What?" Jin-kyung shouted clearly. "I'm sorry for making you worry." His mother covered her mouth with her hand, touched as if in a dream. "Mom, I'm sorry about last time." Jin-kyung's face suddenly took on a very resolute and firm expression, but then he said, "But I have to go." As soon as he finished speaking, seeing him rush away, both parents asked worriedly, "Where are you going?" Jin-kyung immediately rushed to the door and flung it open without hesitation. 7. Jin-kyung's hasty actions made his parents' faces very flustered and tense. Jin-kyung's eyes were cold, his face resolute and his expression determined. His parents stood dazed, watching their son walk straight towards the railing, step by step, worriedly. Jin-kyung's eyes were wide, he was sweating profusely, and his gaze was intense and fierce, yet contained a deep, piercing fear. The door slowly closed. The atmosphere became suffocating and heavy. Jin-kyung quickly ground his teeth, summoning the courage to face the fear enveloping his mind. The door soon closed completely, and only an eerie silence and cold wind passed through. Jin-kyung's parents stood dazed, still seemingly unable to understand what had happened. The two, barely regaining their composure, immediately rushed outside. They stood on the railing, leaning forward, staring downwards with extremely bewildered expressions. Jin-kyung recklessly jumped from the tall building and rushed away frantically. He gritted his teeth and repeated to himself, "It doesn't matter if it works or not." His steps moved powerfully, and his speed constantly increased. "Am I in a panic now?" Jin-kyung kept repeating, "It doesn't matter," to himself, and rushed to the nearest pharmacy. He then quickly pushed open the door violently, and the owner was startled and bewildered. Jin-kyung threw his credit card onto the counter, his face resolute as if not wanting to miss a single moment. He slammed the table hard and shouted with an irritable, frowning face, "Medicine, I need medicine," the doctor asked, dazed and bewildered. "I'm sorry." Jin-kyung hit the table and shouted, "Medicine," but the doctor still looked confused, unable to understand what was happening. "What?" Jin-kyung quickly listed what he wanted to buy. She was stabbed, antiseptic, bandages, medicine, anything is fine. With what he needed in hand, he stepped out the door with a tense and determined face. He widened his eyes, sweating profusely, and was afraid. Now Jin-kyung stood in the middle of the gloomy night and asked himself, "What should I do?" He bowed his head slightly, his posture revealing extreme helplessness. "I need to know what to do next." Jin-kyung suddenly widened his eyes as if he had discovered something in front of him. Many people were coming and going, talking animatedly. Jin-kyung's eyes were wide with extreme surprise and anxiety, and he heard the conversations of the people around him. He said that, "Really? Then where should we go next?" The faces of the people before him suddenly distorted and gradually blurred, showing that Jin-kyung's mind was extremely dizzy, confused, and disoriented. His eyes were wide open, his pupils were dilated, and he seemed to be feeling extreme fear and panic. Jin-kyung could no longer stand and immediately knelt on the floor. Violent coughing fits erupted continuously. He bent over and coughed ceaselessly. With a tearing pain in his chest, Jin-kyung quickly clutched his chest with his hand and said in a weak voice, "Summon." His face distorted and a desperate scream erupted. "Summon me, I don't know what to do next," he shouted violently with an uncontrollable urge. "Summon me." The people around him whispered, looking at him, "What's wrong with that guy? Is he drunk? Should we call an ambulance?" A man approached and asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" But Jin-kyung shouted in anger, "Get back." He kept shouting with a blank and reckless expression, "Don't worry, The people around him said unpleasantly, "What? He's definitely drunk." They kept whispering, "Is he crazy? We should call the police." After a while the police arrived and started investigating the situation. "We received a report of disorderly conduct in a public place. Where is that guy?" A man hesitated and answered with a flustered face, "Oh well," his voice full of surprise and bewilderment. "He's gone." The police were surprised. "That guy is somewhere." Jinkyung felt a sharp pain in his heart, feeling constantly criticized by the crowd around him. They're looking down on me again. He clenched his fists as if trying to calm himself. This suffocating feeling, these stares, this is what I've always feared. He widened his eyes. The contours of his face were tense, as if in an extremely panicked and mentally unstable state. Jinkyung ground his teeth and said in a serious voice, "What I fear most right now is..." He immediately clenched his fists, his anger and tension reaching their peak. "It's too obvious." Jinkyung suddenly stood up, opening his mouth wide with an extremely painful face and screaming desperately, "That girl is dying." Jinkyung suddenly hit his head hard on the floor as if completely losing control. The people around him were surprised and bewildered by the sight. He whispered in extreme fear, "What's wrong with that guy? We really should call the police." Jinkyung's eyes suddenly darkened, and he quickly searched his pocket for something. These things, he thought to himself, recalling the medical supplies he had just bought, they're all useless in the real world. But he held the E in his hand with a resolute look. It's different in another world. Jinkyung internally doubted, seeing a sparkling light around the E. It's reacting very strangely. When it's here. Jinkyung recalled Iha's words when she handed him the E. "If you have this, you'll be fine. This is the link between the spirit and the summoner." Jinkyung quickly stood up with a vigorous momentum. "I need magic." He stood straight and seriously chanted a spell, concentration, imagination and mana. Jinkyung spread his feet and held the E forward as if trying to cast a summoning spell himself. The surrounding crowd was startled and stepped back. What is that guy doing?" Jinkyung clenched his fists and glared at the people around him, saying clearly, "My life is already a mess. Who cares if a few more humiliating things happen?" After that, he immediately chanted a spell. "OE bridge connecting two worlds." The crowd was dazed, filled with surprise and fear. "What is that guy saying?" "I don't know, I suddenly got goosebumps." Meanwhile, some people pointed and scoffed. "Look at that, he's a freak. He might as well give up." Despite the surrounding mockery, Jinkyung did not give up. "Concentrate mana around this place and let it transport me to another universe." At that moment, a man said knowingly, "That guy's delusional. Chunibyo, he's totally Chunibyo." He immediately pulled out his phone and filmed, looking very excited. "I have to capture this scene. It'll get millions of views." Simultaneously, Jinkyung finally cast the last spell, opening the door to another dimension. Under the contemptuous gazes of the crowd, Jinkyung stood proudly, waiting for the magic to take effect. Everyone around was silent, staring at Jinkyung, and the atmosphere was stiflingly tense. Then suddenly, loud laughter erupted, spreading mockery in all directions. "It's suffocating. I've never seen such a crazy person act. It's so funny." A child passing by happened to ask curiously, "Mom, what's that man doing?" His mother coldly turned her back and replied, "Let's go, don't stare at strangers." Meanwhile, Jinkyung still stood with his arms outstretched as if waiting for a miracle to happen. He looked up at the sky with unwavering, resolute eyes. He gritted his teeth, revealing his intense determination. Jinkyung's entire body was suddenly pulled into a glowing E, amidst the astonished eyes of countless people around him. The E floated in the air, emitting an increasingly dazzling light. Immediately, a beam of light shot up, brushing past the countless high-rise buildings in front of it. The light soared straight into the towering sky, leaving a brilliant streak of light that enveloped the entire space. Before Jinkyung's eyes was now a gigantic door. Around it, burning lights made everything seem like an illusion. Without hesitation, Jinkyung immediately reached out his hand towards the door. The door quickly opened, and a fantastic world filled with light appeared before his eyes. Jinkyung slowly stepped inside with great determination. At that moment, the E also suddenly broke into two pieces and fell to the ground. Everyone around seemed frozen. They were all astonished by the sight that had just unfolded before their eyes. Jinkyung had completely disappeared, and now only faint dots of light flickered everywhere. Jinkyung, with a very flustered and worried face, rushed to find Aya. He quickly searched every corner, shouting loudly throughout the entire space, "Aya, Benny?" Jinkyung's gaze accidentally stopped when he spotted Lua sitting sadly with his head bowed in a dark corner. He immediately ran over, grabbed Lua tightly by the shoulder and shouted irritably in a very angry voice, "You damn bastard, what did you do to Aya?" Jinkyung's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. His entire body froze at the sight before him. Lua was completely exhausted. His body was severely injured and blood poured profusely from his mouth, completely soaking his abdomen. Jinkyung's eyebrows furrowed and he asked with a flustered and confused face, "What's wrong? What happened?" Lua faintly opened his eyes and barely managed to speak. "Spirit," his voice trembled, filled with sorrow and pain. "I'm sorry, I'm truly a foolish wretch." Tears streamed continuously down Lua's cheeks mixed with desperate cries. "Please save me." Jinkyung lowered his head, looking very uneasy and tense. Where is Aya?" Lua guessed. "I think she was dragged to the beach area." As soon as Jinkyung heard this, he immediately stood up. Lua looked up after him with a flustered and bewildered expression. Then Jinkyung turned his face, looking indifferent and cold. Lua's eyes suddenly widened, and his entire body trembled with astonishment and extreme fear. He hurriedly grabbed Jinkyung's feet and cried out desperately, "Please save me. And then in that cornered moment, Lua painstakingly poured out all the deep worries of his heart. "Everything is so hard. I want to be someone my brother and parents can be proud of," he pleaded tearfully, with thick blood streaming from the corners of his mouth. "I did this for money." As Jinkyung turned his back and said nothing, Lua continued to plead and promise, "Please save me, I won't do this again." Jinkyung clenched his hand tightly and coldly refused. I don't want to, Lua mumbled with a tear-stained face and trembling voice. I'm sorry, Jinkyung irritably gritted his teeth and emphasized once more, I don't want to save you. Lua's trivial excuses made Jinkyung very displeased. Why do people everywhere do everything for money and get mocked by the rich? He glared at Lua, rebuking him in an angry voice. But why do people like you not think about your actions and just do everything they tell you to? Lua coughed severely, and blood continued to stream covering his entire face. His voice grew weaker and weaker. I'm sorry. Jinkyung gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the anger in his heart, but Aya's bright smile suddenly came to mind, causing a fierce conflict in his heart. Something is telling me she will help him. In the end he gave up and decided to follow his heart. I don't like this at all. But as Jinkyung left, strange dots of light remained throughout the entire space. Thanks to that light energy, Lua was suddenly healed, and his complexion and body returned to being vivid and whole. Seeing the wounds on his body completely disappear, he was very surprised and astonished. A spirit can heal people? Lua still stood with a blank face as if not understanding what was happening. But how is he here without a summoner? At this moment he quietly thought to himself. All the myths and songs of our people contain stories of magic and legends. Jinkyung's healing magic surprised Lua, but there was no mention of it at all. Thanks to this magic he was suddenly brought back from the brink of death. I've never heard of such a powerful spirit. Meanwhile, Jinkyung rushed into the dark valley near the beach to save Aya. Benny opened his eyes in a dazed state. His mind was still wandering between reality and illusion. What happened? Everyone was eating and I passed out. I think I'm on the beach. What caught his eye were piles of gold coins and the mercenaries' conversation. Let's divide the money slowly after we dispose of the body. What's the hurry? One of them replied in a stern voice. This isn't our first time working together. I work after I get paid first. That's my way, no surprises there. Benny gradually regained consciousness and realized he was in a dangerous situation. Sir Tuba seems to have left. From what they're saying, I'm in danger. I don't know when I should escape. He pondered inwardly, trying to save himself. This is my last farewell. They said I'd regret it forever if I missed this chance. Prepare, now's the time then. Benny immediately opened his eyes, his gaze dazed with prominent dark circles under his eyes, looking very haggard and exhausted. Benny was astonished to see the girl lying next to him, covered in blood. His eyes widened in surprise, and his heart sank. He realized it was Aya. Benny's complexion immediately turned pale, and sweat streamed incessantly from him in extreme fear. Unable to suppress his confusion, Benny immediately stood up, opened his mouth and shouted, forgetting the situation he was trapped in. His face froze for a moment, and then he was startled, came to his senses, and glanced at the mercenaries. Just then, the alchemist and the mercenary were also glaring at him. Benny immediately gave a bright smile and waved his hand very naturally in greeting. Hello! Then he immediately hurried to escape. The mercenary also immediately pursued him, chasing behind. The alchemist frowned, let out an irritable sigh and complained, I told you to do it after dividing the money, didn't you check? The mercenary, still chasing Benny, shouted angrily, Shut up, money comes first no matter what. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately sped up, chasing Benny along the dark forest path. Benny also ran for his life, tears welling up in his eyes, looking very tense and terrified. He sobbed, pleading desperately. Why are you chasing me? I'm not worth killing, the mercenary said temptingly. All right, stand still, I just need to check something. Benny still came to his senses and firmly retorted, What are you going to check with a knife in your hand? Are you going to check my intestines? At this moment the mercenary, unable to suppress his extreme anger, threw his knife with all his might, sending it flying straight towards Benny. This guy's annoying. I'll just stab him once. As the knife flew from a distance, Benny's face gradually discolored and his eyes widened in surprise. He quickly ducked to avoid the knife's attack, placing both hands on the ground. After successfully dodging the knife with sharp senses, Benny proudly said loudly, People are only afraid the first time they do something. He ran much faster than the mercenary, as if the ground was shaking severely. If you try once, the second, third, and fourth times will be easier. The mercenary opened his mouth in surprise. How can he run so fast? Is he an animal? He's running on 2 feet. Benny replied firmly. I'm sorry, I can't run like that anymore. The mercenary's face grew increasingly contorted, filled with anger. Don't contradict everything I say. Benny lowered his head and ran. Then suddenly saw a shadow appear on the opposite side. Realizing it was Jinkyung, Benny happily called out loudly, Sir Tuba. Jinkyung ran towards Benny with a very serious and determined expression. Benny hurriedly asked for help, informing Jinkyung of the situation. Save me, that money-crazed guy is trying to kill me, the mercenary cursed inwardly. Damn it, he widened his eyes in surprise as if he had discovered something. Jinkyung's appearance caused confusion in his mind. Wait, he immediately recalled the wanted poster he had seen earlier and the mission he had carried out. That guy. The mercenary gritted his teeth and quickly drew his sword with a very angry face. Damn it, I thought that spirit had already been dealt with. He immediately spread his feet and pointed the blade straight at Jinkyung. Damn it! A very strange light suddenly burst from his blade. The surrounding mana suddenly gathered into his entire body. Immediately, a dazzling light erupted from the blade. Both Benny and Jinkyung widened their eyes in surprise and astonishment, their mouths agape. Jinkyung immediately drew the Seikon and stepped back, charging forward powerfully. Benny, the mercenary, also prepared with all his might for the impending attack. He quickly swung his sword and a violent light burst forth, creating a vortex around him. Jinkyung also suddenly stopped, and an orange beam of light rapidly shot from the Sekon's blade. He stomped his foot hard, then charged, firing a powerful light straight at the mercenary. The light moved quickly along the winding path, making it impossible for the mercenary to dodge. The light overwhelmed all other light and finally shattered his sword. The collision quickly created an earthquake-like explosion, and dust rose thickly. The explosion continued to erupt with immense destructive power. The battle finally ended, and now only faint dark smoke remained, engulfing the entire space. Jinkyung stood still in position, and the mercenary lay on the ground. Jinkyung looked at the mercenary, deeply doubting himself. When I saw bloody scenes in anime or games, I thought they were cool. But his face gradually turned annoyed, and he gritted his teeth. I'm no longer sure. Killing people can't be cool. Benny ran over, panting, interrupting his thoughts. Sir Tuba. Benny didn't stop and continued. There's still one more. They caused Maina a lot of pain. Jinkyung immediately shouted, all right, let's go, lead the way. As the two moved, Benny asked curiously, I can only lead the way. Jinkyung mechanically followed as his companion shouted, this way. As soon as he discovered Aya lying motionless on the ground, he called out loudly, Aya? Aya was severely injured and seemed unconscious. Jinkyung gritted his teeth and asked, why her of all people? Benny frowned, expressing doubt. That's strange. There should be one more left. Jinkyung sat next to Aya and said, Benny, give me that. Suddenly light burst forth. Jinkyung was doing something to Aya, and blue light emanated from all around them. A blue beam of light shot up into the sky from them. Simultaneously, the alchemist, hidden nearby, was observing the phenomenon Jinkyung had created. The alchemist said doubtfully, something seems to be happening, but I didn't expect a spirit to appear. He asked himself, is that guy dead? The summoner is dead, so how can the spirit be summoned? I've never heard of it, it's impossible. Seeing the blue light, he irritably rebuked, everything's too complicated. I've already received the money if I don't clean up this place. The alchemist clenched his hand tightly, debating whether to call the mercenary again and divide the money. He stabbed her a few times. He was angry, unable to do anything, and shouted in exasperation, damn it. The alchemist looked up again, but the blue light still showed no signs of stopping. The alchemist asked himself, surely that mana wasn't transmitted from that spirit's world? He suddenly widened his eyes as if he had discovered something. The blue light shone once more, and he couldn't help but exclaim, my God! The alchemist went to his bag and looked for something. He took out an item and said to himself, I'm such a workaholic. The alchemist held up the book he had just pulled out. That object also emitted a faint blue light. The alchemist traced the lines drawn in the book with his finger, and a blue light slowly appeared in the book as well. Suddenly a beam of light shot out from the alchemist book, flying straight into the air. The light grazed the mountaintop, pierced through the clouds, and soared high into the sky. Suddenly the blue light exploded and shattered. Wind began to blow from all directions. Lua was rushing somewhere. As he ran, he thought of the wandering singers. Their songs would be passed down through generations and never forgotten in history. The image of a wandering singer faintly emerged. He still thought of the song lyrics. They were more exciting than dry words, more intense than stories. But if they failed, Lua complained about this world. An idiot like me, Lua mumbled to himself as he ran towards the mountain. But at least we can find the truth across the sea. Lua was looking for something. I have to go there. And he saw a blue stone glowing beneath a floating island. From that island, wind spread in all directions. Lua looked at it, bewildered. That's a stone, isn't it? A huge stone that lifts the entire castle. Why is it there? He looked at the island with a serious face, thinking to himself, something huge is happening here. A small blue dot slowly contracted on the ground. Jinkyung's eyes widened when he saw that the situation hadn't changed. He looked at Aya, who was still motionless on the ground, bewildered. Why are you asking again? It's not working. Jinkyung shouted in annoyance. I healed everything, so why isn't it working? Benny also asked worriedly. It's not working? Benny hesitated and said then. Maina? Jinkyung didn't answer. The two were silent, and the surrounding scenery seemed to be still. Jinkyung released his hand and bowed his head, motionless for a moment. He thought to himself, but this is still a fantasy world. Even if I accept her death in the real world, this place will disappear. Jinkyung was still kneeling on the ground and called Benny. Benny heard him and quickly replied, yes. He asked Benny, what happened to you? Did you die here? Benny, surprised by the sudden question, only answered what he knew. When they died, many stories say their souls wander, until God finds them. The blue light was still flying high in the sky, falling faster and faster. It was like a stone. The two below detected the movement and suddenly looked up at the sky. Several stones fell to the ground simultaneously, and smoke filled the air. He asked himself, what is that? A huge stone with a blue stone embedded and shining. It was much larger than them. And the surrounding scenery became quiet once again. The alchemist approached from behind and asked, so you're the spirit everyone is talking about? The two looked at the alchemist in surprise. Came closer to satisfy his curiosity. I heard you're very strong, so I was going to retreat, but I was too curious. Benny saw the alchemist and shouted, Brother Yutuba, that's him. He tried to throw Lady Maina and me into the water. Jinkyung immediately ordered, Benny, step back. Benny obediently replied, yes. He carried Aya on his back and left, leaving Jinkyung and the alchemist behind. The alchemist vowed to himself, no, I have to deal with these guys to get the rest of the money. Jinkyung bent down, picked up his weapon, and blamed his attackers. "You guys went too far. They're ordinary people," he continued. "They're not legendary heroes, nor descendants of royalty, nor those who inherited the Demon King's bloodline." Jinkyung asked angrily. "Then why are you trying to kill her? Who told you to?" From above, Lua was watching the two. The alchemist laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to be so interested." He seriously answered the boy's words and asked that boring question. Jinkyung looked at the alchemist with murderous eyes. The alchemist continued, "No one who goes north lives to tell the tale. They either die in the north, die on the way back, or die before they leave." He turned to Jinkyung and asked, "From the king's perspective, demons are increasing rapidly, but if this danger is completely removed, he won't be able to be lazy, right?" Lua seriously watched the two's conversation. He kept mentioning others. Alchemists, wandering singers, summoners tried to find a solution together, but the king is colluding with mages or worried about the safety of the country. Jinkyung interrupted him, surprising him. "Are you saying the lords control the alchemists, wandering singers and summoners, and have imprisoned the king and the mages?" The alchemist heard him and asked, unable to understand. "What?" From above, Lua also didn't understand what he was saying. He continued, "Because the king ordered them, they had to pretend to obey, but if they actually solved the problem, it would be quite annoying. So the lords ordered the expedition team to be killed." The alchemist waved his hand, insisting. "That's completely different from what I said," Jinkyung replied. "Who would believe your words? Do whatever you want." The alchemist was bewildered by Jinkyung's actions and words. Jinkyung asserted once more, "The king and the mages supported the expedition team to succeed to the best of their abilities. I saw it myself, so don't try to deceive me." The alchemist said nothing. Jinkyung suddenly focused on his weapon. He recalled the moments he was with Aya and Ronian, and he remembered Iha's words. Could it be, meaning there's no mana at all because of them? He realized something. "Now I understand if I use too much Seikon and run out of all mana." Lua was still standing there, listening to their conversation. Jinkyung explained, "Mages, the only ones on the king's side, have lost their power. On the other hand, the lords are manipulating everyone to pretend to help the king," he asserted firmly. "In other words, you damn bastards are hindering the king." The alchemist heard him and asked, bewildered, "What?" he shouted. "You're trying to throw this country into chaos. That's why you're making up stories." His voice grew louder and louder. "To kill the king." Lua also heard him and was surprised. Jinkyung continued to press him. "And the wandering troops' next song is, 'The lords who saved the country from an incompetent king.'" Both of them said nothing more. The alchemist heard his words and laughed. "I see." He held his sword and said frankly, "It seems we can't agree." The alchemist's face was distorted with madness. He admitted Jinkyung's recent words. "To be honest, it's quite surprising. Not a single word you said was wrong." The yellow light emanated from the alchemist's sword hilt. He swung his sword at Jinkyung. Jinkyung saw it and smiled, curling the corners of his mouth. "Are you sure?" Jinkyung erupted in anger. "I is in that state, and I'm furious right now." His weapon also emitted a red light. The alchemist was prepared. "I've been preparing for a long time, so I hope it works." The yellow beam of light ran across the ground and moved forward, and the attack flew towards Jinkyung. He swung his attack to block it. Suddenly, huge rocks with glowing blue stones embedded in them appeared. Jinkyung cut through the alchemist's recent attack, and suddenly something caught his attention. There was something on his weapon, and it exploded before his eyes, surprising Jinkyung. A yellow explosion enveloped him. Burning pieces of wood lit up the night. Aya was covered with a white cloth lying by the fire, and it was unclear what her situation was now. Benny was staying at Bones' makeshift shelter. He said to Bones, "I'm sorry, I have nowhere to go." Bones pointed to the sea. Benny somewhat understood his intention and explained, "The sea? Yes, we have an important mission to go north." He continued to explain the process, "But assassins attacked us. Everyone is trying to stop us in various ways." Bones heard him and waved his hand, signaling no. Benny wondered what he was implying. He pointed his finger upwards again. Benny looked up, following him, bewildered. It was a blue orb flying high in the sky. It pierced through the clouds and collided with the floating island above, causing an earthquake. The island that collided with the blue orb began to crack, emitting blue light everywhere. At this time, in another place, Jinkyung was lying on the ground, his face distorted with scratches from the alchemist's attack. The alchemist saw him injured and asked himself, "Did it work?" He laughed maniacally when he saw that his attack had worked. "My research, really?" Jinkyung was barely trying to get up, and the alchemist was still laughing maniacally. "It worked." Jinkyung gritted his teeth and thought about the current situation. "What's happening? All my power suddenly disappeared." He looked at the laughing alchemist, unable to understand. "That guy's attack hurts too much." Jinkyung pondered the recent attack, and it was weaker than the giant he had seen before. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn it!" He suddenly stood up and shouted, "I don't know why, but I can't let him attack me anymore," he said. "Until I know who you are." He rushed forward to attack, and the alchemist also prepared to block. The blue light shone again, and the glowing rock shone again. Suddenly, the two seemed to stop. The alchemist exclaimed, "Oh my God!" With terrified eyes, he swung the recent attack at Jinkyung again. "You scare me." Jinkyung lost his balance and dropped his weapon. Lua was watching the situation from above, bewildered. "Something strange. That guy is ridiculously strong." He frowned, thinking about the alchemist's power. "There must be a reason." A blue light appeared in the sky again. It flew up and collided with the island above, causing an explosion. Lua saw it and thought, "Seikon." Lua recalled his conversation. "Just take them down." Someone from the Alchemist Guild will come and deal with them when they're asleep. He realized his curiosity was satisfied. That guy must be the alchemist, he's using alchemy. Lua stood up and looked around, intending to intervene. I can't just stand by, I am. Suddenly, Lua saw the alchemist's words. The alchemist's sword hilt was emitting a yellow light. He looked at the sword, bewildered. What is it? Has the mana run out? He didn't care and continued to approach Jinkyung. I didn't need it anymore anyway. Jinkyung saw it, gritted his teeth and barely managed to get up. The alchemist approached and kicked him, knocking him down again. He stepped on Jinkyung's body, not caring about his struggling. The alchemist laughed cheerfully and asked him, How about it, Lord Spirit? What happened to your power? He went further when he saw that Jinkyung no longer had the strength to resist. It's no fun to end it here. Come on, use your magic. Jinkyung was still lying on the ground groaning, and the alchemist stabbed his arm, making blood spray. Jinkyung's eyes widened and he couldn't do anything. He drove the recent attack hard into his arm and Jinkyung couldn't help but scream. The alchemist tried to explain to Jinkyung what he was going to do. It seems you don't know what to do, I'll tell you. He swung his sword, describing what he was going to do. First, I'll cut off your arm and take it to the lab. Jinkyung glanced at him with terrified eyes. The alchemist said slowly. Then suddenly a scream from somewhere caught the two's attention. Lord Spirit, all eyes turned to Lua. The alchemist was surprised to see the shadow above. What? That guy's not dead yet? Even Jinkyung's eyes widened in disbelief. He stood on the rock, mouth open, and shouted loudly. The glowing stones around you are draining your mana. Lua suddenly pointed to a small blue dot like a star in the sky. That dot in the sky is something special that can store mana from another world. He could only lie motionless on the ground and look up at the darkness in the sky, following Lua's words, and on the contrary he was 100 times louder than Jinkyung. How can you? Lua uttered a single word that silenced the alchemist. No one knows about my research yet. He flipped through a few pages to find the desired page. His research journal directly threatened him, and the alchemist had no choice but to step back. Put it down if you want to die. Behind him, he too was rising from the brink of death. Hey! That shout made the alchemist turn his eyes back. Jinkyung questioned with a gloomy face. How much can all that contain? He was completely surprised to see that Jinkyung still had the strength to speak. Hey! As soon as he finished speaking, an immense power spread around Jinkyung, and the stone embedded in the iron sword also began to glow under its influence. From the center of this power he slowly opened his mouth. Over 7.5 billion people live on Earth, and I'm the only one who can use them. Now, the alchemist had no choice but to step back quietly at Jinkyung's words. In other words, all the mana in this world is mine. Now he had completely regained his strength and vigorously raised his head. Are you sure you can handle it? He had no choice but to swallow the words he was about to say. The stone embedded in the sword quietly became one with a dazzling blue and white, and soon after it emitted a power that shook everything. And Jinkyung's entire body also glowed with a halo of light. Not stopping there, that power gathered at 3 points, forming a precise right angle. From the sky a beam of power descended, dividing into 3 branches. They seemed to create an invisible barrier, and the alchemist immediately flew away. Lua also couldn't bear it, and had to cover his face with his hands. He was still in his old form and absorbed all the light. And Jinkyung's eyes also suddenly emitted a beam of light. Soon after, the alchemist's face was distorted and deformed, and a huge current of power swallowed everything. At the intersection of the 4 streams of power, a new current of power was suddenly formed due to friction. It was as if a huge sphere was floating at one corner of the surface of a smaller sphere, and from there, a tree was sprouting, and then it took deep root in layers of power. Soon after, a large explosion occurred. After the confrontation with the light, everything was left with only blue traces. The alchemist had been lying motionless for some time. Jinkyung maintained his initial posture even while absorbing mana. Jinkyung, still panting after experiencing a moment of terror, was soon to face the next problem coming from Lua. Lua also frowned slightly, surprised by the spirit lord standing over Jinkyung's body. Lua's face became more flustered than ever. That alchemy research isn't just about storing mana from another world. Jinkyung, still kneeling and quietly listening, didn't have time to react yet. He's trying to create a new form that can use that mana. Only now did Jinkyung look up with curious eyes. A new living entity. Jinkyung's pupils contracted violently and rapidly. Broken fragments of stone floated, unaffected by gravity. In the distance a layer of barrier enveloped an object. The specimen was a very frightening black color, and the black object in the sky enveloped a small point of light, and then roots grew very quickly. Jinkyung followed its gaze, unable to suppress his uneasiness. I knew it. Those guys who do research or experiments are all the same. He slightly lost control of his language as he evaluated the black object. They always do such terrible things. As soon as he finished speaking, it rushed straight towards Jinkyung, causing vibrations. In the smoke 2 blue points like the eyes of the black object faintly appeared. He watched it move slowly, unable to resist evaluating it. This isn't as big as what I fought before. There must be something special about this compared to the others. Jinkyung unconsciously gritted his teeth. It can not only absorb my mana but also create alchemical ingredients. The black object in front of him suddenly transformed into a black specimen, Godin returned with a sarcastic tone. Cantovia of Twilight, my old friend, have you forgotten me? He looked at it with slightly flustered eyes, his eyes wide. Godin deliberately put on a grim and scary face. This world lacks the blessings of the gods, there's nothing I can do. But Jinkyung directly interrupted its words. What are you talking about? I haven't met the person you're talking about. Cantovia listened indifferently. But only Lua's face changed color upon hearing this. The lord of the city walls, Cantovia, not many people can call him a friend. So Jinkyung, following an impulse, turned and left. I'll leave this place to the spirit lord and read his research journal a bit more. He heard the footsteps receding and felt a little better, reminding himself. It will probably be a good thing for you to understand me. As you can see, I'm busy right now. Godin didn't answer and roared with a vibrating sound, and a blue point like a heart was revealed within its skeletal frame. Godin roared and crawled madly towards Jinkyung. Jinkyung gritted his teeth, slightly annoyed, and said, we need to finish this conversation, don't we? Meanwhile, its hand reached for Jinkyung's crown, which was inappropriate treatment. As Godin was about to reach him, Jinkyung narrowly dodged. The sword in his hand also gradually transformed, glowing red, which allowed Jinkyung to confidently confront Godin. However, the first attack was easily dodged by it. He was completely astonished by the sight. The black shadow quickly flashed past Jinkyung's field of vision and then launched a powerful counterattack, sending Jinkyung flying far away. Jinkyung painfully gritted his teeth and evaluated inwardly. He's agile because he's small and he's not actually weak. Just then his eyes suddenly dimmed and rolled back. Godin still ran furiously towards Jinkyung. Its hand was a meter long and it quickly reached Jinkyung, creating white smoke, but Jinkyung also received a slight recoil, clutching his head in pain. However, its bony hand gripped the ground firmly, and its sharp claws constantly dug into the hard earth. Explosions echoed beneath Godin's feet, but it didn't stop, continuing to create aftershocks. Jinkyung was barely breathing, buried under a pile of broken stones, and Godin continued to conjure flames in its mouth. It bent down slightly and roared, and Godin directly spewed a huge flame. Its power pierced through the rocks, creating an endlessly long straight line. In the desolate forest, a few streaks of light flashed. But the sword in Jinkyung's hand was slightly weak in blocking the attack. In the end, it launched a strike towards Godin, but Godin fortunately dodged and landed on the ground very calmly. Jinkyung was slightly annoyed that Godin kept attacking him. You're really annoying me. Jumping around everywhere is cheating. At this moment, the blue gem embedded in its chest suddenly glowed, and Jinkyung clenched his hands in silence. But it's definitely different from this. His small body was facing a giant, large specimen. It seemed to be getting stronger and stronger than before. My mana is being drained right now. I think I understand what they mean by spirits using mana from their own world. Jinkyung was severely distracted and had to close his eyes tightly. He began to draw all the wind towards himself. Don't stand there like an idiot and copy attacks like in an anime. I'm going to use all my magic power. Godin also noticed something strange and turned around. It rushed in while Jinkyung was silent, but Jinkyung was already defending, so he swung his sword straight, and it was sent flying, barely able to cling to the ground. Subsequently, Jinkyung was hit by another blow that sent him flying dozens of meters away. It returned to the hole in the ground that Godin itself had created. As soon as it fell there, Godin's figure disappeared. Suddenly it appeared unevenly, trying to attack Jinkyung from behind. Godin's 5 senses seemed almost to glow with fire, and it directly spewed flames again, but Jinkyung still dodged safely. But in the blink of an eye, Jinkyung was hit by Godin's blow. The flames unexpectedly passed again. Passing its easy part, Godin still calmly dodged lightly. That action made Jinkyung even more determined. It's still not enough, I need to be faster. Jinkyung's footsteps began again. He circled it several times as fast as lightning before its eyes. After a while, Jinkyung kicked its hand from behind Godin. Godin was not greatly affected but roared angrily at Jinkyung. It moved a few times, scattering sand and dust. Jinkyung had to cover his eyes to block the terrible sandstorm. In the end, he delivered a powerful blow, making it spin in the air, but it didn't give up and tried to grab Jinkyung with its big hand. Jinkyung saw it and transformed his Seikon into a rope, swinging it around Godin's hand. Both were pushed back simultaneously. At this time, its face was still filled with angry orange flames. Jinkyung heard the loud roar and scolded it. Shut up! This time, Jinkyung gained the upper hand and launched an attack, and the entire area was bathed in red due to that terrible energy. In an instant, everything around became dark without a single point of light. The guide led a group of people to the secret base, and she was inside that building. Jinkyung impatiently and coldly said, "Bring the child here." The person could only obey Jinkyung's words. Understood. Meanwhile, Bones still quietly observed the situation. Now Jinkyung's complexion was not good at all. Was the motionless person lying before his eyes the young Aya? Everyone was silent, making the space even colder. Tears welled up in Lua's eyes with regret. "Spirit Lord, I'm sorry, it's my fault." But Jinkyung interrupted him. "Shut up, it's not over yet." He kept repeating the words, "It's not over yet. Jinkyung can do it. That child is the answer." A summoner who had never succeeded in summoning before. How much ridicule must she have endured? She probably received worse treatment than Jinkyung, but despite that, the child accepted a mission everyone wanted to avoid. As Jinkyung thought that some classes of humans could be determined by what they did, he simultaneously said, "That's why, I want you to succeed now." There was an indescribable sadness in his eyes. because I will also do my best. At the same time a blue light emanated from his body. Benny saw it and not knowing how to comfort the other person just hesitated and called his name. Yutuba Nim. Suddenly the surrounding ground began to shake and a loud noise began, and waves also appeared accordingly. He saw it and flustered shouted, "Yutuba Nim, you shouldn't use magic so suddenly." At this time Jinkyung also turned around and simultaneously sweated, asserting, "It's not me." The sea violently churned for unknown reasons and splashes of water fell to the ground like rain. At this time the water gradually receded, revealing huge rocks, and suddenly Lua shouted in surprise, "This is low tide. The water is receding." Jinkyung heard that and his eyes widened. This is low tide? He was flustered looking at the scenery before him and thought, why now of all times? At the same time a bright yellow light emanated. The light illuminated the entire space directly. He just sweated and stared blankly at it, and the dazzling light source still emanated continuously. Just then, someone's voice was heard. "Outsider, why do you interfere in the affairs of this world?" Jinkyung heard that voice and immediately retorted, "What are you talking about?" Lua was surprised to see the nearby people kneeling and shouted, "Spirit Lord." Jinkyung heard that and was startled, turning around, and at this time Lua also quickly knelt down in fear. "I think it's the goddess of the sea, Ea." Jinkyung immediately curled his lips into a sneer. "The goddess of the sea," Lua said in a low voice with an angry expression. "Yutuba Nim, you said gods don't exist." That low voice echoed again. "I will take this child's soul and bring it to Idalip." "And why are you dragging this soul back here again?" Jinkyung heard that and his eyes wide retorted, "What? The reason why the child isn't waking up even though I saved her, is it because of you?" That voice immediately questioned back. "This girl has already taken her last breath. You can heal her." Jinkyung continued to shout as if blinded by anger. "You said I brought her soul back. That means she's alive again. So why are you trying to send her soul away? Do you have a problem?" Lua behind him trembled and stammered, "Yutuba Nim, you should show some respect." Jinkyung didn't care and turned around saying loudly, "Hey, am I wrong? Everyone can be late. Why is she so strict about time, right, Benny?" Lua replied with a fearful voice, his head bowed, "I don't know." After that, Jinkyung turned his gaze back to the light. "She's a good girl. She came here and sacrificed everything to save everyone here." Jinkyung didn't stop. "Shouldn't a god bless such people, so forgive her just this once?" That voice suddenly stopped. Jinkyung saw it and retorted, "Why aren't you saying anything?" After a moment of silence the owner of that mysterious voice spoke. "Outsider, there was a music group that said many things just like you, Ea and 3 humans." Bones, holding an instrument in his hand, said, "Goddess of the sea, the people of the north sacrificed everything to protect this world." Bones' gaze was directed towards the sea. "I offer this music to you, hoping your anger will subside even a little. So open the way." Returning to the present, Bones' eyes were wide and he was sweating, and the goddess of the sea's voice still echoed. "My condition is simple. In the process of carrying out a mission for a great cause," suddenly a long stream of water appeared before Jinkyung's eyes. "If there's an opportunity to tell the truth," the goddess of the sea appeared before Bones and said in a low voice, "You must not lie or continue to remain silent." Bones' face frowned as if thinking of something. Jinkyung and Benny simultaneously turned their gaze. After that, the goddess of the sea questioned Enery and the former duke's family about what had happened. Lil's image suddenly came to mind, but Bones still chose to remain silent. The goddess of the sea's voice echoed, "Since I took your voice because of your mistake, I assume you won't be able to answer my question." Jinkyung heard that and was startled, realizing, wait, so the old man chose the musician. Benny also widened his eyes with a look of astonishment. The goddess of the sea just smiled. "Humans will always be like this. They don't deserve forgiveness," she continued. "The mission to protect the world means nothing to me from the start. I don't care if demons kill humans or humans kill plants and animals." That voice continued to echo. "It's a natural part of life. And I wonder why only humans implore me." Jinkyung immediately frowned. "What?" After that, he shouted angrily, "How should I know? I'm not a person who believes in gods and I'm not smart enough to discuss philosophy from the start." Suddenly, Jinkyung hesitated loudly. He just continued frowning and simultaneously lowering his voice, "Let me help her. At least when I'm by her side." Benny looked up at Jinkyung and Jinkyung still said, "I won't be able to come back here often. For any reason." And he asserted in a low voice, "After all, the world we live in is already decided." Jinkyung turned his gaze toward the child. "But before that, I want to see her succeed and be happy. That's all I want." The goddess of the sea heard everything that had just been said and narrowed her eyes, smiling. "You're really abnormal, outsider. Why is this girl so important to you? A spirit summoner?" He was stunned for a moment, then raised his hand and scratched his head. "It's definitely for the following reason," Jinkyung confessed honestly. I don't have friends." She smiled slightly. And then the goddess of the sea transformed into ripples and disappeared, but her clear voice still echoed throughout the entire space. "The condition is the same. The girl must tell the truth when her mission is over," she said quietly, "and she will lie or continue to remain silent, and after that the sea will reclaim her soul." At the same time a bright yellow light source appeared. Everything around became gloomy as it was before. Suddenly Aya stood up from her seat and simultaneously rubbed her eyes, then surprisingly said to herself, "I had fallen asleep." Seeing her regain consciousness, Jinkyung rushed over excitedly. Aya, seeing this, quickly dodged, leaving Jinkyung embracing empty air as expected. Jinkyung sprawled on the ground. He then rolled down the cliff. At the same time Benny ran over. Maina Aya looked at Benny in surprise. Benny asked worriedly, "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" The girl asked blankly, "I'm fine. But what happened to Sir Tuba?" Jinkyung suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. "What are you doing, Ai-chan? By now we should be hugging and crying." Aya couldn't help but be flustered at his words. "Why?" Jinkyung shouted angrily. "You don't know what we went through while you were gone." Then Jinkyung ordered in a loud voice, "All right, at least tell me this. I realized I can't live without you. Are you ready? Say it." The girl also shouted as if she didn't understand. "Why, that sounds scary." Aya looked surprised. "Really?" Benny immediately reconfirmed. "She almost died." "You understand?" the girl asked, flustered. "I can't believe all the nobles were tormenting us. So I was killed by an assassin from the Alchemist Guild." Jinkyung looked slightly surprised at Lua's somewhat scared face. Next he pointed a thumb at Lua behind him. "Pink-haired guy will tell you. I need to help Grandpa move the ship." "See?" Then Jinkyung pulled Benny along. "Let's go, Benny." Benny shouted, flustered, "But I want to know too." At the same time Lua opened his mouth. "Lady Aya." Lua gritted his teeth and hesitated, and the girl's eyes widened in incomprehension. Lua suddenly fell to his knees on the ground. "I'm sorry, Lady Aya." Aya immediately frowned, and Lua hesitated and confessed, "It was me who killed you. The musician group did it for money." Lua tightly clenched his hands with trembling hands. "I was singing about the kingdom being in danger because of a foolish king. But deep down I thought it might not be true." Tears began to fall on his face, "and every time I thought that, I didn't want to know the truth firsthand. The truth I believed turned out to be a deception." Lua bowed his head and confided his true feelings. "It was how I made money and survived. I ignored the guilt, so I didn't feel guilty anymore." He cried and hesitated. "And after I stabbed your heart once, I realized how bad a person I had become." Then Lua sincerely bowed his head. "I'm truly sorry, Lady Aya." Aya, after hearing all the truth, was flustered and sweaty, but she opened her mouth. "Mr. Lua, when I started this mission, someone told me." Aya gently confided her true feelings to everyone. "They don't care about the pain they can't see. They don't want to know about it or even think about it." Then the girl opened her mouth. "I agree with that, but over time she realized other things, that the truth matters. Perhaps it's something we're avoiding. A fight between nobles for the throne." The girl speculated that it might be true, but she wasn't sure if she could accuse the king and his subordinates now. How many dangers would she face, and how many things would she learn that she didn't want to know when she went north? To be honest, she was really scared. But Aya asserted with a determined face, "I'm not sure if anyone can make a wise decision without knowing what they don't want to know." The girl still hadn't stopped talking. "I think you're ready to be a wise person." Then Aya suggested, "Please create a wonderful song for everyone." 2 streams of tears still flowed ceaselessly down Lua's face. "All right, I'll do it." On the nearby desolate land, a ship was docked near the beach. Jinkyung's voice echoed. "The monster's heart was an alchemical tool." Then he frowned and asked, "Can it create monsters?" Lua replied hesitantly, "Not necessarily." "Next," he said in a low voice, "it's used on humans and then humans turn into demons." He explained seriously, "Our musicians also have songs about King Kantavia's army, the lord of the city walls, and his sword. Their story is very famous for being tempted by the northern demons and joining them." Kantavia, the lord of the city walls, and his sword. Lua hesitated. Their allies and companions, the great mage Godin. They thought he had disappeared in the north. Jinkyung, hearing this, immediately speculated, "Could it be that they turned into demons?" Then he firmly reconfirmed, "That's right, the Alchemist Guild might be behind this incident. The demon you fought last night." Then Lua opened his mouth. He said that the mage Godin was used to create it. Godin's figure just appeared. "Kantovia of Twilight, my old friend, have you forgotten me?" A man in a tied posture said, "In a world lacking nature's creation, there's nothing I can do." He was sweating profusely and frowned, looking forward. He couldn't do anything. In a world with too little mana, he could only wait for Kantavia's help. Then Jinkyung opened his mouth. "It's not clear. The expedition team has been fighting demons for 10 years already." Suddenly Aya next to him added, "At least Mage Godin's disappearance was caused by the Alchemist Guild." Then the girl, sweating, speculated, "Since Sir Ronian said he was a disciple of the great mage, he probably went north to find his disappeared master." And Jinkyung looked at her with a serious expression. "We need to find out what happened in the north. If we just understand exactly what happened or find evidence, the nobles won't be able to do anything. Thank you for this information, Lua." Lua, hearing this, smiled, sweating, and just watched the ship leave, and Lua stood alone on the beach following the ship. Countless people would hear his words, countless sounds would accompany him before disappearing once again. A musician's life is made up of short encounters, but one song is enough for him to feel. Could one night allow him to live such a crazy night once more? Lua suddenly shouted loudly, "Spirit Lord!" Jinkyung on the ship heard the call and turned back in surprise. Lua, with 2 streams of tears, shouted, "I swear I will become a great musician." And Lua firmly declared, "I will sing songs about you. That way everyone will remember you forever." Then he slumped to the ground. "So go in peace." All he could hear was the sound of the sea. He felt as if it was waiting for his new song. At the same time, Jinkyung waved his hand and shouted, "Sorry, but I don't like songs sung by freeloaders." Aya walked and looked back. Benny must have taken a nap. He was awake all night. Jinkyung heard this and was surprised. "All night?" Suddenly a dazzling light burst forth. Jinkyung also simultaneously appeared from that beam of light. Jinkyung said to himself with an excited face, "Thankfully I seem to have returned when there aren't many people around." I should go home. He just saw a man sweating profusely holding a coffee cup that fell straight to the ground. Jinkyung seemed to be happy while running at this moment. My recovery speed is truly amazing. My body is completely fine. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before his eyes and Jinkyung, sweating, stammered, "Oh no!" Jinkyung's father frowned and asked, "What do you think you're doing now? Why are you outside so late?" Then he sighed and calmed down. Next, Jinkyung's father immediately suggested he come inside. Jinkyung also obediently replied, "Yes." Jinkyung thought to himself in the elevator, "Why did I return just when Dad was going to work? At least Dad didn't get angry at me." When the elevator arrived, Jinkyung's mother walked out, sweating. Jinkyung was slightly surprised to see the other person. "Mom?" Then his mother opened her mouth worriedly. "Where were you all night? Do you know how worried I was?" Jinkyung awkwardly scratched his head. "Yes, but Mom, there are a few things I really want to do." Jinkyung's mother, hearing this, asked, "Things you want to do?" Jinkyung quickly waved his hand and explained, "It's nothing grand, but it's really important to me." Curiosity crossed his mother's face and Jinkyung, sweating, averted his gaze. "I'll just eat enough and do other things well. So don't worry too much when I'm not in my room." His mother's eyes widened for a moment, then she replied gently, "All right, Mom understands." Then Jinkyung's mother smiled. "I don't know what you want to do, but I hope it goes well." Jinkyung couldn't hide his joy at having received permission. Suddenly his mother opened her mouth. "I should call your dad. He didn't sleep all night before going to work." Jinkyung heard this and replied, "I met Dad outside." After speaking, Jinkyung went into his room and closed the door. At the same time, a flustered expression crossed Jinkyung's mother's face. "But Dad left an hour ago." Jinkyung smiled inside his room. "All right, I guess it's time for me to be summoned." So far it wasn't bad. No, he wasn't strong enough yet. But at least from now on, Jinkyung and Aya were seen standing face to face. He would no longer put her in danger. They stood together on a ship at sea. The distant bright sunlight seemed to illuminate the sea, and the sea churned endlessly, with dolphins leaping out of the water tirelessly. Then he stood on the ship looking forward. "Luckily, we're leaving before the waves get too high." Grandpa said that place is Aya's territory, everything there. Aya next to him looked up at the sky. "I didn't know the sea was so vast. I thought we'd get to the north quickly on a ship." Jinkyung also agreed. "Me too. This is my first time." Suddenly Benny approached Bones. "Grandpa, how long does it take to get to the north? Is it far?" Next he asked. "Are the waves this high in the north too? Are there a lot of demons, right?" Bones took out paper and a pen and wrote the answer. Benny excitedly took it and read, "It's tiresome to write like this, so stop asking." Below the ship a bonfire was burning brightly, and a slender hand carefully poured warm soup into a bowl. At the same time Benny came down. "What's that smell?" Aya was slightly surprised to see the other person. "Benny, this is for you and the captain." Benny took it and asked, "Then what about Sir Tuba?" The girl replied. "He said to summon him when it's time." Suddenly a blue energy source appeared in the sky and poured straight down onto the ship. Jinkyung also appeared from that beam of light. Benny looked at him with curiosity. "Sir Tuba, what are those warm clothes?" Jinkyung smiled as he took off his clothes. "The north will be cold soon. You guys need to be better prepared after all." Then he carefully draped it over Aya. Next, Jinkyung reminded her in a stern voice, "Be careful with your body, you idiot." The girl, sweating, looked up at him. "Yes, thank you." Benny was silent for a moment, then asked, "Then what about mine?" Jinkyung didn't care and immediately cut him off. "Benny, didn't Grandpa tell you anything?" Jinkyung continued. "He told you to ask what happened when they went north." Benny left angrily and coldly. "He told me to stop asking because it was annoying. I catch colds easily too." Above, Benny was seen talking to Bones, and below Jinkyung and Aya were enjoying a meal together. Suddenly Jinkyung looked up at the other person. "I remember the red stone you gave me before?" The girl heard this and immediately replied, Jinkyung confirmed, then suggested that he wanted it. "Can you make another stone?" The girl averted her gaze. "I'm not sure, it takes quite a while to make." Jinkyung showed curiosity. "You made it," Aya also answered honestly. "Yes. Is made throughout the summoning ritual." The girl continued to explain. "We have to gather the scattered soul fragments wherever we go. If we take those fragments to a sacred space and perform a ritual for about a day, an necklace is created in its complete form." Jinkyung heard this and speculated. "That means we have to wait for the soul fragments to form. It must take a long time to make one necklace." Aya replied with a chuckle. "Yes, and the process is quite complex too. So we rarely make them unless it's for a ritual. Although it's said that the necklace connects the summoner and the summoned spirit, no one knows for sure if it really does." Then Aya opened her mouth. "One thing we learned from custom is to give it to the strongest spirit you can summon." Jinkyung thought for a moment, then hesitated. "It seemed important when I used it, but if it's really that hard to make?" Suddenly a sound echoed. Jinkyung was startled by the sound. A ship stopped. Then he went up and asked what's wrong. Benny explained. "Grandpa said we should rest here for the night and leave tomorrow morning." Jinkyung continued. "Clearly this island is known for its calm seas." Jinkyung was quite curious. "What? This area is so messy," Benny speculated. "Perhaps demons attacked here too." Jinkyung was suddenly surprised. "The tide can come all the way here," Benny replied. "Yes, that's the way to the north. We'll go that way when the tide recedes." Jinkyung heard this and realized. So this is a temporary resting place during low tide. The scene changed and an old man raised his head and looked to the side. "Was it Bones?" The person sitting opposite him looked surprised. How long had it been? We thought your ship had sunk somewhere, but now Bones was communicating only through gestures. The two saw this and were simultaneously shocked. What? The Gilia beach is closed, he murmured to himself. Aya must be really angry. Jinkyung, looking at the recent scene, asked in confusion, is that sign language? At the same time he turned and told him to sit down. His companion said, the tide won't go down until tomorrow morning. Bones was sitting by the fire playing a guitar. Jinkyung sat closer and said, he really seems like a musician. Aya, sitting next to him, exclaimed, that's a really good song. He looked forward and simultaneously shared his inner thoughts. At this moment, I think this place is really beautiful, but someone somewhere probably lost their life because of demons. At this, the girl said, the village near Goa in the north was completely destroyed when I passed through, and the giant demon we faced before wasn't there either. Then Aya turned with a curious expression and asked, did something like this happen in your world too? Jinkyung hesitated and replied, I don't really know, there are no demons, but I think it's quite similar to this place. At the same time, Bones' acquaintance approached with warm milk. I heard you're going north, will you be okay? It's quite dangerous there. Aya received it, smiling lightly. Yes, we have an important task there. He smiled upon hearing that. Honestly, I never thought Bones would take anyone else north. You guys aren't ordinary people either. Jinkyung stood up and simultaneously pressed him. You seem to know a lot about the captain. Bones' acquaintance immediately burst out laughing. Of course I know the captain. He wasn't a sailor at first though. Then he began to recount what had happened. It was about 40 years ago. When Bones was a musician, he went north with a small group. I took them there. Aya, sweating, hesitated and asked, what happened to the people who went with him back then? Bones' acquaintance replied. Famous people like Kantovia, Godine and Emily were known as Lil. Jinkyung immediately pressed him. Do you know what happened when they were in the north? He answered honestly. I don't know that either, but I saw Godine and a person named Greya go to Goa together. Bones went with them too, but he seemed out of his mind. Something terrible must have happened in the north, but when I met Bones again in Gilia he was mute, he murmured upon hearing that. So something must have happened. That's all I saw when I ferried people after they arrived in Goa, the person said. Jinkyung said gently, understood. The two conversed separately, and at the same time Jinkyung looked up with a bewildered expression. What's Emily? It doesn't sound like a person's name. Aya turned to the person next to her and said, I've never heard of that name either, but they say she lives in another dimension, the girl continued. Emily came from this world and lived here for a long time before returning. And I heard they lived for a long time due to the influence of that dimension. He shrugged and chuckled as he walked. There are countless different imaginative stories. Aya couldn't hide her surprise upon hearing that. One of them is from your world, right, Mr. YouTuber? Jinkyung hastily denied it. No, that's not what I meant, the girl burst out laughing. Your behavior is a little strange, Mr. YouTuber. He wondered upon hearing that. Me? Why me? Aya listed honestly. You always hesitated and faltered when you spoke, and sometimes you used words that were difficult to understand, Jinkyung asked again. Me? The girl smiled. Yes, so I thought that was how people in your world spoke, but you don't do it as much now. Then Jinkyung made various expressions. You mean when I'm like this or something else? The girl pointed out honestly. I don't know why you'd be embarrassed to hear that, he shouted upon hearing that. Ai-chan, how kashi, the girl shouted. Stop it, Mr. YouTuber. At bedtime, Benny was sweating from seasickness and Jinkyung lay thinking. So he began to analyze next. Kantovia, Godine, Lil, Bones. 4 people went north and fought monsters for 10 years. Jinkyung continued. After that, Kantovia's sword, Greya, returned with Godine and Bones, and Godine went missing. He was probably kidnapped by the Alchemist Guild. Bones became mute as punishment for Aya breaking her promise and was found in Jaya, he wondered to himself. Greya also seems to have been kidnapped by the Alchemist Guild and turned into a demon. But why did he call himself a wandering sword? Jinkyung scratched his head and gritted his teeth at this point. Why do I have to learn the history of this place? All I did in school was sleep, but he quickly regained his composure. But I always remember the anime stories I like. This is too easy. Suddenly, Jinkyung bolted upright, looking bewildered with wide eyes. Where did Lil go? A question suddenly popped into his mind. What happened to Aneri, to the musician of the past? Then Jinkyung looked down. Is the reason Aya took Bones' voice related to someone named Lil? Then he murmured to himself, I'll have to ask. This is much more important than I thought. Finally, day broke and the ship was still floating on the sea. Dazzling sunlight poured down onto the blue waves. The ship had now stopped at the shore, revealing a barren desert landscape and sand dunes. Jinkyung's group also set foot there, and Aya, wearing a fur coat, stood in the sunlight, sweat incessantly streaming down her face. Then the girl returned the coat to its owner. Jinkyung hesitated and took it. I'll have to take this coat back. You can give it to me. The sky was still blue and a ray of light also emanated from there. Aya said softly, Thank you for bringing us here. Please return safely. Suddenly, Jinkyung called out, Wait, mister. Then he said, I know you don't want to remember the past, but we can't ignore that your affairs have nothing to do with our mission, right? Bones tilted his head slightly and he frowned and pressed him. I apologize. But we think you should speak. Where is Emily? Where is Lil? Aya, with a worried expression, was sweating. Mr. YouTuber. Jinkyung frowned and simultaneously lowered his voice. This mission will be really difficult if we don't know what happened to our. Please tell us what happened to Emily. Bones said nothing, not seeming to want to talk anymore. Suddenly, Bones offered him a letter and a key. Jinkyung reached out his hand with a confused expression and took them. After handing them to him, Bones turned and left. The scene changed to reveal a magnificent and luxurious castle. Bello looked at the person before him and said, "Well done. There's always a possibility of failure, understood. Although I heard a report about a summoned spirit with incredible power." The alchemist, sweating, stood listening with a trembling voice. Then the old man tilted his head and pressed him. "And since I'm the one who allowed you to use Godine as an experimental subject, I can't blame you for this, but returning empty-handed was the best you could do." He immediately shouted upon hearing that, "We handled the girl summoner, master." The person next to him immediately agreed. "That's right, I saw it too," Bello said in a low voice. "No, she's still alive. There's information that she was seen in a calm sea." The alchemist looked perplexed. "That's impossible," the old man calmly murmured to himself. "I spared Bones because he could no longer sing, but I never imagined he would be so annoying. I was really careless." Then Bello said, "Eventually we'll have to tie up loose ends, won't we?" The alchemist was startled upon hearing that. "My lord." Next the old man ordered, "Go north." He immediately frowned, looking perplexed. "What do you mean?" The alchemist fumbled in his pocket in a panic. "I'll give the money back. I don't think I can handle this." At the same time, Bello snapped his fingers at the sturdy man next to him. He was dragged away by the two, shouting, "Master, I'll go north right now." The alchemist kept shouting, "Master." Then the old man said calmly, "You can replace what you used with your body." The other person still looked perplexed. Suddenly Bello looked at the other person. "And you?" he immediately asserted. "I'll go, master." The old man smiled and said leisurely, "You're just a mercenary, aren't you? You just have to handle these things in a different way, I mean." The person looked perplexed. "What do you mean?" At the same time, Bello suggested, "Do you know any bandit gangs? There's one bandit you need to find." He scratched the back of his hand upon hearing that. "I know a few insignificant ones," the old man said. "Good. That's right, go tell them." And Bello said in a low voice, "We're looking for the bandit who stole Cantavia's heart." The person looked fearful and hesitated. "What if none of them know?" The old man calmly reassured him. "Don't worry, you don't have to find him yourself once, but if this news spreads, he'll come find you himself." The exterior of the castle reappeared, and at the same time the sun was still radiating dazzling sunlight in the blue sky. Jinkyung's group was resting on a large rock in the middle of the desert. Aha's voice was heard. "I know you're all curious, but Aya told us not to interfere with this mission." The girl continued to read the contents of the letter. "But I'll give you the key to Goden's tower, and if you meet her, deliver this letter to her." Aya then took a breath and said, "That's what's written in the letter." She looked up, sweating profusely due to the hot weather. "But Sironian told us to go to the north of the Alliance for help. Is it okay to change the route?" Benny next to her scoffed. Ever since our royal orders burned, we can't enter any castle, but we got the key without any problems." Suddenly he wondered, "Do you know what people call that?" Seeing the other person's blank face, he excitedly answered himself, "Winning the lottery." "Winning the lottery. Tower mages always have expensive magic tools, don't they?" Jinkyung exclaimed upon hearing that. "Indeed, Benny, you speak so logically." Benny also quickly stood up and suggested, "I mean, we can't miss this opportunity. We can do it." He suddenly stopped speaking. When Aya returned to the sea, Aya looked bewildered upon hearing that. Benny also hesitated at this point. "You haven't finished speaking." Suddenly a sound echoed from above and Jinkyung hastily looked up. A bird was seen flying in the sky and he looked up with wide, surprised eyes. At the same time he murmured to himself. A thought came to Jinkyung's mind. "So you want us to keep it a secret, right?" At the same time Jinkyung stood up and suggested, "I think we should investigate Goden's tower too. Our goal is to find out why the number of monsters is increasing." He constantly analyzed, knowing everything, including what happened in the past. That's the real investigation we need to do, right? And not only that, we don't even know if the people of the Alliance are on our side. Aya raised her hand excitedly upon hearing that. "Okay, let's try it later." Benny next to her said, "She's too easily persuaded." At this point the sky had already turned yellow with twilight. Jinkyung's group was still wandering through the desert and the stars had already appeared. The three people's footprints were imprinted on the sand. Jinkyung's group was resting on a large rock after a long journey. They had eaten their fill and the food boxes were neatly arranged in one place. Next, three people were seen sitting under two umbrellas as if on a picnic. Suddenly a large explosion occurred underground. A giant snake with sharp fangs appeared before the three, but it did not pose a great threat to Jinkyung's group. Jinkyung cleanly dealt with the giant snake with a few basic swings. At the same time, on another side of the desert, a man was looking at a map and murmuring, "It must be around here." Biss frowned slightly and murmured to himself, "But no matter how much I try, I can't find it." An increasingly annoyed expression appeared on his face. "I spent a lot of money buying this map. If it's fake, I'll find the person who sold it to me and the person who sold it to them." Then Biss shouted in anger, "And even the person before that, our family will kill them all." She still couldn't extinguish the burning flames. "I hate this. Where in the world is Goden's tower?" Suddenly Biss was startled as if realizing something. Just then three people were walking. Benny complained tirelessly, looking exhausted. "I'm going to die. I'm thirsty, hungry, my feet hurt and it's hot." Jinkyung, who was behind him, reminded him, "You'd be less tired if you stopped talking nonsense." I looked surprised at this moment. "We've arrived." Benny, it's in front of us, the girl said with a bewildered expression. It should be there. At the same time, Biss hid behind and murmured to himself, "Who are these people? They don't look like northerners." Benny seized the opportunity to mock. "Has no one ever told you that you're truly terrible at giving directions?" Aya, flustered, retorted. "You're wrong, this is definitely the guided location." Jinkyung, standing nearby, chimed in. "Don't tease her too much, Benny. She meant well." Aya, hearing this, exclaimed, "Sir Yutuba." After a moment of thought, Jinkyung analyzed. "There's no path. That old man tricked us. Since it's a mage's tower, there must be something special about it." Aya looked doubtful. "What else?" Jinkyung began, for example, then suddenly stopped speaking. As Jinkyung brought his gaze closer to the object in his hand, a silhouette of a tower appeared before his eyes. At that moment he stepped forward and Aya quickly followed Sir Yutuba. Simultaneously a door appeared and Aya couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Benny, standing next to her, also looked surprised. "It's a door." Biss, seeing this sight, sweated and thought to herself, "Godin's tower." Jinkyung opened the door and spoke. "This is a kind of illusion magic. It seems to react when this key is nearby." Benny looked surprised again. "How do you know so much, Sir Yutuba?" Jinkyung answered nonchalantly. "This is basic. You have to observe things you pick up more carefully." Eventually the three entered. Aya said in surprise, "So this is Godin's tower?" Benny, next to her, said, "It seems like everything here is expensive." Biss was quietly moving above and Jinkyung immediately reminded Benny, "We're here to investigate." Benny, hearing this, scratched his head, embarrassed. "But if it's a ruined tower, shouldn't we at least replenish our security?" Benny looked up as if sensing something, but there was nothing unusual, and she quickly moved elsewhere. Aya, seeing this, asked, "Is something there?" Benny quickly smiled and said, "Nothing." Biss, at the top of the bookshelf, let out a sigh of relief, but then thought worriedly to herself, "They're here to investigate. Who are these people? They don't seem like stingy thieves." Suddenly Jinkyung spoke. "Hey, historically important things are always recorded in journals, no matter the form. If you find that journal, you'll know everything." The two heard this and immediately began searching. Benny muttered as he walked, "Really? Journal?" Suddenly Aya spoke. "Sir Yutuba, this is a map of the north. With this we can find our way without the Alliance's help." Simultaneously, Jinkyung announced excitedly, "I found a few things too." Benny, hearing this, turned around in surprise and asked, "What, a journal?" Jinkyung immediately replied, "A pair of delicious buttocks." Thud. Aya, hearing this, looked bewildered. "Why?" Biss, having been discovered, turned around, and Jinkyung's face was already flushed. In ancient language, Gunadon means blessing of great power. No one knows if it was created by gods, ancient dragons, or great mages, but one thing is certain. These items have existed through countless ages, and unlike the machines used by the Alchemist Guild, these rely on the individual skills of the user or the surrounding mana sources. A legendary dagger containing the dark power of Gaiden. Whoever wields this will be invisible to others in the darkness. How could he?" Aya, sweating, asked. "What's there, Sir Yutuba?" Jinkyung then approached Biss. She gave him a kick to the chin. "Don't come any closer, I'm thinking." Benny, hearing the sound, exclaimed, "It's a woman's voice." Simultaneously, Biss jumped down and held a blade to Benny's neck. She threatened with a sneer, sweating, "Don't move or you'll be saying goodbye to this one forever." While Aya was scared, Jinkyung spoke calmly. "Okay." Biss, hearing this, looked very flustered. "What?" Jinkyung moved his arm and suggested, "If you can have him, shouldn't you give us something in return?" Biss and Benny heard this and were speechless. Next, she kicked Jinkyung once more without hesitation. "Get lost," and Biss reached out to Aya. "Then how about this child?" Suddenly, Jinkyung rushed over and firmly grabbed her wrist. He glared at the opponent with icy eyes. "Hey, don't be so arrogant." Biss, with her hands tied behind her back, smiled, sweating. "Hey friend, I think there's a misunderstanding between us. We're all here because we need something from the tower. We shouldn't hurt each other, right?" Jinkyung turned to look at the person sitting opposite him. "I want to tie her up more tightly, Benny. You don't seem to know how to tie someone up. There's a way to tie in a triangle or a hexagon, or a way where there's something in the middle and branches spread out." Benny, hearing this, asked bewildered, "What's that?" Biss, seeing the two chatting, asked irritably, "Hey, are you listening to me?" Jinkyung paid no attention to the opponent. "You have to use a red string for such a place. What was it called?" Simultaneously, Aya came down and reported, "Sir Yutuba, Godin's journal was really on the second floor." Next, she asked bewildered, "What are you doing now?" Jinkyung was still glaring at the opponent, and she saw it. Suddenly, Jinkyung moved very close to the opponent's chest. Biss, seeing this sight, asked flustered, What are you doing?" He reached out his hand as if to touch her chest, and Aya hesitated. "Sir Yutuba, you." Simultaneously, Jinkyung gripped a piece of paper hidden there, and he excitedly pulled it out. "What's this?" Biss, seeing this sight, exclaimed in surprise, "No, that's—" But Jinkyung ignored her and unfolded the paper to read. "Important things are always hidden in important places. They always put them there for us to take," and he threw it to Aya in disappointment. "I thought it would at least have our faces on it." Aya, hearing this, sweated and explained, "Why, you're being chased. Sorry, but I'm too busy to track anyone." Aya held the paper and said, "Biss is from the Dungeon Cable Thieves Guild." Jinkyung raised an eyebrow and looked at the person in front of him. "Thief," Biss added. "You lack greatness. You should be a great thief." He immediately frowned. "How can a thief be great? You're all criminals." Benny next to him looked away. "I just thought Aya was caught, but it has nothing to do with her anyway." Aya frowned and read solemnly, "Steal the holy water from Flosha Temple, a place known as a holy land in the north. If you succeed in this mission, you will earn 100,000 gold." Aya, hearing this amount, said in disbelief, 100,000. Benny immediately stood up. What? How much? After that, he continued. Even one of the city's 3 dream mansions costs only about 50 gold. Jinkyung asked curiously. What? Sounds like $100,000. What else? I looked at the letter again, and after that it read, as mentioned before, if you follow Godin's map and handwritten letter you will find the way to the temple. Jinkyung, hearing this, turned and questioned, so you came here for a clue? Bis also answered honestly, yes, and a mage's tower always has expensive tools, he suggested quite curiously. I don't know. Why is holy water so expensive? I want to see it. She angrily clicked her tongue and said, that's not your business, mind your own business, simultaneously. I reminded, but stealing is bad, Ms. Bis. Bis smiled sneeringly. Right, and I'm sure you're on the side of the golden mage. I don't think invading someone else's property is a good thing. She continued, you're just pretending to be good and only doing good deeds. Jinkyung, hearing this, said, from what I see you lost this time. Benny next to him agreed. You're right, simultaneously. Jinkyung asked, why are you saying that? Bis looked doubtful. Are you really on the same side? After that, Jinkyung confirmed. Alright, I guess we're wrong. It's because we've been betrayed too many times. At least you're not someone sent by other lords. She looked displeased. I don't want to negotiate with noble people like you. Then why don't you stop acting scary and untie me? They paid no attention to Bis at all. I looked up with a worried expression and asked, what should we do? She's still a thief. If the holy water is important, maybe we can just leave it there. She won't be able to steal it. Jinkyung frowned slightly and replied, but we can't keep her tied up here. That's not our job either. And he made a decision. Then let's untie her and watch. If she does something bad, we'll tie her up again. Outside, a vast desert landscape with rugged rocky mountains stretched out. Some creatures appeared in very bizarre forms. A long river flowing across the desert was visible, and simultaneously something wretched was crawling out. And that creature was momentarily startled to see the 2 figures before its eyes. At this moment Lua's gaze also recognized what was across the river. The 2 faced each other like that. Simultaneously, Lua's father reminded, Lua, don't look at those things. Lua, hearing this, hesitated and denied. Father, no. And Lua explained, it's just that I haven't seen a river before. The 2 walked, then knelt, then stood up and walked again. Lua at this time was sweating profusely and looked exhausted. Father, Lua's father, seeing this sight, asked, are you tired? Lua, startled, replied, no, it's just that after that, he suggested. Then let's rest for a while. Lua, hearing this, nodded. Yes, next Lua's father spoke. Water is the source of all life and receives the blessings of the gods. The water we found in the north is even more special. It is a gift from heaven and an expression of selflessness. This land originally belonged to demons and half-humans. Lua turned and asked, then why are so many commoners living here now? He frowned slightly and replied, yes, there was a big incident in the north before you were born. It was an interspecies creature created by dragons and demon descendants, gods and ancient dragons. That cursed thing was hidden in the north and no one took responsibility for it. The northern residents hid underground or migrated south. The number of monsters began to increase. The people who saved that land of disaster were Kantovia, Lord of the Walls, Kantovia of Twilight. Simultaneously, Lua's father continued the story. Kantovia, along with his companions, drove that cursed thing out of the north. As a result, the land became even worse. We prayed to the gods to protect the north. And this land was blessed with the spring of life. Lua was still curious. Then why can't I see the spring of life now? He explained in a gloomy voice. It's because there's no one left to protect the north. Kantovia became a demon and all his companions disappeared. Next, Lua's father insisted, all we can do is go to Flosha Temple and pray. After that, Lua's father suggested, look over there. And the creature, after drinking water from the river, clutched its neck in pain and wailed. Lua, seeing this sight, sweated and was startled, and he said in a solemn voice, the river flowing straight to the north is now a river of death. Don't drink any water from the north until the gods return the spring of life to us. The creature at this point was already lying on the ground motionless, with no life remaining. Next, Lua's father turned his gaze. Do you understand the reason for this march now? Lua immediately replied. I understand, father. The scene shifted to the tower where Jinkyung's group and Bis were currently staying. Suddenly, Jinkyung hesitated with a curious expression. What's so surprising about that Kantovia? I just thought he was a tall guy. Bis, rummaging through something, frowned and questioned. There were rumors that he betrayed us and became a demon, but we northerners didn't believe it. You said you're from Goa, right? You don't know this story? Aya scratched her head, embarrassed. I'm from the countryside. Benny next to her answered honestly. I'm a slave, Jinkyung spoke. I'm from Korea. She heard this and looked doubtful. Where is Korea? Next, Aya spoke. There have been many things on this journey. Since they arrived in the north, Jinkyung also turned and looked. You can skip the past, the important thing is what happened to Lil El. She heard this name and looked bewildered. Lil El? Jinkyung, seeing this sight, asked. Dao. Bis quickly said nothing. Hey, he approached curiously. What's that? The paper had a mysterious creature drawn on it. Jinkyung asked suspiciously, is that holy water? The scene shifted to a dark mountain, and at the foot of the mountain, small flames were burning, and simultaneously, many people were kneeling and praying with their hands together. Lua looked forward. So this is Flosha Temple. Lua's father next to him said, Lua, this is your first time here, right? This is also your first march, he continued. We've been living nearby, so it's only about a month. However, some people took months, even a year, to get here. The boy looked surprised. Really? Lua's father said. Yes, how desperate they were, and they could only pray. Many people dedicated themselves to the temple, and they valued the sacred beasts more than their own lives. Everyone followed the words of the sacred beasts, for only then could they hear the voices of the gods. Lua, impressed, widened his eyes and looked up. Outside the walls, 2 men were on guard, and elsewhere 2 people were seen carrying something. At the same time, 2 women were looking at the mountain. White frost and clouds continuously enveloped this place. On the mountain, something resembling a stone balcony jutted out. A white-haired girl appeared, gazing at the sunset, her hair fluttering in the wind. Before her was the small, delicate figure of the girl. Simultaneously, the low voice of the guardian echoed, "From today you will pray to the gods here." He continued, "Never forget, you must always pray to the gods with a body and mind free from worldly concerns." The girl's innocent eyes still looked upwards, and the other person earnestly instructed, "You must not step on the ground or speak with people. Only the purest soul can respond to the call of the gods." Returning to the present, the girl was alone. Gazing at the sunset before her, countless thoughts crossed the girl's face. Suddenly a sound made the girl turn around in surprise, her face filled with fear. At the same time, the girl collapsed, trembling on the ground behind the door. A black-haired girl was seen holding a food tray. Before her eyes, a scene unfolded of Ellen praying with her hands clasped. The girl closed her eyes with a pure expression. The black-haired girl then set down the food tray and lightly touched the object before her. Receiving energy, it flew forward and reached Ellen's eyes. After completing her task, Ellen bowed and left. Seeing the other person leave, the girl slowly opened her eyes. Ellen stared at the food tray before her for a moment, then turned her face, and her gaze was directed towards the window. Her large eyes continued to stare out the window, and the sky had already turned orange. Ellen was still kneeling, looking outside. Returning to the tower where Jinkyung's group of 4 was staying, at the same time Jinkyung looked at the person next to him and asked, Did you find anything?" Aya, hearing that, was slightly surprised and looked at Jinkyung. Benny was already asleep, and the girl said, "I'm reading. Cantavia's troops have been stopping the demons in the north for decades." Aya continued, "The number of demons suddenly surged, which was strange. So they decided to go to the wall to investigate." Jinkyung tilted his head with a curious expression. "So what did they find?" The girl turned a page and replied, "Nothing is recorded. But it says here that they must report directly to the king of Goda." Leah and Bussen decided to go together. Jinkyung rested his hand on his chin, thinking, "So they were ambushed by alchemists on their way to Goda." At the same time, Aya hesitated. Then the girl turned her gaze. "We need to return to Lin. That's what it says." Jinkyung, hearing this, looked dazed. Jinkyung then confided his inner thoughts. "I'm worried the alchemists will turn Inari into a demon like Cantavia and Godin." Aya then lowered her voice. "If we meet Inari, I think we can find out what happened in the north. But if you look at the journal." At the same time, Bis came in and demanded, "What happened to Inari?" Jinkyung, seeing her, reassured her, "We are looking for Inari. Don't worry." She, hearing that, narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Don't do that. Do you two know about the portal connected to the Angelus dimension at the end of the northern wall and the land of Angelus?" Jinkyung looked curious. "A portal? So the land of angels is behind that portal?" Bis shrugged. "I don't know, I've never been there. It's just a rumor." Then she muttered, "I really don't understand. There's nothing to find in the north, so why are you so desperate to come here?" Jinkyung, hearing this, inadvertently fell into thought. After that, Bis turned and left. "If you want to find Inari, you have to go north or cross the wall. The demons there will be quite annoying." Jinkyung immediately turned and asked, "Are you going to steal the holy beast?" Bis covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled lightly. "It's a secret." She then waved her hand, reminding them, "It'll be fun, don't lose anything." Jinkyung, hearing that, exclaimed in a fluster, "Ai-chan, what did that woman take?" I also replied loudly, "I'll check." Night had already fallen, and Lua, holding 3 coins in his palm, was sweating and swallowed hard. Lua's father's voice echoed in his mind, "I will pray here for 5 days. Since it's your first time here, you should rest at the inn. This much money should be enough." At the same time, a woman said, "I'm sorry, child, this money isn't enough. Your father must have miscalculated." The boy, hearing that, looked up worriedly. "Is that true?" But she said softly, "All right, I can't leave a child on the street. I'll clear some space for you to sleep there." Lua, hearing that, replied happily, "Thank you." The woman provided what looked like a warehouse as lodging for the boy. Lua curled up and muttered to himself, "There's no stove here, it's really scary." After that, the boy moved towards the window and looked up, and at the same time Lua wondered, if the spring of life exists, the holy beast must have prayed for a long time. Why has nothing happened yet? As the boy was deep in thought, Bis's figure flashed by. Lua's eyes widened and he was sweating, and Bis mumbled, "I need to find the water source connected to the temple." "It's right here." Bis, sweating, smiled. "It's as marked on the map. It won't be easy to climb." And she took off the sole of her shoe with her hand and muttered, "That's for other people, I have this." Then Bis moved quickly, and Lua watched her blankly from outside. The towering stone tower appeared, and strange sounds continuously echoed. Suddenly there was a loud noise. It sounded as if something had just been destroyed. At the same time, Bis shouted, "These crazy bastards, why did they build it so straight?" Then she, sweating, smiled, "I almost died. I'm still tired. I'll steal it tomorrow." Bis immediately lay down on the floor. "No, if I climb this again, I'll go crazy. I just need to rest a bit and then move." She gasped and looked back. Suddenly a faint black shadow appeared before Bis's eyes. As soon as she saw it, she quickly pulled something out of her shoe. Bis, without hesitation, swung small blades forward. Suddenly the black shadow disappeared and quickly moved behind her. She watched it with unhidden surprise. The masked man looked back at Bis. "Long time no see, Betty. I'm really surprised. I thought I was the only one looking for this." She was sweating as he appeared. "Why are you here? You're not looking for the holy beast too, are you?" He explained in a low voice. So that's why you're here. Don't worry, I'm not interested in such things. I stop by here every time I come to the north, can't you see there are beautiful pictures here? The mysterious man continued to mock. But your skills haven't improved at all, have they? You were the only one who climbed the water pipe, that's all you amount to. Biss, hearing that, gritted her teeth in anger. What did you say? At the same time, red blood was seen falling to the ground. She looked down in surprise, and he calmly approached and said, Sorry, it's just a habit, not intentional. But I still can't believe you passed Gaydon's test. The mysterious man continued to mock. If I were you, I wouldn't even bring that up. And he warned in a low voice, Let's not meet again, next time I'll cut your throat. As soon as he finished speaking, the man quickly disappeared. Biss, then sweating, gritted her teeth and cursed. Damn it, red blood continuously fell onto the cold ground, forming a long trail. The night scene here was so eerie and cold. Biss clutched her wound and gritted her teeth, muttering to herself, This is paralyzing poison, doesn't seem to be for killing, that's not like him. After that, she narrowed her eyes and chuckled lightly. Or maybe this suits him better, Biss said. Rumor has it he likes killing people. Her face contorted. He's not a thief. Going back in time a bit, a collapsed castle and a giant appeared. Inside, countless corpses were impaled on sharp spears. At that time, Biss had a very confident expression. Oh Gaydon, I've finally passed the test, and she looked up. Mark me so I can receive your blessing. As soon as she finished speaking, the door before her opened wide. Biss stepped inside. Finally, this is Gaydon's legacy. She read the inscription. My descendant, you have shown yourself to belong to the shadows, so choose one of my legacies as your symbol. And Biss looked to the side. So I can take one of these? Suddenly, Biss's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't hide her bewilderment. Gon's breath is gone. I thought it would return when its former owner died. And Biss speculated, someone has been here, only Gon's shadow remains. After that, she left the ancient castle. Biss looked at the knife in her hand with a curious expression. At the same time, a mysterious assassin suddenly appeared. So you are the new owner of Gon's shadow? Biss frowned and became wary, looking at the opponent's weapon. Gon's breath, you're not a thief, how did you get it? He said with cold red eyes. Gaydon is not the Lord of Shadows but the Lord of Darkness. Gaydon would prefer his relic to fall into the hands of someone who knows how to use it, rather than a useless girl, don't you think so? She exclaimed in surprise. What? The assassin revealed in a low voice. I came later than you, but I passed the test before you. He had a disappointed expression. I heard you were the top rookie of the AB Thieves Guild. I overestimated you. She, hearing that, was sweating and smiled. I'm not called that because of my skills. Assassins like you wouldn't understand, the mysterious assassin said calmly. I'm not interested. The problem is that I saw you in the shadows and you could have killed me if you wanted to. And he narrowed his eyes, asserting, I will be watching you. Returning to the present, Biss lay painfully on the cold ground and said, Damn it, do whatever you want. The next morning, sunlight began to shine below the tower. Ellen had a very flustered expression as she looked at the tunnel in the ground. The girl looked around and then down into the tunnel. At the same time, Ellen spotted a bird sitting nearby. Suddenly, the bird spread its wings wide and flew away. The girl clenched her fists at the sight. Ellen then pulled a floating device, sat on it. As the girl made no move, she looked down and in an instant the girl's body and the device fell straight into the tunnel. Ellen was too scared to close her eyes, but she eventually reached the exit. As the girl and the device flew out, Ellen continuously looked at the desolate surrounding landscape. Lua, who was deep in sleep, suddenly opened his eyes wide, and at the same time Ellen and the device were flying. Suddenly the device's energy ran out and the girl's small feet lightly touched the ground. The guardian's voice echoed in the girl's head. You must not step on the ground or speak with outsiders. Ellen then, sweating, had a worried expression. Suddenly the voices of two men were heard from behind. She's so pretty, we followed her, but she became a nun of Flosha. So that's why you're guarding here. Ellen quickly pushed the device into a nearby hidden spot. They were still chattering. Yes, I'll wait here until she comes back. After that, the girl quickly jumped into a nearby window. At the same time as footsteps appeared, Ellen was startled and raised her head. The two looked at each other in a fluster, and at the same time Lua was surprised and shouted. And the boy threw the bag in his hand, hitting the opponent's head and knocking him down. Jinkyang's group continued their journey, and at the same time Benny said, Finally, we have to pass the temple. Aya turned and asked, Isn't there another way? Jinkyang also turned his gaze. She said, Kantovia found this place. Jinkyang continued, It's marked on the map and the temple is below it. The girl read the map and analyzed it, but there was a wall in the middle. This massively built wall was to stop demons. It even says that Kantovia had to pass through the collision gate. Jinkyang, hearing that, confidently declared, All right, then we have to pass through there. It'll work out somehow. Lord Jinkyang will sweep away the monsters, so don't worry too much. Jinkyang looked at the person next to him with a curious expression. Benny, why do you keep staring at that? Benny couldn't take his eyes off what was in his hand. This is, as I said before, this is really expensive. I can make a lot of money with this. At the same time, Benny spoke up. So I brought a few. I have a few more in my pocket. Jinkyang immediately snickered. That suits you. Aya, standing next to him, frowned slightly. Benny said, sweating, The seal is slightly cracked, but I can't read it. Jinkyang next to him kept scoffing. You can't read it? Are you pretending to be ignorant? Benny quickly retorted. For a servant, I'm quite smart. I taught myself how to read. Aya had a skeptical expression at this moment. These letters were used by ancient mages. I don't know if they were used for summoning. I don't know much about them either, Jinkyang said nonchalantly. You'll find out what's inside. Who cares what's in the seal? The girl hesitated. I was told not to mess with Mage's belongings, but I'm curious too. Suddenly, the wrapping around the paper snapped. The three of them were simultaneously startled by the sight. At that moment, a strong energy erupted from within. The powerful beam of light surged straight forward amidst their confusion. And then a loud explosion echoed. Aya stammered, looking at it. "That's a magic scroll," Jinkyung asked, bewildered. "A magic scroll," I explained. "Yes, mages store magic and mana inside scrolls, and by opening them one can use the magic contained inside." The loud noises continued to echo. Though afraid, Jinkyung spoke bravely and loudly. "Let's go, nothing bad will happen." The other two agreed with his words simultaneously. Numerous screams erupted. "Someone save us!" "What is that?" A bizarre creature appeared before their eyes, emitting a terrifying sound. The three of them sweated profusely at this sight. And at the same time a giant monster was emerging from black smoke. People who saw the massive creature appearing from unknown origins screamed in terror. "It's a demon, why did it suddenly appear?" Simultaneously, Benny shouted, flustered. "It's a demon, why aren't we saying that the demon caused the explosion?" Jinkyung frowned and glanced at him, saying, "No, it's because of you. People died because of you. You killed them with your own hands." Then he lowered his voice and said, "You killed them, murderer." Jinkyung then chuckled slightly and swiftly dashed forward while the two behind him looked bewildered. "Just kidding," the monster roared loudly, simultaneously swinging its arm high, then forcefully brought it down on the innocent people below without hesitation. Sounds and screams continued to echo, and suddenly a beam of light flashed from the monster's hand. Jinkyung calmly reminded a girl, "Why are you still sitting there? Run away quickly." Then he turned around and smiled, "I'll handle this." While the girl was still bewildered, the man behind her blushed and looked shy. "All right." Jinkyung immediately wore a displeased expression at this sight. Then he shouted angrily, "Why is the male lead blushing?" Simultaneously, the monster was pushed back by Jinkyung's attack and another loud explosion echoed. The monster roared in pain and Jinkyung landed forcefully on the ground after delivering his attack. Suddenly, Jinkyung stopped and turned around. His feet were already entangled by the creature. Jinkyung cut off the tentacle with his knife and shouted, "Tentacles, disgusting!" It didn't stop and kept approaching. He was startled by this sight. More tentacles. Jinkyung furiously and forcefully slashed at the horrible tentacles. "Tentacles, get lost," he scolded loudly with a very displeased expression. "I can't believe it, using tentacles on a man. Have you no conscience?" Benny, hearing this, looked bewildered. "Why is he angry?" Aya, next to him, blushed and said, "I don't know, but it's probably a reason for whatever that is to be ashamed." Jinkyung gritted his teeth on his side and said, "Unforgivable." The weapon in his hand simultaneously emitted light. The clouds covering the sky disappeared and sunlight streamed down, and Jinkyung still shouted angrily, "Shameless beings like you deserve punishment." As the light flashed, the monster weakly collapsed to the ground, emitting a sound that echoed throughout the entire space. Everyone simultaneously gaped at the sight before them. Aya and Benny were no exception. The giant monster stopped for a moment, then suddenly exploded. A moment later it was utterly destroyed. He sweated looking at this sight. "It's been a while since he went all out," the girl next to him agreed. Simultaneously, Jinkyung appeared, soaked to the bone and angrily shouting, "I'm all wet." But he chuckled sarcastically, sweating. "Did I overdo it?" High rocky mountains appeared, shrouded in white mist. The mysterious assassin muttered in a low voice to himself, "An abnormal explosion. That guy came all the way here?" He gazed at the scribbles on the paper and said, "A summoned spirit, interesting. He'll be stronger than Kantovia." The scene shifted to a dark rocky place, and a group of people were seen bowing their heads before a statue. On the table was the image of a sword broken in the recent battle, and simultaneously, Benny asked, "It's completely broken. What do we do now?" Jinkyung thought for a moment, then replied, "It doesn't seem to be a problem anymore." Then he said, "Before I needed a sword, but now I can use magic." Then Jinkyung began to reveal his power. "I can feel the mana of this planet. I don't know about anything else. But magic seems quite easy to use. Still, I'm a bit lacking." Simultaneously, Hillet approached and asked, "Are you a mage?" Jinkyung asked back, surprised. "Not exactly. And who are you?" Then he introduced himself. "I am Hillet, the leader of the prayers here. We would like to repay you for saving us. As you can see, it's hard to even get a drop of water." Hillet said regretfully. "I'm truly sorry." Jinkyung also smiled and said, "It's nothing." Then Jinkyung chuckled sarcastically. "And you don't need to thank us." Benny covered his face, looking flustered at this moment. "That's your fault." And Jinkyung asked, "But why are you praying here? Can't you pray at the temple?" Hillet heard this and replied, "Yes, usually everyone prays at the temple when there's a prayer festival. We do this to harmonize our prayers, so that the sacred beast can hear those prayers." He explained the reason. "But the northern land has been dry and desolate for many years, so we decided to live near the temple. Then we can pray anytime. Many people have done so," Hillet continued without stopping. "If the sacred beast doesn't receive a response from the gods and doesn't give us the spring of life, the north will become a dead land where not even a blade of grass can grow." Suddenly, Aya sweated and whispered into his ear, "Sir Tuba, didn't Bis say she was going to steal the sacred beast?" After that, Jinkyung cleared his throat and pressed him. "Has anyone ever tried to steal the sacred beast?" He bowed his head and replied, "Of course. The sacred beast is a sacred being. They say that whoever eats the flesh of the sacred beast will gain a healthy body and eternal life. Despite that, the entire north is here." And Hillet said, "If you encounter people blinded by greed, please help us punish them. We beg you." The sky was covered in clouds. Aya turned around with an angry expression and said, "We shouldn't have untied her." Jinkyung frowned and lowered his voice. "Right, such an expensive thing couldn't possibly be unimportant." Benny next to him wore an excited expression. "Sir Tuba, are we going to hunt thieves now?" He heard this and replied, "If we see her on the road we can catch her, right? I don't like her ass. I mean, we'll catch thieves." Benny chuckled sarcastically. "Keep talking, but will that even be possible? They can only farm while praying. How can they live by only praying all day?" Then Jinkyung began to lecture the two. "I'm truly speechless, now that we know gods truly exist. If I intend to insult them, stay away from me. You said not even a blade of grass grows. They might be doing their best, aren't they?" At this moment everything was quite peaceful. Simultaneously, the sound of someone blowing a trumpet echoed throughout the entire space. A man commanded loudly, "Intruder, chase them." Biss gritted her teeth as she ran. "Why are there so many guards? My information didn't mention this." Others, seeing her running, shouted loudly, "There she is!" But Biss easily leapt over the two of them. Suddenly another man appeared, startling Biss. The man forcefully swung his club, but she leapt up and dodged. Then Biss leapt upwards and disappeared, leaving the other man bewildered. The man looked at it, not understanding. "Where did she run off to? Did she run over there? There's nothing there." The others turned around and whispered among themselves, "Where did she run off to? Wait, do you really think she did that? She just ran around." Suddenly someone announced, "The sacred beast is gone." She was startled by this. "What?" one of them confirmed. "It's too obvious. Is she a thief? She hid the sacred beast somewhere. She took it." Biss sweated and looked flustered at this moment. "The sacred beast," she kept thinking to herself. "It's gone." The scene shifted to what looked like a warehouse, and Lua was looking at a person lying on the floor blushing. The beautiful Elenian girl was still fast asleep, and Lua asked himself suspiciously, "I thought she was a ghost, but is she human?" The more he looked at her beautiful face, the more the boy's face reddened. Suddenly a sound from outside startled Lua. "I'm tired." A man leaned against the side of the building, resting for a moment, and another man said loudly, "Hey, we don't have much time to rest. The bishop told us to find her as soon as possible." He heard this and looked up, asking, "But don't you think it's strange? It's just one nun who disappeared, and aren't nuns who leave the temple without permission forbidden from returning?" The other man thought for a moment, then replied, "I heard she wasn't a nun. Surely a thief kidnapped her, or something else happened." He exclaimed, surprised. "What? A thief went up to the highest floor and kidnapped a nun? But she's just a small child, a thin, silver-haired child." Lua heard this and immediately turned around to look at the person lying on the floor. A thin, silver-haired child. The boy sweated profusely, thinking to himself, "Unbelievable." The two men outside talked to each other as they left. "I don't know, I think there's something special about her. We're risking our lives to get her back from the thief. It's really a pain. When will we see that thief?" one of them asserted. "I guarantee it. He'll face very severe punishment, and he probably knows it too." Suddenly, Lua's father appeared, entering the door. "Lua, I'm here. The prayer is over, so we—" "Lua?" At this moment, Lua was captured in front of the people. Someone's angry voice echoed, "How dare you kidnap a nun? I hope you're ready to pay the price." Lua denied loudly in terror. "No, I didn't do it." People naturally didn't believe him. Criminals always say that. The boy sweated profusely after imagining the situation. Suddenly, the Elenian girl bit Lua's leg hard. The boy pushed her away in pain and the girl rolled off. A clear bite mark was visible on Lua's leg left by the Elenian girl. At this moment, the girl suddenly looked up, startling Lua. With a serious face, the girl continuously punched forward, and Lua sweated and hesitated. "Hey," then the boy explained, "I'm sorry about before. I was so scared being alone. I swear it was a misunderstanding." The two fell silent once again. The scene shifted to the mountain. The bishop's angry voice echoed, "What are you doing now? Is it that hard to catch a single rat?" Someone said, terrified. "Bishop, she seems to disappear every time she enters the darkness." Simultaneously, a girl said, "Bishop, I am certain this one is a minion of the Abyss Thieves Guild." The bishop heard this and became curious. Abyss bowed his head and explained, "Yes, your majesty, they serve Gaiden, the Lord of Darkness, and use his relics as weapons. We must not underestimate them." He heard this and commanded, "All right, now send the rest of the people upstairs to catch her." The others heard this and simultaneously replied, "Yes, your majesty." Suddenly, the girl approached the bishop. The bishop reminded her in a low voice, "Listen carefully. There isn't much time until the prayer begins." And then he asserted in a serious voice, "We must ensure the rumor of the sacred beast's disappearance doesn't spread. If we have to handle this before the ritual, the two of you must act." On this side, another group of people was still pursuing Biss. "Found anything?" "Nothing. Let's go somewhere else then," one of them commanded loudly. "Bring more torches. She can hide anywhere in the darkness." She looked at this sight and thought to herself, "Damn it, now there are more and more guards." Suddenly, Biss had a surprised expression. "Wait," that means as soon as she finished speaking, she quickly ran towards a shining spot. Biss resolutely jumped down, then challenged them contemptuously. "Do you think thieves don't know how to enter through the front gate? You fools, if you leave this place unguarded." "Then I'm fine," she mumbled to herself, unsettled as she walked. "Damn it, I'm still in trouble. There are only a few days left until the exchange date, and if I don't find the holy water now, security will be tightened even more." Suddenly, Biss was startled as if she had seen something unexpected, and the figures of the twin summoner sisters appeared before her eyes. Then she remarked, "You're not entirely stupid after all." The woman next to her opened her mouth. "Biss is from the AB Thieves Guild," she continued. "Where did you hide the holy water?" Biss sweated and curled her lips into a smile. "How can the wise women living in the temple ask someone like me to find the holy water?" Find it yourselves. Hearing this, one of the two roughly exposed, "How rude, I know your group needs money, it's the price you have to pay for betraying the Lord of the Wall. But to think you've been digging through the northern tombs," she immediately asserted loudly. "We didn't do that," she covered her mouth with her hand. "Even the king of the continent didn't believe Kantovia was completely corrupted, so your thieves' dirty tongues shouldn't be moving right now." Next, that person lowered their voice. "The northern people know you did it," Biss immediately retorted. "Aren't you the rude ones? You shoot down holy water once every few years, imprison them in the tower and force them to pray." Biss continued to expose their wicked deeds. "If the prayers don't work, you sell their flesh to the nobles and the king. The holy water that was with Kantovia was the only one who could summon the spring of life." At the same time, she plunged countless blades into the ground. "You're not even satisfied with demanding tribute from the poor?" Next, Biss held a knife in her hand and sternly retorted, "And what's more, you sold the organs of innocent people, and you call me rude?" Hearing this, she curled her lips into a smile. "Sold innocent people, then isn't that what you're doing too?" This argument was no longer meaningful. Biss watched her mumble with wariness. "Summoning magic," and then she threw sharp blades with all her might. "I need to deal with them before they complete the summoning." As countless explosions echoed, Biss curled her lips into a smile at the sight. "I almost fell asleep listening to your incantations, I'm so bored." Suddenly, a voice came from the smoke. "Seeing you use such tools, you're smarter than you look." She was startled and thought to herself, "Is she still summoning? How?" And then she raised her hand and attacked. "If you're bored, I'll entertain you for a while." Something made of stone appeared before Biss's eyes and it immediately attacked. But fortunately, she jumped aside in time and avoided the damage. Biss hastily retreated and at the same time held a knife in her mouth. "One is summoning a high-level spirit, and the other is quickly summoning low-level summoned beasts to trap me." She then pulled out a few more blades. "This isn't easy," but Biss had already formed her next plan. "I have to bet everything on attacking the summoner. Charging forward is the only way." She leaped and then powerfully lunged forward. At this moment, the opponent continuously attacked Biss. Suddenly, she bent down and threw them at the monsters. A loud noise and flames appeared. Just then, Biss's faint figure appeared from the smoke. She swung her knife and said sternly, "Checkmate." At the same time, another knife flew from somewhere and plunged into the ground. A tall shadow now stood before her eyes. As Biss's eyes widened in surprise, she curled her lips into a slight smile. "It seems I had enough time to complete the summoning." And then a loud explosion echoed throughout the entire space. The people below were still focused on their prayers. Everything returned to the beginning. The battle seemed to have just ended. The sky was now tinged with the colors of twilight. Countless people gathered in one place as if waiting for something. The faint figure of a person tied to a wooden pillar appeared before their eyes, and that person was none other than Biss. The girl Ellen was happily eating a piece of bread. After that, she turned and smiled. Lua also had no choice but to reply with an awkward smile. The boy doubted inwardly. "As soon as I gave her food, she's no longer wary. She's a bit strange." Next, Lua cautiously asked, "I'm Lua, what's your name?" The girl Ellen said nothing, pursed her lips and turned away. The boy saw that and thought to himself, "Is she mute?" At the same time, the boy reminded, "Hey, aren't you from the temple? Everyone's looking for you. You need to go back quickly. Everyone's worried about you." The girl Ellen still remained silent without a word, and Lua cautiously averted his gaze. "She doesn't seem to have been kidnapped." At the same time, the boy held a piece of bread in his hand and pondered deeply. "There was something, but I can't keep her here. They'll think I kidnapped her." Countless thoughts flooded his mind. "I don't even have enough food for both of us." Thinking back, the lodging was bad, but the innkeeper said his father miscalculated the bill. Suddenly, footsteps were heard nearby, and a soft voice. Lua immediately turned around, and he threw the bread at the opponent, but seeing the person before his eyes, Lua was flustered. "You can talk, I'm sorry." "I mean," next, the girl stammered. The bishop said, "Don't tell anyone." The boy, hearing this for the first time, commented bewildered, "Talking sounds like ants biting my ear. I feel like I'm watching a demon talk." Seeing the girl Ellen getting angry, Lua immediately retorted, "Wait, I'm sorry, just a moment, don't you have something to say?" Suddenly the girl paused and then cautiously opened her mouth. I want to go to Black Moon Plateau." Hearing this, Long's eyes widened in bewilderment. "Black Moon Plateau, is that far from the wall?" The Elenian girl spoke seriously. "I've been there, I want to go there one last time." The boy nervously warned, "Wait, I've never been there. Going outside the wall is too dangerous. There are many monsters there and Lua, sweating, retorted, "You don't expect me to take you there, do you, right?" The Elenian girl looked at the opponent with sparkling eyes, and the boy was terrified and immediately refused. "No, I'm not that kind of person. I'm just a little kid waiting for my father." Lua kept shouting, "You know the soldiers around here are looking for you. They think a thief kidnapped you. If they see me with you, they'll think I kidnapped you." The scene shifted to a desolate and deserted place. Lua was hiding behind a rock with the girl Ellen, and the boy's face was filled with helplessness. "Why am I here?" After that, Lua looked at the person next to him. He said, "I have to go back before prayers are over. You'll have to go the rest of the way alone. If we get caught, you have to say I'm not a thief. You escaped after being kidnapped and then you met me, okay?" And the boy retorted, "Then what will you say if the guards ask what we're doing?" The girl hesitated and replied, "Lua brought me to Black Moon Plateau." Lua heard this, sweated profusely and shouted at the same time, "That's not it." But soon the boy quickly covered his mouth for fear of being discovered. Next, the boy quickly ran. "Let's go to the outer village first and then we'll talk." let's go. The Elenian girl ran powerlessly behind him, and Lua didn't know how to react to the sight. Blue sky and quietly floating white clouds. The boy was carrying the girl on his back, sweating and looking exhausted. Next, Lua collapsed on the ground. I'm going to die. After that, the boy turned around and shouted angrily, do you think you can go to Black Moon Plateau like this? Everyone's looking at you. Your silver hair is bad enough? Hearing this, the holy water girl hesitated and said, I'm sorry, it's my first time running. Lua heard this and immediately retorted, first time running? They don't let you do anything in the temple? The girl thought for a moment and then explained, I only pray. I can't leave without permission. Lua's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Why? Why do you want to go to Black Moon Plateau? Isn't praying in the temple the priority? The holy water girl looked up with wide eyes. The birds told me to go there, but there's no time. The more the boy heard, the more he frowned in bewilderment. Why is there no time? You can just tell the people in the temple that you want to go there. The girl Ellen opened her mouth. If God doesn't answer the prayers of the praying people, I will go to God. Lua was startled once again. Damn it. At the same time, a loud voice was heard. Hey, isn't that her? The silver-haired girl. The person next to him ordered. Stop right there. But the two were not caught. Seeing them run away, he shouted loudly, Hey you guys! The sky was now a mix of blue and orange twilight. The temple soldier held a piece of paper in his hand and at the same time reported, A woman has infiltrated the temple and kidnapped the holy water. The last hope of the North, she is a member of the AB Thieves Guild. Because of the Thieves Guild, the North is in such a crisis. Everyone heard this and whispered among themselves, AB Thieves Guild, aren't they the ones who stole Cantavia's heart? The North is so miserable because of those damned guys, and now they're trying to steal the holy water too. He continued to read the contents of the paper. We will give this prisoner a chance to atone before the prayer festival, that person retorted. Tell us where the holy water is. One of the twin summoner sisters stepped forward and curled her lips into a sneer. If you tell us, we promise to let you die peacefully at least. Do you see how they look at you? She didn't stop. Hate and anger fill their eyes as if they're looking at a demon that destroyed everything in the North, that man declared. If she doesn't repent before the prayer festival. Suddenly, Biss shouted, Wait! After that, she loudly retorted, The AB Thieves Guild has nothing to do with Cantavia's death. You know who the real culprit is? And Biss said sternly, You're just a flock of sheep. You don't know how to do anything but pray all day. They looked doubtful upon hearing this, and she continued to expose the truth. The reason is that those damned people in the temple and the nobles of this continent want the North to be harmed by demons. At the same time, the temple soldier approached the bishop and reported, Bishop, they've found the person who kidnapped the holy water and they're in pursuit now. Biss didn't stop and shouted, And what you call holy water is? Suddenly, a loud noise and everyone including her was startled and looked back. The bishop said in a low voice, Considering the demons that will soon rush into Flotia Square over the wall, I can no longer give her a chance to atone. Let the people here judge her. Biss looked at the opponent bewildered. At the same time, a stone thrown by someone hit her head and blood flowed. The crowd simultaneously shouted in anger, How can we believe the words of thieves like you? It's your fault. Because of you, this whole land has become like this. The blindfolded people threw stones at Biss and insulted her. And now you're trying to deceive us? Do you call yourself human? Countless stones flew towards her location. What is she thinking? She's a thief, someone who deceives and takes from others. How can she expect them to believe her? She never trusted them once. The angry crowd all turned and left. But she wished someone would stay. At the same time, a familiar voice was heard. Didn't you say you were a great thief? A vague figure appeared before Biss's eyes. I didn't expect you to be caught. She looked up with a bloody face. You, Jinkyung commented in a low voice, just a pretty thief, Biss mumbled powerlessly. Please. Hearing this, he approached bewildered. Why? And then she pleaded, Please help me, please. The three of them were silent, looking at Biss's figure before them. Aya felt pity for the opponent, but Benny frowned. At the same time, Jinkyung retorted, Save her, then I just need to untie her, right? Biss, with a bloody face, looked up and he curled his lips into a smile. Then are you giving me the 100,000 gold coins you're supposed to get? Hearing this, the girl hesitated. YouTuba Nim. She narrowed her eyes and remained silent without a word. Jinkyung curled his lips into a smile. You thought we didn't know yet. I heard them say that if the holy water doesn't pray to the gods for the spring of life, the North will wither, he continued. You're hiding important details from us and trying to take what we need from us. You don't know how much I regretted letting you go. Biss bowed her head again. After that, Jinkyung stood up and opened his mouth at the same time. I think it's too cruel for them to abuse you like this, but that doesn't mean I should side with someone who's trying to sell the future of the people here, right? I'm sorry, but we have to go. You'll be fine, right? Biss struggled to expose. There's no such thing as God. Next, she collapsed onto the cold ground. Hearing this, he thought bewilderedly. How can she lie to the very end like that? Telling someone who has met God that God doesn't exist. I don't think I should help thieves. Simultaneously, a group of people were whispering to each other. It must be the thief who stole the holy water. To think the one who kidnapped the saintess was just a kid, a sturdy man said. That guy isn't very fast, but he's quite skilled at hiding. He couldn't have gone far yet. The other man traced the footprints left on the ground with his hand and ordered, From now on I'll act alone. When asked to relay this to the bishop, the man next to him replied, Yes, understood. Next, the two men left and the sturdy man asked, puzzled, Hey, do you know that person? The man next to him immediately replied, Yes, I know him. He lives at the top of the temple. I heard he came down to handle an important matter. He looked surprised. Really, he doesn't look like a northerner. The man turned his eyes and said, I think he's from Goa. The twin summoners are also from Goa. Don't you remember? He also looked on with a curious expression. I'm not sure, so the Saintess must be very important for him to be involved. The man shrugged. Who knows, everything is hidden. I mean, how can we know what the people in high places are thinking, right? I can't believe this happened before the prayers were over. Only 2 people were seen sitting beside a huge rock shedding 2 streams of tears and talking to themselves. No, what am I thinking, running away when I met the guards? They must think I'm a thief by now. Then the young boy looked at the Elenian girl panting next to him. Next, Lua gently lifted her bare foot. You're lucky I have an extra pair of sandals. They're the same size as my feet. Good. Then the young boy asked, puzzled, what should I call you? What's your name? The girl heard that and lifted her head to look up. My name I don't remember. Lua couldn't hide his surprise and blurted out, what do you mean you don't remember your name? The Elenian girl answered honestly, I've been in the temple since I was young and no one ever called me by name. The boy looked at the person in front of him, sweating. What world are you from? Don't you have family or parents? How did you get to the temple before? The girl bowed her head slightly and said in a low voice, I don't know, I don't remember. Lua helped the holy water girl to her feet and asked with a curious expression. Really? Then what's on Break Moon Plateau, the place you mentioned before? The girl replied as she walked. I only remember a little bit. I think I played there alone before. The boy heard that and was surprised and puzzled. But you don't remember anything. Then how do you know that place is Black Moon Plateau? The Elenian girl opened her mouth. There really was a black moon there. That's all I remember. Then the girl laughed. You ask too many questions, Lua. Why are you so curious? In Lua's mind this thought suddenly emerged. The question I really want to ask is, the girl's words echoed in his heart. If the gods don't answer, I'll go meet the gods. Lua was sweating and at the same time looked worried. What does that mean? Surely going to meet the gods doesn't mean dying, does it? Suddenly, someone in the distance shot an arrow towards their location. Subsequently, the boy clutched his arm in pain. A wound appeared on his arm and blood began to flow. He muttered, drawing his bow from above and shooting. Oops. Lua saw that and immediately dragged the Elenian girl behind a nearby rock to hide. The man saw that and clicked his tongue. Jinkyung asked worriedly, is it okay to leave her like that? Jinkyung heard this and was puzzled. Why are you uncomfortable leaving her like that? Then he said, didn't you say we shouldn't untie her? The girl hesitated and said, that's true, but this kind of punishment should only be given to murderers. It's the same in Goa, Jinkyung said nonchalantly. That shows how important holy water is and that they have their own rules here. Next, he confided his inner thoughts. Aya, ever since I started traveling with you, I'm annoyed by some of the things I've seen here. Jinkyung continued, the alchemists, the musicians, even those damn nobles, I want to crush all of them at once. He scratched his cheek with his hand. Nothing is certain. The king is also a good person, he's just fighting against them. I'm your summoned spirit, right? I don't know what will happen to you if I act too excessively. Then Jinkyung gently offered his opinion. I believe it's best for us to follow the rules here. I heard that and smiled. You're right, but it looks a bit gloomy here. I know there are many gods in this world, but I've never heard of a god who harms humans, Jinkyung agreed. I've never seen a culture that believes so completely in one god either. Next, he muttered to himself in a low voice, this place is really strange and so is this world. At the same time, Benny joyfully ran over. Mr. Yutuba Mizaya, I found lodging. After that, he pointed to an old woman. It meant he had found a place to sleep and eat tonight. Benny then pointed to an old man in a carriage nearby again. That carriage can take us anywhere as long as it's not a cliff. He put his hands on his hips and wore a very confident expression. Staying here tonight and using this carriage will be really good. Next, a scene of a wooden-wheeled carriage running on a bumpy road appeared. Benny grumbled resentfully, you two are so comfortable with nothing to carry. But this servant is too tired because of the luggage I'm carrying. Jinkyung asked, puzzled. Why don't you put it down when we're inside the carriage? Aya reminded from the side. Benny, we're not here for fun. Suddenly he turned around and looked at them. You want me to take you to the wall as soon as possible, right? The girl nodded. Yes. Suddenly he suggested. Can we take a detour? There's a rumor about a bandit gang hiding nearby. Aya heard that and looked doubtful. A bandit gang? The carriage driver pressed him. Yes, you saw the thief caught today, didn't you? Aya hesitated and replied. I saw her in the square. The carriage driver explained. That's right, she's from the Abyss Thieves Guild. Some people say her group's hideout is on a cliff. Aya and Jinkyung heard that and looked at each other, and then the girl requested, please take us there. He was startled and asked again, what, you want to meet those thieves? Aya gently reassured, it's all right, just take us there. The carriage driver said, I'll take you there. Suddenly, a black shadow with murderous intent appeared behind Jinkyung, and at the same time a scene of 2 people panting and continuously running appeared. The Elenian girl stopped, exhausted. Lua kept urging, hurry up, we have to keep running, they're chasing us. The boy looked at the person next to him and worriedly thought to himself, what should I do? Even if we run or hide, they'll keep chasing us. Whoever they are, they look dangerous. A thought suddenly came to Lua's mind. Should I abandon her here and leave? The boy kept thinking, if she just goes back, they won't chase me anymore. In the quiet night, footsteps echoed, and he lightly wiped the blood buried in the ground with his hand. Suddenly, the man turned his eyes as if he had discovered something, and then he slowly bent down. He was already close to the cliff, and at the same time, the man's hand reached behind him to pull out an arrow. His eyes were now even sharper. He saw Lua in the distance, and then the man drew his bow and shot an arrow at the 2 people walking ahead. Lua was hit by an arrow again. He saw that and resolutely jumped down and quickly rushed forward. A little red blood still remained on the ground below, and his eyes were even sharper at this moment. The blood flowed in a long trail on the ground. At the same time, the man drew a knife from his waist. He spun in the air and landed forcefully on the ground. His sharp eyes were directed at Lua and the terrified Elenian girl in front of him. Finally, the man found the two. Lua was sweating profusely, looking up at the man in front of him. He squinted and mumbled strange. Only rocks were visible in front of his eyes, and the man muttered to himself, puzzled, "I thought those kids were definitely here." The Elenian girl quickly used her power to deceive the opponent's eyes. The boy saw that and couldn't hide his surprise. "What is this? Is it magic?" He looked around when he couldn't find the two. "Those guys are faster than I thought." After that, the man turned around and left. "Those kids couldn't have gone far. I used a few poisoned arrows just now." The girl tried to maintain her power at this time, and Lua was still staring at the Elenian girl. Lua was trembling, sweating profusely and seemed exhausted. The boy saw that and said, "Hey, that person's gone." Then white fur was seen growing on the girl's back. Lua felt more and more scared the more he looked, but suddenly the boy exclaimed in surprise. Lua's foot was injured by an arrow, and the wound on his hand had not yet healed. And then the boy was sweating profusely and bowed his head to look down. The two continued to move in the quiet night. Lua limped forward. The girl looked at this sight with a worried expression. "Lua, are you okay?" The Elenian girl hesitated and called his name when the other person said nothing. Lua suddenly opened his mouth. "People say northerners fight sandstorms every day," Lua continued. "Once they got lost in a sandstorm and ended up somewhere they didn't know. Then they began to think." The boy still hadn't stopped speaking. "If I got lost in a sandstorm, no matter how many times I passed this path, would I really be lost?" Blood continuously flowed from his foot wound, and Lua was still engrossed in the story. "Or did fate lead me down a different path?" The boy clutched his wound and said in a low voice, "Father said those are the words of cowards, of those who can't adapt to life in the north, but I prefer that story over such fatalism." Behind Lua's small back a thought came to mind of someone going somewhere. "Because I really want to go there. I think that's the true meaning of the story." The holy water girl heard that and hesitated, looking at Lua. At the same time, the boy opened his mouth. "I think today is your day, and if I go with you I'll change too." His voice had been getting weaker and weaker since he arrived here. "Northerners only pray and survive." The girl seemed to sense something strange about the other person. "Lua, are you sick?" Lua slowly collapsed, looking weak. "I want to go back to a normal life rather than this kind of life." As soon as he finished speaking, the boy collapsed amidst the holy water girl's bewilderment. "Lua!" The girl shook him as he lay on the ground and shouted, "Wake up, Lua, Lua." And the Elenian girl sobbed, "I'm sorry, Lua, it's my fault." The girl still sat there crying. Lua suddenly saw a shadow approaching from behind, and as soon as the girl turned around she immediately screamed in horror at the sight of that person. In the quiet night, only the sound of a sharp scream echoed. The scene shifted to a village at the foot of the mountain, where golden flames were burning deep in a rock crevice. Hill gently reassured, "Don't be afraid. This is a prayer room." The girl heard that and replied, "Yes, I'm sorry for shouting earlier." After that he said, "Don't mind it, we understand, although this is the first time I've seen a child outside in the middle of the night." The holy water girl shed 2 streams of tears and asked about the situation. "Is Lua okay?" Hillet looked down and said in a low voice, "The boy's leg wound isn't that big, but I'm worried that the poison has spread throughout his body." Next he said, "We can't do anything. All we can do now is seek God's mercy." The girl heard that and lifted her head to look up. "Prayer?" Hillet nodded. "Yes, everyone here is praying for life and for the decline of this place." His gaze was directed into the distance. "I'm sure that someday prayers like ours will be answered, from the time the saintess conveys our prayers on behalf of our sinners." The holy water girl heard this and her eyes widened in surprise. The bishop's words echoed in her mind again, "Only the purest soul can respond to the call of the gods, so don't let others know that you are the saintess. Don't treat them as ordinary people. Doing so will give demons a chance to come into this world. Do you understand?" But the girl's prayer was for the northerners. They saw the light coming from the Elenian girl and exclaimed in surprise, "What is this? If a girl with a pure soul who sacrificed her life to help a stranger cannot be saved by prayer, then why do we pray?" Hillet was stunned at this time and blurted out, "This is," in front of his eyes, a scene unfolded of the girl slowly radiating power. Hill was astonished and incredulous at the girl's current appearance and abilities. "This child is the holy water," and then the saintess implanted a source of power within Lua's body. The boy slowly opened his eyes, his head hazy and dizzy. "What is this? Why?" Lua saw the girl's blurry and indistinct figure and thought to himself, "She's doing that again." And then the wound on Lua's foot glowed softly. Thanks to that energy, Lua's ankle wound slowly healed, and Lua felt warm and comfortable. Witnessing all the situations in front of them, Hille's group exclaimed in stunned admiration. He immediately knelt and apologized. "Please forgive us. We never imagined that you would dare to set foot in such a dirty place." They continued to bow their heads and plead, but they had not yet adapted to the situation. "It's the saintess is here." They continued to bow their heads and plead, "My lord." Hillet at this time looked up at the girl and quietly called, "My lord." The saintess at this time was hugging her body tightly, crouching and trembling. The girl still shook her head and asserted, "I'm fine, I just felt a little pain from using my power." At this time a man secretly approached the girl. The man extended his arms respectfully, offering, "I will escort you inside." The saintess, still hunched over, shook her head in refusal. No, I'm fine, I just need to rest for a bit. You damn bastard, what are you doing? As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly rushed forward and bit her arm hard. The saintess, startled by this, widened her eyes in disbelief. Red blood flowed from the bite mark, and the saintess's scream echoed. The temple soldiers pushed him away, reprimanding him. How dare you harm the saintess? Do you know what sin you are committing? Are you mad? She is the saintess, the one who delivers our prayers to the gods. How dare you ruin the prayer ceremony? Despite the harsh reprimand, the man was unconcerned and instead laughed triumphantly. It doesn't matter to you guys. Will I ever get another chance like this in my life? Everyone froze for a moment at his words, and the man continued. Have you forgotten? The saintess's flesh can make us strong and grant us eternal life. At these words, a complex expression crossed Hille's face. The man continued to stir them up. Didn't your parents always say that too? That health is the most important thing no matter what? The man looked at Hillet with an earnest face, pleading, just one piece, please let me bite off one piece of flesh from your body. I beg you. The saintess trembled in fear at his words. Surviving in the north is too difficult for us. As soon as he finished speaking, the temple soldiers all stood up. They slowly approached the saintess. Hillet looked at the girl, nodded, and said, that man is right. Our parents said that too before they passed away. They approached her directly with menacing eyes. Health is the most important thing if you eat these things. The saintess's entire body stiffened and she broke out in a cold sweat. They rushed at her, reaching out to grab her. The best is yet to come. They held their weapons, approached the girl directly, and excitedly shouted, let's bite off a piece each. If we divide it well, everyone will get some. Give me a piece too. With just the saintess's flesh will be healthy. They grabbed her tightly and laughed loudly in excitement. We no longer need the spring of life. In that critical moment, Lua came to his senses, picked up a large stone and rushed directly at the saintess. He slammed the stone hard onto the faces of two people, sending them flying. Lua delivered several more powerful blows to drive them away. Then he glanced at the saintess and shouted, what are you waiting for? Run away quickly. The girl was stunned for a moment, standing blankly for a few seconds. On the other hand, Jinkyang had no idea that a shadow was secretly attacking him from behind. He held a moon-shaped weapon and attacked the back of Jinkyang's head. At that moment, Jinkyang was startled and felt something was off. In an instant, his eyes widened strangely, and the carriage continued to rattle forward. Jinkyang rubbed the back of his head and unconsciously looked back, but finding nothing unusual, he turned his gaze to Benny. Jinkyang frowned and asked pointedly, it was you, wasn't it? Then he leaned towards Benny and said in a sarcastic tone, ever since you stopped being a slave, you seem to enjoy messing things up everywhere. Now you're even trying to hit me? Benny was very confused by Jinkyang's incoherent words. Me? What did I do? Jinkyang interrogated Benny about what he had done. Then everyone in the carriage said curiously, Benny, what did you do to him? Over here, the assassin was watching their carriage from above. He held a moon-shaped knife and stood with his arms crossed, wearing an angry expression. Gaiden's breath. He had stolen Cantavia's heart, but he couldn't do anything to him. His eyes were filled with sadness and regret, and now he had no choice but to kill the summoner. After a moment of thought, the assassin was puzzled alone. But why do I want to steal his heart? At this moment, Benny, terrified, pointed to a spot and shouted loudly, Sir Yutuba, I saw the glowing dot disappear. Hearing that, Jinkyang and Aya simultaneously turned their gaze in that direction. Soon after, the two realized it was Benny's lie and immediately reprimanded him angrily. Yes, you must have enjoyed yourself, right? I didn't lie, I swear. Lady Maina, why are you agreeing with him? At this moment, the old man sitting in front said, I'm afraid I'll have to interrupt your fun. I also saw the glowing dot. Jinkyang and everyone else were curious at these words. A thief. Over here, a group of men were gathered together, discussing. Hey, should we do this? We just have to keep watch until Biss comes back. A blonde man laughed very arrogantly. Who cares? A thief's promise? We're only helping because she said she'd help AB. But we need to make some money too, right? Money making is coming our way. Can we pretend not to know? Hearing that, his gang mustered up the courage and decided, all right, I'll join. If you're scared, you can just sit there. The remaining one stammered in a trembling voice. Who said I was scared? After a long discussion, they decisively shouted, it's decided. Over here, Jinkyang calmly raised his hand. Their screams echoed. Yes, they all deserve to die. Not long after, he took down one of the three. Thus several screams echoed throughout the entire forest. In a faint hideout at the foot of the mountain, the person inside heard those screams and jumped up in surprise. Do you hear that? I don't hear anything. Has Biss returned? A man asked inquisitively. The promised date has passed. It would be a bit troublesome if she came now. Hearing that, the one-eyed man just replied indifferently. She's only a few days late. Stealing the saintess isn't an easy task, you know. Hearing that, he lowered his head and said in a low voice, then she should have said so in the first place, right? I really can't understand her. The one-eyed man was infuriated by the man's attitude. That's why I dislike these guys. Seeing him angry, the woman next to him calmly reminded him, calm down, you idiot. You've made us go to jail twice already because of you. Suddenly, they were startled to see a shadow in that dark path and approached it. Has she really returned? Outside, a sturdy man quietly approached. Let's all hide in the darkness. He put his ear to the door and listened to the situation inside. Hearing no sound, the man found it strange. Let's all hide in the darkness. Before he could finish speaking, he was kicked far away by someone. Then let's go to jail together. Bang. At this moment, Jinkyang appeared with a very angry face. Who's doing such stupid things? Why is there such a strange password? After speaking, he quickly charged forward. The people in front were startled by this and fell backward. What? An ambush? How dare you invade this place? Do you know where this is, an invasion? How dare a thief say such a thing? As the situation became too urgent, the bandits joined forces and rushed at Jinkyung, shouting, "Die!" However, he gathered his strength, swung his hand and seemed to summon power. A ray of light faintly appeared and Jinkyung laughed triumphantly. "Light of justice, burn these damn bastards." Before he could finish speaking, the three of them rushed at him as one, initially putting Jinkyung in a slight predicament. Seeing his flexible body, they laughed heartily. What, is he the weakest one? The next moment, Jinkyung attacked them all at once with all his might. "You damn bastards, take it all." From a distance, Benny watched this and wondered, what is he doing? "Sir, you too, bah." Jinkyung still stood there shouting at the sky. "Damn it, I just wanted to create a cool finishing move. Fighting without a weapon is too boring." At this moment, someone rushed forward holding several shurikens in her hand. The girl resolutely threw the shurikens at Jinkyung. He quickly noticed this trick. Soon after, Jinkyung summoned flames and burned all the shurikens. Benny, who was behind, watched this and screamed in terror. "Sir Yutuba," the girl scoffed at this sight. "Those shurikens weren't cheap, but they're all used up." Soon after, something whizzed past and Jinkyung's feet continuously ran on the ground. He arrived in front of the girl. Jinkyung couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. "That must have hurt quite a bit." The girl couldn't help but scream in terror at this sight. Jinkyung gripped her forearm tightly and glared at the opponent's face. Jinkyung suddenly spoke in a soft, low voice. "A thief's life doesn't suit you. A beautiful flower like you doesn't belong here." At those sweet words, the girl blushed and couldn't say anything. Jinkyung still held the opponent's forearm tightly and stared without a word. The next moment, he suddenly let go of her hand and shouted excitedly, "Are you all right?" He glanced angrily and cursed. "These bastards, really." Just then, someone approached and asked bluntly, "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" Jinkyung replied blankly and calmly, "What? Do you need a reason to catch a thief?" Then he looked at the opponent with a provocative and arrogant face. "So are you, AB? These damn bastards are trying to sell the holy water. But a piece of holy water is worth more than a gold ingot for 2 years, right?" At Jinkyung's sarcastic words, the opponent shouted loudly in anger, "What are you talking about?" He took off his hood and emphatically repeated 3 words, "Saintess's flesh." At this moment, Jinkyung stood blankly for a few seconds at the opponent's appearance. It was none other than Inari before his eyes. Strange clumps of fur began to sprout from his ears. Jinkyung was surprised and confused by this sight. "Bird human," the opponent shook his head and denied. "I am not a bird human." Over here, the girl heard that and couldn't help but laugh. "He's really funny." No one knew he disliked being called that. The girl looked up and asked in a low, sweet voice, "You're not from this world, are you? You must have heard such stories from the northern fanatics, right?" "But we are not doing such things as selling the saintess." The man still said nothing. The surroundings were still filled with people's conjectures and whispers. "The one who bid 250 gold ingots is Inari." Jinkyung heard that and wondered, "Who is Inari?" Aya nodded and affirmed, "That's right. I heard Inari was often bullied and called a bird human." The man sighed at this moment, and an embarrassed expression crossed his face. "I didn't know such a thing would happen and such intentions were hidden." The girl in front stood up abruptly and continuously urged, "Surely you all heard this too, right? Ino cannot lie." Benny approached at this moment and explained in a low voice, "I heard that. Lying is what outsiders do and they don't deceive anyone. Moreover, they are easily deceived too." The man heard that, shook his head and despaired. "Stop talking about my race," he added. "I don't know where you heard it, but it's true that I hired them to steal the saintess." Hearing that, Jinkyung replied firmly, "See, isn't it easier to confess like this?" Reminded from behind, "Sir Yutuba, please be quiet." Then the girl interrogated him in a stern voice, "Why did you hire them to steal the saintess, even if you're not trying to sell the saintess's flesh? But everyone here is living thanks to the saintess." Aya still hesitated in disbelief. "How can you take away the last hope of the residents here?" The man looked directly at the girl and said honestly, "I took it away. I took nothing away." Aya was slightly surprised for a moment and couldn't believe it. He still explained calmly in a low voice, "You are mistaken. He is merely trying to save his own kind." Hearing this cruel truth, Aya's complexion turned very bad. The opponent continued to explain, "The girl imprisoned at the top of the temple is not the saintess. She is an elf girl." Jinkyung was startled to hear that. "What, an elf? If she's not an elf, then what are these people here praying for? Are they wasting their time?" He continued to explain. "Originally, the north was a rich land overflowing with mana. Because of the mana in this land, mysterious events occurred. Both the demon race and my race wanted to claim this land. But for some reason, this source of mana gradually disappeared and the north became a barren land. This place became the home of demons. But one day, a person appeared and suggested a way for us to purify the north. Regarding the situation at that time, this thought came to the man's mind. I will help you recover the artifacts destroyed by the demons and you will help us purify the north. Hearing that, Aya hesitated and asked, was that person that man? He fell silent, his eyes filled with sadness. That scene resurfaced in the man's mind at that time. Rinel said in a low voice, you kept your promise, Kantovia. He shook his head and retorted, isn't keeping promises a common thing for an Eri? Tears suddenly welled up in Rinel's eyes. You might die if you keep your promise. I thought that only applied to us Eri. In over 1,000 years I've met many people. At that time Kantovia's face also became heavy with sadness and he continued to quietly listen to Rin's words. But I haven't met anyone as trustworthy as you. It seems there were many people around, he replied bluntly. I heard that an Eri doesn't need trust because that is their nature. Hearing that, Renel left with a hesitant tone for a moment. That might be true. Kantovia, seeing this, worriedly asked, "Are you alright? You can use those artifacts, but getting mana from Ino's dimension won't be easy." Hearing that, Rin still turned her head without a word. Kantovia stood there, frowning and explaining heavily, "Didn't you say you would be hurt?" When she used the words of Enel's blessing, he raised his head and stated firmly that this time could be worse than before. "It's alright." Kantovia looked at Renel with sad eyes. After much hesitation and thought, Renel turned her head and said gently, "It's alright, Kantovia." The two gazed at each other in silence. After a moment, Kantovia sighed and said in a hesitant voice, "I wonder what the right decision is." And Enel is lying to alleviate a human's worries. He stared at Lil's back for a long time, then said with a choked voice, "It's too painful to see you from afar, Renel." The artifacts left by the Enel were still connected to their world, and with the help of an Enel, the North was completely transformed. However, Kantovia, who had watched the Enel pray for a long time, began to have complex thoughts. They had no interest in the suffering the Enel endured. When humans learned that the Enel could purify the North, they began to hunt the Enel. Kantovia had no choice but to create a story using the holy water to deceive humans. Whenever something happened in the North, he would ask for our help, and there was no reason to refuse that request. Because Kantovia was fighting for the North, he always said that the North would return to its former state and break this cycle of suffering. Jinkyang, having heard all the stories, couldn't help but feel curiosity and hesitation. "I thought he was a monster, but to think he was such a great person, it's truly regrettable." Aya was trembling at this moment, her face full of fear. "People don't know the truth because they've never met an Enel." "Then do the people of the temple know that the holy water is an Enel?" Hearing those words, the blonde girl said firmly, "I'm sure they know. They are the ones who kidnapped the Enel and imprisoned her at the top of the tower." Jinkyang froze for a moment upon hearing those words. Aya also gasped in admiration. "How could they do that?" Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, the girl continued to explain, "What do you think Kantovia feared most? The offerings from the worshippers are very valuable to the people of the temple. Do you understand now, you who have no problem living in the North like us? You are all completely wrong. We just hope that such tragedies no longer happen to people. And there's no other way but to recapture the holy water within the temple. The people in the temple are the ones who sell the flesh of the holy water to the nobles. Do you understand?" Jinkyang, hearing those words, stammered, speechless. "What should we do now?" The blonde girl provided important information. "A girl named Bis is imprisoned in the square." The scene changed to a desolate place. A startled voice echoed, "Me?" Bis stood there and shouted loudly, "I'm just an insignificant thief." When Abyss saw her lose her composure, the red-haired girl in front of her reassured her. "Hold on, Bis." Bis also sighed, regained her composure, and grumbled, "No one will listen to a thief." The red-haired girl tried to make Bis understand. "I understand why you're so worried. Everyone knows that thieves are always free and act as they please, but information obtained from the underworld is too dangerous. We need someone to guide thieves so they don't abuse the information they obtain." The red-haired woman turned and left. She reminded her, "Don't forget, at least you're smart enough to distinguish right from wrong. Unlike those fools, please do this until I return, I beg you." On the other hand, Bis was struggling between life and death. Above her head, the sound of crows flapping their wings echoed continuously. The crow sat on a wooden plank. Bis, covered in blood, barely tried to get up. "No, I can't die now." She continued to assert that she shouldn't die and remained seated there. In front of her was a castle, and in the distance small torches flickered. The twin summoner sisters woke up at this moment. "She's not dead yet. Who cares? I'm dying from lack of sleep. Why do we have to guard her?" They exchanged sarcastic remarks incessantly as they got up. "Is it really a joke? Thieves will never come back to save one of their own, right? The funny thing is that we're the ones who have to deal with them. Who do they think we are? Even Il, the most skilled summoner in Goa, wouldn't be able to do anything with my high-level summon spirit and your quick summoning abilities. Why do we have to do these trivial things? I'm tired. I wish you would just eat more stones." At this time, a cold wind was blowing fiercely in another open field. The holy water was desperately fleeing from its pursuers. They shouted incessantly as they ran. "Holy water!" The girl, gripped by fear, desperately ran forward, but her stamina was no match for them. One of them caught up from behind and shouted loudly, "Holy water!" Before long, the girl was caught by them. He looked at the holy water with a strange smile. "Holy water, why are you in such a hurry? Shouldn't you pray for us too? We want your blessing." His companions also barely caught up at this moment. Almost lost her. "Hey, come on, take a bite." Then they pulled out a large knife in front of the holy water. Seeing his companions' resolute actions, he reminded them frankly, "Don't scare me." The holy water screamed in fear at this moment. They firmly grabbed the holy water's limbs, immobilizing her. "Hold on." They desperately exerted strength in their hands and feet, firmly gripping both of the holy water's arms. As their plan seemed to succeed, they wore triumphant smiles. At a critical moment, a sound came from behind. "Catch her!" Lua rushed forward at this moment and forcefully pushed the man with the knife forward with his lean body. The people behind, seeing this, incessantly reprimanded him. "What, haven't caught that kid yet? Be careful. This kid isn't simple." Then Lua quickly snatched the knife lying on the ground. The boy mustered all his courage and rushed at his opponent. Lua desperately attacked his opponent to buy the holy water time to escape. Seeing the holy water hesitate for a moment, Lua commanded loudly, "Go on, and run away." Hide anywhere just like you did on that cliff. Are these people crazy? How can someone who prays for the holy water do this? How can they think of eating her? The man who had been thoroughly beaten got up at this moment, dusted off his body and wondered slightly. What? This kid is amazing. They approached and desperately threatened Lua. Hey kid, you'd better not risk your life. Join us and we'll give you a bite. The boy retorted loudly. I don't need any of that damn stuff. Everyone knows she's just a little girl. It's no different from eating a human. Hearing those words, he stood silently, lost in thought. Then they approached Lua and asked cautiously, Hey kid, you know the people here do nothing but pray, right? Hundreds of people die every day. They're just like us people who pray in the hall, but have you ever wondered how we can eat and live by just praying? Lua was startled and asked loudly. Why, they hinted. Have you ever wondered why you don't see their bodies all over the place here? Upon hearing the reason, Lua was speechless. They continued, We're not interested in how we get food just living. That's our rule, but if the holy water escapes, tonight will be an exception. Hearing the words of these cunning and sick people, Lua gritted his teeth in fear. You're crazy. And so they slowly approached the boy in a dark and gloomy place. Lua was caught by them, dragged unconscious to this place. After a moment the boy woke up, his whole body aching. Then Lua's eyes widened at the sight before him. The boy saw the man from before sharpening a knife. He too finally looked up and glared at Lua. Then he took the knife and approached Lua step by step. He arrogantly stomped hard on the boy with his foot and pressed down on his head. He scolded the boy loudly as he pinned him down. That child escaped. You ruined our comfortable and eternal life. You owe us a comfortable day. I think your body can make us comfortable, you understand, don't you? As soon as he finished speaking, another person approached from behind holding a sharp knife. He commanded his companion loudly, Come on, cut him into small pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of blood flowed. Lua's eyes went white with surprise. The man with the knife from before died on the spot at this moment from an arrow shot by someone. The man, seeing the situation before him, retreated continuously in surprise. What? Who? Someone was rapidly approaching step by step right in front of him. A middle-aged man appeared, holding a bow and aiming it at the man in front of him. He drew his bow and quickly took the life of the remaining man. Hearing the sound, the people behind couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, Who is that? Hillet commanded his companions loudly at this moment. Everyone sees him right now. Then they grabbed their weapons and rushed forward to attack their opponent en masse. The middle-aged man facing this group showed no wavering and aimed his bow. And so one by one they fell to him and passed away. Another rushed forward holding a long wooden stick and thrusting it straight at the middle-aged man. But he quickly snatched the wooden stick and mocked sarcastically. Forgive me. And so he cleanly dealt with two people at once. Not stopping there, the soldiers continued to challenge him, but even one blow from him was enough to bring his opponent to death. At this moment, someone secretly followed behind the man looking for an opportunity. However, he quickly noticed, hurriedly turned his foot back, then kicked his opponent away and threw the wooden stick forward. The wooden stick flew straight into the middle of Hille's face like a blind arrow, and so Hillet fell and the atmosphere became strangely gloomy. Remaining people, seeing Hillet pass away, looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Hearing the sound, the former soldiers poked their heads out curiously. A horrifying and brutal scene unfolded before their eyes. Sensing the danger coming from the middle-aged man, everyone desperately fled. He thus cleanly dealt with them one by one in a matter of seconds. Nowhere he passed was anyone left alive. Inside the temple, soldiers frantically fled. He's coming. Everyone hide. Where are the weapons? Someone go get some weapons. Lua at this moment mustered his last strength to try and stand up. The boy saw the middle-aged man holding a knife and walking straight towards the temple, the soldiers' residence. After that, the inside was extremely chaotic, everyone frantically fleeing and shouting to catch him, and so their screams echoed throughout the entire hill. Lua witnessed that sight and couldn't help but feel fear. The boy tried his best to escape as far as possible. Lua's steps became faster and faster and the boy panted as he ran. After running for a long time, Lua finally collapsed from exhaustion. The boy couldn't help but stop and kneel on the ground. Lua knelt and panted. Fear briefly crossed the boy's face. Why is he here? I thought I had escaped from him. I didn't know he was such a dangerous person. Then Lua trembled and barely tried to get up. No, this isn't the time to think about that. She must be hiding somewhere in a state of panic. The boy looked into the distance and vowed to himself, I have to find her. Then the middle-aged man appeared, making Lua sweat. The man held a knife and continuously polished it until the blade gleamed. Lua unconsciously retreated in fear. The boy's face was full of terror. The man spoke to Lua at this moment. I know you're not a thief, and you know it too. His voice paused for a moment, then added, That child is the holy water. Hearing those words, Lua gritted his teeth. I don't care if she's holy water or not. The boy knelt on the ground, a deep curiosity stirring in his heart. I only know that she's a normal girl. Why are you entrusting the survival of the North to her? Hearing this question, a momentary weariness and gloom crossed the middle-aged man's face. Lua, still kneeling on the ground at this moment, loudly proclaimed the suppressed thoughts in his heart. She doesn't want to return to the temple. She just wants to return to where she lived when she was young. Can't you let her decide her own life? The middle-aged man said indifferently at this moment. Isn't it obvious? Those words left Lua speechless with surprise and shock. The boy listened carefully to what he was saying in silence. Didn't you see how the people here reacted when they met the holy water? There's no safe place for the holy water. After finishing his explanation, he stared intently at Lua. Do you understand now? If you care about that child, you should tell her to return to the temple. Lua, having received some advice, could only bow his head and cry secretly. The night sky was unusually calm and quiet. At this moment, Jinkyung approached and commanded the old coachman, "Sir, please turn the carriage around. We need to go back to Flosha." He heard those words and was curious and surprised. "Go back? Why?" Just then, the blonde girl ran over to stop him. "Wait a minute." The girl asserted seriously that this was our abyss's business and had nothing to do with them. Jinkyung, hearing those words, replied frankly, "I defeated everyone here except you. Are you sure I can't stop you? Even the guards. I feel sorry for what I said to her. The situation seems serious, so I have to go in." As soon as he finished speaking, Jinkyung felt the power of darkness approaching. He quickly glanced to confirm whose doing it was. In the blink of an eye, Jinkyung leapt up and simultaneously blocked his opponent's attack. Just then, surprise and confusion crossed his face. That opponent was none other than the assassin, holding a moon-shaped knife and rushing to attack Jinkyung. The next moment, he dropped several time bombs at Jinkyung's location. As soon as the bombs fell, they activated their preset functions. A terrible explosion followed immediately. Benny and Aya, who were in the carriage, screamed, shouting, "Sir Yutuba!" at the sight. The assassin took this opportunity to immediately flee. The assassin's gaze remained fixed on Jinkyung. Immediately after, a sandstorm arose, and Jinkyung was extremely flustered. "What is this? Where did he come from?" the blonde girl, as if realizing something, warned loudly. "That's Gaden's breath. He's an assassin. The one who stole Cantavia's heart." Jinkyung was extremely flustered upon hearing those words. "What?" He looked at the assassin incredulously. "Him." After a moment of thought, Jinkyung immediately moved forward. "I-chan, go first. My magic, I need to take this guy down. Bis might die soon, so you need to get there first. If anything dangerous happens, summon me immediately." He turned back to Aya with a determined expression. "You can do it, right?" The girl nodded without hesitation. "Yes, I understand." Immediately after, Aya commanded the carriage. "Let's go, sir." Only Jinkyung and the red-haired girl remained in the space facing off against the assassin. The assassin stared intently at Jinkyung from above, thinking to himself, "I knew they'd be here. He's too strong, even more so than Cantovia or those giant monsters. Is that right? What do I really want?" He pierced through Jinkyung's body with his gaze, tracing the location of the heart in his left chest, a heart no one had been able to extract. At this moment, the blonde girl warned worriedly, "Be careful, he's really dangerous." Jinkyung replied with extreme nonchalance, "Really dangerous? He's not that dangerous to me. He's clearly an assassin sent by the nobles in the Alchemist Guild, but since he's the one who killed Cantovia, I need to catch him and ask him a few things." As he spoke, he unconsciously looked back. The girl continued to warn Jinkyung, "You shouldn't take him lightly. He's an assassin and the successor to Gunnadon, Lord of Darkness. Furthermore, countless people have lost their lives at his hands." Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, Jinkyung exclaimed unconsciously, "Gunnadon." The girl was surprised to hear that and asked back, "You don't know, they are powerful magic weapons created by the strongest beings. If they fall into the hands of a clever person, they become powerful weapons. But if they fall into the hands of a reckless person, they can become a curse, especially if they fall into the hands of Gunnadon, Lord of Darkness." A terrifying shadow of the assassin appeared at his ear, and a menacing voice was heard. "Kid," a powerless voice continuously echoed. "My son." A blurry, grotesque figure appeared to the assassin and spoke. "You lust for his heart." The assassin stood blankly for a few seconds, and the voice continued to echo in his ear. "You cannot do it yourself." Immediately after, the blurry figure quickly disappeared and Godin appeared in its place. Godin reached out to the assassin, took his hand, and felt an absolute power heating up in his chest. Godin's voice still tempted, more alluring and sweet than blood. Witnessing that sight, the assassin froze as if dead, unable to move his entire body. A moment later, dark black energy erupted from the assassin's entire body. Jinkyung was very curious at the sight. "Hey, what's wrong with him?" the blonde girl observed and analyzed the situation. "I hope I'm wrong, but they sometimes lose their minds due to their lust for power," Jinkyung asked nonchalantly. "So what happens?" the girl continued to explain. "Gunnadon is the strongest being, so as long as the weapon wielder allows soul integration, they will evolve into their complete form." Upon hearing those words, Jinkyung immediately rushed straight towards the assassin. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? Then I have to stop him." He rushed forward at rocket speed, ready to attack the assassin. However, a powerful force immediately flashed. A blurry figure appeared in the white sand smoke. It was a superior version of the assassin. He blocked Jinkyung's attack and arrogantly introduced himself. "I am a descendant of dragons and demons, a bastard abandoned by my ancestors. Before, I was the one who ruled over darkness." As soon as he finished speaking, the assassin's body glowed hot and red. He launched an unexpected attack with a triumphant tone. "I have waited for this day for a long time." A long and intense light then pierced through the sky in an instant. Jinkyung's entire body was sent flying several meters away by an invisible force. He quickly regained his posture and slid a long way on the ground. The blonde girl was flustered and worried at the sight. "Are you all right?" His feet slid on the ground for a long time like that. Jinkyung stopped with a blank face and spoke again in an arrogant voice. "What? Of course I'm fine." The girl was astonished at the sight. Jinkyung walked forward, warning, You're the one in danger, so step back. The girl blushed and stammered at Jinkyung's momentary concern. Yes, Jinkyung then walked straight towards the assassin. At this moment a man slowly walked out and speculated that Gaden's seal had been broken. It was something Kantovia had warned about beforehand. The blonde girl was slightly surprised to hear that. Really? But don't worry too much, Biss is guarding Gaden's dagger. Suddenly the man narrowed his eyes at the girl and asked directly, "Why are you blushing?" Upon hearing that, the blonde girl was flustered and stammered, "Isn't he so cool?" The man shook his head and asked directly, "In what way?" The girl explained, flustered. "Before he called me a flower." He nodded admiringly. "I'm a little surprised too, everyone knows you're human." The girl sighed irritably upon hearing that. "Honestly, don't say you don't understand anything, it's unbelievable." As she spoke, the girl ran off and the man stood blankly. He stood alone, recalling how humans were always victims before Gaden's temptation. That is why one must be clever when using Gunnadin's relics. He gently drew the spear at his waist and looked at it with satisfaction. So Gaden left this, Gaden Gunnadin's third relic. He raised the spear high, exclaiming with satisfaction, "Gaden's artifact is truly important. Kantovia, Godin's spear was protected by the Annals according to your will, but who could find someone capable of wielding this spear? You always carried this item with you, now you are not here." At this moment, a supernatural energy source poured down before the man. He widened his eyes and opened his mouth, unable to conceal his astonishment. The assassin disappeared at this moment, and Godin's terrifying figure appeared in his place. Jinkyung shook his head in admiration at the sight. "Fighting you like this is truly meaningless. I don't care if you're Gaden or Gamma." Godin looked straight at Jinkyung at this moment and uttered a few powerless words. "Outsider, I truly crave your heart. If you surrender and hand over your heart to me, I promise not to kill your summoner." Jinkyung replied nonchalantly to his words. "Organ trafficking, you don't look like someone who keeps promises." He immediately gathered all his strength and rushed straight towards Godin. "All right, if a heart is what you want," Jinkyung said firmly, gritting his teeth, "then I'll give it to you." Godin seemed to explode with all the power he possessed at this moment. Jinkyung ran up and threw a heart full of love in front of him. Godin was momentarily stunned and Jinkyung laughed triumphantly at this moment. At this moment, a ray of light flashed in the dark night sky. Godin, engulfed in flames of fury, launched a decisive attack towards Jinkyung. His eyes gleamed with terrifying rage. Jinkyung's eyes widened in surprise and a hint of fear. Then he took Godin's terrible attack. Immediately after, an explosion of immense impact occurred. Jinkyung resisted to the end, pushing Godin's attack far away with all his might. In the distance, a ray of light still flashed with strong winds. On this side, the blond man struggled against the immense wind. He wondered blankly, "What is this?" At this moment, Godin and Jinkyung remained suspended in the air. Jinkyung looked up at Godin with an arrogant face and said, "How can you be so weak?" He immediately struck Godin once, then shook his head in disappointment. Truly disappointing. The blond man was dumbfounded at this moment, and only a blurry shadow of light remained in the sky. At this moment, several mysterious circles also opened in the sky. Energy erupted from there, stretching straight towards the sky in one direction, and the scene shifted to another mountain. Benny and Aya got out of the carriage and hurriedly ran forward. They ran to Biss with extremely flustered faces. "Biss, are you all right?" Aya, seeing the sight before her, collapsed to the ground in fear. "What do we do?" Benny immediately sought a way to free Biss. "Lady Mena, these chains are too difficult to undo here." At this moment a man with a torch approached. "Hey, what are you doing? No one can go near her." Aya hesitated, looking at him. "But if this continues, she'll die." Upon hearing that, the temple soldier drew his sword and threatened them. "Of course she's being punished here until she dies. You two get away from her." Benny, judging the situation to be bad, whispered a few words into the girl's ear. "Lady Mena, should we use that?" Suddenly, Aya had an idea. "Wait a minute." Before the girl could finish speaking, the temple soldier spoke. "Benny, right." Just then, the twin summoner sisters walked up to him. "What are you doing here?" When the opponent asked so directly, she asked back, "You know him?" Upon hearing that, she exclaimed and said, "As you know, big sister, he's Aya's pet." The older sister nodded, saying sarcastically, The four slaves who always wagged her tail, right?" Benny could only keep his head bowed for a long time at this moment. The two sisters then continued to probe. "Didn't Ilya go north?" The temple soldier standing nearby was also slightly curious. "Who is that?" Aya smiled awkwardly, approaching the two sisters step by step. "Mena?" The girl bowed her head and asked politely, "You two are friends of Lady Aya, aren't you?" The older sister thought for a moment upon hearing that, then replied, "Friends? What are you two doing here? Did Ilya send you here?" Aya awkwardly scratched her head. "No." The older sister was curious at the sight. "Is she Alara's slave too?" The younger sister shook her head and said firmly, "No, she's just a commoner and even participated in summoning classes." The older sister still replied vaguely, "Really?" Aya nodded cautiously. "Yes." At this moment the younger sister seemed to remember something and said to her older sister, "Big sister, do you remember the woodcutters who lived in the forest? She lived there until her parents were killed by mountain beasts." She nodded, seemingly understanding. "So," the younger sister continued the story, "her family often delivered wood to the Alara family, and because of that, the Alara family felt guilty towards her. They paid her tuition and sent her to school. If I'm not mistaken, that's what happened." As she spoke, she looked at Aya and asked arrogantly, "Is that right?" The girl had no choice but to nod in admission. "Yes, they did." Receiving Aya's affirmative, she said triumphantly, See, I wasn't wrong, was I? Not stopping there, the younger sister continued to probe. Why did you have to live in the forest? It's not like there wasn't a house for you to live in the village. The older sister also chimed in. Come to think of it, she learned summoning but never succeeded once. That's truly unfortunate, lady. Aya had no choice but to nod in admission. Yes, the older sister continued to question seriously. What brought you all the way here? At this moment the temple soldier stammered and spoke. Bishop, these two people are lingering around this criminal. She raised her eyes and spoke in a stern voice. What? Before he could finish speaking, Aya gathered all her courage and spoke. I have a request. The two sisters glared at the girl. Aya asked seriously. You too, can you release her? Benny, standing nearby, heard those words and hurriedly interjected in fear. Lady Maina, the older sister glared straight at Aya, asking with stern eyes, why should we do that? The girl clenched her fists and asserted, she is not the one who stole the holy water. In fact, the temple people created a false religion to extort money from the northern residents. The person lying here has done nothing wrong. Biss was still lying unconscious on the ground, covered in blood. At Aya's condition, the two sisters fell silent for a moment. Their faces became unusually grim. The older sister approached the girl and asked in a stern voice, do you know what you are saying right now? The temple has the trust of the entire continent, the nobles and even the king, and has been authorized to operate in the north. The crime of slandering this place won't simply end with treason. As soon as she finished speaking, a group of soldiers rushed at Aya and Benny, threatening them with swords. In this urgent situation, the girl still said firmly and loudly, I was dispatched here to investigate such incidents. This is King Goda's command, so I cannot overlook anything that happens here. Upon hearing that, she couldn't help but laugh, saying sarcastically, then do you have a royal decree? Aya was silent for a moment, pondering her answer inwardly. The older sister looked at her with contempt at the sight. She must have quit being a summoner and joined this bandit gang. The younger sister also laughed sarcastically. Perhaps that suits her better. A cave would suit her well too. As she spoke, she commanded loudly for her to be seized. The temple soldiers then rushed forward without hesitation. Aya suddenly warned loudly. Benny, wait a moment. However, he pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and showed it to them. At the light emanating from Benny's paper, the soldiers cried out in pain and covered their faces. What is this? Immediately after, they were all pushed far away by a powerful force. The soldiers were miserably defeated, unable to do anything. Now only the twin sisters remained. The younger sister immediately summoned her power and growled, Magic scroll. So that's why you two were so confident. What you two just did can never be undone. She also loudly threatened Aya and Benny. You two will regret this. Furthermore, the north is very famous for cruel punishments. As soon as she finished speaking, she launched an attack towards Aya. The girl retreated in fear. Benny was also flustered and worried. What do we do now? This is the last one. A giant monster was rushing towards them. Aya, frightened, ordered Benny. Use it right now. Benny unfurled the scroll, determined. All right, this is it. Thus a dazzling and powerful light appeared again. Aya was momentarily surprised. This is too different from the previous ones. It must be incredibly powerful. Before long, the monster seemed to be swallowed by that power. Immediately after, a giant white rabbit appeared. Aya was astonished to see it. It was Benny's final form. The girl was overwhelmed with shock and surprise. Is it transformation magic? Meanwhile, Jinkyang and Godin were still fighting fiercely. The fight was not yet completely over. Watching the flow of the battle, he felt slightly excited in his heart, but also felt something was lacking. The fight would be proper with a weapon. Anyway, he had injured Godin. Godin was so enraged at this point that he wanted to crush Jinkyang. He gathered all his strength and aimed towards Jinkyang below. A terrible wave of power began to appear and flames rapidly ignited. Jinkyang at this moment did his utmost to block Godin's powerful arm. However, he was strongly pushed back by Godin. Jinkyang lay sprawled on the ground next. He clenched his fists and rushed forward with unwavering resolve. Let's end this now. Godin also summoned power in both hands. At the opportune moment, both delivered a fatal blow. Suddenly, Jinkyang vanished without a trace from Godin's sight. He looked around with curiosity and doubt. Where did that foreigner go? Then the image of a knife flashed in his mind. Godin instantly recognized it and was startled. He spread his power to search and found that his relic was nearby. Immediately after, Godin spread his wings, ready to move there. He looked up at the sky, thinking the north would once again become a sea of fire. The blond man at this moment quietly hid behind a rock and observed. He meticulously observed Godin's every gesture and action. Immediately after, he saw Godin spread his wings and fly straight north. He followed Godin, feeling a vague emotion in his heart. What do? I promise not to get involved with humans. Saying that, he spread his hidden wings, did a few warm-up exercises, and prepared to chase Godin. And then he flew right behind Godin. Meanwhile, in the apartment building, a strange blue light flashed. Jinkyang appeared from that source of power. He screamed in pain and anger. Subsequently, Jinkyang continued to enter that bright blue source of power. It was Aya summoning Jinkyang. The twin sisters, seeing this ability of the girl, were incredibly surprised. A summoned monster. Does she know how to summon spirits? Thus, the stream of light spread powerfully. Jinkyang twisted his body out of that energy source. The two sisters were speechless at the sight. Jinkyang at this moment knelt on the ground and shouted in frustration, No, I almost finished him off. Aya at this point said flustered, I'm sorry Sir Yutuba, but the situation is getting worse. He turned his head in surprise and shouted, What? Jinkyang stood up, approached Biss and asked, Haven't you saved her yet? The girl shook her head and pointed at several chains. Jinkyung gripped the chains tightly and broke them with all his might. After finishing, he nonchalantly called out loudly, "Benny, take her somewhere safe." Aya scratched her head awkwardly from the side, finding it difficult to speak. About that, at this moment the girl led him to where the giant white rabbit was. Seeing Benny transformed into this form, both Aya and Jinkyung were bewildered and at a loss. "Benny Bunny, what do we do now?" Even at this moment, Jinkyung had the strength to lift Benny with one hand and cracked a few jokes. "This magic has its good sides too. Benny, you could end up as fat rabbit meat." Before he could finish speaking, someone suddenly rushed over, interrupting him and making Benny flinch. "Sir YouTuber," from behind him, the arrogant laughter of the twin summoner sisters echoed. "Truly ridiculous," one of them said with extreme confidence in her power. "It was fun watching you, but I don't think there's time for that," the person next to her chimed in. "So you can summon spirits too, but what can you do by summoning this fool?" Annoyed by the arrogant expressions of the twin sisters before him, Jinkyung asked again, "Who are these two?" Aya heard that and immediately replied, "They are summoners who trained with Lady Ilya. They are probably working for the temple now." The one standing over there, regardless of what the two were whispering, had already begun to activate her abilities, and at the same time did not forget to mock her opponent with a few words. "It has to stop here, a low-level summoner like you." Immediately, she summoned a pitch-black monster and made it charge straight towards Jinkyung. "You won't even last a second against me." As soon as he heard his precious Aya being disregarded by the opponent, his anger exploded. "Who's low-level?" And Jinkyung easily defeated that ugly monster with a single punch, emphasizing each word firmly and repeatedly. "My Ai-chan is not stupid." That punch sent the monster flying backward before it could do anything, and it caused a tremendous explosion, seemingly. Tremendous destructive power swept through, leaving the twin summoner sisters barely standing. However, Jinkyung was still angry and kept repeating, "Ai-chan is not stupid, nor is she weak." It was truly delightful to have her benefactor defend her. Nevertheless, Aya was speechless at his recent reckless behavior. "Are you running away?" The one who had just attacked Jinkyung now regarded the young man before her with slight wariness. She immediately took a stance to prepare for the next attack. "I underestimated you." As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned countless phantom wolves. She seemed quite proud of these spirit beasts. "How about this attack?" They heard their master's command and all immediately charged towards Jinkyung. However, he openly scorned these weaklings. "These dogs." He effortlessly defeated all the spirit beasts once again with a light kick, as if scoring a goal in soccer. "Strong enough to defeat me." He suddenly had a fit and uttered words inappropriate for minors. "All right, the time has come. I must punish these women. I'll spank your tempting asses a few times." The twin summoner sisters, hearing that, instantly emitted killing intent and wished to kill the arrogant fool before their eyes. "We will kill him. Summon your strongest demon." She was very confident in her sister's power, but did not hesitate to praise Jinkyung's strength. "I admit I underestimated you. You are a summoned spirit and not bad, summoned by that young thief." Saying that, she began to get completely serious. "That's enough, I won't play with you anymore." As soon as she finished speaking, strange yellow lights flickered around him. From within the beams of light, strange-shaped monsters appeared, which only made Jinkyung more excited. "Show me what you've got." Suddenly, he flinched as if he had discovered something. At this moment, Jinkyung witnessed the true power of the twin sisters. Countless evil spirits were summoned above his head. "So summoned beasts should be like this?" Jinkyung froze, unable to move at this sight. He loudly shouted, directly betraying Aya even though she had no understanding of what was happening. "So Aya, truly stupid." And all the people nearby looked at the distant sky. Before their eyes were countless yellow lights like fireflies flying at night. Suddenly an earth-shattering explosion occurred beneath them. At first it looked like an ordinary explosion from their location, but before long it quickly spread with immense power, startling everyone and making them scream. Returning to Jinkyung's situation, the explosion at this time was caused by him. Jinkyung looked directly at her, arrogantly and triumphantly, and said, "You can only summon a few pathetic toads, right? That's why Ai-chan is a better summoner than you." She was already exhausted, and hearing him speak so arrogantly made her even angrier. "Damn it." However, the girl next to her suddenly began to glow strangely. Jinkyung had not at all expected things to unfold this way. The blue light even covered the entire mountain range, illuminating the whole sky. This suddenly appearing light made him slightly dazzled. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard. "You look as pathetic as your summoner. I will shut your foul mouth." Jinkyung frowned and looked towards where the voice came from. A stone statue slowly rose from the ground, and then it gradually stood before Jinkyung in an incredibly colossal form. At a glance, its power was far superior to the trivial things he had eliminated so far. The two guards standing nearby had no understanding of what was happening. "What's going on out there? I've never seen anything like this here before. Is this the end of the temple?" One of them planned his future as if it were a foregone conclusion. "Damn it, when all this is over I have no other choice. I'm going to escape from here with the nun." Just as he was about to chatter more, Godon suddenly appeared next to them. He also crawled up from the ground, startling a nearby guard and making him step back a few paces. He quickly grabbed the weak human before his eyes. Godon stood upright and sent him straight to his demise. He spoke lost in thought and with resolute will. "My shadow, it is now time for us to return." He looked at the giant stone statue and spoke as if certain of victory. "This north will be ruled by us in the misty forest." Bis's gloomy figure was seen sitting on a nearby log. Suddenly a woman's voice was heard, breaking the quiet atmosphere. "You look really tired." Biss opened her heart to the person who had just arrived. "I just wanted to be a thief who stole from the rich and gave back to everyone. I never thought I was a good person." In the dark and eerie forest, Biss's lament echoed at this moment. "Sometimes I wanted to devote my whole heart to the revival of the North. I tried every method. I even tried to persuade everyone. I know they will never listen to me. People here seem to show little respect for her efforts for this place. Even if I succeed, it will only benefit those who scorn me." And finally she gave up. "Now I just want to rest." The one who had just arrived quietly approached and placed a comforting hand on Biss's shoulder. "You really did well, Biss." Now she gently advised, "Rest now." This sight was all contained in the creator's eyes. Let's return to the current battle between Jinkyung and the twin summoner sisters. The colossal stone statue summoned by the summoner's sister began to gather energy at its fingertips. He hesitated slightly, standing before the immense, overwhelming presence it created. Suddenly it fired a beam of light directly at Jinkyung. However, fortunately, he dodged to the side in time. Otherwise, that single blow would have sent him to his ancestors. However, it did not stop there and continued to attack other locations. Jinkyung at this moment had to give his all to fight the giant stone statue before him, raising his hand to block the beam of immense power. But not everything was that easy. That dazzling yellow light clashed with his power, causing an explosion of fierce, destructive power that swept over Jinkyung at this time. The situation was extremely tense, and from afar only the back of the statue and the debris it had just created could be seen. It slowly moved towards him, and the ground trembled accordingly. In an instant the entire village was witnessed being ravaged by it. Jinkyung asked with extreme dissatisfaction, "Aren't you the crazy ones instead?" After the giant stone statue's recent attack, all the surrounding houses were mercilessly destroyed. "Don't you see the villages turning into seas of fire? That's your village too, isn't it?" Even though Jinkyung spoke so loudly, the twin sisters paid no heed to such unnecessary matters and only cared about themselves. She once again manipulated the statue to launch another combined attack at him. This attack was extremely dreadful, and the explosion it created was far more terrifying than the previous one. Jinkyung, off guard, fully endured the stone statue's attack. It raised the long sword in its hand high. It seemed as if this would be the final fatal blow to end this tiresome battle. It struck directly, disregarding the surrounding villagers. Smoke and dust along with the debris previously destroyed flew everywhere without a fixed trajectory. Jinkyung painfully collapsed to the ground. However, Jinkyung still resolved to stand up, determined never to let it defeat him. He gritted his teeth and thought of another plan. "Too strong, I can't talk to them now." At the same time, an old carriage rattled through the thick fog. Aya urgently pressed the old coachman. "Sir, let's leave this place now." However, he firmly refused the girl's request. "Wait, I can't help you anymore." He decisively stated he didn't want to get involved in such unnecessary matters, choosing to abandon the group in the middle of the market. "You're too dangerous and you haven't paid me an extra fee, so find your own way out of here." Aya stammered, at a loss. "But we don't have much money." Suddenly another voice interrupted the boy's distress. "Then how about this?" An Elenian youth with angelic wings suddenly dismounted the carriage. He handed the coachman a handful of gold coins, and the coachman wore a bewildered expression, unsure of the situation. "The Saintess's wings." Aya was no different. She stared wide-eyed at the newly appeared youth. He slowly folded the wings on his back and, ignoring their surprised expressions, explained his plan. "I will take this, and you take this." He decisively handed Aya a sword, and Aya was extremely flustered. "What is this?" He only briefly introduced the item he handed over, without explaining it in detail. "The will of an ancient monster. She will explain it to you." The girl's brain was like a 2G network. She didn't understand, but she quietly uttered a single word. "Huh?" And when she looked back again, the carriage was already moving through the thick fog. On this side, Jinkyung was retaliating with all his might against the colossal stone statue opposite him. He charged with all his might, quick as lightning, but it merely created a light shield. It easily neutralized his attack without expending too much effort. Jinkyung helplessly cursed at the leech-like things clinging to him. "Damn it, this is a real pain." At that moment, he felt a slight regret for his past. "I should have watched some martial arts anime. Since I only watched fantasy anime, I have no ideas for physical attacks." However, the stone statue gave him no time to think, and immediately swung its sword to attack him. Jinkyung swiftly moved his hand to block. However, the difference in power caused him a slight pain where he defended. Following that, it slowly gathered a golden orb in its hand. Seeing Jinkyung's pained expression, it rejoiced even more. "How do you like that? This is the power of high-level summoning." Without any intention of arguing with her, he just wanted to think of a way to deal with this troublesome thing. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared behind him. Jinkyung crouched, not moving a muscle. The light grew closer, surrounding them, and even the twin summoner sisters sensed its presence. Suddenly, the ground exploded and smoke and dust billowed, startling everyone and making them scream. The explosion's energy was so intense that the two sisters had to cover their faces with their hands. She frowned, turned and shouted, "Where did that come from? Is it those damn thieves again?" Just then, Jinkyung stared blankly up at the object before him, exclaiming in disbelief, "Isn't this the guy that first fought earlier before I got dragged here? What did it eat to get so big?" Suddenly, Aya ran over from somewhere and shouted loudly, "Mr. Yutuba!" Hearing that, Jinkyung hastily turned and warned, "Ai-chan, it's dangerous here." On this side, a colossal monster and a dragon were engaged in battle. It swung its weapon attacking the dragon but missed. Then it decisively used the radiant power emanating from its sword to fight. The blue energy emanating from it surged straight towards the colossal creature before its eyes. It did not back down and slowly breathed fire in retaliation. Then it opened its mouth wide and with all its might, vigorously breathed fire towards the monster. The fire's intimidation was fierce, and the flames spread rapidly as if to incinerate the entire forest in an instant. The energy grew increasingly powerful and the entire space was engulfed in a sea of fire. Someone's feet were pushed back by an immense force. It was none other than Jinkyung who was exerting all his strength to block the immense impact of the flames. A worried expression flashed across his face. He turned and asked Aya, "I told you, are you alright, Ai-chan?" Suddenly, Jinkyung's eyes widened in surprise. It turned out Aya was standing face to face with some spirit behind him. At this moment, Jinkyung asked himself with a bewildered expression, where did that ghost pop out from? And why is Ai-chan standing there so blankly? Are they perhaps conversing in her subconscious like in anime? In her subconscious, the girl heard the spirit slowly speaking, "Oh young lady, your summoned foreign friend has inspired this old dragon," the girl asked back, bewildered. "Ha!" Just then, as the entity opposite Aya slowly revealed its form, she flinched slightly. Its voice still calmly echoed, "That young dragon out there has demon blood. So does Gaiden. This is because of us. I am also an ancient dragon relic. A Gunadon made by dragons." A moment later, the entity fully appeared in the form of a spirit within a spear. He honestly revealed his thoughts. "Young lady, will you allow me to fight alongside your companions? To tame Gaiden? If you allow it, I will lend you my power whenever you need it." Aya was surprised and speechless upon hearing those words. In the distance, the monster dragon appeared majestically holding the two, and the atmosphere seemed frozen. The scene shifted to this side where another monster was roaring on the mountaintop. Below, the two sisters were barely supporting each other as they stood up. The younger sister said helplessly, "Unbelievable, my high-level summons." Above, the monster hunched down. It looked at Jinkyung with fiery red eyes and sneered. "Now it's time to take your heart, foreigner." He was slightly scared but still arrogantly challenged. "Oh, you want that? It'll be tougher this time than last." Suddenly, at Aya's cry, Jinkyung was startled and turned around. "Mr. Yutuba." When he turned, the two were suddenly standing there, staring blankly at him without a word. The spirit emitted powerful blue energy. The energy, forming a swirling tendril, seeped into Jinkyung's hand. As the light slowly faded, a weapon appeared in his hand. It was Gaiden's spear, made of a sturdy material. It said, "You are worthy of wielding me. Will you cooperate with me?" Hearing that, Jinkyung exclaimed in surprise. "It can even talk," he muttered. "It's like I have a translator in my ear." Aya saw this and reassured him. "Calm down, Mr. Yutuba." Having regained his composure, Jinkyung excitedly raised the spear high and asked, "You can talk and even take on a human form? This is the magic weapon I've been looking for all along," he marveled. "The strongest weapon in a fantasy world." And he kept asking, "What's your name?" After a brief silence, the spear replied, "Call me whatever you wish." Hearing that, Jinkyung with a joyful face excitedly said, "Alright, I'll think of a name later. But what form can you transform into now?" The spear briefly replied, "Anything you desire." Jinkyung merely chuckled mysteriously. A moment later, the entire space was filled with smoke and fierce blue energy erupted. Jinkyung stood tall, holding a colossal greatsword high in the sky, wielding the magic weapon. He admired it with a satisfied smile. "Now I can finally fight properly." As the surrounding smoke slowly cleared, it wondered inwardly, "Why did you choose such an ordinary form, foreigner?" Jinkyung replied arrogantly, without changing his expression, "Didn't you say you could do whatever I wanted? So I wanted to show those guys that I also have a rare weapon." Just then, the dragon monster was still circling above the two. Jinkyung earnestly instructed, "Ai-chan, find somewhere to hide. I don't want you to get caught up and disappear in my immense power." However, Aya replied as if bored, "Don't exaggerate, Mr. Yutuba." The landscape was now extremely desolate. The sky pitch black, bodies strewn around, and a gloomy atmosphere prevailed. On the mountaintop, a monster rampaged fiercely, and the people below in a panic scattered in all directions shouting, "It's a monster!" The guards with fervent belief shouted and stood their ground. "No, stop and pray, the gods will protect us from the monsters." But everyone still felt helpless. "Ah, damn it." Just then, another guard ran over with news. "We've just received bad news. The village near the west gate has been destroyed and the twin summoner sisters have also fallen." Hearing the news, the guard captain's face wore a worried expression as he gazed into the distance and muttered, "This is truly bad news. I suppose we'll have to forget about the upcoming prayer festival." Looking down from this mountaintop, two figures were quietly observing the situation. A sturdy man asked curiously, "What's going on down there?" The boy behind him turned and said nothing. Suddenly a sound reached his ear, startling him. The sound must have been the Elenian girls whispering. Magical letters snaked along the mountain range. It turned out to be the Elenian girls whispering. She had her hands clasped together, a reverent expression on her face as if praying. Lua immediately understood her words at this moment and quickly muttered a reply. Suddenly, the man behind him approached and questioned, "Kid, who are you talking to?" At that, the boy was startled, a hint of confusion on his face, and said nothing. He boldly grabbed Lua by the neck and lifted him, his face turning menacing. He frowned and sternly asked, "The saintess, right? I'm not surprised that child possesses divine power." Meanwhile, the man's hand was still tightly squeezing Lua's neck and the boy's face turned pale, trembling and grunting. He continued, "I also know that child is nearby. She left traces." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the boy far away, and Lua, almost dying, gasped and coughed a few times. Ignoring him, he still threatened with a cold expression, "If you take me to that child, I'll let you live. You'd better not try to deceive me. Tell me, where is that child?" At the man's question, the boy's face changed. Tears welled in his eyes and his lips were tightly sealed, saying nothing. Having regained his composure, Lua hesitated and asked, "If this prayer festival fails, will that child die?" A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and after a brief silence he said, "That's not your concern." Hearing that, the boy's face suddenly darkened. He desperately pleaded, "Please, is there no way for that child to live even after this festival is over?" At his pitifulness, the man seemed to feel a slight sympathy. He sighed. Then he looked at the dragon monster on the mountaintop opposite and quietly reassured the boy, "The temple is probably in trouble because of that thing you see in the distance, so they won't risk going to look for a new saintess." At this information, Lua asked again with a glimmer of hope, "Really?" His face grew serious. "What that child should worry about are the dangers outside the temple." As if her faith was broken, the girl stood there blankly. With no other choice, Lua turned towards where the girl was hiding. This action caught the man's attention. To the saintess girl's surprise, Lua honestly admitted, "Yes, that child and I communicated through magic." His attention was focused on the rock, and in the meantime the boy continued, "That child is hiding behind the rock." Hiding? He said nothing and approached the rock step by step. As the footsteps grew closer, the girl became extremely tense. She couldn't maintain her composure. Her face hardened, but inwardly she was in turmoil. "No, this can't happen. Lua shouldn't die because of my selfish desires." But at this point, Lua also grew nervous. Gritting his teeth, his face darkened, and the girl hiding behind the rock became increasingly frightened, wondering inwardly with trembling hands, "But why?" Lua quickly whispered to his friend at this moment, "There's a cliff in front of me. Create land above it for me. Remember, you have that ability," he reminded her once again, just as he had when they were hiding behind the previous rock. Hearing that, a question arose in the girl's mind. "Why is Lua asking me to do such a thing?" Simultaneously, Lua swiftly rushed at him from behind. Without further hesitation, Lua decisively rammed into him with his body. After that powerful collision, both of them were airborne together. Still disoriented, he staggered to his feet and shouted, "What have you done?" Suddenly, swirling air appeared beneath his feet, and as the ground split, he was lifted into the air without a chance to defend himself. He irritably gritted his teeth. He skillfully navigated between the two cliffs, then landed heavily on the ground. He raised his head and looked up. Following his gaze, Lua's face was a mixture of fear and anxiety. He assessed the situation from below. The thought that he had been driven to such a state by a mere kid made him even angrier. Damn kid. It was unclear where such confidence came from, but even standing below the cliff he shouted in a menacing voice, "Think carefully. If you return that child to the temple, I'll let you live. But if you refuse," his words sent shivers down others' spines and made them flee, "I'll hunt you down and kill you." Lua was no exception. Hearing the opponent's inhuman threats, he broke out in a cold sweat all over. "Day and night, wherever you go, I'll find you." Although he was old and ugly and currently on the defensive, his mouth still hurled menacing words at Lua, "And I'll make you die a painful death." Lua heard those words, but the next moment he turned his back and left, no longer paying attention to the defeated man below. The entire space suddenly became strangely quiet. At that time he was staring blankly at the sky, and the only place where light shone was the cliff. Ultimately he accepted his fate and sank onto the damp ground. The gloomy pitch-black sky from earlier was gradually brightening. The blond man, suddenly having some thought, chuckled, then abruptly burst into loud maniacal laughter. He felt utterly ashamed of his current predicament. It was truly humiliating, that kid. He himself hadn't expected a frail-looking child to push him to such an extent. He understood himself. At this moment, Lua, with the elf girl, took advantage of the brightening dawn to quickly set off after shaking off the blond man. The two were on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion but did not let their guard down for a moment, continuing to run as fast as they could. Suddenly, the elf girl told Lua, "Wait a minute." Only then did the two stop to rest briefly. As soon as the girl let go of Lua's hand, she panted, unable to speak properly. She had something she was curious about, but her energy had already been depleted, and her words kept breaking off. "Weren't you trying to take me to the temple?" When the girl suddenly asked that, the boy was slightly bewildered. "I was just lying, you idiot." This time the girl understood nothing. Lua repeated the two words he had just blurted out with a dazed and doubtful expression. "Why lie?" The boy did not rush to explain to the girl, but simply reached out his hand and quietly reminded her, "Come on, we still have a long way to go to Black Moon Plateau." However, Lua was met with the elf girl's firm refusal. No, Lua was slightly bewildered and didn't quite understand. Opposite the boy was the girl's face filled with tears. The girl still clearly remembered the blond man's threatening words. The man said, "If you run away, he'll find you." But Lua doesn't care about him at all? The girl was slightly bewildered by the boy's answer. Why? Lua also felt that his thoughts at the time and his current actions were completely contradictory. I was really scared and tired earlier. Honestly, I wanted to abandon you and run away. But all this is too much." However, after being chased by them, Lua couldn't help but ask himself, "Why does everyone want me dead?" The more he put everything together, the more the boy felt that this matter was by no means simple. If this is the only way to keep this place safe, is something abnormal happening here? And with unwavering determination that no one could shake, he said firmly, "I've decided I'll take you out of here no matter what." However, the girl couldn't allow a good person like Lua to get involved in such dangerous matters because of her. But what if something happens to Lua? The boy suddenly took the elf girl's hand and comforted her. "That's not your fault." Lua's eyes for some reason had something that could persuade others to trust him completely, even though the two seemed to be of similar age. "Think of today as the day your sandstorm ends, and I've finally realized it too." Lua stared directly at the elf girl before him and declared with extreme determination, "My sandstorm has ended too." The sky was now fully bright. Sunlight shone down on the two standing under the vast sky. It had probably been a very long time since the two had experienced such a peaceful moment. In contrast to Lua's group, the atmosphere here was extremely tense. Jinkyang was running across the ground at an incredible speed. He held a massive sword in his hand, but it did not slow down his attack speed at all. Spirit from afar spread its wings wide and, watching Jinkyang's reckless behavior, thought with extreme scorn, "Foolish." It merely raised a sharp claw slightly to create a small beam of light, but with immense power it rushed straight towards Jinkyang. "So you want to die then?" Jinkyang had no difficulty noticing the attack flying towards him. It seemed as if it was about to approach him and send him to the afterlife in the blink of an eye, but Jinkyang simply twisted his body slightly to the side, easily dodging the spirit's attack, and simultaneously did not forget to mock it with a few words. "Just because you're bigger." Explosions continued to echo around Jinkyang, but it did not stop him from rushing forward. Jinkyang leaped high and delivered a beautiful blow with the sword in his hand, and he did not forget to mock it mercilessly. "Doesn't mean you're not a pile of crap." The power was immense, and that simple blow alone made the spirit fly up and avoid it. The spirit spread its wings high in the sky, and only then did Jinkyang's small size become even clearer. He landed on the rocky cliff where the spirit had been sitting just moments before. "I'll show you." Jinkyang, facing the colossal dragon before his eyes, spoke with unwavering determination, completely unafraid. "To me, you're just a piece of hide to be made into a wallet." The spirit circled the mountaintop and quickly rushed towards the summit. The spirit swung its sharp claws at Jinkyang. He concentrated seriously on the monster. Jinkyang cut off the spirit's claws with the long sword in his hand. The spirit was immediately pushed back and quickly attacked him with its tail. Jinkyang, seeing this, leapt onto the rocky mountain. The rocky mountain was shattered by the spirit's tail. Jinkyang was momentarily suspended in the air, preparing to attack the spirit. He exploded with killing intent and swung his sword, and Jinkyang's 1-second blow to the spirit flashed. The spirit seemed to have dodged. Only its legs and tail were hit. The rest of the attack continued to fly far away. It crashed into the mountain and exploded very powerfully. Jinkyang was delighted by his results. "That was so cool. Did I hit that attack too hard? I hope no one was there. I need to be more careful." He praised Gaiden's spear, adding, "By the way, I'm quite impressed with what you did." It also whispered to him, "Me too." Gaiden's spear was also impressed with Jinkyang. "No one has ever used me to unleash such immense power." Jinkyang explained to him, "Well, I only used a fraction of my strength so you wouldn't break, okay?" It told him its origin. "I am a Gunnedan artifact created by ultimate beings." Gaiden's spear asserted that it was an indestructible entity in this world. The spirit opened its mouth again and spewed orbs at him. Jinkyang still calmly asked, "Really?" He calmly took a stance. "Then I'm relieved." Jinkyang shouted with joy, "Let's go wild." He swung several blows at the orbs. The orbs exploded, illuminating the entire sky. White light spread towards the spirit. Lightning flashed from all directions. He swung his sword and shouted, "Why are there so many? Is he trying to show off his lung capacity, or what is he trying to do?" Gaiden's spear reminded him. "Watch out above." Jinkyang heard that and looked up, and blue light was shining in the sky and lightning flashed from all directions. The lightning gathered on the mountaintop and the spirit flew away, dodging elsewhere. Aya was pushed down by someone else. She got up, bewildered. "What do you want?" "That's one of the twin summoner sisters," she replied to Iha's words. "Isn't it obvious? You not only insulted the temple, but you also brought a dragon to this land with thieves. And you dare to lie that you were sent by the king," she informed her irritably. "You will be punished until you die." Aya was not afraid and retorted, "Are you sure? You won't be able to stop that dragon." She retorted loudly, "What, you think your summoned spirit is stronger than us? Unbelievable," she confidently asserted. "I think your summoned spirit was shattered by that guy. You should know your place." The bishop from behind slammed his staff down and scolded loudly, "Enough!" The two who were fighting also stopped and focused on the bishop's words. He leaned on his staff and said seriously, "I, the bishop, ask, are you the one who spread bad rumors about the temple?" She explained to the bishop. "Bishop, it's her. She brought the monster here. Not only that, she also released the thief." Aya quietly stared at the bishop and did nothing. The bishop continued to question, "You just said you could stop that monster, didn't you?" Aya heard that and quickly replied, "Ah yes." The bishop explained, "Unfortunately there are rules here too. You have committed a great sin, so we have no choice but to imprison you." He gave Aya a condition, "But if you can drive that monster out of this land, we will release you and give you the title of Savior of the Temple." Aya paused for a moment upon hearing that. She seemed unable to understand. Bishop, others were hiding behind the wall watching Aya. Suddenly, the girl shouted loudly, "I almost died." The bishop's group looked at Aya in surprise, bewildered. "I told them, didn't you hear what I said earlier?" She looked at Aya's reaction and wondered, why is she like that? Aya explained at length that the northern people and Enels suffered financial extortion and pain because of their fake religion. "And you expect me to participate in this?" The bishop was angry and commanded, "How dare you speak such nonsense, sinner? I've changed my mind. Seize her." Aya calmly retorted, "No, you should be careful. Do you want to fight my summoned spirit?" She angrily commanded her subordinate. "What are you hesitating for? Seize her, don't be afraid. She's just a failure from summoning classes." The subordinate hesitated. "Me alone?" Aya, with great momentum, made the subordinate tremble in fear. The subordinate closed his eyes and desperately swung his weapon to attack. Suddenly, lightning struck from the sky. Jinkyung stuck his sword into the ground to keep his body from sliding. He muttered to himself, "He's stronger than me." Jinkyung turned around to see the bishop's group and Aya wondering what's happening here. He immediately scolded loudly and drove them away. "Get out of here, you lizards! Do you want a taste of my sword?" Jinkyung admired the fleeing people. "Look at those guys, but why does that old man need a staff when he runs so fast?" The spirit swept past their heads again, and the two noticed it. It leapt down and blew everything away. Jinkyung's expression changed, and he sighed. "That monster is really strong, different from the ones I killed before." Gaydon's spear whispered to him, "Hey, foreigner, I know you're very strong, but Gaydon is the Lord of Darkness, one who has almost reached the power of the gods. He is immortal in this world." Jinkyung was bewildered. "That's too unfair. Didn't Kantovia defeat him?" Gaydon's spear immediately explained the reason. "That's because the Gunnadan artifacts created by ancient dragons and gods suppressed him, by collecting 3 symbols." He heard that and shouted angrily, "Stop, don't say such things anymore. Do you intend to put me to sleep with such boring stories?" Aya approached and reminded Sir Yutuba something strange. The white tendrils are glowing in the sky again. Lightning flashed all around the spirit, and suddenly, golden light appeared above the spirit's head. The spirit flew up, its body glowing golden, ready to attack. Gaydon's spear, seeing this, reminded him, "It seems he's about to unleash his ultimate blow." "Hey, foreigner, no living creature can stop Gaydon's breath." Jinkyung retorted, "What? I can't stop or block it? How do you know without me even trying?" It continued to explain, "He is a dragon with demon blood and a demigod. He is the law of this world, an unchangeable existence, created by the gods." He asked about the action to take. "Then what should I do now? You said you were ultimate and powerful, but you can't stop his attack." Gaydon's spear offered a solution. "At this time it's best to run away. He will stop attacking if he enters the territory of another god." It continued to instruct him, "At this time it's best to run away. He will stop attacking if he enters the territory of another god." Aya, seeing the current situation, looked at him worriedly, and the sky suddenly became quiet. The people hiding in the ruined house continued to observe the situation, and Aya turned back and looked at them. Jinkyung suddenly called out, "Ai-chan?" The girl replied, "Yes." He began to explain to the girl, "The people in the temple are the cause of everything. They don't know how to do anything but pray, and they'll stone Bis to death. Truly, these people are all crazy." Jinkyung seemed to think that leaving them completely ignored and let them die might make this place better. He asked the girl for her opinion. "What do you think?" Aya stammered, "Me?" The girl worried about those people and said, "I don't think anything is more important than protecting living creatures." Jinkyung heard that and quickly replied, "Understood." He had already guessed the girl's intentions from early on. "I knew you'd say that." The spirit gathered a massively large orb preparing to attack. Gaydon's spear, seeing that he was not afraid, wondered, "Hey, foreigner, do you really not understand?" Jinkyung calmly replied, "No, I understand. I couldn't do anything when the sea goddess imprisoned the spirit on. I witnessed the power of a god." It wondered about his actions. "Then why?" Jinkyung explained. "Because that's what Ai-chan thinks is right." He moved forward without fear. "That's enough." The carriage stopped. The coachman suddenly put his hands together and knelt as if respectfully greeting someone. Lua wondered, seeing the girl standing still, "What are you doing? Let's go quickly." The girl seemed unable to understand the man's actions. "Lua, what are these people doing?" Lua explained to the girl. "They're going to participate in the prayer festival." The boy said that they walked and prayed until they reached the temple. "Those people must have come from afar and arrived late." The girl asked about Lua's actions. "Are you going to act like them too?" The boy did not deny it, but added, "I think that's a waste of time." Lua continued to remind her, "Come on, let's go. We still have a long way to go." Suddenly, the girl's gaze was caught by something. Someone's knee, covered in blood and bandaged, caught the girl's eye. The girl worriedly watched them pray, even though she herself was injured. Deep in thought, the girl leaned against the stone wall. The boy explained that they hadn't gotten far after wandering all night, but he could see a path from here. The boy looked ahead curiously. "Is that the city wall?" Lua looked at it and said, "That path leads to a gate to the north." The girl was panting, exhausted. Lua wondered if there were guards or even demons there. The girl's face suddenly turned serious. Below them were pilgrims. They were gathering in one direction. The girl watched them closely. Despite their difficulties, they tried to kneel and pray. Lua still grumbled, "It doesn't matter, we'll find out once we go." The girl called Lua. The boy turned, paying attention to her call. The girl made her decision. I think I should go back." The spirit gathered a massive orb preparing to attack. Gaydon's spear continuously advised him, "Foreigner, this cannot be overcome with reason. Gaydon cannot maintain this form indefinitely." It explained what would happen if he lost. But if you choose to fight him and fall, the desire of the man who gave Gaiden his soul will be fulfilled. It asked him again, what do you intend to do? At that moment, Gaiden's power grew stronger, and he could maintain this form forever. Even so, do you still intend to fight? Jinkyung didn't stop even after hearing that. He confidently asserted, that only happens if I fall. White light reappeared. Gaiden's spear warned him again, he is indeed strong. But as I warned, you cannot defy the rules of this world. A lot of yellow light emanated around the spirit, and its eyes glowed brightly. Jinkyung held his sword, utilizing the white light emanating from it. He asked again, you said imagination and concentration are the embodiment of magic, right? Then where do you think my magic comes from? The spirit began to attack, opening its mouth and spitting an assault at him. Jinkyung shouted loudly, explaining, even scientists failed to explain it. They only came up with countless theories to try and understand it. Despite this, drawing from his unique perspective, he directly confronted the spirit's attack. He continued, saying there were countless warriors who could even bend space. Jinkyung swung his sword, creating a trajectory of light that destroyed the spirit's attack. Every collision caused a tremendous explosion. Gaiden's spear scoffed, seeing it. How foolish. Aya was terrified by the explosion. After Jinkyung's recent attack, the landscape was in chaos. His attack blocked the spirit's previous assault. The spirit was surprised to see that, and suddenly a planet appeared near it. A rift opened. Jinkyung began to charge forward to attack. Jinkyung swung his sword, slashing powerfully, and shouted loudly, Cha! The spirit was hit by the attack and exploded, soaring into the sky from Jinkyung's assault. The spirit breathed fire from its mouth, retaliating against his previous attack. Jinkyung charged, ready to attack. He pierced through the flames with his sword, and the spirit's body was impaled by his attack once again. It was then pushed back into another wide space. The spirit shouted loudly, preparing to attack again. How can a small summoned spirit like you think it can defeat a god? Jinkyung looked around with excited, confident eyes. Look at that chameleon, he spoke loudly as if declaring, this is no longer my world. What? As soon as he finished speaking, Jinkyung delivered a fatal blow to the monster, and the ground below seemed to tear the entire sky apart. From outside the universe, a wave of blue power poured down, and a series of explosions immediately occurred, with the effect of destroying everything in its path. The monster also fell slowly and peacefully from that rift. Soon after, it landed on the ground, kicking up immense smoke and dust. After the monster was eliminated, the spatial rift gradually closed. Jinkyung stood confidently beside his sword. A god who gave you such weak techniques, Aya rushed over. Sir Yutuba, you defeated that dragon. He smiled happily and turned around. Perhaps. Everything is over, however. Before his smile faded, the monster spoke again. Foreigner. It opened its eyes wide and threatened. Do you think it's over just because you think so? If my body burns to ashes like before, my ashes will scatter across the land. The monster's body gradually turned to ashes and was carried away by the wind. It will destroy the north. Aya and Jinkyung listened carefully. And when darkness falls, it left its final words. Then I shall rise again. Jinkyung rolled his eyes in annoyance. He's just spouting nonsense until the very end. Is he crazy? This is what villains usually do. Aya stuck out her tongue in annoyance. It got in my mouth. Nearby soldiers slowly crawled out, and the air was filled with dust. Jinkyung and Aya sat quietly to rest, and a bald man slowly approached. The bald man said, excuse me. Jinkyung looked up in surprise. He's here, the bald man asked. Did you find the holy beast? He sadly bowed his head. No, I truly don't know where she ran off to. Why are you telling us to find her, claiming our AB group stole her? Jinkyung swung his sword in annoyance, about to attack. What are you talking about? You guys tied up the thief, didn't you? Go be food for the beasts. How could I kidnap that girl? The female summoner quickly approached. Hey spirit, she made a serious suggestion. I've come to relay the bishop's words. That man is telling the truth. When Bis infiltrated the temple, the holy beast disappeared and seems to have run off with a child. The female summoner continued to explain the situation. We sent one person, but they've lost contact. After much hesitation, she said, just give up and leave this land. Jinkyung cursed without hesitation. Is your brain full of shit? Have you forgotten who saved this temple and the people here? At least find the holy beast and get your attitude straight. The female summoner bowed her head, swallowing her dissatisfaction. Given what you're saying, Jinkyung fearlessly raised his head. What? She reminded him of everything in annoyance. You're the ones who angered Gaiden and brought disaster to this land, causing this ash and rain. Now the north is no different from a dead land. It's much worse than before, the female summoner emphasized coldly, sentence by sentence. And now you're trying to take the holy beast? It's no different from telling everyone here to die. Who's more infuriated? Jinkyung gritted his teeth in annoyance. Nonsense. I quickly looked back, and as the dust in the air gradually cleared, other people appeared. Their eyes turned red. I admit you are very strong. Everyone glared at the two, and we can do nothing. The female summoner opened her eyes wide and said decisively, but I can call you demons. She continued to declare in front of Jinkyung that they were worse than Gaiden or the demons beyond the wall. As soon as she finished speaking, the female summoner bowed her head. Please leave this place, she said sadly. I beg you. Afterwards, the residents continued to whisper amongst themselves. Are those the AB Thieves Guild? Are they the ones who did this to the north? Even though their homes were destroyed and desolate, they didn't forget to blame them. A hellish life. This land will become even drier without the sun. The disaster is spreading even faster. The residents continued to be anxious. Those monsters will kill us all. It's better than those monsters killing us anyway. The monsters will take a long time to reach the square. Jinkyung heard everything but could do nothing. These damned fools. He looked back at his summoner. Jinkyung looked at the girl with worried eyes, and Aya was still frozen, not moving. He recalled a moment in a dark room with a computer screen. Jinkyung immediately took Aya's hand and suggested loudly, "Let's go, there's no need to listen to this useless talk. They're just foolish losers who can't overcome their own difficulties. Only failures criticize others," Jinkyung continued to urge. "Don't mind anything they say, let's just go our way." Aya turned back coldly and said, "Sir Yutuba." The girl looked up with innocent eyes. Even if Inari became the holy beast, she shouldn't be used like this. Aya's eyes were more resolute than ever. What's important now is to give Inari the chance to do what she wants. Jinkyung was surprised, speechless. He quietly watched the girl. She used to be such a crybaby, however. Everyone's gaze quickly turned elsewhere. "Hey, look at that," the female summoner immediately stood up. Nonsense, it was a huge golden light shining brilliantly before everyone's eyes. Aya and Jinkyung followed suit and looked as a white-haired girl with long wings hurriedly landed on the ground. Everyone immediately bowed their heads in reverence. "Great lord, esteemed lord." Lua approached the white-haired girl. The boy seemed to hesitate, about to say something, but the white-haired girl folded her wings and approached Jinkyung. He asked in surprise, "Are you sure you're the holy beast?" Jinkyung looked at the girl in bewilderment. "Should I call you Inari?" The white-haired girl was flustered and speechless. "Who are you?" he calmly explained. "The one who will set you free," Jinkyung confidently asserted. "Another Enel asked me to find you. They wanted me to stop the people in the temple from using you. You won't be trapped here anymore." Upon hearing that, the white-haired girl and Lua understood with surprise, and the girl clenched her fists and stammered, "Thank you." The white-haired girl honestly raised her head. "But I have something to do here." The girl left, leaving behind some unclear words. "Goodbye." Jinkyung scratched his head in bewilderment. "She's already gone?" Aya sighed. "That child is too stubborn. I don't think we can stop her." Afterwards, Lua and the white-haired girl looked at each other. The girl shyly expressed her feelings. "Lua, thank you for everything, and I'm sorry. I was really happy that you were the first person I met after escaping from the temple." The boy quietly bowed his head and said nothing. And the white-haired girl gave a bitter smile. "Well then, goodbye." The girl quickly and resolutely turned away. Lua quietly recalled everything. "I tried to persuade her many times on the road, but it was no use. She said she would come with me if we met again, but she didn't know when she could leave the temple. Above all, if the prayers are not answered, everyone here will be in danger." Lua still bowed his head, dissatisfaction in his heart. But why did she make this choice? The sky began to storm and dust flew everywhere. Benny sat beside him and said, "Inari's last farewell," he continued, surprised. "That's it. I always wondered about that. People always use that phrase when they miss something. I've never met Inari, so I didn't understand what it meant." The blonde man crossed his arms and scoffed. "Perhaps it's because we live in different spaces." He said nonchalantly, "The Enel, we thought we could meet them sooner if we went there. But in reality, they all disappeared before we could even meet them." Upon hearing that, Benny was bewildered. "Do you mean they died?" The blonde man continued. "The Enel won't say goodbye unless I believe I'll never see them again." Benny didn't accept it resolutely. "Isn't that a strange way of putting it?" Upon hearing that, the blonde man froze, speechless, and Benny was flustered. "No, I was just spouting nonsense." In that situation, just then, Jinkyung suddenly entered. "Oh Benny, aren't you going to turn into a rabbit now?" He heard that voice and immediately turned around. "Sir Yutuba." The blonde man immediately stood up and asked, "You defeated Gaiden. The will of the ancient monster also chose you. There are no words to describe a wise person like you." Jinkyung swung his sword in anger. "That's not it. This cheap bastard dares to disregard me." Aya gave a bitter smile. "I mean, you're talking about the magic sword, right? Watch your attitude, foreigner." The blonde man, unfazed, asked, "Then what about the holy beast?" Lua was now sitting blankly, leaning against the wall. The boy bowed his head and said nothing. The archer appeared from somewhere and said again, "I told you I would make you taste the most painful death." He raised his knife high and without hesitation, attacked straight down from above. The archer merely stabbed directly into the wall, and now the boy's eyes turned sharp. Lua glared at him, completely unafraid. The archer stood up and chuckled lightly. "Since the holy beast has returned, I will forgive you," he immediately suggested. "But you can return that knife to me anytime." Lua still glared at him, and the archer left. "I will wait for you on the temple roof." Lua's father immediately ran out. "Lua, where have you been all night? Your dad looked everywhere for you, didn't you know?" The boy looked up in surprise. "Dad?" He approached worriedly and asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Lua's father quickly helped his son up. "Let's go home. Too much happened at the prayer festival. It's unsettling to be here." Now the blonde man from the AB guild was sitting upright. "Understood. What is that child supposed to do if she chose to stay?" "We can't do anything, but I'm worried that she made a decision without knowing what's happening in the north." Biss quickly interjected, and both of them turned to look. "Don't worry," she calmly stepped forward. "We will keep an eye on the temple," the orange-haired girl quickly reminded her. "Biss, you shouldn't move now," Biss still suggested energetically. "Someday I'll steal the holy beast, so keep your gold safe." Jinkyung became even more interested. "Once a thief, always a thief." The blonde man also stood up and agreed. "All right, you'd better keep your promise," Biss added without hesitation. "Can you Enels not speak? By the way, they're looking for an Enel named Rinel. Do you happen to know anyone with that name?" I remember you mentioning her a few times. Suddenly, the blonde man froze without a word. Jinkyung glanced at him. Oh right, I forgot, we're investigating events in the north with Kantovia. He raised his hand weakly as if exhausted. But we can't figure out what happened to the Enel named Lil. I quickly picked up a piece of paper. Oh, and this is a letter from a musician named Bones asking to deliver it to Rinel. The girl shook the paper in the wind. Is Lil really alive? The blonde man remained awkwardly silent. He immediately and urgently suggested, follow me. The blonde man explained as he walked, there's a path that leads beyond the wall, usually only we Enels use that path, let's go. I'll explain in detail as we go. Jinkyung quickly turned to Aya. Ai-chan, are you okay? Aren't you too tired? The girl said worriedly. Sir Yutuba. Aya sadly turned her head. By the way, do you think I made the right choice? The girl said again. Defeating Gaiden was essential, but it ended up like this for the North, Aya said on the verge of tears. There must have been a better way than this. A ray of light poured down from the sky. Jinkyung looked up bewildered. What kind of light is that? The blonde man explained from behind. It's the prayer of the Enels, he asked again in surprise. He looked around and explained. The northern people also call it the spring of life. Jinkyung nodded in understanding. So that Enel has decided to restore the North, even knowing she'll suffer immense pain. The light appeared stronger and stronger and the dry desert region seemed to evaporate. Suddenly, water gushed from the source of that light. Afterward, numerous blue seeds appeared everywhere. At this sight, both the father and Lua looked up in surprise. The boy unconsciously realized but said nothing. This is the water that will save the North. The glowing dots are truly beautiful. Lua sadly thought, I know, that white-haired girl is sitting exhausted, praying. She'll have to endure that pain. Lua gripped his knife tightly. Wait. The boy stood up confidently. I'll come meet you soon. That light became an energy ball and quickly fell to the dry ground. Immediately, sprouts emerged there. Meanwhile, Jinkyung and the blonde man were diligently heading towards their destination. He sighed, carrying Aya on his back. If you're tired, you can rest. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? You're such a fool. Aya was asleep on his back, unaware of anything. Benny quickly followed behind, carrying a sword and complaining, Sir Yutuba, I'm the one struggling here. The spear grumbled inwardly, Don't drag me on the ground, you slave. Jinkyung immediately glared and retorted, If you don't want to be dragged, why don't you walk yourself? He continued to defend his friend. You can transform into a human. If you're in sword form, it's only natural to be dragged around. Hearing that, Benny collapsed, panting. What is this? It talks too. Sword can turn into a human, the spear continued in an arrogant voice. Fix the way you insult others, the foreigner complained angrily. All right, I'll go myself. Immediately, it transformed into Turo. Turo looked down at his own body, bewildered. Benny, seeing this, blushed in surprise. He quickly took a few steps back. Turo instantly transformed back into a sword. Jinkyung and Benny stared at each other blankly, and the spear shouted angrily, Why did I become like that foreigner? He chuckled mockingly, Oh, I'm sorry. The magic swords in my world are always like that. I thought of that when I transformed you into a sword. Benny blushed and stammered, Really, Sir Yutuba? Do all the people in your world wear such eccentric outfits? Jinkyung confidently looked up at the sky. My imagination is very vivid down to the millimeter. He immediately explained at length. Gunnadan is a sword that inherits ancient will. Any man who shows me respect will be transformed into an appropriate form. But what just happened? The spear continued to refuse. I don't want to listen to you anymore, you foreigner. Benny and Jinkyung quickly consoled him. What's there to be sad about? Don't be so narrow-minded. Right, you looked cool too. He thought for a moment and made a decision. All right, from now on I'll call him T. The blonde man sighed and turned around. How long are they going to keep talking? He urged in a gentle voice. Let's go, there'll be a place to rest nearby. I'll tell you about it. He nodded and replied, Understood. The sky quickly grew dark. Although the blue seeds still remained, they followed along the cliff. Jinkyung looked around while carrying Aya on his back. This place is truly mysterious. The blonde man led the way and explained, This place may seem like a labyrinth to humans, but for Enels it's no different from an ordinary path. He showed surprise and curiosity. Can you sense things that humans cannot? The blonde man nodded coldly. You could say that. After that, Aya was laid down on the grass. Benny collapsed and suddenly remembered. Oh right, that woman asked me to give this letter to Sir Yutuba. He turned in surprise to look at the letter. Benny reminded the short-haired girl. Jinkyung innocently confessed, I can't read the letters here. You read it for me. Hearing that, Benny coughed a few times and cleared his throat. All right, I'll read it for you. He gently unfolded the letter. I was just a thief who only stole and never lost anything. If I don't get my heart back from you, I'll never forgive you. You're a naughty thief. Suddenly, Jinkyung's face turned red with embarrassment. Benny chuckled loudly. When did you steal her heart, Sir Yutuba? He stood up angrily and shouted, Shut up. But Benny and the blonde man continued to tease him. You're a naughty thief. I don't understand why you steal such ambiguous things. He immediately chased after the letter. What do you know? Get out of the way. Aya weakly stirred. Did I fall asleep? Where are we, Sir Yutuba? Jinkyung stopped and turned to look at his companion. You're awake? This is a path used by Enels. It's quite safe here, so I let you rest. The girl nodded blankly. Ah yes, the blonde man immediately got to the point. It's time for an important conversation, isn't it? I am an Enel, and humans call us responders, he continued to explain. When we came to the human world, many bad things happened, and I'm trying to solve those problems. Jinkyung quickly understood the situation. So that's why you made a deal with the thieves, the blonde man nodded. That's right, that was the best and most likely way to succeed. But in this case I haven't found a solution yet. Aya remembered something and was startled. She looked up at the sky in surprise. The wailing of Black Moon Plateau, Jinkyung asked, bewildered. Wailing, crying, where's Black Moon Plateau? Benny hastily pleaded. If it's a scary story, can I cover my ears? The blonde man continued without minding. The story of Black Moon Plateau is a place beyond the wall overrun by monsters. That plateau is a dimensional gate for various races, he said firmly, word for word. Humans no longer go there, but we animals often go there to return to our own dimension. But at some point we started hearing someone's sad wailing. Aya suddenly broke out in a sweat. Did it sound like a human's wailing? The blonde man turned coldly. No, it was much more emotional, and only Enels could hear it. Jinkyung stepped back worriedly. Wait, is this story related to Rin El Enel? The blonde man stared straight at him. Cantavia's group went to Black Moon Plateau to solve the northern problem and Rin El went missing there. Then he quickly asked, so you think it's Lil's wailing? He nodded lightly. It could be. What I'm worried about are the events before that, the blonde man sadly recalled. After Cantavia returned to the North Castle, he ordered Godin, Leah and Busan to clear the debris. His eyes were fixed on the ground. They began to scatter, probably having received an important message from the king. Since that day, Jinkyung faintly spoke from behind. They became demons. Bus is speechless in the port of Xia City. Blonde man looked up in bewilderment. You know all that? Jinkyung didn't answer and continued his story. Cantovia and his group were attacked by the Alchemist Guild. They were used as test subjects and turned into monsters. Only Cantovia remained in the north, and he too must have been attacked by them. Aya interjected again. No one could help Rin El. If it's really Rin El's wailing, someone needs to help her. The blonde man didn't finish his sentence, but some people went to help, most of them. The next sentence made Aya sad. They all died or went missing. I remember some people telling me that the demons from beyond the wall were coming, the blonde man faintly added. Those demons will swallow this kingdom, Jinkyung asked, unable to understand. What does that mean? He explained, lost in deep thought. At first I thought he was referring to Gaiden, but I was wrong. And then Cantovia and Go became demons. He worriedly stroked his chin, thinking something suspicious. Godin was a mage next to the king. Did he perhaps fabricate a story to slander Cantovia and his companions? Then he quickly added in detail. Come to think of it, the northern people said something similar. They said demons would come over the wall to Flosha Square. Hearing that, Jinkyung suddenly remembered. The people there really piss me off, he leaned back. Hey, don't you know anything about this? Aren't you Cantovia's spear? It said angrily. I can't talk about this. Besides, I don't even know what that means, and don't call me that. Jinkyung immediately teased in an arrogant voice. You always complain about ancient will and all that, but you act so selfishly. It's truly disgusting. It grumbled a few words. Shut up, foreigner. Aya observed quietly from the side. He seems to be getting more and more like Sir YouTuber. After that, he quickly made a decision. Anyway, Black Moon Plateau will be reached by this path. When we get there, we can investigate. The blonde man nodded happily. Thank you so much. I couldn't have done this alone. The sky above Jinkyung's house turned clear. He lay faintly on the bed, staring at the ceiling. An important message to convey to the king, Jinkyung muttered worriedly to himself. If I lie or remain silent, he recalled a past memory. The sea will take that girl's soul. Jinkyung spoke a few words, exhausted. It seems Bus met the king before she was caught. Numerous questions arose. Did he lie or did he choose to remain silent? Why did he lose his voice? Suddenly, Jinkyung was drawn to something on the table. He immediately approached the computer. Jinkyung turned on the computer and sat down. Nothing used to scare me more than losing my internet connection, but now I don't even care. He rested his chin on his hand blankly, looking for hot news. The interface has changed too. All the anime channels are gone. Jinkyung sighed, annoyed. Why don't I care about anything? His gaze suddenly stopped on something. Jinkyung recalled old memories. Come to think of it, there was one thing I had to do. He quickly typed a few letters. They say worrying about idols is useless. Let's see how she's doing now. Jinkyung's hands immediately began to tremble. What I wanted to find, what I was preventing myself from finding, was because I was afraid to face it. He resolutely pressed the enter button. But now I can find it. The computer screen quickly loaded data. Jinkyung was astonished by the information. What is this? Kit's solo comeback is getting a lot of attention. Jinkyung suddenly fixed his gaze on the screen, unable to understand. She left the group. Why? He immediately investigated diligently. I searched for it, but nothing was related. My thoughts were no different from others. People always teased me about it. Jinkyung annoyedly rested his chin on his hand and continued to think. Strangely, I feel nothing. He angrily scrolled aimlessly through social media. I'm still angry at the guys who want to compete over who can write about me best. But she did nothing wrong. Jinkyung smiled innocently. Come to think of it, I was quite pathetic too. I only met her a few times at fan meetings. I wanted her to recognize me and be by my side. How could she remember me when she meets thousands of fans? He looked up with sad, blank eyes. I said bad things about her. Jinkyung decided. What I need to do is apologize to her. He continuously typed on the keyboard. After that, she must have been very disappointed in me. She probably blocked my account, but I sent her an apology message through my social media account. Jinkyung closed his eyes and muttered to himself, I feel like I've learned to accept reality and realize my mistakes here. I'm sorry. And don't let ignorance rule you. Afterwards, Jinkyung was summoned by Aya and he yawned widely. He felt better after a day's rest. The girl nodded. Your Majesty looks really good. The blonde man immediately took the lead. Let's go now, Jinkyung followed excitedly. Let's go, he shouted enthusiastically. Once we reach Black Moon Plateau we need to complete our main mission, don't we? Meanwhile, the sky in the distance was strangely gray, and even though it was daytime the sun was completely obscured by the moon. It formed a dark shape and majestically swept across the land. Jinkyung explained as he walked, "It's like a statue, no, a toy. The origin of those letters is recorded in a box." He was certain of everything. "I read it. While catching mosquitoes I was suddenly summoned here. The pronunciation is Nafani Edam." Hearing this, Aya stopped. "That was used in the summoning spell." The girl looked with wide eyes. "Spirit summoning is the intersection between their lives and the life of someone from another dimension. In thoughts and attitudes the two entities must match. It's like something that connects the two." Jinkyung replied, bewildered. "Isn't summoning someone just a matter of luck?" The girl was stunned on the spot. "How can someone like Sir Yutuba act so perversely?" he thought to himself as he walked. "Only magic can create two identical entities at exactly the same time. Besides, we haven't even reached all the trees with dams yet." Suddenly, Benny's shout interrupted his thoughts. "Sir Yutuba, there's a fork in the road here. We might have arrived at Black Moon Plateau." A vast grassland stretched before them, and beyond it, beautiful mountain ranges stood tall. Jinkyung walked out and looked up at the sky. It was indeed a black moon. A giant black moon hung above them. The blonde man looked up and added, "That moonlight is like a mirror reflecting the reality of this world. As demons become more numerous, the black domain occupies more space. The moonlight used to be bright, but now it will never be bright again because humans are becoming more numerous." Hearing this, Jinkyung casually crossed his arms. "Humans are truly terrible. They are the source of all the terrible things they've caused. The earth has lost so much too." Benny quickly looked elsewhere. "Look over there, it's so strange." He sighed heavily, exhausted. "Don't tell me that's where we're going." The blonde man immediately nodded in agreement. "That's right, that's where we're going. I can still hear crying from over there." Jinkyung chuckled teasingly. "I knew it, coward." He walked over and put an arm around his shoulder, comforting him. "Don't worry, you'll be fine with me. Come on, let's go." He quickly turned and left. "I'll go first." Jinkyung said goodbye without hesitation, and they went their separate ways until they met again. Jinkyung quickly snapped out of it and shouted left and right, "What is this? It's going too smoothly." So I answered naturally without realizing it, "What are you doing? Aren't you coming with us?" Benny immediately blamed him unhappily. "See, he's the coward." The blonde man quickly shook his head. "No, the crying is too emotional. If an Aneri hears it, their body will become exhausted. I can't bear the sadness of that crying." Aya nodded blankly. "So you couldn't find a solution?" Benny immediately put on an innocent expression. "Your Majesty is truly a bad person, Sir Yutuba. Didn't you see that person suffering? Why didn't you just let him go?" Jinkyung reminded him irritably. "What did you just say?" He awkwardly scratched his head. "So where do we go now?" The blonde man pointed elsewhere without hesitation. He added in a cold voice, "That's the entrance to Eneri's dimension." Jinkyung stared blankly at the path, but the bridge was broken. The blonde man explained seriously, "That bridge was built by humans. We Aneri can fly using prayer, but we have to suffer in return." He turned to look at everyone. The bridge was destroyed to protect the young Aneri who cannot fly yet. He wondered why the holy water girl was caught in the temple. The blonde man slightly lowered his eyes and said hesitantly, "I heard that humans have a way to travel through the air." I exclaimed in surprise, "Skin, do you mean humans invaded your dimension and kidnapped young Aneri?" He corrected the information. "The Aneri don't believe such a thing happened." The girl immediately looked suspicious. "Why not?" The blonde man stood straight and confided. "Humans told us they didn't do it. I know they're lying because I've met many people, but that's such an obvious lie." Even Benny couldn't help but frown. "If the bridge is reconnected, something even more terrible might happen." He complained directly, looking into the distance. "Anyway, I'll leave it to you. The fate of that child who hasn't even lived for 200 years will probably be in your hands," Benny exclaimed in surprise. "So how old is that child then?" Jinkyung awkwardly conceded. "All right." The sky quickly turned gray. Amidst wolf howls, someone casually exclaimed, "He's really good at saying goodbye." After that, Benny complained to Sir Yutuba as he walked, "Why is it so dark here? There are so many corpses." Jinkyung immediately turned around and tried to scare him. "Do you still think I'm Sir Yutuba?" Aya nodded coldly. "Yes." Benny ran away in fear, shouting. The two quietly watched him disappear. Suddenly, Benny's face turned red and he looked up. He immediately made an excuse. "Sir Yutuba, I saw something." Jinkyung and Aya scoffed contemptuously. "Just admit you're embarrassed, Benny the bunny." Benny approached seriously. "I really found this in the bones, Lady Maina. Doesn't it resemble the royal decree the king gave us?" The girl quickly observed it carefully. "That's right, it's very similar to the royal decree the king gave us to investigate the north." Jinkyung suddenly looked around. "Those bones were killed by someone with a bow. That's proof someone planned an assassination." He looked around worriedly. Then something on a tree suddenly caught Jinkyung's eye. "What's that?" He immediately jumped over to it. "Sir Yutuba," Jinkyung casually observed the corpse. "This corpse seems to be the one who shot those arrows. This corpse has a bow." The sky gradually brightened. Jinkyung and Aya continued their journey. "It says here that the envoy sent by the king must be killed." Hearing this, he looked up and asked, "Really?" The girl quietly explained. "And this letter is very similar to the letter format used by the Goa organization." Jinkyung shrugged and kept walking. "It must have been written by the Goa nobles. You can guess with your eyes closed, can't you?" Aya hesitated as if she wanted to say something more. Yes, but after a while he felt that the situation was too strange and peculiar. They must have passed through the last point of the north to get here, and there are many monsters there. So why are there no traces of monsters here? Aya immediately raised the question. Only human corpses cut and killed by each other are everywhere. The girl's words made Jinkyang look back sadly. He slowly said, "You're right, even in a world with only humans they kill each other to get something, more than other races." Suddenly an explosion occurred in front of the three of them. "It's hot," Benny blocked with his hands but didn't forget to remind them. "Lady Maina, I think our journey should end here. I don't want to become roasted meat." Jinkyang, unfazed, asked about the situation. "Is this the place the Enel mentioned?" "What's going on here?" He immediately reported in a serious voice. "I can feel a huge amount of magic inside. The air here is unstable. This is probably why." Benny rushed forward angrily as if to fight. "How can you speak so calmly in this hot weather, Magic Sword?" Hearing this, T looked back aggrieved, seeking comfort. "Summoner, how can all your companions be so rude?" The girl could only bow her head. "I'm sorry," Jinkyang quickly shouted confidently, and went ahead first. "The power of this foreigner alone is enough." He enthusiastically threw himself forward with all his might. "I'll take care of these trivial things." As soon as the attack ended, it flew straight into the black sky. The three stared blankly, saying nothing. Soon after, the three arrived at a desolate, empty land. In the middle of the land, a girl with black wings was trapped. I shouted in fear, "That's Rin-El." The girl hurriedly moved closer. "Sir Yutuba, hurry." Jinkyang quickly followed behind. "I'm coming." Black liquid was falling alternately over the girl's head. Aya was too scared to say anything. "This is an overwhelming power." Now tied down by dark and sticky wings, she barely managed to say with a blank face, "Who are you?" Aya took a few steps forward without wavering. "You're Rin." Rin-El quickly stopped her. "Don't come near me." Hearing this, the girl was startled and immediately retreated. She continued to speak feebly. "The prayer ritual will be disturbed." Rin-El tried hard to communicate. "You've said enough over there. Who are you all?" Jinkyang stood up worriedly and declared, "We are here by the king's command to investigate the problems happening in the north. There's no need to be wary of us." Rin-El defended herself feebly. "I'm different from other Aneri. I know you're lying." She suddenly frowned. "And the person supporting you from behind." As soon as she finished speaking, one of Rin-El's wings exploded with a tremendous sound. This caused both Aya and Jinkyang to freeze, shocked. Black droplets continued to fall from above Rin-El's head. She let them flow over her body without complaint. Jinkyang shouted in fear, "Yes, now is not the time to say such things." Benny hurriedly handed a letter to his friend. "Lady Maina, here's a letter." Aya immediately took the letter and said loudly, "Master Bones asked me to deliver this letter to you." Hearing this name, Rin-El immediately lifted her head. Aya quickly added, trying to persuade her, "Is this enough for you to trust us? Now tell us what happened in the north, what you're doing here, and how to deal with the problems." The girl quietly requested, "Please tell us what you know." Rin-El remained silent for a while, then opened her mouth. "Please read it for me." "I'll decide after I hear the entire letter." So Aya opened the letter widely. The girl slowly read line by line in silence. "To Rin-El, you are the Aneri of our group and you can distinguish who is lying. Everyone tried to dissuade you, but you probably already knew the fate of an Aneri. When the fate of an Aneri didn't befall you." Jinkyang was also listening carefully. "I could sing all your favorite songs, but I didn't know my mouth could be so cowardly." Aya's face was blank and sad. "You are sacrificing yourself to block the demon dimension. But I didn't have the courage to tell the king that the only way to recover mana was to destroy the kingdom." Hearing this, Jinkyang realized with a start. Destroying the kingdom would be considered an act of a traitor and a demon. Aya continued to read the last few lines. "I'm afraid death will come if I speak. I will wait by the sea goddess river until I receive your forgiveness someday. Your friend Bones betrayed your trust." As the letter ended, the atmosphere was terribly silent. Rin-El still had her head bowed, saying nothing. Aya stammered in confusion. "This is—" Rin-El quickly cut her off. "You already came here with the answer in your hands." He asked seriously on the spot, "Do you have the courage to speak the truth?" After that, the three sat quietly on a rock. Jinkyang sadly didn't lift his head. They remembered Rin-El's words. At that time, this place was also known as the Demon's Spine, a passage connecting the monster world and Earth. She explained seriously. Demon energy flowed from here, so mana was needed to suppress that demon energy. But when humans blocked the mana supply and stopped the flow, the gods protecting this place lost their power. Rin-El sighed helplessly. "Now it's just a matter of time before my body stops drawing mana from Aneri's dimension. The best way to deal with this situation is to," she sadly and reluctantly said, "destroy God's palace. A huge amount of mana is stored there." Benny retorted and complained. "Why should the king kill the people who follow his words, shouldn't he? It's really unreasonable. We don't need to destroy the kingdom. We are just people who convey and explain things in a proper way." Stood straight and explained, "The palace can be considered a symbol of the kingdom. So even if the king forgives us, the counts and nobles will still see us as demons and traitors." Benny clicked his tongue in annoyance. "So what do we do now?" Jinkyang turned and suggested. "I can sneak in and destroy it." The girl leaned forward and asked, "Then what about the people living in the palace?" He immediately shook his head. "I forgot about those people," T reminded from the side. "Destroying the palace is not that simple." "Outsider, Mana is a vast energy source blessed by the creators, and if that mana is condensed within such a colossal temple, it would be difficult to destroy, no matter how powerful. Jinkyung grumbled, turning around in annoyance. Are you ignoring me again? Don't you remember how I handled that chameleon? T sighed and turned away. Since you brought it up, I'll tell you too, it continued to explain regardless of who was listening. You dragged Gaiden to another dimension and defeated him. That's because Gaiden wasn't the supreme god in that dimension. Hearing that, Jinkyung suddenly felt uneasy. That applies to you too. If a summoned spirit in this world sustains irreparable damage, they return to their own world. T explained, for example, that if an unexpected accident occurs when a spirit returns to their world, it could lead to irreversible consequences. Aya was momentarily speechless, then immediately stood up and approached. Sir Yutuba, Aya's voice grew more serious. Let's go. How can we know what the king will be thinking at that moment? Everyone will always have a way to solve problems in the manner they desire, the girl suggested firmly. So let's go back first, and when we get there we'll think about what to do next. Jinkyung remained silent, his head still bowed. He sprang upward with force. Jinkyung gripped T tightly in his hand and took a stance. All right, his eyes were filled with the intent to win. Let's do this together, Connie shouted in anger. What, they're coming back? The general stammered, bowing his head. Yes, my lord. He wore a displeased expression. Then what the hell were those assassins and bandits doing? I thought they would have handled everything smoothly in the north, he stammered, unable to finish his sentence. Abyss is the largest bandit guild there. Meanwhile, the Abyss side was also in great turmoil. A soldier ran in and shouted, You damn bastards, do you know what you're doing? He lowered his voice and spoke again. We are people here commanded by the nobles of Goa. Abyss walked out confidently and questioned them. Perhaps you don't know what's going on, do you? She spoke seriously and without hesitation. The people you're trying to kill are the ones who defeated Gaiden just recently. Hearing that, the soldier was startled and retreated. What? Abyss retorted calmly. We saved your lives, she immediately commanded. Tell the other bandit guilds that anyone targeting the king's envoys must get past us first. Kolonik's side shouted in displeasure. Nonsense, wait, if the people there stop them it will become very difficult. Bella slowly frowned. Then what about the musicians? The musicians in this beautiful and mysterious village always performed enchanting songs for the people. Villagers were captivated by this talent, exclaiming in admiration. Passers-by whispered only from outside, they can captivate an audience with just their looks even if they can't sing. He can't even sing. Have you heard his song? Is that him? I have. But the lyrics are completely different from the songs the association sent us. They immediately focused on the part about Lua, especially the section about the king's envoys where opening the sea goddess's path was very detailed. He should just sing as he's told. I don't know what he's thinking. Does he want to be a hero or something? These three people also chatted idly and carelessly. Hey, you'd better be careful. If you sing badly, the audience will think it's a scam. The general still knelt on the ground and reported. For several reasons the musicians' songs are not yet unified, and thus the common people are increasingly welcoming the king's envoys. Riknan was filled with worry and anxiety. Everything's gone wrong. Count Bo, should we make an official announcement? Bo also sank into gloomy thought. Just because some children spread strange rumors. A group of alchemists gathered by beer mugs and chatted. Truly, I almost died. A sturdy man turned back in a hurry and asked, You're an alchemist and you've worked with those people for a while? Count Bo is truly a filthy and despicable person. The person who went with me was turned into a test subject just for failing a mission. Suddenly, a beer mug fell and shattered on the floor and the person who dropped it was trembling all over. I feel like I'm going to end up like him. And the ingredients I've been using recently. The sturdy man hurried over to console him. Calm down, you'll be fine. Find another job that suits you. Bo bowed his head gloomily. More and more alchemists are quitting their jobs. Because of that, our research is being delayed. Rikian quickly turned around and shouted loudly. Then what about those mercenaries? Didn't we tell them to get promoted? The general also frowned and reported with a troubled expression. Yes, one mercenary guild has declared that they will gouge out the eyes of anyone who attacks the king's envoys. Jongnan stammered, intimidated by Aya. Understood, we just told them we won't contract with them anymore. You know we won't work if we don't get paid, right? She clicked her tongue in displeasure. Oh really? That's a shame. Let me know when you get paid. I'll go get an eyeball and play with you. Aya turned and left. Let's go. Jongnan immediately followed, shouting, Amazing, I thought you always said one shouldn't trust the king. Aya, he wore a scornful smile, but now you're doing something like this. Is the king more trustworthy? Aya turned her head and snickered slightly. The king isn't who I trust. Those noisy kids are the ones I trust. After speaking, she left coldly with her aide. Connie immediately slammed the table in anger. Enough, he frowned all over his face. I can't believe you couldn't stop a mere group of summoner apprentices and one drunkard. How can I achieve anything greater with you? Bello and Rikian merely looked at each other in silence. Kolonik commanded loudly. Quickly gather all summoners, including those dispatched as soldiers. He growled with a sneering voice. I will show them what true summoning is. Jinkyung stepped forward and observed. They said most of the king's envoys were dead or missing, but why has nothing happened even though we've come this far? He vaguely pointed ahead and spoke. But what are those? Aya looked around, puzzled. Didn't they want to kill us discreetly? This is no different from publicly announcing to the world that they want to kill the king's envoys. The girl wore a flustered and scared expression. All these things are summoned. I'm sure Count Kolonik did this. Benny was also tense. That's right, those counts are very angry right now, two of Ilya's companions quickly said with sneering voices. Isn't that Mena? What, wasn't she someone who couldn't summon anything? How can an apprentice like her become a king's envoy? Ilya quickly recognized her opponent. There she is. She remembered the hatred and resentment. At that moment, Ilya chanted a spell and moved her hands and feet. A spirit was summoned very quickly. Jinkyang swung his weapon without hesitation. Summoning magic? He charged forward joyfully. Isn't there anyone who can summon a 5-star spirit? I'll show you what luck is. Jinkyang charged at the monster without hesitation. In a place where you can't even charge with money in a game, he moved his hand performing a sword dance, piercing through all the monsters. Wherever Jinkyang went, monsters fell. Monster heads rained down. Jinkyang strongly cut down every part as he passed. Even arms were cleanly dealt with by Jinkyang. Even swung his spear, finishing with a flourish. Ilya gnashed her teeth in displeasure. She moved her hand, proudly declaring, "The strongest summoner is Ilya." Ilya's face was filled with hatred. Lightning bolts were fired rapidly and continuous electrical explosions followed without cease. This quickly spread to Jinkyang's location. He raised his spear in annoyance. "You can even shoot electricity," Jinkyang shouted loudly, cursing this damned Pikachu. After that, he unleashed power through Ilya's electricity. She and her companions retreated. Aya and Benny also watched blankly as Ilya's spirits turned to ashes. Now the electrical sparks flew straight into the sky. The general rushed over quickly. "My lord," he bowed his head and reported in a serious voice. His next words seemed to surprise Kalanik. "The king's envoys have arrived." Now the three of them stood before the elevator ascending to the king's floor and all quickly boarded the elevator. Very quickly, King Goda's palace appeared. Jinkyang, Aya and Benny stepped inside, bewildered. The three went straight to meet everyone without hesitation. Officials and the king sat waiting on both sides. Jinkyang raised his head and looked into the distance. "If I don't tell the truth, the sea goddess will take Ai-chan's soul." He glanced at the hostile forces. "But if I tell the truth, this kingdom will be destroyed." He sadly thought all sorts of things. Ai-chan will surely be accused of treason or treated as a demon and executed immediately. Jinkyang thought gloomily. "Perhaps I won't be able to protect her forever." He continued to look up at King Goda. "Your Majesty, I hope you have offered us some help on this expedition. Now I only hope that Ranyan also remains silent, because the king was merely not involved in such matters to strengthen his royal authority. He held a small wish in his heart. Let's return the mana to the mages who stand with the king. That way, everything will be resolved smoothly." Jinkyang stood straight and reported, "Your Majesty, we have returned from the northern expedition as per your command." King Goda's eyes widened in surprise. "What, have you really returned?" "No one who went to the north had ever returned. So I thought this would be an expedition that would bring you death." Hearing that, Jinkyang was dumbfounded as if he couldn't understand at all. Kalanik chuckled joyfully. "I understand your Majesty's concern. You must have been very worried about them. However, the summoner chosen for this expedition is a person of exceptional talent that the association has long been interested in." He showed unconditional trust. "I believe they will surely return, Your Majesty." Hearing that, Jinkyang also froze. "What nonsense is he spouting?" King Goda turned his head and looked. "Ah, I see. This expedition seems to have succeeded thanks to your efforts and hard work, is that right?" Benny and Aya shook their heads in displeasure. "This is truly absurd." The girl bowed her head, looking tired. "Why is it so difficult to open my mouth even when listening to such absurd conversation?" Aya thought sadly. "I understand this is a difference in hierarchy." But Jinkyang unconsciously shouted, "Cut the nonsense." Hearing that, Kalanik and the king both froze. Aya stammered in fear, "Sir Yutuba." Others were immediately confused. "Who is that person? Looks like a summoned spirit." Kalanik asked loudly in displeasure. "Hey summoner, what's your name?" Aya closed her eyes and replied, "Yes, I am Mena. We're in trouble." He frowned all over his face in displeasure and reprimanded her. "If your summoned spirit can communicate like a human, shouldn't you teach him proper manners? How can he display such rude behavior in front of his Majesty?" Jinkyang chuckled. "What is this? Who's teaching whom? Do you really think that idiot can summon anything? She just got lucky and summoned me, and you think she can control me?" Benny couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh, seeing Aya sobbing. "Why are you saying that to me?" Kalanik ignored it and continued to make excuses. "If you can't control him, then unsummon him. Summoning magic cannot be used in this palace." King Goda immediately interjected, "Enough, it's fine." He crossed his arms and pondered deeply. "Interesting. Continue." "Summon spirit." Jinkyang gestured joyfully. "Hey dark brother, I like you. In fact, our expedition was interrupted many times, but we didn't succeed. And the funny thing is, the people who tried to stop us were you." He immediately pointed directly at the musicians and alchemists. "As far as I know, those people are under the management of the Duke sitting here. Can you explain what's going on?" Hearing that, Pello and Rick reprimanded him again in displeasure. "What are you talking about? Not all musicians and alchemists belong to the association. We can't help, but your words are truly filthy." King Goda continued to listen without changing his expression. Jinkyang immediately forced a smile and nodded. "Understood. I must have been mistaken then. As you all just heard, this girl's summoning ability is truly terrible, but just now you said she was a talented individual that the association had long been interested in?" He loudly questioned Kalanik. "If that's true, why don't you know her name?" Jinkyang's gaze became resolute. "These two are lucky to have a summoned spirit like me. If I weren't here, these two fools would surely have died in the middle of this important mission. Someone deliberately planned everything to make this northern expedition fail. He arrogantly swayed his body and looked up at the sky. Is there anyone who can tell me I'm wrong? Please tell me. Aya and Benny stood there blankly, unable to do anything. Sir Yutuba, don't be so rude. He seems to be high on drugs. Kolonik frowned and leaned forward. What are you talking about right now? Jinkyung didn't let him speak further. Oh right, there's one strange thing. He immediately turned and demanded to know. I heard your daughter is a quite talented summoner. That she can summon the goddess of storms and command wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and even dung piles, Jinkyung said in a provocative tone. Why didn't such a talented individual go on the northern expedition? Instead, you tried to gather in groups to ambush us on our way back? Can this still be called a misunderstanding? The entire conference room immediately buzzed with commotion. Kolonik was at a loss for words and could say nothing further. King Goda turned his tired eyes to Kolonik and asked, Is everything he said true? He emphasized each word. The gravity of this situation depends on your answer. Kolonik said nothing. Jinkyung turned his head to observe his demeanor. Kolonik immediately stood up and reported, Your Majesty, it is as they say, your servant personally commanded the summoners to prevent the envoys from returning to the kingdom. King Goda was startled and sat up straight. Both Jinkyung and Aya looked back at him. Kolonik warned with a solemn face, However, your Majesty must know this. Demons from beyond the northern wall will soon arrive here and they will devour our kingdom. He recalled past events. Everyone here will remember the reason Cantavia was possessed by demons and turned into a monster. Jinkyung immediately tried to interrupt. That matter, Kolonik shouted loudly. These people too, he continued to elaborate, have crossed those walls. Kolonik faced the council and declared with confidence. Before your Majesty judges your servant's actions, I request that you first hear the envoy's report, your Majesty. Then you will understand everything. Aya stood blankly, unable to say anything. Jinkyung gritted his teeth. Powerless to do anything, this damn old man, he planned all this. Everything that happened in the kingdom was orchestrated by him. Kolonik sat back, looking on with a very triumphant expression. King Goda remained silent for a long time, then opened his mouth. Very well, then I shall first hear the envoy's report. Aya was flustered and couldn't speak. Yes, your Majesty. The girl bowed her head. Jinkyung looked at Aya with worried eyes. Aya's mind was more conflicted than ever. Memories from her subconscious flooded back. Even if your opinion is right and reasonable, do not speak directly to those in power. It will only anger them further. The girl's eyes were filled with sadness. Aya remembered what Aika had said, there is nothing more dangerous than the truth. When Lua knelt on the ground, we ignored that matter because it would fill us with guilt. And when Bis, covered in blood, pleaded, Please help me. The white-haired girl stood silently before the two. I still have much to do here. And when Rinel pleaded desperately, Do you have the courage to speak the truth? Aya closed her eyes and calmed herself. The girl remained silent for a long time, then slowly opened her mouth. Your Majesty, at this very moment demonic energy is spreading throughout the north. To stop it, an immense amount of mana is required. Aya solemnly declared, We humbly request your Majesty, destroy this kingdom's holy relic and return the mana to nature. That will end this disaster. Upon hearing those words, King Goda froze, and the council became more chaotic than ever. What, destroy the holy relic? Kolonik remained seated, perfectly composed and revealing nothing. Jinkyung stared intently at his summoner. She said it. Aya closed her eyes and thought deeply. Those words could lead to her death. The people above angrily stood up, pounding the table. What nonsense is that woman spouting? Destroy the holy relic? Isn't that tantamount to telling us to destroy this kingdom? They furiously denounced the summoner. This is what our enemies have always done throughout the war. Your Majesty, these are clearly traitors. Destroying the symbol of a nation is like that nation crumbling. How dare she say such a thing? Lean also angrily pounded the table. She is a demon. Possessed by demons, she is trying to lead humanity down the path of destruction. In the past, followers of demons also acted just like her. More and more unbearable words were exchanged. Ranyan approached and reported, Your Majesty, your servant apologizes, but I advise your Majesty to take a step back. Both your Majesty and your servant are well aware of the current situation, therefore your Majesty must plan more carefully. Your Majesty, if you command the relocation of the kingdom and restriction of holy relic use, King Goda bowed his head bitterly, then that girl will die. Jinkyung and Aya still didn't waver. The girl still kept her eyes closed. Ranyan looked at them and clicked his tongue. A small sacrifice. It is for the sake of something greater. Your Majesty, we can avoid that by exiling her. King Goda raised his voice. Ranyan, do you know of this matter? He spoke with increasing volume. My people have shed much blood. Upon hearing those words, the entire council fell silent. Kolonik's faction also looked on in surprise, and King Goda gripped the scepter tightly in his hand, enhancing his dignity. He declared with dignity, The destruction of this kingdom will begin now. Aya and Jinkyung observed the situation tensely. The people in the council began to grow restless. Your Majesty truly intending to destroy the kingdom? Ranyan quickly turned and put his plan into action. There's no need to pretend to be guests here any longer. Leader of the Abyss Thieves Guild. He approached and added, It seems you came here because there was no other way. Do you agree with His Majesty's recent decision? The red-haired woman removed her hood and stated her opinion. Of course, I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Ranyan nodded and continued to give commands. Good. Then please proceed to the castle's control room. The humans are ready to assist your majesty's retreat. Yes, sir. He looked at the king worriedly. Be careful, anything can happen right now. Another official stood up complaining. This cannot be. What on earth is your majesty saying? This action has been forbidden since your father's era. Others fervently agreed. That's right, this decision will threaten the very existence of our kingdom. Kalanick slowly opened his mouth. I believe it. Now is the time. Rikian, who was nearby, turned, looking confused. Duke Kalanick, what are you talking about? He stood up and revealed his cunning true colors, dukes from various territories. The kingdom of Goda was founded by uniting several small kingdoms. King Goda's eyes widened. Our ancestors had this rule. Kalanick spoke with a serious moralizing pretense. It was the first law that marked the birth of the kingdom of Goda. That law stipulates that no one shall cooperate with demons. He elaborated loudly and clearly. If any person disobeys and endangers the nation, that person shall receive the most terrible punishment. The next sentence startled King Goda. And if your majesty violates that principle, Kalanick looked straight down at him, his eyes wide. At that time I will gather the opinions of all the dukes. Based on that, your majesty will be stripped of power. The people in the council immediately buzzed with commotion. What are you talking about? Ah, we know that rule, but King Goda glanced at Kalanick and asked, Kalanick, are you trying to challenge the royal authority? Jinkyung and Benny stood blankly, unable to understand what was happening. What on earth is going on? The situation is getting worse than we thought. Kalanick growled angrily. All the dukes here are striving to protect the people and this land from tragedy. But look at what your majesty is doing. Your majesty, you have no interest in this nation, and merely enjoy comfort all day long, and now you intend to join hands with demons? King Goda shouted unpleasantly. How dare you speak of me that way? It is you who are trying to control this nation. He unpleasantly revealed everything frankly. You discard other things solely for your own benefit. Jinkyung awkwardly interjected to calm them. Stop fighting. If you both apologize and kiss each other on the forehead, everything will be resolved well. Bello also stood up and joined the accusations. And do you know what you have brought to this nation? A single holy relic that siphons all the kingdom's mana. Then this place will be submerged in a sea of monsters. We did not abandon the mages. The Alchemist Guild merely wished to grant the people the power to use magic. He looked around seriously. Is there anyone here who can live without the holy relic? Why is the atmosphere so tense? The army grew stronger, homes and castles became safer, and many other things as well. All thanks to the holy relic, he shouted with wide eyes. Just imagine what will happen if we trust those demons down there and destroy the kingdom. The council buzzed even more. This is truly no joke. Our land will be in danger. What about trade with other places? That too will be destroyed by monsters. Did they say mana would return to nature? It's highly likely. This is part of the monster's plan to weaken human strength. King Goda reprimanded him harshly and unpleasantly. So you're saying it's fine even if all the monsters overrun this place? It's only a matter of time. Nature will gradually die, and when everything goes wrong we will not be able to escape death. Kalanick, unperturbed, stood up and calmly declared. Now, noble dukes, it is time to make a decision. Aya raised her head worriedly. Will you sell your souls to demons, or... King Goda realized his intention. You will usher in a new era, he interrupted unpleasantly, shouting. Kalanick, what on earth are you thinking? He continued to appeal, unperturbed. We will vote immediately. All those who wish to open a new era. Bello immediately stood up. Stand up. The entire conference room was more lively than ever. King Goda bowed his head and glared upwards. These damn old men. The people in the council immediately coughed a few times, at a loss for what to do. Rikian slowly pulled out his chair and explained. I tell the truth to everyone in the world through song, and after accepting countless truths I realized one thing. He stood up with resolute eyes. Only summoners and alchemists protect us, and the king does nothing. Rikian's words moved the people's hearts. I will side with technology. This can help us survive. Another person immediately pulled out their chair, raised their head, and stood up without hesitation. Other council members also stood up in agreement, and the remaining faction seriously stood up. The entire hall seemed to oppose Aya and the king. Kalanick immediately commanded seriously, Then we will strip the king of his power. King Goda frowned, extremely angry, and run this nation under a new system. That is all. Ranyan quickly appeared before him. He quietly asked about the next plan. What will you do now? Your Majesty, King Goda bowed his head sadly. This was something that could have happened a very long time ago. I merely pretended not to know. If it had already come to this, he stepped forward with dignity. I refuse. King Goda seriously declared his opposition. Today the kingdom of Goda will be destroyed according to its time. The people in the council wore blank, uncomprehending expressions. Refuse? Your Majesty cannot do that, Kalanick shouted, angered by this stubbornness. General, go seize the deposed king and immediately throw him into the dungeon. The general slowly stepped to the front of the door. All soldiers heed my command. He aimed his sword at Rado's face and attacked. The soldiers quickly swarmed into the palace. King Goda looked on in surprise. Those are truly not my soldiers. Ranyan stepped forward, trying to calm him. Your Majesty, it is best for you to leave this place. Since your Majesty has started a war with them, they have no choice but to rebel and attack your Majesty. He frowned in anger. But what about the destruction of the kingdom? Jinkyang immediately shouted with an explosion. You damn bastards, the aftermath is blowing away the soldiers. They were sprawled on the ground and Jinkyang unpleasantly stood up, gritting his teeth. Do you take me for a decoration? How dare you commit such rude acts? Do you think I'll do nothing just because I'm staying quiet? Ranyan looked down with wide eyes. The building spirit suddenly shook more violently. Jinkyang was surprised and didn't understand what was happening. Why on earth is this place shaking so violently? The red-haired woman quickly activated flight mode and hastily performed manipulations. Immediately, blue light appeared throughout the entire kingdom and shot straight up into the sky. The people in the council hastily whispered, "Prepare the ships quickly." Bello immediately reminded them, "It seems the kingdom is rising. We must leave this place quickly." Kalanik refused with a solemn face. "No, there are a few matters I need to handle right now." He immediately looked down towards Jinkyang. Kalanik quietly commanded his two allies. "Duke, you are indeed managing the control room, aren't you?" The old man nodded lightly. "Yes, I've been guarding it for a long time, so you don't need to worry about that place." He hesitated, then added, "Then the two of you should leave this place first." Duke Lean, go persuade the musicians. We also need a contingency plan for public opinion. The two shouted in unison and ran off. Understood. Lifepods were launched rapidly. Ranyan quickly shouted, "Your Majesty, the ship is ready. Let's go." Before he could leave, Jinkyang called out, "Hey King." He looked at Jinkyang, startled. He approached blankly. "What about destroying this holy relic? Can it be destroyed right now?" The red-haired woman immediately ran over and reported, "Your Majesty, there is no equipment to destroy the holy relic in the control room." "What?" She urgently stated her opinion. Traces of some dukes appeared there. King Goda gritted his teeth and said, "Then they knew in advance that the holy relic would be destroyed?" Count quickly shouted from below, "Yes, Your Majesty." He is confronting it head-on without hesitation. King Goda froze blankly, stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Kalanik summoned power right before their eyes. "Your Majesty may pretend to be indifferent to everything, but now your true nature is revealed." "If that's true," Kalanik exclaimed, causing an explosion, emphasizing each word. It was completely unexpected. The entire kingdom shook even more violently and the castles above began to crumble. Jinkyang, startled, barely managed to stay on his feet. What did that old man just do? Aya immediately pointed to the sky. "Sir Yutuba, look, a spirit is slowly appearing in the faint smoke." Aya unconsciously exclaimed. "A spirit?" Jinkyang asked blankly in return. "A spirit? Is that old man a summoner too?" The girl nodded blankly. "Ah yes, as far as I know, the reason he's the head of the Summoners Association is because he's a great summoner." Aya looked up worriedly. "But I've never seen a spirit like this before. It might be a special high-level spirit." Hearing those words, Jinkyang chuckled and drew his weapon. "Especially interesting." He calmly stepped forward. "I'll take care of this guy, so you'd better leave this place." Aya, worried, couldn't bring herself to leave. "Sir Yutuba," Jinkyang became increasingly confident. "Let's see whose spirit is more special." The creator descended from between the torn clouds and its storm-like breath roared, shaking the entire sky and ground. Those below trembled in awe. An earth-shattering explosion tore through space and stone dust poured down like a waterfall. The group had to desperately flee amidst the crumbling landscape. Aya was exhausted from long-distance running. From afar, Ranyan shouted, pointing over there, "Maina, hurry, we're almost at the ship." A terrified expression crossed her wet eyes and the girl, fearing loss, quietly called out his name. "Sir Yutuba." Amidst the thick stone dust, Aya silently gazed at that distant silhouette. "He'll surely be all right." Jinkyang gripped his weapon tightly, lost in thought. "You outsider, I have traveled all over the continent of Kalitong, even the kingdom of Goda for over 1,000 years, but there was no creator I hadn't met. However, the creature he summoned is a strange one I've never seen before." Amidst the thick smoky dust, Jinkyang raised his sword silently with a calm and humble smile, as if promising to protect everyone from the approaching danger. "Now are you afraid?" "No, that's not what I mean." Jinkyang rushed at Kalanik. He said relentlessly, "You just have to attack the summoner. Then the summoned spirit will disappear on its own." He charged like lightning into the middle of the exploding light and his sword flew straight towards it with immense determination. Kalanik calmly created a solid invisible barrier as if challenging all attacks. Jinkyang paused, realizing his full power attack was completely powerless against that force, and broke out in a cold sweat. "What is this?" Kalanik summoned a formidable power that sent Jinkyang flying backward like a leaf caught in a storm, giving Jinkyang no chance to resist. The ground exploded into pieces and stone dust surged like waves. Kalanik proudly summoned the power of light. Pillars of light shot through the sky, summoning an immense power that seemed to make the entire world hold its breath. From between swirling black clouds a giant hand descended and beams of light flew, tearing through the sky, shaking the entire floating island in awe. Amidst the frenzied smoke, Jinkyang let out a furious roar. "Damn it, you cursed god!" He charged into the dazzling vortex of light, counterattacking resolutely. "Don't you know I can defeat even you?" Jinkyang delivered a long flashing blow to the creator. He paused in utter surprise. It survived that fatal blow completely unscathed. Jinkyang wore a bitter smile, and his eyes darkened. "It seems that attack doesn't work on that thing. Why does this situation feel so familiar?" He looked back at Kalanik in surprise. "Spirit," he stood tall there. "I agree with your words." Kalanik smiled sinisterly and said, "You just have to attack the summoner and the spirit will disappear on its own." Jinkyung's eyes widened and he gasped. Confusion and fear squeezed his heart and he broke out in a cold sweat. Again light burst forth from the creator's hand. It pierced through the island, causing thunderous explosions everywhere. Stone fragments, smoke and flames swirled wildly, sweeping everything into uncontrollable chaos. Aya couldn't escape the explosion. The girl was thrown into the sky and Ranyan desperately shouted, "Meina!" Aya, the girl, fell straight down, her face pale, her lips trembling and whimpering. As a stone chunk flew towards Aya, the girl screamed loudly. Jinkyung appeared like a god, destroying all the stone chunks that threatened to harm Aya. Jinkyung struggled to grab the girl Meina's hand. Aya, in the chaotic air, stretched out her hand to grasp her last hope, Sir Yutuba. Suddenly, the creator's light poured down like a bomb explosion. Jinkyung bit his lip tightly to suppress the surging storm of emotions. Despite being wounded, he charged forward like a warrior, confronting fate without an inch of retreat. Beneath the furious explosions that swept Aya away like a speck in a sea of chaos, a sound of wind tearing through the air was heard. He flew like a lost shooting star through the clouds and Jinkyung landed as if to shake the three realms and tear the sky in two. He powerfully leapt from the trembling rubble. His breath was ragged but his eyes gleamed with resolve. Jinkyung leaped up like a beast unleashed. With just his leap, fragments cracked and crumbled. Fortunately, Jinkyung quickly caught the girl. His face hardened with worry, and holding the girl tightly he shouted loudly. Aya clung tightly to Jinkyung's clothes and said blankly, "Yes." On the other side, chaos erupted on a shining ship beneath the blue sky. Two sailors urgently shouted, "Your Majesty, Kalanik's summoned spirit is heading this way." The ship raced swiftly like a young person desperately trying to escape the creator's grasp. "Speed up, we're already going at maximum speed," but luck did not smile upon them. It still caught up. "Oh no, this is bad." Jinkyung, resolute as a meteor, flew towards the ship and saved them. He performed several sword dances and the entire dark area was bathed in flashing light, astonishing everyone below. The creator seemed enraged when its cat-and-mouse chase plan failed. Jinkyung landed on the ship's deck with one foot. He carefully set the girl down, and no one seemed to be hurt. Ranyan rushed over and asked, "Sir Yutuba?" He also came rushing to the creator. Jinkyung felt curious about its appearance. "Does anyone know anything about that summoned bastard? There's something very strange about this spirit." Ranyan explained, "One thing I know is that the Kalanik family has been able to summon divine spirits for generations. Even his daughter Ilya," Jinkyung vaguely recognized. "Ah, you mean that crazy woman who summons lightning, right?" Ranyan continued, "Those spirits are not real gods, they are merely godlike. Humans can never control gods." Everyone flinched when the sword in Jinkyung's hand spoke. "That's just something you humans haven't seen yet," the magic sword said. "This new summoned being is exactly a god. Some people can awaken ancient gods." He understood the problem. "Understood. I realize my attacks aren't working. It feels like fighting a dragon." The girl stood blankly. "What do you mean?" The sword explained more clearly. The outsider's words, the spirit T spoke directly to Jinkyung. "That spirit is a supreme being like Gaiden." Aya broke out in a cold sweat at the terrible news. "A supreme being?" Jinkyung uncertainly placed his hand on his neck. "That person has the potential to become the head of the Summoners Association, so I think we need to deal with him here so he can't summon it again later." Ranyan was startled. "Can you do this, spirit?" Jinkyung turned, swinging his sword. "I don't know, but the holy relic problem is our top priority now, isn't it? What do we need to do to destroy it?" His face hardened as if suppressing anger. "Since the control panel is gone, we have no choice but to attack its core. That's easy to say, but technically it's not very feasible." His face was unusually calm. "What would happen if I attacked its core?" Ranyan growled. "Then something terrible will happen, won't it? If anyone is near the holy relic while the mana explodes, no creature will survive." The sword in Jinkyung's hand desperately tried to stop the outsider. "The mage's words are correct. Mana is the energy source of nature and the power of the gods. The mana accumulated within it for so long is so immense that even the gods would not dare to attempt this." He stood proudly, his hair blowing in the wind, ignoring everyone's dissuasions. Aya looked up, her lips trembling, unable to speak. The girl tugged at Jinkyung's collar. "Sir Yutuba, you're not going to fight like you did in the north, are you? It's truly too dangerous. There must be another way." His gaze was chillingly cold and resolute. "Meina, as you've seen, many people have already suffered because of them. They've endured this pain for too long. Only we can put an end to this." Aya's voice choked. "You're right." However, from above, the creator summoned lightning that tore through the sky and flew straight towards the colossal figure rising between the clouds. It hunched down and roared, extending its hand to receive the flow of power. The point of contact exploded with a magnificent roar and dazzling light. The girl's eyes were bloodshot and glistening with tears. "All right, let's stop this talk and continue what we always do." Jinkyung smiled, the corners of his mouth upturned, and took a resolute step forward. Now, Jinkyung charged forward like a black arrow tearing through the wind. His eyes blazed with resolve and his mouth roared as if swearing to harm no one else. "Watch how great I am." The creator struck him with lightning. Jinkyung swiftly swung his sword, counterattacking. The two energy sources collided, creating a spectacular scene. He was pushed back, but Jinkyung didn't give up, gritting his teeth, ready to continue fighting. Jinkyung's eyes widened, and with resolve he swung his sword downwards. His body stood upright in the sky like lightning tearing through clouds, and the aura bursting from his entire being was as if a god of war had descended. The creator desperately resisted Jinkyung's immense power. Then, unable to resist any longer, the creator finally exploded. It cried out in pain in midair. Gradually, the creator dissolved into the clouds. It didn't disappear completely, but struggled to regenerate its body to continue its mission. He relentlessly unleashed continuous slashes, silencing the creator. A beam of hope created by Jinkyung himself flashed in the cosmos. That sword strike tore through the entire galaxy. The divine halo shattered like crystals in the universe. The creator's form sank into the fractured space, vanishing as if it had never existed. Kalunnik, watching his spiritual child being destroyed, looked up in horror. Jinkyung drew a sword line that tore through the sky, and light like crashing thunder exploded, bringing down the weight of the entire sky with that single strike. No, the sword split the floating island in two. He paused, his hair and cloak fluttering in the fierce shockwave. It was as if the entire world had just exploded beneath his feet. The island gradually vanished under Jinkyung's immense power. Kalunnik teleported outside to evade the attack. His face was twisted with contempt. The corners of his mouth turned down and his eyes narrowed coldly. It was as if he was looking at a fool struggling in vain in despair. Why are you doing such meaningless things? No matter how great a spirit you are, as long as I have summoned the creator, you won't even have a chance to lay a finger on me. The island exploded like fireworks before Kalunnik's eyes. The more intense the sword light created by Jinkyung, the fiercer the explosions from the island. Blue flames permeated each area. He streaked through the air like living lightning. Each swing of his sword created a furious explosion that echoed throughout the entire sky. The explosive power in every movement seemed to tear apart the entire space. Kalunnik's face turned pale. No way! Jinkyung tensed every muscle in his face and poured all his strength into this strike. His efforts were justly rewarded. Jinkyung skillfully snatched the holy relic. It shone dazzlingly in the wind and rain. Kalunnik froze blankly. He's aiming for the holy relic. Jinkyung leaned back slightly, tensing all his muscles. His hair fluttered in the wind like an arrow ready to shoot straight towards the shining sky. Hey, he charged forward with a majestic voice. This is too hard. Before Jinkyung could do anything, the holy relic activated its own abilities. It exploded with a bang, illuminating the entire sky, startling even Jinkyung into a daze. Kalunnik floated in the sky with an arrogant demeanor. Raising his finger, he summoned power, his presence like one at the pinnacle of the world, and bowed his head before the creator's eyes. Go, spirit. Jinkyung's breath hitched as if he had lost his train of thought. Brilliant light swallowed him. A thundering energy beam seemed to tear through the sky, and his form blurred amidst the storm of fierce power. The creator brought its hands together, creating a dazzling lightning beam. A dazzling explosion of light like a sun exploding in midair occurred, and his shadow and the entire sky trembled and were swallowed by that extreme divine power. Everything converged and exploded with an earth-shattering sound. The sky seemed torn and the world shook from its roots. Dazzling light obscured the ship. Aya and everyone else clung to the ship, struggling to hold on. The girl had cold sweat on her cheeks, and as the thunderous impact hit, her voice trembled and whimpered, "Sir Yutuba." Jinkyung gritted his teeth and endured. Blood soaked his arm, but his will still burned fiercely. The sword spoke. Outsider, the creator's eye is truly dangerous. That attack cannot be blocked like Gaiden's breath. Are you going to ignore these words? Do you want me to run away from that attack? The king had not spoken of this matter, but this was the only chance. If I couldn't stop them, he would conquer this country with his army, and then we would face a tragic end. If that happened, Mena would have to live in hiding. Once again, the night sky was torn apart by Kalunnik's light. This explosion didn't happen just once, but resonated throughout the entire atmosphere in several successive blasts. He had to endure a painful blow that no one could comprehend. On the ship, he was in a panic, calling out, "Lady Mena." The Lord seemed to be unable to attack. Aha's eyes widened in surprise and her heart constricted as she realized that the Supreme Being seemed unable to attack. With trembling resolve, the girl raised her hand to cast a spell, and magical light burst from her fingertips. Aya stopped, startled and flustered. The girl, frozen, stammered, "I can't unsummon him." He pointed with his finger. "Lady Mena, look there." Jinkyung, like a god, leapt into the rift of darkness, accompanied by a blue flash that passed quickly, carrying a final hope. His face was covered in blood, but he was determined to fight to the end. Onion suddenly appeared and explained, "I think it's because of a spatial rift. The dimension is distorted, making it impossible to use summoning magic." He summoned power to finish the job. "It's time to end this." Kalunnik created an infinite source of light amidst the creator's dust. That power grew stronger with his roar, creating an immense spectacle. "I've already passed through there," he gasped, rushing forward. His words left a giant question mark that flashed like lightning as the creator seemed to breach the world's boundaries amidst the torn universe and sky-ripping light. Jinkyung, his face covered in blood, gazed with cold, unyielding eyes directly at the fate that would judge the boundary between his life and death. His body struggled to cross the intersecting realms, leaving an echo like the call of destiny. With nothing left but his final will, Jinkyung gripped his sword tightly and plunged straight into the abyss of light before him. Everything crumbled and was torn apart, yet he fought like a star warrior. Kalunnik's eyes were filled with horror as Jinkyung, unyielding before destiny, did not fall, and fire and light erupted as if heaven and earth were in a rage. It consumed everything with dazzling fury, yet he plunged into that searing chaos. Though his entire body was covered in blood, Jinkyung raised his head. his eyes glazed but his will unshaken. With a final gasp, he charged straight forward like an arrow of destiny aimed at the west. There was no longer any room to retreat. The fate of the world had to be decided with a single slash. Jinkyung moved like lightning, like a meteor streaking across the vast cosmos. His efforts were justly rewarded. It shattered into pieces. Jinkyung's blue light of hope tore through the curtain of night, exploding like the rebirth of the universe. The trajectory of light swirled, and the celestial bodies trembled as if witnessing the birth of a new law. Light pierced through the sky and descended upon the world like a divine judgment. The ground shook and the wind howled. Everyone on the ship had to desperately hold on against this immense power. This immense terror completely destroyed the creator, and he was no exception. Kalunuk was consumed by fire in mere seconds, and a blue wave spread like the primordial frontier of the cosmos, shaking the entire planet. Despite having created it himself, he gripped the sword's blade tightly, barely holding on. The sword in Jinkyung's hand could no longer endure and shattered into pieces. Outsider, our journey must end here. I am merely a creation of the Supreme Being, and I can only come this far. I am sorry that I cannot help you further. The sword vanished like smoke before his dazed eyes. Jinkyung no longer had anything to wish for he had accomplished what no one else dared. The explosion of light created a rift like a wound across the universe, as if destiny was being dissected. Even in the endless darkness, the lingering trace of that light stretched long, reminding them that even if it shattered in the void, the one who cut the world's fate still existed. Below, the world continued to shatter into 100 pieces. He stood blankly as Jinkyung succeeded beyond expectation. He succeeded. Ranyan looked up, and mana overflowed everywhere. Aya prayed for him inwardly. Lord, he pointed at Lady Mena in a panic. In the cosmos, the rift was closing, and Jinkyung was drifting, his body drenched in spoils. The rift connecting the universe and the world was slowly closing. He had fallen, but he did not yield, still holding out his arms, as if accepting everything. I had never truly been trusted by many people. To be precise, I was an ordinary person with nothing special about me. My place was among a large audience, but the people in that audience were just like me. They were all special people, and they had a place where they could shine. Perhaps the reason I was obsessed with the brightest person there was because I was someone unreachable, because I didn't have such a thing, and it was the first time someone needed me. Perhaps that's why I tried so hard. To the point of death, the girl collapsed, her heart constricted, barely whispering in fear and hope. Aya clutched her head in pain, and he rushed over asking, Lady Mena, what's wrong? Is something happening? He realized the problem. Could this be the pain of losing a spirit? He quickly looked up. What? The girl trembled and gasped for breath, her eyes confused as if fearing her answer would never come. Jinkyung still floated in the cosmos unmoving. His lonely star bearing his name twinkled in the endlessly vast universe, like the last remnant of a soul that had consumed everything and turned into light. They silently watched the star, which had just shone brightly, fade beyond the horizon. For Jinkyung had not returned. His body drifted through the cosmos like a lost soul, his blood-stained face painfully serene, as if he had given up everything. Suddenly, a small star twinkled but felt heavy as if mourning the fallen one. A swirling storm of energy engulfed him, as if to rewrite the ending that fate had just declared. Streams of energy coiled through space, creating a visually satisfying spectacle. In the infinite abyss, Aya's hand reached out and supported Jinkyung. That hand grasped and pulled him. Fortunately, she safely brought Jinkyung back to the real world. He was protected within a fragile yet sturdy droplet. Aya appeared and said, Outsider, you are truly a strange person. You once said you wished that girl could complete this mission because you had no friends. Jinkyung vaguely recognized a familiar face. Aya, she smiled brightly and proudly, I don't think that reason is worth sacrificing your life for. Why did you do it? He was so surprised that he froze for about 2 seconds, but Jinkyung still tried to explain. What do I know? Most protagonists are born with a silver spoon or have infinite talent or are chosen for something special. But Mena, she had no one by her side. She was just an ordinary person like me in that world. If she could do it, I thought I could do something similar in my world. And I also want to ask you why you helped me. Aya looked at him with the composure of one who holds the power of judgment and salvation. Because that girl spoke the truth. This is a small gift I give to those who follow the flow of nature and do things easily. But your time in this world is almost up. I will give you a chance to say goodbye. Divine energy swept Jinkyung into the sky, opening a dreamlike path for him to return to the world and meet everyone on the ship. Light burst forth, startling everyone, and the entire world was caught up in it. Aya, clutching his blood-stained body, called his name with a voice mixed with hope and fear. Sir Yutuba. Jinkyung, bloodied and dying, forced a faint smile. Mena, I'm sorry, but this might be your last summon. The girl's eyes, filled with tears, looked at him with trembling pupils. It was as if the whole world had just crumbled and she could only cling to a faint belief that he would not leave her. Jinkyung did not forget to instruct everyone. Hey, King's mages, he replied in surprise. Ah, I'm listening. Continue, Spirit. He forced a faint smile and left his final request. I can no longer protect this girl. Can I trust you all? Sadness lingered on his face. Of course, Spirit. How could I ignore the request of someone who has done such great things as you? He too was determined to the end. Thanks to you, we mages have regained our power. We mages swear to you we will keep Lady Mena safe, he cried out sadly. Lord, your body. Jinkyung's remaining time was short. His body gradually vanished into thin air. He still vividly remembered what Aya had asked him before. Maina, do you remember what you asked me before, that it's truly meaningless to keep doing something you're not good at? The girl's tears shone, glistening beneath the blue sky as if the whole world was about to collapse. Yes, Jinkyang smiled faintly but warmly, like a final comfort filled with gentleness, resignation, and trust in Aya. Everything we've accomplished together was thanks to your summoning ability, so don't overthink it, just do what you want to do. I wanted to tell you this once again, the girl replied with a heavy heart. Yes, I understand, Sir Yutuba, thank you for summoning me. Jinkyang cleaved the sky and embraced the light, holding hope for a bright future. The planet rotated silently in the endlessly vast universe as if witnessing a soul that had just completed its work and vanished into eternal light. A blue stream of energy surged through the buildings, carrying Jinkyang back to where he belonged. Jinkyang landed successfully but still stumbled due to his weakened body. He fell in a gentle arc as if everything around him embraced him once more. Jinkyang lay comfortably on the floor, his eyes gently closed in stillness. From outside the window he was resting motionless. It had been a very long time since Jinkyang had slept so peacefully. Outside the tall building, the sky was overcast the moment he returned to the real world in the medical room. The doctor was surprised to see Jinkyang recovering quickly even without medication. He's much better now than before. I remember he was severely injured then, but his body recovered incredibly fast. He didn't even need medicine. He confessed his thoughts. Ah yes, I've been through a lot. The doctor was surprised to see the scar on Jinkyang's hand. What happened to the scar on your hand? He pondered, looking down at his hand. Oh this, Jinkyang walked down the street looking at the scar on his hand, and a slight confusion flashed in his mind. This scar will probably make everyone suspicious. It's already been a month since I got this scar, but I can't tell everyone it's from saving a fantasy world from destruction. He observed the busy yet strangely melancholic stream of people. This was the only trace left of that world. Now I don't even know if I was truly there. Jinkyang silently looked at the gray sky, and gratitude and peace flooded his heart. But looking back, I feel like those memories made me who I am today. I finally couldn't gather the courage to go out, as if that was the most special time in my life. He appeared from somewhere and politely apologized. Oh, you're the one? I almost didn't recognize you with your short hair. Do you remember me? The one who sold you medicine at the pharmacy? You suddenly ran out and disappeared as if by magic. He turned pale in surprise. Oh, pharmacy owner. He was astonished by what had happened that day. Do you earn a living by tricking people with magic, or are you going to upload a video about it on MidTube? I was truly shocked that day, you know. Jinkyang just laughed it off. Ah yes, if you think so. He took something out of his pocket. Alright, oh that's right. Dropped this that day. I kept it, thinking you might live nearby and planned to return it when I met you. Finally I can give it back. The building stood silently beneath the gray sky, heavy as if testifying to a delicate yet firm new beginning. In the room he lifted Aya. At least I got this as a souvenir. What kind of stone is this made of anyway? Maybe it's a rare gem from my world. Jinkyang quickly answered the phone as its vibration broke the peaceful moment. His eyes widened slightly, and his gaze briefly hardened with wariness. A message arrived for Jinkyang. It was a video link from Ryu Wang. He stood up in a panic. A MidTube link. Jinkyang hastily played it. The MC began the interview. It's a pleasure to meet you again, Kit. Now that you're returning as a solo singer, is there anything you'd like to say about the incident you experienced in the past? She replied calmly. Oh yes, actually, I recently received an apology message from that person. The reporter was very curious. We remember you were truly shocked that day. Why do you suddenly want to bring up this story again? He held his breath, waiting for her answer. Ryu Wang straightened her back, her large round eyes open earnestly and carefully, as if she was meticulously choosing every word. I think that person thought a lot. The apology I received from them was truly sincere. I wanted to bring up this story again someday, and I also wanted to explain why I changed managers. That person did say some very inappropriate things, but after all they were a fan just like any other fan. Just defamatory and disparaging posts kept appearing. At that time I was very young, so I was very scared. Not knowing the world well, I just thought that person was a pervert. But later I found out that those posts were written by someone quite close to my manager. The reporter confirmed again. Are you really sure, Kit? This is a very sensitive issue. She replied skillfully. Ah, that person no longer works there. And I don't want to mention their name. The reporter smiled proudly. You're acting more wisely all the time, Kit. That attitude and smile. Ryu Wang declared with vigor. Anyway, I have a message I want to convey to that person. I never knew that those people would pressure them so much and force them to apologize. And somehow I ended up receiving that apology. I believe he is not the one who should apologize, but rather them. As a representative and fan of those people, I want to apologize to him. I am truly sorry. Jinkyang curled up on his bed, staring at the screen with quiet eyes as if searching for an escape in the infinite void of his thoughts. His lips trembled slightly. He suppressed the confusion that washed over him as he suddenly realized something he had never expected. I never dreamed I would hear such words, an apology from someone else. Jinkyang returned to his busy daily life. Finally, I'm recognized as a normal person. Dating, working, my parents no longer worry. I'm living an ordinary life. In the movie, a red-haired witch brandishes her magic staff and summons a spell. Now come forth, Andine spirit of water. His face was nonchalant, but in his heart he muttered, wishing Aya was all right. Maina, I hope you're doing well. Jinkyung lay still for 2 seconds, then suddenly became annoyed. This fool, have they never seen what real summoning magic is? This is how you're supposed to summon. What am I doing right now? Jinkyung's face froze. He hadn't realized these movements would connect with energy. Dazzling light exploded between the buildings as if the door of fate was reopening. The girl's figure appeared before Jinkyung. Aya joyfully called out, "Sir Yutuba." He had a surprised expression at what he had just witnessed. This actually works? A blue pillar of light tore through the city sky, signaling that extraordinary events were about to begin again.